In a world overrun by giant behemoths where flux power is the only currency for survival, Lee Yun-moo was a nobody, just an ordinary high schooler pushed to the fringes of society, but destiny took a lethal turn when he accidentally triggered a real-life cheat code, the Shadow System. With one simple touch on a screen he can detach his own shadow, sending it to auto-battle and grind levels while he's fast asleep. No more weakling, no more insults. Now Lee Yun-moo carries a heavy burden, clearing the name of his betrayed father and rescuing his mother from her cold iron chains. Armed with godly skills and an unstoppable shadow army, he's ready to shatter his limits and make the corrupt rulers pay in blood. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Join us as we dive into Lee Yun-moo's heaven-defying journey, from a regular student to the absolute ruler of the world right now. Under the blazing midday sun, people with Zon power strolled leisurely through the streets, each with a futuristic blue crystal screen floating before them. Among the crowd, a red-haired boy stared at his screen and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this game's pretty good." Bold and provocative images filled the screen before his eyes. A beautiful girl's soft rounded breasts and delicate body were deftly bound by slick tentacles coated in sticky fluids. Even her long legs wrapped in black stockings glistened wetly, radiating deadly temptation. Curiosity sparkled in the boy's eyes as he blurted out, "A new release, never played this one before." The female character in the game let out a coquettish moan and weakly pleaded, "Save me." The red-haired boy grinned excitedly, his fingers flying across the screen as he muttered eagerly, coming baby, don't rush me." His name was Lee Yun-moo, a lowly high school student with no Zon power whatsoever. Suddenly, a man dressed in black sped past him. Zong Meng and Lee Yun-moo shouted at the same time, "Move aside, everybody move." A convoy belonging to some important figure was about to pass through. Lee Yun-moo was knocked flying, letting out a cry of pain. Moments later, a white luxury car roared past, accompanied by several police vehicles and two imposing military trucks. People lining the streets gasped in envy, discussing the powerful Zon user sitting inside the car. The tinted window slowly rolled down, revealing the stern face of a middle-aged man in military uniform. One excited citizen shouted, "I saw him." Lee Yun-moo struggled to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes. With a cold snort, he said disdainfully, "HMPH, what's so great about Zon power? My game's way more fun." With that, he completely ignored the convoy of elites and returned to his virtual hero rescue mission. At that moment, the female character in the game trembled as she said, "If the player wishes to begin the game, please place your hand within the field of light." Lee Yun-moo narrowed his eyes curiously. "Oh, right here." He reached out and lightly touched the glowing circle on the screen. Instantly, a terrifying suction force erupted. Dizzy and overwhelmed with pain, Lee Yun-moo squeezed his eyes shut. His expression changed drastically as he stammered in terror. My hand got sucked in." The girl's image on the screen gradually blurred and vanished into the void, yet the game's voice echoed clearly beside his ears. "Connection established. Shadow System activated." Shadow System. Lee Yun-moo looked utterly confused. He struggled frantically, but his hand felt glued in place and refused to come out. Forcing his eyes open, he stared into the blinding light surrounding him. What the hell is going on? His gaze accidentally fell upon his shadow on the ground, but something was wrong. It no longer resembled his own shape. To his horror, something seemed to be writhing within the pitch-black shadow. Before Lee Yun-moo could process what he was seeing, a dark figure rose directly from the ground, separating itself from his shadow. The entity possessed ghostly pale eyes and radiated a chilling aura of authority. Lee Yun-moo's jaw dropped in disbelief. This thing had crawled out of his shadow? At that moment, the system's electronic voice rang out again, "Shadow manifestation complete. Congratulations on successfully inheriting this system. Complete the tasks assigned by the system to earn experience points and exchange them for rewards." Lee Yun-moo cautiously approached the bizarre entity, unable to conceal his overwhelming shock. Could this really be the kind of system they talk about in novels? "I'm gonna get rich. I'm seriously gonna get rich," the system continued. "This shadow is visible only to the user. It may be used in combat and for completing missions." Hearing that, Lee Yun-moo suddenly understood and cheered excitedly. "So it really transformed from my shadow and I can control it too." He casually reached up and picked his nose. Sure enough, the black shadow copied the exact same action. Lee Yun-moo narrowed his eyes with a grin, secretly fantasizing, "Heh. Since this system came from that sexy girl game, maybe the rewards will be countless beautiful girls." Images of all kinds of beauties instantly flooded his imagination. Excitedly, he opened the virtual mission panel. A line of text appeared on the screen, "Shadow Mission. Command the shadow to kill an ant in the grass. Reward 1 experience point." The moment he read it, Lee Yun-moo nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. This mission was ridiculously easy. He absolutely had to try it. After confirming the mission, he straightened his posture like a mighty general and issued a commanding order, "Go forth, my shadow." But contrary to the grand scene he had imagined, the black shadow, originally the size of a normal human, suddenly shrank until it was as tiny as an ant. Lee Yun-moo froze in astonishment. "It can shrink too." The miniature shadow raised its fist and smashed an ant crawling across the ground to death in a single blow, then eagerly pounced toward another ant. Squatting by the roadside, Lee Yun-moo watched in fascination. "Whoa, so shadows can fight like this too." The system voice immediately sounded again, "Ant extermination mission complete. Would you like to claim your reward?" The moment he heard the word reward, Lee Yunmu jumped up excitedly like a child. Yes, 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 I want it. Instantly, a warm beam of light descended from the sky. The light enveloped his body. Lee Yunmu stood there in a daze for a moment, clearly feeling changes surging through every inch of his muscles. Staring at the strange aura floating around him, his eyes widened in shock. This is, 2 streams of tears slid down the boy's cheeks. Zon power, I can sense Zon power. Does that mean the things I never even dared dream of might actually become possible now? Lee Yunmu raised both hands toward the sky, dazzling green light erupting from his palms. Unable to suppress his excitement, he laughed and cried wildly in sheer ecstasy. Then, consumed by overwhelming joy, he sprinted straight home while shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the entire street. Mom, I sense Zon power. I finally have a chance to awaken. He was so excited that he completely failed to notice the strange looks people were giving him. Whispers spread among the bystanders. Isn't that old Lee's kid? He still doesn't know about it, does he? The woman beside him replied quietly, her face filled with pity. He definitely doesn't. Otherwise there's no way he'd dare come back. Lee Yunmu paid no attention whatsoever to the police cars parked outside his home and rushed straight inside. Behind him a neighbor sighed regretfully. He didn't even look at what was happening outside before running in. Lee Yunmu pushed the door open, still wearing a radiant smile as he shouted excitedly, Mom, I'm about to strike it rich, but the scene before him instantly wiped the smile from his face. His mother was being restrained by a group of strangers. Her hands were shackled. The moment she saw her son, she screamed in panic, Xiao Mu, run, it's them. Lee Yunmu froze, his heartbeat seemingly stopping as he cried out in horror. The Zon family? Mom, his mother struggled even harder, shouting desperately, Xiao Mu, run. Lee Yunmu stood rooted at the doorway, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered in confusion, What? Why should I run? Before he could react, a rough hand grabbed his face and slammed him violently to the ground. The man in the police uniform pinned Lee Yunmu down mercilessly, his voice as cold as ice. Where do you think you're going? Stay still. Yunmu wasn't intimidated. Instead, he demanded, What right do you have to break into my house and do this? The man said in a low voice. Your father deserted his post during a mission, leading to the total annihilation of a government squad. We are under orders to investigate. With that, he let go of Yunmu. The boy furrowed his brows and shouted back in protest, My dad, impossible. My dad is someone who would risk his life to protect others. He would never do such a thing. A man with a cigarette in his mouth spoke up. Don't get worked up. We're just starting the investigation. If there's a misunderstanding, come back with us and everything will be cleared up once we investigate. But Yunmu couldn't accept it. In a blur of movement, he lunged past the man and snatched the gun from his hand. The man froze, and before he could react, Yunmu had already stopped and turned, pointing the gun at him. He shouted, My dad would never desert. Don't you dare frame an innocent man. Release my mother now or don't blame me for what happens. A subordinate chuckled. Kid, stop messing around. That gun can only be activated by someone who has sensed flux power. What's the point of you holding it? Be a good boy and stop playing with your uncle's gun. Yunmu, feeling the flux power within him, quickly channeled it into the weapon. As the gun hummed to life, he roared at the man. You forced my hand, the accompanying guard shouted in terror. Holy crap, the transistor lit up. This kid is a censor. Stop him. The more he was threatened, the more determined Yunmu became, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. The bullet, laced with the lightning of flux power, whistled toward the man in sunglasses. To everyone's surprise, the man merely had the cigarette blown from his mouth and the hat from his head. He had deflected the shot with ease. Gritting his teeth, Yunmu stammered, Is this the power of a fluxer? The man wasn't angry. He walked casually toward Yunmu and announced, I really didn't expect this. Kid, you've actually sensed flux power. We don't have the authority to arrest you now, but we must take your mother. Yunmu screamed, I won't let you take her. My dad was definitely framed. Seeing the situation reaching a violent stalemate, his mother spoke up to stop him. Xiao Mu, forget it, just listen to them. Yunmu tried to speak, but she cut him off. Xiao Mu, I really didn't know you had sensed flux power. Since you have, your father and I might not be able to watch you grow up. I've always hoped you'd have a bright future. Take good care of yourself from now on. Your father and I will be proud of you. His mother was taken away. As the man passed by him, he left him with a final word. I also believe your father is innocent, but everything has its procedures. If you want to save your mother, awaken your flux power as soon as possible. Kid, in times like these, why throw a tantrum? With no other choice, Yunmu began to accept reality. He resolved to plan his path as a fluxer. The Flux Awakening test was only a week away. It only happened once a year. If he missed it, he'd have to wait another. He turned to the system and asked, How much experience do I need to awaken? The system replied immediately, 100,000 points. The host's own sensory power can also be converted into experience. Yunmu looked at the number 100,000 and sighed heavily. Do I have to kill 100,000 more ants in a week to awaken? Hearing his question, the system suggested, The system can enable AFK auto-grinding. The host does not need to worry. Without hesitation, Yunmu ordered, Enable AFK mode. The system responded, As you command. In an instant, Yunmu's shadow sped away. It began farming monsters for him. Yunmu sat there, muttering to himself, Relying on the shadow alone won't be fast enough. I need to train more actively. The more flux power I sense, the better my chances of awakening. Yunmu pulled out a book titled 100 Ways to Sense Flux Power and began to study. At that moment memories of his father Lee Jongmin flooded back. This book had been a birthday gift from him. Looking at the book his eyes grew determined. "Dad, wait for me. This time it's your son's turn to protect you." A week passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, the big day arrived. This was the lucky Wind City No. 16 High School, Grade 12, Class 3, Yunmu's class. The atmosphere was heavy as the teacher's voice rang out. "Students, today you will participate in the most important day of your lives, the Flux Awakening exam. If you don't sense Flux power, it's okay. I hope you continue to work hard after entering society and be good citizens. If you are lucky enough to awaken, you will join the Defense Force, battle space monsters and become noble members of the Guard. If you can awaken right here during this exam, you will become heroes admired by everyone. Though the probability is low, you are ultimately the greatest hope of the Central Continent." Suddenly, Yunmu slammed open the classroom door and shouted, "Teacher, wait, sorry I'm late." He was panting heavily, clearly having run the whole way. Afterward, the students moved to the gym to begin testing. The teacher's voice called out over the speaker, "Wang failed to awaken." Next, Yunmu sat in a corner of the gym catching his breath. "That was close. I almost lost my eligibility for the exam." He looked around and noticed that there were far fewer people taking the exam than expected. It seemed many had already given up. Suddenly a voice came from beside him. "Yo, isn't this Lee Yunmu? I thought a coward like you would skip the exam. I didn't expect you to still be this thick-skinned." Qian Fei was in the same class as Yunmu and was the only son of a wealthy merchant. He didn't miss the chance to mock Yunmu's father. "The whole city knows about your dad. What are you still acting so smug for?" A lackey named Adai chimed in. "Exactly. You think fluxers are like common weeds that anyone can just become, tisk." Furthermore, surrounding students intentionally gossiped loudly enough for Yunmu to hear. "I heard his dad ran away when things got dangerous. I used to want to suck up to him because I knew his dad worked in the military. I'm so glad I didn't now." Suddenly, a loud roar silenced everyone. "Qian Fei, you little rat, you're only picking on Yunmu because he's close with the school beauty, aren't you? If you know what's good for you, get lost, keep barking, and don't blame me for getting physical." The speaker was Zhang Kai, Yunmu's best friend. He pointed at the group around Qian Fei and snarled, "And you lot take off those hypocritical masks. You used to try to get close to Yunmu through me, and now that his family is in trouble, you stab him in the back? Do you have any shame at all?" Realizing there was no point in arguing with someone who had nothing to lose, Qian Fei turned to leave with a cold snort. "He's just a stray dog who lost his backing. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant." After things settled down, Zhang Kai let out a satisfied sigh. "That felt good. My literary roasting skills are getting top tier." Yunmu turned and smiled. "Thanks." Zhang Kai pointed at himself and laughed. "What are friends for? How's it going with your dad? Everything okay?" Yunmu replied with a serious expression. "It's fine, don't worry. They said it's still under investigation. Let's get in line, it's almost our turn." Lin Li, the school beauty and Yunmu's childhood friend, ran over and called out, "Is that you, Yunmu? You came specifically to cheer me on for the exam, didn't you?" As they stood face to face, Zhang Kai tactfully slipped away. "I don't want to be a third wheel. I'll go queue up first." Yunmu answered honestly, "It's not what you think. I'm here for the exam too," Lin Li continued, her eyes turning serious. "Yunmu, I heard about your father. This might not be the best time, but I still want to tell you. I already sensed Flux power a few days ago." Yunmu noted the coldness in Lin Li's tone and asked, "Is that so?" Lin Li continued, her voice steady and firm. "This might sound selfish, but I really want to step into that high-dimensional world everyone dreams of. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I want to try. So I'm sorry." Lin Li feigned tears, putting on a victimized act. But Yunmu saw right through her. On the surface he returned a smile, but inside he was cursing. "All those past promises and flattery were just to gain benefits from my father's reputation. Childhood friends, wanting to protect each other. It was all a lie. The ancients were right. You can know a person's face but not their heart. From the beginning they were all just deceiving each other for profit." Seeing his silence, Lin Li worried about her image and continued her good girl act, asking with concern, "Yunmu, are you okay?" Yunmu suddenly turned to leave, saying coldly, "I understand what you mean. Then I wish you luck on your exam today. May your dreams come true." With that, he walked straight toward the testing platform, bypassing the crowd in line. Seeing this, his best friend Zhang Kai shouted from behind, "Hey Yunmu, the line is over here. I saved a spot for you. Come back." But Yunmu turned a deaf ear and continued onto the platform. At that moment, Qian Fei was laughing triumphantly. "Finally, it's my turn." Yunmu strode forward and shoved Qian Fei aside, barking, "Move." Qian Fei landed hard on his rear and began swearing, "You lunatic, what right do you have to cut the line? Get lost. Have you forgotten your place?" Yunmu replied coldly, "What right?" "By the right that I am already a fluxer." As he spoke, he pressed his hand onto the testing device, and it erupted with an incredibly dazzling light. The aura of a fluxer radiated in all directions. Everyone saw it. Seeing this, Lin Li stammered in horror. "Impossible, could this be?" Qian Fei was also aghast, breaking into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly, "This bastard actually awakened completely. He really is a fluxer." Zhang Kai suddenly jumped over, draping an arm around Yunmu's shoulder with a face full of joy, breaking the tense atmosphere with a laugh. "Brother, you awakened just like that? You were hiding it so deep. Let's see who dares to look down on you now." A man wearing glasses walked over, holding a small box. "I truly didn't expect to encounter such a talented prospect at only 16. someone who could achieve self-awakening without any external stimulation. Here, this is your Fluxer medal. From this moment on you will enjoy all the privileges and status granted to Fluxers by the Alliance. Zhang Kai, looking utterly bewildered, held the medal for him and blurted out, "Old man, who are you?" Yunmu's face went dark with embarrassment as he hissed at Zhang Kai, "Let go of me, this is so embarrassing." At that moment, Lin Li suddenly approached him, continuing her act of a fragile young girl. She began, "Yunmu, about that matter." "That matter? Yunmu scratched his head and smirked mockingly. "How should I put this? Let me think." He brushed past her, returning her own words to her verbatim. "Maybe it's selfish of me to say this, but I really want to step into that high-dimensional world everyone dreams of. So sorry about that." Yunmu strolled away, his words landing like a fatal blow that left Lin Li reeling. Shortly after returning home, Yunmu called his mother. She was ecstatic. "That's wonderful, my son really awakened his flux power. Your father is no longer being held responsible. And he's even receiving the best medical treatment now." Yunmu replied, "I've grown up, Mom. Don't worry too much. Just take good care of Dad. I'll visit him when I have time." After hanging up, Yunmu stared at the medal on his chest, muttering to himself, "Is this the medal everyone dreams of? It looks pretty ordinary." He suddenly realized that the primary function of the Fluxer medal was to serve as a bridge connecting the void dimension and the four-dimensional space. Upon learning this, Yunmu thought excitedly, "That means I can enter the void dimension now. Let's boot it up." Just as the thought crossed his mind, a notification chimed in his ear. Void dimension initialization beginning. Fluxer medal verification successful. Fluxer number 930,664, Li Yunmu granted access to the void dimension. Updating. Once the upload was complete, his body was suddenly pulled into a distorted space. Seconds later, Yunmu opened his eyes to see the sky filled with glowing spots like snowflakes. Other than that, he saw nothing. As Yunmu walked around to investigate, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. He spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" What met his eyes were two motionless mannequins. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "What on earth are these things? Placing them here for no reason nearly scared me to death." Right then, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from behind him, nearly making Yunmu jump out of his skin. He whirled around to find the culprit was a bouncing teddy bear. Yunmu was even more confused, cursing inwardly, "What kind of crappy toy is this?" Fortunately, the teddy bear meant no harm. It hopped closer and bowed in greeting. "Hello, I am your guide. You may call me Pedro. This is the Void Dimension, the place where you can acquire various dimensional techniques and battle forms. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the most important place for a Fluxer to increase their strength. Now please set your avatars for the dimensional world, both of you." Yunmu asked, bewildered. "What, both of us? I'm here alone." Pedro replied, "Young man, you do like to joke. There are clearly two of you. My species might be colorblind, but we aren't number blind. Don't look down on me." Yunmu pointed at his own shadow and pressed, "You mean this thing counts?" After getting confirmation, Yunmu realized that the void dimension seemed to treat his shadow as an independent entity. "That works. Maybe it can help me break the restrictions of dimensional space." With that thought, he called out happily, "Alright, let's start character creation. Eyes, nose, ears, mouth. What a headache. I'll just use my real-life appearance and change my outfit." Yunmu even picked out a vibrant tracksuit for his shadow to make it easier for it to do work later. Pedro continued to guide them. "If you two are ready, I shall take you into the dimensional world. Are you prepared?" Yunmu asked blankly. "We're going now." "Do I need to?" But before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath his feet vanished. He plummeted downward, tears and snot flying as he let out a piercing scream. Let me prepare first." As his eyes gradually adjusted to the high speed, he looked ahead and thought, "Here it comes. I see the light." Just as he expected, behind the clouds lay an incredibly luxurious and magnificent dimensional world. Furthermore, he and his shadow landed softly on the ground as if gravity didn't exist there. Yunmu looked around, surveying the area in awe. "Wow, this place is top tier. It looks amazing." Pedro continued to explain the basic rules. "Time in the void dimension flows 3 times faster than in the real world, therefore those who stay here often have more cultivation time than others." Yunmu was shocked. No wonder all those big shots try every means possible to enter the void dimension. Suddenly, he heard whispers from the nearby crowd. "Whoa, look, someone from the Red Tribe is challenging Lord Googly." Yunmu instinctively looked up at the giant screen and was completely stunned. Seeing this, Pedro immediately explained, "That is the dimensional battlefield. It's a virtual combat system that perfectly replicates your total strength to fight against others. Of course, many people choose this place to hone their combat skills." Yunmu was extremely interested. "Quick, let me join too." Pedro paused for a moment and then laughed. "Right now, alright, as you wish." Dimensional battlefield activated. As soon as he spoke, the floor tiles beneath Yunmu's feet began to disappear. Soon, the skyscrapers turned into lush green trees. Then 2 items were suddenly teleported into Yunmu's hands. He looked at the objects. Feeling suspicious, "What are these for? Good grief, why give me these out of nowhere?" Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air from behind him, sending a jolt through his body as if he could smell the scent of death. It was a strange sensation. But relying on that very instinct, Yunmu turned his head to the right just in time to dodge a sharp arrow aimed for his life. The arrow buried itself deep into the ground. A massive amount of flux power swirled around the arrowhead. Yunmu immediately leveled his gun in the direction the arrow had come from. Taking a stance, he saw a stranger appear on higher ground looking intrigued. Haha, looks like my luck is pretty good. I ran into a total rookie in my first match today. Kid, just stay there and accept your death. Meeting me in your first match is just bad luck for you. As he spoke, he fired several arrows in rapid succession at Yunmu, but none hit their mark. Yunmu rolled several times and dove into the nearby bushes. The man taunted him as he pursued. Brat, don't think running will help you escape my grasp. Instead of wasting time dragging this out, why don't you come out and let Big Brother give you a quick end? You'll suffer less that way, right? However, Yunmu remained silent. The man pushed deeper into the brush, striking out again. I've said all that and you still won't come out, then don't blame me. Just as he finished speaking, Yunmu suddenly appeared behind the man's neck and whispered, What are you looking for in such a hurry? The man froze in terror, completely paralyzed. He had miscalculated. Immediately following was a bang as Yunmu decisively pulled the trigger, taking him out with a headshot. The battle ended, and Yunmu stuck his hands in his pockets, beginning to lecture. Never pursue a desperate enemy, you really are a fool. I may be a newcomer, but I'm no soft target. You can just push around. Your combat power is high, but your tactics are garbage. What are you so smug about? The ants in my house are stronger than you. The man's figure gradually dissipated, leaving behind one glowing golden orb and several smaller blue orbs. Yunmu mumbled blankly, What are these things? Suddenly, the 4 orbs shot toward him, merging directly into his body and making the boy scream in agony. After a long while his legs felt weak and he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He asked in confusion, What was that just now? Why did it suddenly dive into my body? Did I do something wrong? At that moment the system chimed. Congratulations to the host for absorbing void energy. System's first time reward, Dimensional Battlefield A-rank technique, Indestructible Golden Bell. If the host defeats someone possessing flux power, there is a probability of obtaining void energy. It can be used to exchange for techniques in the dimensional store. Yunmu immediately followed up, What techniques? Are you talking about the ancient martial arts techniques humans used during their peak before the Dark Ages? The system then sent 2 notifications. The Indestructible Golden Bell you just obtained is a defensive skill of ancient martial arts. It can reduce incoming damage by 30, and each upgrade allows it to block 1 additional instance of damage. Yunmu felt a layer of golden armor enveloping his body and smirked to himself. Awesome, I need to test its power right away, he shouted. Pedro, where are you? Suddenly, Pedro poked his head out from the nearby bushes. Right here. Yunmu walked forward and suggested, I want another fight, okay? Pedro paused for a moment and then laughed. You've grown up so fast, I'll fine, starting the next match. Soon, the system transitioned the scenery to a different background. Yunmu sighed helplessly. It's such a pain having to spend so much time changing locations every time. As he spoke, his opponent appeared. This time it was a red-haired beauty with a striking figure, walking out slowly with a pair of daggers in her hands. It seemed she didn't like surprise attacks as much as the first guy. Yunmu scratched his head and said awkwardly, Are you my opponent? I've never hit a woman since I was a kid, not even with a handkerchief, but I have no choice if I want to win. Without hesitation, Yunmu decisively pulled the trigger, sending a cold bullet toward the girl. The woman quickly deflected the bullet with her blade. Then she shouted in a rage, Damn you, how dare you try a sneak attack? As a man, don't you feel any shame? You're despicable. In an instant, Yunmu moved right in front of the girl's face and whispered, Listen, I'm here to win, not to show off. With that, he swung his dagger in a wide sweep, but the woman leapt high into the air to dodge it, circling behind him to counterattack. She looked back and asked, Are you a common fluxer? Yunmu asked back, confused. What's a common fluxer? The girl channeled flux power into her daggers and slashed down, shouting, To not even know what common flux power is, it seems you really are just a common fluxer. Yunmu exerted his strength to push her back and shouted a retort, What kind of nonsense are you talking about? The woman rolled several times, landing some distance away. She took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, Whatever, let's just end this quickly. Suddenly her flux power surged out with abnormal violence, covering her entire body. It seemed she had activated some kind of technique. The moment she opened her eyes, she moved like a startled rabbit, teleporting to him and landing several slashes on Yunmu. He was still standing there dazed, not realizing what had happened until blood splattered before his eyes. Intense pain hit him, and he let out a series of screams. Ah, the move the girl had just used was called 36 Heavenly Slaying Strikes. Believing Yunmu was finished, she turned away and mocked herself. My 36 Heavenly Slaying Strikes is a top-tier technique. No one can. She trailed off. Yunmu had appeared silently beside her without her noticing. The young girl was shocked and tried to turn around to take a combat stance. But it was too late. Yunmu swung his blade horizontally across her, ending the battle. He continued to act cool, saying, What were you saying about no one being able to do what? I didn't hear you clearly. The girl's consciousness gradually faded as she was sent back to the Void Dimension lobby. She trembled inwardly, thinking, This is impossible. Does he actually possess that technique? On Yunmu's side, the system was repairing his injuries. He sighed. Phew, that hurt like hell. I thought I was a goner for sure. It seems those 36 Heavenly Slaying Strikes are offensive techniques from a martial academy. Luckily, my indestructible golden bell negated a lot of the damage. Just then, the system notification rang out again. Congratulations, you have obtained 76 void energy and learned the basic combat skill Frenzied Blade. Yunmu jumped, exclaiming, "That much? It seems the stronger the opponent you defeat, the greater the rewards." He felt his body brimming with power. Alright, time to keep grinding. Pedro, next match. Meanwhile, outside the void dimension, the leaderboard displayed his victory. Someone muttered, "Xiao Yu is definitely going to be pissed about this loss. Being defeated by a common fluxer is the thing she can tolerate least in her life." Who exactly is this Li Yunmu? It's truly incredible that he could block the 36 heavenly slaying strikes. Perhaps he has some rare defensive technique. The scene shifted to 3 days later in Yushan City. Yunmu was carrying a fruit basket, complaining incessantly as he walked. "Big cities are such a hassle. I spent forever looking for this hospital. And my dad too, even though he's getting the best medical treatment, he refused to choose a larger hospital. In such a remote place, I wonder if the medical facilities can even handle his treatment." Suddenly he heard a familiar female voice. "Please, I beg you, don't do this." Yunmu looked to the side and saw several thugs cornering a girl against a wall. One of the thugs said, "Don't worry, we're just looking for a little chat, nothing more. Of course, if you're willing to open up and have a few drinks with us, that would be even better." The girl kept her head down, her face flushed red as she whispered, "I'm sorry, I really have an emergency." The leader sneered and said in a low voice, "I get it. Your dad is in the hospital and needs money urgently, right? Don't worry, we'll give you a satisfying reward. Money is the one thing I have plenty of." As soon as he finished speaking, a fruit basket slammed directly into his head, knocking him to the ground. His lackeys scrambled in panic to help their leader up while Yunmu suddenly appeared and said coldly to them, "If you're looking for a place to pick up girls, I suggest you find somewhere else." The green-haired man whipped his head around and demanded fiercely, "Who do you think you are?" Yunmu ignored him, crouching down to pick up the fruit scattered on the ground with a sigh. "Aw man, they're all bruised. I bought these to visit my dad. How did they end up like this? It's all your fault. Pay up now." Standing there dazed, the girl recognized Yunmu and asked softly, "Xiao Mu, how could you be?" Yunmu looked at her and interrupted with an expressionless face, "Just stay there. You're already so old and you still don't know how to look after yourself. You do nothing but attract trouble." The green-haired man had managed to scramble up by now. He pulled out a sharp knife and threatened with a barrage of curses. "Brat, do you have any idea who I am?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yunmu kicked the knife out of his hand and replied nonchalantly, "I know, you're the boss. Of course I know that, but it seems you're a little confused about your place. Come, let me teach you." Before the words had even landed, Yunmu delivered a heavy kick square to the man's face. Screams and curses immediately echoed through the alleyway. But it was all in vain. Yunmu continued to pummel him with great enthusiasm. Within moments the group was left bruised and battered, slumped on the ground and unable to move. Yunmu pulled out the man's wallet and sat down casually, using the green-haired leader as a human cushion. He sneered, "Wow, seriously, you call yourself a boss and you only carry this much cash? I'm taking this as compensation for the fruit." The green-haired man wheezed weakly, "Big brother, you've beaten us up and we've paid the money. Can you let us go now? This hero saving the beauty act is enough for one day. You can't protect this girl forever, can you?" Yunmu paused for a second and looked back at him. What hero saving the beauty? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? She's my sister." A moment later, Yunmu was holding the man's business card. After reading it, he shook his head and sighed. As it turned out, this guy was named Lu Xiaoguang and was a drug dealer. "Every time I see you, there's a pile of trouble. Sis, are you a thug magnet?" Lu Ruyan followed behind him, only able to stammer out apologies. Yunmu sighed, "Forget it. If I hadn't run into you here, I wouldn't have been able to find the hospital." As for the business card, the boy didn't even give it a second glance, tossing it directly into a trash can. Lu Ruyan looked at Yunmu and spoke awkwardly, "Because Dad's injuries were much worse than expected, I've basically spent all the money I earned over the last few years, but don't worry, I'll work hard to save up. I definitely won't let Dad be kicked out of the hospital." Hearing this, Yunmu looked confused. "Sis, why do you look so guilty? I'm not blaming you. As an adopted daughter, you've already fulfilled your responsibilities. Leave the money to me. I'm a fluxer now, I have plenty of money. You've worked hard during this time." Shortly after, Lu Ruyan led Yunmu into the hospital. "Is it here? Sis, you go to the ward first. I'll go pay the hospitalization fees." Lu Ruyan nodded, not forgetting to ask, "Do you know which ward Dad is in?" Yunmu replied, "I know, go on." A few minutes later, Ruyan pushed open the ward door and gave a greeting. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Yunmu's mother turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, it's Yanner? You must be exhausted. Sit down and rest for a bit. Have some water?" On the hospital bed, his father, Li Zhongmin, also smiled weakly and said, "Xiao Yan has worked hard lately. You're so busy, yet you still have to run back and forth to take care of a useless old man like me." "Thank you," Lu Ruyan replied with wide eyes. "Dad, really don't say things like that again," she continued. "By the way, you don't have to worry about the hospital fees anymore, Mom and Dad. They've been paid in full." Li Zhongmin replied weakly, "See, I told you, if I just went to those old friends of mine to borrow money, they would definitely lend it." Just as he finished speaking, Yunmu suddenly pushed the door open and interrupted, "Hey Dad, I don't recall you having any friends like that." Yunmu's parents were startled by the sudden appearance. Yunmu, however, didn't mind at all. He walked into the room as if he owned the place. "How's Dad doing? Feeling any better these last 2 days?" His father forced himself to look spirited and replied, "You little brat, I'd be a lot better if you weren't right here in front of me making me angry." However, Yunmu suddenly noticed something. Looking at his father's body, he froze completely. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Li Zhongmin said plainly, "Why the serious face? Aren't I still talking to you just fine? I've only lost my legs. You're acting like the sky is falling. After going through such a disaster, losing only my legs is already a blessing. By the way, you paid the medical fees, didn't you? Where did a wet behind the ears kid like you get so much money?" Seeing him struggling to sit up, Yunmu quickly warned him, "Don't move around or your wounds might reopen. Didn't I tell Mom already? I've awakened. I'm a genuine fluxer now, and I get a salary every month." Upon hearing this, his father didn't believe it for a second, and almost laughed himself into a coughing fit. "Haha, brat, stop talking nonsense. I raised you. Don't I know what you're capable of? Forget awakening. I bet you haven't even sensed the threshold of flux power yet. Fluxer, salary, are you trying to kill me with laughter so my wounds split open?" Being looked down upon by his own father made Yunmu fume with rage. He turned toward the door. "Believe what you want. I'm leaving. I'm done with you. You can just fend for yourself." Li Zhongmin regained his serious expression and shouted after him, "Still that same childish temper. How long do you think you can last as a fluxer? Xiao Yan, help me bring that box over. And you, what are you just standing there for? Come and take this." Yunmu took the box, looking puzzled. "Isn't this your favorite set of individual battle armor?" His father nodded firmly. "This armor could greatly enhance a fluxer's strength." Yunmu pressed further. "Something this valuable. You're really giving it to me?" Li Zhongmin explained. "I don't think I'll have the chance to wear it again. Keeping it is a waste, so it's better to give it to you. However, this thing isn't something you can just wear whenever you want. The biochemical regulation medium inside is beyond the endurance of ordinary people. First of all, you must keep it safe to avoid inviting trouble. For those who can sense flux power or have awakened, it is a great help. In other words, whether or not you can wear it isn't up to you. This armor will automatically judge if you are qualified to don it," Yunmu declared with full confidence. "I'll say this up front. I'm not trying to hoard your stuff. I'm just taking it back to try it on. And don't worry, Dad, you'll definitely have the chance to wear it again in the future, because I will definitely find a way to make you stand again." Yunmu began to inject flux power into the armor, causing it to rapidly transform. With a series of mechanical clicks, he reached out his hand to catch the armor components. "Come here, meet your new master." Lu Ruyan witnessed this scene and was overcome with shock. "Dad, is that?" Li Zhongmin replied with a hint of pride in his voice. "Yes, that's it. It seems this brat wasn't bragging. He really has awakened." After finishing, Yunmu was panting for breath. "Phew, I've finally got my luggage ready. I have to set off tomorrow. Once I go to Heavenly Cloud City, I won't be back for a while. I'm actually going to miss this place a little." The scene shifted to the next day at the Lucky Wind City Fluxer Guild. "Oh, isn't this the second son of the Wong family? Master Lu, I knew your son would definitely awaken." Just then, someone walked over and shouted, "Out of the way, isn't that Lucky Wind City's #1 newcomer?" This person was the young master of the Luo family, named Luo Pu. A chorus of admiration rose from the surroundings. "It's Luo Pu. I heard his father has already broken through to a new realm of flux power, and is a super fluxer." At that moment, Zhang Dashang, the son of the richest man in Lucky Wind City, also made an appearance. "No way, this place is so run down. Is Heavenly Cloud City actually reliable? Son, how about we don't go, let's just go home." "It's fine, Dad, it's just a bit shabby. I'll just treat it as experiencing civilian life. Besides, I have the money you gave me, so I'll be fine." Just then, another important figure appeared. Lu Naiji, the granddaughter of the Fluxer Guild president. "Finally, the day has come. I'll be able to see Grandpa once I get to Heavenly Cloud City." With the arrival of these heavyweight figures, an unprecedented wave of discussion broke out in the crowd. "Our city really has a lot of talent this year. The top 8 scores in the Academy's Flux Power exam were all excellent." Just then, a thick voice rang out. "I say, you guys are being way too shallow. Our high school number 16 also produced an awakened one this year. If you wanted to talk about who was the best at making a scene, Li Yunmu took the top prize. He was actually carried out on a sedan chair, draped in red and green like a giant gift box." Zhang Kai stood to the side, introducing him with an air of immense self-importance, accompanied by the clashing of gongs and drums and the deafening roar of firecrackers. Come. Please welcome the awakened of high school number 16, Li Yunmu." Yunmu's face turned bright red, so embarrassed he wanted to sink into the ground. The people around them were also completely bewildered. "What on earth is this guy doing?" Seeing this, Zhang Dashang laughed until his stomach hurt. Ha, Dad, look at that guy. Does he have a hole in his head? Ha. Yunmu was breaking into a cold sweat, his expression pained. He thought this must be the most humiliating moment of his life. The teenager was carried past everyone on the sedan chair just like that. The strange looks from the crowd made him feel like he was suffocating. Only Lu Naiji didn't laugh. Instead, she gave a slight smile. Li Yunmu, so he also just awakened this year. At that moment, a female deacon walked out and shouted, "All right, that's enough. Time is up. All newcomers, gather here by me. Next, we will head to Heavenly Cloud City in pairs. Please step forward when your name is called." First group, Luo Pu. He was the first to be called. He gave a cold, expressionless response. The female official continued to announce, "You are paired with Zhang Dashang. You may enter the portal now." Zhang Dashang was grinning like a curious child. "How lucky. I'm actually second." He turned to strike up a conversation with Luo Pu. "You're the Luo family's young master, right? Have you used a portal before? Is it dangerous? I'm terrified of dying." Luo Pu roared with an expression of pure disgust. Shut up! In less than a minute the two disappeared into the glow of the portal. The female official continued calling names for the next group. Li Yunmu and Lu Naiji. Upon hearing this, Naiji immediately ran over, grabbed Yunmu's wrist and dragged him into the portal. The boy was still in a state of embarrassment and hadn't realized what was happening when Lu Naiji turned back and softly introduced herself. My name is Lu Naiji, it's nice to meet you. Yunmu stammered in response. It's nice to meet you too. Although he said it, he was thinking, her voice is so pleasant. In the blink of an eye it was the next morning. Yunmu, who hadn't fully woken up yet, was forced to drag himself to the classroom. He yawned incessantly as he pushed open the door. Morning everyone. He looked around only to find to his surprise that Naiji was the only person there. The young girl waved enthusiastically. Good morning, the boy looked bewildered. Why are you the only one here? Where is everyone else? Did they all skip class on the first day? Naiji replied friendly. Because the first few classes are theory lessons covering the use of flux power, the flux system and the monster system. Most freshmen have been able to sense flux power since they were children. So they completed their theory studies before coming to Heavenly Cloud City. The theory classes here are specifically for those who awaken suddenly. Yunmu stuck his hands in his pockets and curled his lip. Looks like we're both idiots then. Luckily you're here too. It would be way too awkward if I were the only one. As they were talking, the teacher pushed open the door and walked in looking shocked. Someone actually came to class this year? How rare, alright. I am your teacher. Hurry back to your seats. Naiji, why are you here too? This person was a teacher from Lucky Wind Academy named Li Bowen. Hearing this, Naiji immediately ran forward. I came specifically to see you, of course. It's been a long time. Li Bowen smiled and asked about her grandfather's well-being. Naiji replied, Grandpa is in great health, very robust. By the way, there's a newcomer in class this year, so you'd better teach well, teacher. He's a good prospect. If you don't teach him well, you know the consequences. Yunmu listened from the side, completely lost. Seeing his only classmate actually waving goodbye to him, the boy was left speechless. Then I'll be going now. Make sure you study hard. Yunmu really wanted to have a good cry. After all that waiting, it turned out he was the only idiot. Meanwhile, the teacher was thinking to himself, this is the first time in 4 years someone has taken my class. It seems this kid's background is unusual. Speaking of which, there were basically no people who awakened naturally this year without relying on bloodlines or absorbing dimensional crystals. Plus, he's on good terms with Naiji. This kid must have something special about him. Seeing Yunmu looking so dejected, the teacher asked with concern, Are you not used to being in the classroom alone? Do you want to change locations? Since it was just the teacher and student, there was no need to put on appearances. The two went up to the rooftop to have a heart-to-heart. Do you really know nothing, not even the flux power rank system? Yunmu replied crossly. None of your business. Despite this, Li Bowen began to explain enthusiastically. The realms of a fluxer from low to high are ordinary crystal, black crystal, silver crystal, gold crystal, and rainbow crystal. Beyond that, one transcends the realm of a fluxer and becomes a super fluxer. Hearing this, Yunmu suddenly perked up and got straight to the point. Then tell me quickly, teacher, how do I increase my realm? Li Bowen sat to the side and explained. To increase your realm, you first need to open your flux points. There are a total of 12 flux points that can be activated. The flux points on the left and right chest and the abdomen can enhance defense. Those on the soles of the feet and calves can increase agility. Those on the palms and arms can enhance attack, and the flux point on the head can improve neural reaction speed. Once all 12 flux points are activated, you can reach the black crystal realm. Yunmu followed up bluntly. Then how do I open the flux points? Well, opening flux points isn't hard. You just need to hunt enough dimension beasts and absorb their flux power crystals. 3 days passed in an instant, and all the newcomers were called together. Yunmu was still looking confused, muttering, Why call everyone here so early in the morning? Are the school teachers too bored? At that moment, Hu Wu habitually jumped out to mock him. Isn't this the little brother who's still taking theory classes every day? What era is this? Someone is actually still learning basic theory? I really wonder how he managed to sneak in here. Yunmu rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. How annoying. Why is this guy always picking on me? Did I steal his girlfriend or something? Just then, Li Bowen walked over and gave Hu Wu a sharp rap on the head. He said sternly, Stop causing trouble in my class. Get back in line, and the rest of you, come over and listen to my instructions. Then he added humorously, Just because I'm handsome and suave, don't go thinking I'm an upperclassman. I'm a legitimate salaried teacher at this school. A moment later, he regained his serious expression. Returning to the main point, today is the practical application class you've all been dreaming of. I expect everyone to perform at their best. Yunmu remained completely bewildered, muttering under his breath. Practical class, what are we supposed to learn? Li Bowen continued his announcement. Today you will form free choice pairs. Each duo will head to different locations to complete their practical tasks. Your objective for today is to hunt 10-dimension beasts. Hearing this, Yunmu clenched his fists, secretly delighted. It's here. Finally. This is exactly what I need. Li Bowen didn't stop there, adding, Dimension beasts won't go easy on you just because you're students, so don't get complacent. However, don't panic either. If there is a genuine life-threatening emergency, I will intervene. Beyond that, you must rely on your own strength and that of your teammate. That is the only way to survive in this world. That's all for now. It's time for free team formation. Report to me once you've paired up. Suddenly, that guy Luopu stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Lu Naiji, I'd like to invite you to team up with me. What do you say?" A drop of cold sweat rolled down Lu Naiji's face as she cleared her throat. "Ha," she thought to herself. "Luopu is actually personally inviting me, what should I do?" She didn't want to be on his team at all. After a moment's thought, she summoned her courage to reply, "Luopu, I know you're very strong, but..." Right then, Yunmu sensed the opportunity and cut in between them. "Naiji, would you like to team up with me?" In the practical class, the team of Li Yunmu and Lu Naiji was teleported to ruins number 7. Drawing on her extensive knowledge, Lu Naiji quickly recognized the location and explained that it was once an important base for humanity in the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, because the spatial monsters were too powerful, it had fallen into ruins. Their power far exceeded our expectations, however. Yunmu didn't pay much attention, his mind occupied by something else. He asked a completely unrelated question. "Why did you reject Luopu? He's clearly very strong. If you'd gone with him, this practical would have been much easier." Lu Naiji spoke from the heart. "He's always so arrogant and cold, as if the whole world owes him something. I don't like the way he treats people. Regardless, thank you for helping me out just now," Yunmu replied nonchalantly. "There's no need to thank me. I don't really know anyone else anyway, and the other students look at me like I'm the plague. You're the only one who..." Before he could finish, a deafening roar erupted from behind, making him jump. He spun around, falling into a defensive stance, muttering, "It's a low-level dimension beast, it followed us here." Lu Naiji warned him warily, "Be careful. These monsters usually appear in packs led by a much stronger leader. I don't know where it's hiding." Before they could react, a dimension beast appeared behind them. It threw a heavy punch, sending Yunmu flying like an arrow straight into a pile of debris. Naiji stood frozen, stunned by the monster's power. She whispered, "The destructive force is too high, it must be the leader of this pack." However, Naiji quickly regained her composure. She leapt into the air to observe the situation, letting out a cold snort. "Brainless beast, if you're only good at attacking, your defense must be weak. Excellent, you're definitely no match for me. Disappear." Just as she was about to launch her attack, the monster gave her no chance to execute it, suddenly teleporting right in front of her and lunging. Lu Naiji broke into a cold sweat, her body trembling. Is it a mid-level dimension beast? How is that possible?" The monster opened its bloody maw, about to devour her. At that critical moment, Yunmu appeared just in time to block the strike for her. He said softly, "Wake up, Naiji. You're one of the strongest warriors in the class after all. Are you really going to let a mere mid-level monster scare you like this? Come on, keep it together." Yunmu turned to face the monster, taunting, "Hey, how long do you plan on biting my hand? This uniform was expensive. You're going to have to pay me back, you hear?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he delivered a heavy kick to the monster's face without hesitation, sending it crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. After landing, Yunmu couldn't help but boast, "Is this a mid-level dimension beast? Doesn't seem that tough." Turning around, the boy saw Naiji still standing there, so he feigned a cry of agony. "Ow, my hand hurts so much it might be broken. What should I do? I'm done for." His acting was worthy of an Oscar for Best Actor. Naiji couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. "Enough already. Stop acting in front of me. Quit faking it. I know you have a powerful defensive technique. An injury like this is nothing to you." Yunmu's eyes widened in horror as he quickly pressed. "How do you know about that?" Naiji explained calmly. "The girl you defeated in the dimensional battlefield is a friend of mine. Of course I watched your entire match. Everyone thought Xiaoyu lost because of a lack of skill, but I know very well that her 36 heavenly slaying strikes have immense destructive power. The fact that you could block such a fierce, relentless assault proves you're far from ordinary." However, Naiji understood why he didn't want to reveal his strength in front of everyone. She added, "The world is always afraid of what's different. Someone as special as you will always be ostracized." Yunmu scratched his head, thinking, "The real reason I don't want people to know about my defensive skills is because my family background is too ordinary. If I don't explain it clearly, I'll definitely be interrogated until I end up as a lab rat. But since Naiji already knows, there's no point in hiding it anymore." Yunmu shrugged and smiled. "Initially I just wanted to make friends like a normal person, but since you've figured it out, I don't need to hide. In that case, hey, you dimension beasts, let's cut loose and have some real fun." Seeing Yunmu roar, the dimension beasts were so terrified they jumped up, screaming, "Help, Mom, I want to go home." A while later, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, bringing light and hope to ruins number 7. Yunmu was still fighting hard, kicking the last low-level dimension beast out of the pack. Once finished, he stood there panting, Phew, I'm exhausted. I didn't expect fighting these few monsters to be such a workout." Yunmu turned to Naiji with a curious look and asked, "Naiji, let me ask you something. Is there any way for an ordinary person to obtain dark flux power like your friend has?" Naiji looked at him with a serious gaze and replied, "You want dark flux power? That's top secret information." She paused before continuing, "But since I know your secret, I don't mind sharing. However, knowing it won't be much use, dark flux power is a strength that can only be obtained through genetics. That said, there is one other way to get it. Kill a king-class dimension beast and absorb its crystal. But don't go daydreaming. King-class beasts are not only powerful, they can also control countless low-level ones. Moreover, the higher-ups are worried that inexperienced fluxers would throw their lives away for it, affecting our overall combat strength, so they suppress the secret and haven't made it public." Do you understand? Yunmu let out a dejected sigh. Yeah. I hear you, princess. Meanwhile, Li Bowen stood at the assembly point, surveying the surroundings with a sigh. How strange. Why is the pace so slow this year? Did something go wrong? But before long the portal signaled which group would be the first to reach the finish line. A sound rang out, and shortly after, the duo of Yunmu and Naiji appeared, standing there waiting. Seeing them, Li Bowen couldn't help but tease in surprise. Well, what a shock. You two are actually the first group to complete the practical task. How was it? Was Ruins number 7 fun? Yunmu couldn't suppress his rage. He shot back furiously, wishing he could slap the teacher's face with his shoe. You bastard, you clearly said there were only low-level dimension beasts. How do you explain that mid-level one that suddenly appeared? Naiji almost died, you know. Li Bowen feigned confusion, his eyes fixed on Yunmu. A mid-level dimension beast, huh? There was a mid-level one inside. I had no idea. Realizing he couldn't get a straight answer, Yunmu turned away and sneered. HMPH, the teachers at this school are all talk, nowhere to be found when it actually matters. Bowen watched his retreating back and smiled to himself. HMPH, still so full of energy. It seems that mid-level beast didn't scare him enough. A few minutes later, 2 more freshmen stepped out of the portal. Hu Wu said with a fawning expression, being on a team with Big Brother Luopu is amazing. Wiping out 10 dimension beasts was a piece of cake. At this speed, our group is definitely coming in first. However, when he saw Yunmu and Naiji already waiting there, his confidence instantly vanished. Yunmu immediately mocked him. Oh, if it isn't Hu Wu, how did you manage to hold the great Luopu back? He only took 2nd place. I'm telling you, Luopu, next time you pick a lackey, pick a useful one. Don't just take anyone who's good at sucking up, unless you want to screw yourself over. Provoked by Yunmu, Luopu stepped forward, his tone cold. Please step aside. Yunmu didn't bother blocking him. He just moved to the side and whistled as if nothing had happened. Luopu walked past, his gaze flickering with suspicion as he questioned Naiji. How did you complete the practical so quickly? Did this Yunmu guy actually contribute? Just then, Zhang Dashang, who had just exited the portal, had his attention caught by Luopu's words. Naiji cursed inwardly. How annoying, why ask me all of a sudden? She knew Luopu's personality well, even if she told the truth that it was all thanks to Yunmu. He wouldn't believe it. Thinking of this, she quickly made up an excuse. Oh, it's just that the attributes of the dimension beasts inside happen to be countered by me. I dealt with them easily. Hearing this, Luopu smiled with satisfaction, his expression softening. I see you were very lucky, a man from Zhang Dashang's team chimed in. This Yunmu guy's luck is insane. He somehow stumbled into a team with the super strong Naiji, and now he gets 1st place in the practical without doing a thing. Zhang Dashang, however, didn't think so. He let out a cold snort, his tone full of mockery. Luck? I don't believe in luck. That's nothing more than a smokescreen to distract everyone. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Back at Ruins number 7, a monster lay groaning in its own pool of blue-green blood, clawing at the ground. It turned out they had all been dealt with cleanly by Yunmu, their bodies scattered everywhere. He let out a long sigh of complaint. Sigh, this is so boring. I can't get any benefits from fighting these guys anymore. Luckily, my training days at Heavenly Cloud Fort are almost over. The main event is about to begin, the Central Continent City ranking competition. He returned to school full of excitement, but in his mind he was thinking that his cultivation speed over the last 6 months had been too slow. In contrast, that shadow system had been updating for half a year with no news. It was definitely lying to him. When it wakes up, I'm going to teach it some respect. He grumbled to himself, unable to stop complaining. These teachers really have too much time on their hands, calling another assembly this early in the morning. I practiced all night. I don't have the energy to listen to their lectures. Just then, Tang En stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Are all the freshmen here? Since everyone is present, I'll get straight to the point. I've gathered you today to announce that the city ranking competition will officially begin in 1 week. The rules are that the Heavenly Cloud Temple will airdrop everyone into the river zone. At that time, freshmen from each city will form squads of 5 to 7 people with the task of eliminating dimension beasts. The points you earn from killing them will be totaled to serve as your city's score and compared against other cities for the overall ranking. During this process, the Eye of the Void will monitor you 24/7. Your every move will be broadcast live to all major cities across the world, so don't even think about cheating. Also, don't forget to go to the Fluxer Guild to collect your survival armor. It can save your life in an emergency. After collecting your armor, you are free to form teams. There are no restrictions on the rules. Finally, I wish you all ideal results. After listening, Yunmu muttered, Free survival armor, sounds good. But I'm better off using the individual battle armor Dad gave me. Anyway, time to find Naiji to team up. When he made the invitation, however, Naiji looked a bit awkward as she said, I'm sorry, I've already teamed up with someone else. Yunmu was shocked and shouted, What the hell, how did you find someone so fast? Naiji explained, My guild arranged it long ago. I have to cooperate with Luopu, and Hu Wu has already formed his own team. They feel that if we form cross-city teams, even if we get a high ranking, there will be trouble when it comes to improving the city's standing. Hearing this, Yunmu patted Naiji's head and interrupted her. Fine, just do what the guild arranged. Seeing him still standing there, Naiji turned back and shouted, What about you? What do you plan to do? Yunmu waved his hand to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. I'll be fine. Despite his words, he thought to himself, Damn it, who would want to team up with me? I don't have a single acquaintance in class. Suddenly, Zhang Dashang spoke up in a very friendly tone. Hey buddy, are you having some trouble? If it's too lonely, come join my team. I've got your back. Yunmu was stunned, his mind racing. This is Zhang Dashang, the son of the richest man in Lucky Wind City, right? I've never spoken to him before. Why is he suddenly inviting me? But considering what time it is, I don't have the luxury of being picky. Still, he tried to play it cool. Sure, I don't care who I team up with, as long as I have a team. Zhang Dashang didn't seem to mind at all and said happily, great, I'll take you to meet our teammates. What happened next was even more unexpected for Yunmu. He discovered that Zhang Dashang's team included Ling An, son of the second wealthiest merchant in Lucky Wind City, Lu Chang, son of the third wealthiest merchant, and of course Zhang Dashang himself. Looking at the scene before him, Yunmu's face went dark as he cursed inwardly. What the hell, what kind of freakish combination is this? This team should be called the Rich Boy Paradise Experience Camp, shouldn't it? Dashang happily announced that the welcoming ceremony was over and the team name would be Team Dashang. I'm going to go register with the teacher now, Ling An spoke up to remind him. Are you out of your mind? There are only 4 of us. The teacher said you need at least 5 people to form a team. Seeing Dashang's shocked expression, Yunmu felt a wave of despair. Maybe I should just give up. The way these rich kids think is just not normal. The next day, Yunmu took that set of free survival armor and sold it. The shopkeeper handed him the money and said, here are your 7,500 dimensional coins, count them. After the transaction was complete, Yunmu held the money bag and let out a long troubled sigh. What is this? I thought this thing was high-tech and would fetch a good price, but it's only worth 7,500. This pittance won't buy a damn thing. I can't even afford a basic tent for shelter. Where am I going to get the money for other necessities? Good grief. Watching Lu Chang spend lavishly on a pile of expensive items, Yunmu couldn't help but sigh, truly envying these wealthy fools. Just then, Dashang pushed a cart full of goods toward Yunmu and shouted, Yunmu, aren't you going to buy anything to prepare for the competition? Yunmu replied with a wry smile. You think everyone has money to burn like you rich heirs? Zhang Dashang asked with an innocent face. Huh, are you really that broke? You don't even have essentials like a vehicle or a sleeping tent? Yunmu answered nonchalantly. So what? If I don't have a car, I'll run. If I don't have a tent, I'll sleep on the ground. That way I can be closer to nature. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dashang was moved to tears. He rushed over and grabbed Yunmu's hand. I had no idea you were so pitiable. As your teammate, I, Dashang, absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Come with me. Yunmu watched this scene, speechless. What the hell are you crying for? No sooner had he spoken than Dashang dragged Yunmu to the shopping counter, slammed his card on the table with a loud thud, and announced with grand flair, Manager, pack up every single item you have here for me. The manager scrambled to comply, later calculating the total. Sir, that will be 143,000 dimensional coins. Zhang Dashang squeezed out 2 heavy words from between his teeth. Swipe it. Also, I'm taking that car and putting it under this gentleman's name. While you're at it, get me the best tank available. I want it delivered by next week. Yunmu stood by, staring in stunned silence, thinking, it must be nice to be rich. Look at me, a total pauper. After the manager finished a careful calculation, he informed them respectfully, Thank you, sir. The total for this transaction is 12.7 million dimensional coins. Dashang wasn't done yet, pointing to the tent behind them. Pack that most expensive tent for my friend as well, the manager replied. Understood. That one is priced at 600,000 dimensional coins. Dashang announced flatly, no problem. Swipe the card. Sweat poured down Yunmu's face as he muttered to himself, Am I being sponsored now? Well, I certainly hit the jackpot this time. The scene shifted back to the Fluxer Guild headquarters, where Huwu's gloating laughter rang out. Hee boss Luopu, do you think that Yunmu kid can even participate in the qualifiers for the Central Continent ranking competition? Luopu replied coldly, I don't know and I don't care. Huwu continued to boast. With Naiji on our side this time, I bet no one is willing to team up with him. Luopu frowned slightly and asked, What does that have to do with you? Why are you always targeting him? Huwu explained spitefully. I just can't stand him. He's clearly of low birth, yet he acts all high and mighty every day. Just looking at his face makes me angry. Suddenly, a gleaming sports car sped past, nearly hitting him. He roared in rage, Who the hell is driving like that? Get out here and explain yourself. To his surprise, however, the person sitting in this luxury car was none other than Yunmu. The boy poked his head out with a dorky expression, while Huwu's jaw nearly hit the ground in shock. It had indeed been a long time since Luopu and Huwu had seen him. Huwu demanded furiously, You brat, what are you doing at the guild at a time like this? Yunmu stepped out of the car, and said unhurriedly in a soft voice, What else? I'm here to pick up quests. Since the goal of the upcoming ranking battle is to hunt dimensional beasts anyway, I might as well complete a few quests while I'm at it. Hearing this, Huwu burst out laughing mockingly. What did you just say? A guy like you actually has a team? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Xiao Miu Miu? Yunmu turned around and froze as if struck by lightning. 3 super luxury cars were parked neatly behind him. Zhang Dashang sat on the hood of his car, his tone full of confidence. We've been waiting for you. How's that car feeling? If you're not used to it, we'll just buy a new one. Looking at this lineup of identical luxury cars, Huwu couldn't resist switching to mockery mode. You call this a squad? How do you rich boys plan to fight monsters? By throwing money at them until they die. Besides, you don't even have enough people to form a team. Who are you trying to impress? Yunmu looked at Dashang with some concern, but Dashang reassured him with his usual confidence. Don't worry, I've already solved the problem of the 5th member. My timing is perfect, that person will be here any second. Before he could finish, the roar of a heavy motorcycle echoed from the distance, growing louder and louder. Yunmu furrowed his brows as a wild motorcycle sped toward them. The rider performed a magnificent drift, coming to a sudden halt behind Yunmu. Seeing this, Wu stepped forward with a sneer. Ha, this is your team's 5th person, are you trying to kill me with laughter? But Luopu, standing to the side, went pale and stammered. She is Ling Shui from Fenghua High, the 2nd-ranked middle school in Fenghua City. Dashang waved enthusiastically. Hey Shui Jia, long time no see. The honorific sister left Yunmu completely bewildered, and Ling An's next words shattered his worldview even further. Sis, what are you doing here? Are you planning to nag me until I'm old? Yunmu couldn't help but point at Ling Shui, his eyes wide as he questioned. No way, don't tell me you two are biological siblings. This absolutely cannot be your family's genes. No way, Ling An was so angry his blood boiled, jumping 3 feet into the air. Hey, who are you looking down on? I have a family tree. Do you want to see it? At that moment, Luopu stepped forward and said to Ling Shui, participating across cities will be seen as cheating, and it will seriously affect our Lucky Win City's results. Have you thought this through? Ling Shui didn't care at all, answering nonchalantly. So what? I've already transferred to Lucky Wind Academy. Wu, still not grasping the situation, whispered to Luopu, Boss, who is that woman? Is she strong? Luopu explained with a serious face that Fenghua City's overall ranking was much higher than Lucky Wind City's, and the Ling Shui before them had already reached Black Crystal rank 2. He had heard that a few years ago, she was taken as a disciple by a powerful fluxer who taught her 2 extremely formidable combat techniques. Among the younger generation, she was an absolute top-tier expert. Dashang grinned. Shui Jia, we don't expect you to do much work. We'll be satisfied just having you here to make up the numbers. Ling Shui let out a light laugh and joked. No problem. Dashang, Xiao Chang, you two are looking quite manly these days. Only Ling An continued to complain dissatisfiedly. Sis, I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and go back to Fenghua City. I want my freedom back. Ling Shui instantly moved over, pinched his face, and began a lecture. You still dare to talk back? When Mom and Dad heard you were ranked at the bottom of the class, they nearly had a stroke. That's why they sent me here to whip you into shape, you brat. Just then, Yunmu spoke up. All right, you siblings can catch up later. Let's go find the teacher to register first. This straightforward attitude caught Ling Shui's attention. She thought to herself that this kid didn't seem simple. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the day of the city ranking competition finally arrived. The organizing committee's announcement rang over the broadcast. Attention please, Heavenly Cloud Fort has successfully landed. The moment the hatch opens marks the start of the competition. We hope all freshmen can achieve ideal results on behalf of Lucky Wind City. Move out now, good luck to everyone. This scene was being broadcast live on the giant screens in Lucky Wind City Square. The crowd of onlookers buzzed with discussion. It's starting. Go Heavenly Cloud Fort. Lucky Wind City's ranking this year depends entirely on you. In the small town of Yushan City, Yunmu's father, Li Zhongmin, had Lu Ruyan help him sit up so he could follow his son's journey. He smiled and muttered to himself, Go on kid, go and create your own future. Back at the competition grounds, Wu was proudly driving the members of the Fluxer Guild, his face full of excitement. Don't worry everyone, with my driving skills no one can overtake us, the fattest monsters will be ours in no time. Luopu said coldly, according to the map, there's a safe river zone ahead. Let's stop there so everyone can change into their armor and prepare for battle. At this moment, Naiji was preoccupied with her thoughts. Is Yunmu doing okay? I haven't seen him lately, and I don't even know if he joined a team to participate in the competition. Sai, it's so worrying. Suddenly, Luopu spoke up to warn them. Wait, is that a roar from behind? Everyone stay alert, Wu asked nervously and casually. Could it be a dimensional beast? We couldn't have run into one this soon, right? Right then. The roar of the car behind them grew closer and closer. Wu's heart hammered. This is impossible. I personally modified this car's structure. How could any car be faster than this? Besides, in this Heavenly Cloud Fort, it's impossible for anyone to have better driving skills than me. Who is it? Could it be? Just as he was thinking, that car suddenly took to the air, leaping right over his head. He poked his head out to look. It was Yunmu's group, and the God-Tier driver was none other than the big sister from Fenghua City, Ling Shui. A moment later, the whole team stopped by a picturesque waterfall. Yunmu pressed for an answer. Hey, have we decided yet? Where to next? The real targets haven't even appeared. What's the point of fighting for this lead? Ling Shui answered nonchalantly. I don't mind, anywhere is fine. Dealing with the dimensional beasts here isn't hard for me. Ling An looked up and suggested hesitantly, Sis, why don't you take us somewhere safe? Since Luopu and his group of elites are bound to get the highest score anyway, there's no need for us to work so hard and risk our lives. Suddenly, Dashang interrupted with a burst of passion. I hate it most when people belittle our own strength. We've got Shui Jia backing us up here. And this car is top of the line. If we can't win, we can still run. So I propose we choose this spot as our first stop. Lu Chang looked at the location and his jaw dropped in shock. Isn't this the territory of the gnome wizards? You've got to be kidding me. Yunmu, still looking completely lost, asked, What are gnome wizards? Ling An hurriedly leaned over, explaining with a frown, You don't even know that? They are the most troublesome dimensional beasts in this river zone. Yunmu asked innocently, Is their strength that terrifying? Ling Shui explained. If we're talking about individual combat power, they aren't strong at all. You could even call them weak. The problem is that gnome wizards are social creatures with higher IQs than other monsters, and they especially loathe humans. Once a fight starts, they will swarm their prey in massive numbers. If a human gets surrounded by them, it's certain death. Hearing this, Yunmu swallowed hard. It seemed he still valued his life at this point. Zhang Dashang explained the reason for choosing that place. Almost every participating team knows this, so no one dares to provoke them. In other words, if we go and take them out because there's no competition, all the points will be ours. Lu Chang sighed toward the sky. Dashang, do you have water on the brain? We haven't even gotten any points yet, and the whole team will likely be finished right there. Lingyan also tried to persuade him. Don't be like this, okay? You need to be alive to spend the points you earn. Zhang Dashang reassured them. What are you afraid of? Don't we have our Shui Jia here? It'll be fine. Hearing this, Yunmu turned and asked, Shui Jia, what do you think? Ling Shui was nonchalantly eating a lollipop. Without even looking up, she answered frankly, you guys decide this kind of thing. I'm fine with whatever. Hearing this, Yunmu decisively made the call. In that case, I support Zhang Dashang. Zhang Dashang knew it was now 2 against 2, and Ling Shui had chosen to be neutral. He hesitated no longer and immediately decided. Then it settled, 3 votes in favor. Move out, brothers, our target is the gnome wizards. Lingyan was so scared he grabbed his sister Ling Shui, pleading with a miserable face, sis, just let me off now, I don't want to go and die. I'm not going. Zhang Dashang dragged him back, looking serious. Sit down. If you get off now, you'll die even faster. Soon the whole team reached the edge of the gnome wizard's territory. Ling Shui spoke up. We'll probably run into them in another few hundred meters. Everyone get out and put on your armor. Prepare for battle. Zhang Dashang was the first to finish changing, holding his weapon with a majestic air as he asked, Is everyone ready? He was wearing the Ginza Flux pressurizing destroyer armament. Lingyan meanwhile put on a set of Ginza Cross rotary slasher lethal gear. We too are ready. Lu Chang was also prepared. His gear was the Ginza Hunter Reaper blade. Lu Chang asked Lingyan helplessly, Are you really that afraid of dying? Why is this whole outfit purely defensive? Ling Shui put on a lightweight main combatant suit and said, I'm ready on my end too. Zhang Dashang looked around and asked, Where's Xiao Mu? Is Xiao Mu ready? But when he saw the clothes on Yunmu, his pupils shrank as he exclaimed in disbelief, My God, how do you have this thing? Yunmu looked blank. He didn't understand why Zhang Dashang had such a strong reaction. Dashang realized he didn't know and hurried to explain. What you're wearing is military gear from the War God Temple. This armor can't be bought even with money. I once offered a high reward and still couldn't get a single set. Quick, let me touch it. Wow, this texture is simply incredible. Yunmu was breaking into a sweat thinking, is this outfit really that special? I have no idea how Dad got his hands on it. Suddenly there was a movement in the distance, accompanied by the sound of something moving which alerted Ling Shui. She whipped her head around and whispered a warning, Shish. Be quiet, something is coming. Everyone split up and find a place to hide. Yunmu and Zhang Dashang immediately followed orders, running in 2 different directions and completing their concealment within seconds. Ling Shui asked over the radio, Dashang, where are you? Report your status. Using his sniper scope to observe the surroundings, Zhang Dashang replied, Target spotted. It's 2 gnomes, looks like scouts. Ling Shui quickly ordered them to check if there were any other dimensional beasts around. Dashang replied immediately, check complete. No sign of other targets in the vicinity. Hearing this, Ling Shui issued the command, Zhang Dashang, Yunmu, prepare to move. Yunmu whispered back into the radio, copy that. At this moment the gnome seemed to be attracted by something and was staring intently downward. It turned out to be the lollipop Ling Shui had finished eating. This monster had never seen such a thing. It rushed over to pick it up, unable to tear its eyes away. Dashang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Bingo! Congratulations on winning the prize. With that he pulled the trigger, blowing the gnome's head apart with a single shot. The other one was terrified and about to run to call for reinforcements, but Yunmu suddenly appeared behind it. He unleashed the frenzied blade technique, decapitating the creature in an instant. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he whispered into the radio, Target neutralized. Meanwhile, in the organizing committee's monitoring room, discussions were breaking out one after another. Black Emperor City is performing quite well this year. It's only been half a day and they've already broken into the top 4, someone added softly. There's still no match for White Snow City. They've recruited nothing but top-tier prospects this year. In previous years, they usually ranked outside the top 50, but this year they're firmly in the top 10. Now that's a real leap, another person commented. Indeed. And look at Fenghua City's performance. In past years, they always hovered around 130th place. But now they've soared all the way into the top 70. They're certainly one to watch. I heard Fenghua City produced a super rookie named Luo Pu this year. This score must be his doing, right? Sitting at the judge's table, Li Bowen tucked his hands into his sleeves and muttered to himself, Luo Pu, don't make me laugh. On his own, how could he possibly net enough points for Gufeng City to challenge this ranking? The scene shifted back to Li Yunmu's squad where Lingyan was running for his life. Caught by a pack of gnomes, he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Xiao Mu, where are you? If you don't step in soon, I'm a goner. Hearing this, Li Yunmu leapt from the brush and said dismissively, What's with all the screeching? Haste makes waste, you know. With that, he delivered a brutal kick to the head of the gnome that was relentlessly pursuing Lingyan. Having dealt with it, he waved a hand toward the remaining few in a provocative gesture. "Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to play with you. This time let's see how you handle my blazing blade." Relying on their numbers, the monsters tried to swarm him, but everyone that charged forward was instantly cleaved in two by Li Yunmu. In the process, he effortlessly harvested the heads of several others. Feeling that his attack speed was too slow, Li Yunmu decided to activate the frenzied blade technique. His blade moved like flowing water. Wherever it passed, gnomes fell in heaps. After finishing off the pack, he landed in a stylish pose, panting heavily after the exhausting combat. Suddenly, two surviving gnomes bounded into the air, attempting a sneak attack to avenge their comrades. But Li Yunmu didn't even spare them a glance, treating them as if they were already dead. At that exact moment, two powerful bursts of flux energy pierced through their skulls, taking them out instantly. Ling Shui, standing on high ground, called out, "Go ahead and unleash your full power. We'll handle these suicidal pests for you." Suddenly, one surviving monster leapt away, attempting to flee. Ling Shui hurriedly shouted into the radio, "Li Yunmu, don't let it get away. It's trying to go back and warn the tribe." Just then, Lu Chang stepped forward, his voice brimming with confidence. "No need to rush, leave it to me." With that, Lu Chang expertly twirled a dagger in his hand before activating the soul-reaping slash technique, hurling it at the gnome. The strike instantly split the monster in two. Lu Chang cheered happily, trying to run. "No way." After observing the area, Ling Shui praised the whole team. "Well done. Our coordination is getting smoother and smoother. By my simple calculation, we've already taken out 30 or 40 gnomes across these rounds. We've earned a lot of points." Hearing this, Zhang Dashang spun around and urged, "Then let's strike while the iron is hot and start the 5th round immediately. Xiaoen, go lure a few more gnomes over here." Lingen pouted and shouted back, "Buddy, you've got to be kidding. I almost ended up in their bellies just now. I'm not going." Dashang didn't miss the chance, teleporting over with a lewd, teasing expression. "Well, if you don't go, then we'll send Xiao Mu. You can stay with the team as the main attacker and take his place in close quarters combat." Lingen was terrified, letting out a weird shriek as his mind raced through the pros and cons. He immediately chased after Dashang, shouting, "Wait a second. I'm not being the main attacker. Being the bait is definitely safer." Dashang walked over to Ling Shui and asked, "Shui Jia, why the sudden daze?" Ling Shui fell into deep thought, asking suspiciously, "That kid Li Yunmu, has it really been less than a year since he awakened his flux power?" Dashang answered firmly, "That's right, I heard he only sensed flux power a week before the annual test began." Ling Shui continued with a serious expression, "By that count, he's only been awakened for half a year. Reaching this level of strength in just 6 months, there is definitely something fishy going on." Dashang responded, "I know he's far from simple. It's precisely because he's not simple that I invited him to join the team." Just as he finished speaking, Lingen came charging back with the gnomes in tow. He was sprinting for his life, shouting through his tears, Hey everyone, get ready to run." When the others looked, their faces turned pale with fright. It was a pack of gnome wizard leaders. "Everyone retreat immediately." The squad ran until nightfall before finally escaping the gnome wizard's territory. Stopping to build a fire and rest, Zhang Dashang opened the statistics panel and let out a triumphant laugh. "Haha, today was a massive harvest, let me see. Xiao Mu Mu has a total of 230 dimensional beast kills. That's 43 of the team's total contribution. In second place is Shui Jia with 92 kills, accounting for 35. Hey, I clearly assigned you to a support role for the whole team, yet you still managed to kill that many. You truly live up to being a Black Crystal rank 2 fluxer." Hearing this, Li Yunmu looked up and said, "Thanks, if it weren't for your cover I wouldn't have had the ability to kill so many. If Shui Jia actually wanted to take first place, it would be a walk in the park for her." Ling Shui remained silent, but internally she noted, "He's only saying that to give the credit to me. Based on his behavior he's intentionally hiding his true strength." Just as the atmosphere had relaxed, Zhang Dashang suddenly turned to the side and asked Xiaoen with a face full of concern, "Why are you looking so dejected like a defeated rooster?" Lingen could only keep his head down, his hands twisting together like a child being punished with tears welling in his eyes. "Why, I worked hard all day and I only killed 5 monsters for 5 measly points. Am I just useless?" Seeing his good friend so heartbroken, Lu Chang hurried forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him, his tone sincere. "What's there to be embarrassed about? You were exhausted just from luring the monsters. Where would you find the strength to kill them? I stayed with the team and only got a few more points than you. See, it's right here." Even Ling Shui couldn't bear to just watch. She spoke up with a tone that was decisive yet gentle. All right. You're a grown man, stop crying all the time. How about I just transfer my points to you?" Li Yunmu was shocked to hear this. Points could actually be transferred to others. He didn't let the thought slip away, saying directly, "Then I'll transfer 15 points to Xiao Cheng too." Lu Cheng froze, his eyes widening in surprise. "How's that okay? You worked so hard for those points." Li Yunmu grinned, his expression both cynical and warm. "What's not okay about it? We're a team, of course we advance and retreat together." Hearing this, Lu Cheng burst into a boisterous laugh. His voice was full of joy. "Thanks, Xiao Mu Mu. If you were a girl I'd definitely fall in love with you." Seeing the matter resolved happily, Ling Shui softly reminded everyone, "It's late, hurry up and distribute the loot so you can get back to your tents and rest. The battle has only just begun." A short while later, back in his tent, Li Yunmu sat down and took out his spoils of war. He examined them, muttering under his breath, "Are these the flux energy crystals Da Shang mentioned? They look quite pretty and they even glow." He instinctively recalled Ling Shui's warning from that morning: crystals obtained from dimensional beasts only last for 12 hours, they must be used up before then. After careful consideration, Li Yunmu mused, "I originally planned to return to Heavenly Cloud Fort before trying to open my flux points for safety, but the current situation won't wait." After a moment of thought, he opened the system. His hands trembled slightly as he muttered, seemingly to reassure himself, "Everything is hard at the start, but why am I so nervous? Hey, which point should I open first? Each has its own function, it's so hard to choose." Right then, Li Bowen's previous advice suddenly surfaced in his mind. "I suggest the first step should be to target the celestial flux point. Although it's the only flux point on the head, once successful, it has the greatest effect. It can develop both thinking capacity and improve neural reaction speed and sensory acuity." Hesitating no longer, Li Yunmu held up a crystal, his gaze resolute. "Celestial flux point it is, I'll target that first." After letting out a decisive low shout, he immediately crushed the crystal to absorb the flux power, then clasped his hands before his chest to regulate the energy. A beam of light gathered into a small sphere shot directly into his brow. The system quickly displayed flux point opening progress 15. Instantly, Li Yunmu's legs went weak and he lost his balance, nearly falling over. It took a good while for him to recover. "This feeling is not pleasant at all." Li Yunmu gritted his teeth and continued, using up the remaining 5 crystals one by one. Over an hour later, he wearily opened the status panel. He let out a sigh the moment he saw the result. "No way, only 70. Didn't the teacher say that even someone with poor aptitude only needs 2 flux crystals to open a point? Is my aptitude even worse than poor? Am I the king of the talentless?" Just as Li Yunmu was fretting over the newly absorbed flux crystals, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. "Congratulations to the host, the shadow system has been successfully updated." He froze for a few seconds before leaping up as if he'd hit the jackpot, cheering like a child. "My precious, you're finally back, haha, where is the system? Activate shadow mode immediately." In an instant, that mysterious dark shadow appeared. Li Yunmu squinted as he examined it, his tone full of interest. "What's this? You're actually wearing the same combat armor as me? This is a massive win." Before the excitement could fade, the system popped up a string of new information, practically bombarding his brain. In the current spatial dimension, the shadow's strength mirrors that of the host. Since the host's celestial flux point is nearly open, the shadow's cognitive abilities have also been enhanced. The host can now switch personal consciousness into the shadow to control its actions. There was so much information that Li Yunmu took a few seconds to process it. Once he understood, he laughed with delight as he controlled the shadow's body. "I have to try this." Without further hesitation, he immediately concentrated his spirit to shift his consciousness out of his body. His real body instantly swayed like it had lost its soul, then fell to the ground with a thud. Simultaneously, his consciousness had entered directly into the shadow. The change in perspective made Li Yunmu marvel. Is that me? This is insane. I've actually entered the shadow's body. This feature is too overpowered. It was well worth waiting 6 months for. It would be such a waste not to use this for night hunting. Hey, tonight is definitely going to be a very pleasant night for hunting, but I can't let Da Shang and the others find out. Soon the sky cleared and the sun rose from behind the mountains. Li Yunmu dragged his exhausted body back to the tent and collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for air, as if he were about to expire. Phew, finally finished absorbing. Last night I had to fight monsters and then come back to open flux points. My body was totally overloaded. Luckily, I got enough crystals to break through the celestial flux path, so it was a decent harvest. As he spoke, he took out a strange object and turned it over in his hands, his eyes filled with confusion. "But what on earth is this thing? The pack of gnome wizards he wiped out yesterday seemed to be escorting it. It must be very important to them." Just then, shouting came from outside. "Is Xiao Miu Miu awake yet? Hurry up and pack your bags, it's time to move out," Da Shang yelled. Hearing this, Li Yunmu stashed the weird object into his spatial storage, deciding to set it aside and investigate later. Outside, Lu Chang was curiously asking his buddy, "How did the flux crystal absorption go last night?" Lingen shrugged and answered, "It was okay. It took 4 crystals to reach 80 on the celestial flux point." Lu Chang sighed with a face full of dejection. "Sigh, that's already pretty good. I used 5 and only reached 75 on the soul point. It seems my aptitude is even worse than yours." Just then they saw Li Yunmu walk out of the tent and swarmed him, asking, "What about you? How many points did you open last night? With your talent, it must be something incredible, right?" Li Yunmu rubbed his forehead and replied, "Don't even mention it. I don't remember. It seems my 5 crystals only got me to 70 on the celestial flux point." The two of them could hardly believe their ears, reacting in unison. 70? Are you serious? It's actually lower than ours." When Li Yunmu nodded in confirmation, the two of them acted like they'd found a treasure, laughing uproariously toward the sky of the open plateau. "Ahahaha, does this mean our aptitude is actually top tier and we're not trash after all?" Just then, Ling Shui also walked out from inside looking ready for battle. She reminded everyone, "Stop messing around and let's go. Also, have you decided where to go next?" Zhang Dashang immediately replied with a spirit full of battle. Shui Jia, is that even a question? Of course we're going back to get revenge on those gnome wizard leaders. As time passed over the next 4 days, their squad made rapid progress. The chemistry between members grew better and better, their coordination becoming as fluid as if they'd been trained for years. They even worked together to defeat a high-level gnome wizard, something that would have been unthinkable before. Meanwhile, every night, Li Yunmu took the opportunity to use the shadow's body to secretly grind monsters. Consequently, the speed of his strength growth was truly phenomenal. By now, he had opened 4 flux points, and his overall strength had nearly doubled compared to the first day of the competition. Every moment of Li Yunmu's intense battles was captured by the Eye of the Void and broadcast live to major cities across the globe. His unusual performance soon caught the attention of a mysterious elderly man. He sat in a darkened room, his gaze sharp as he idly turned a black ring on his finger as if calculating something, an irrepressible sinister expression on his face. The door opened slightly and a subordinate entered, bowing as he asked, "Sir, what are your orders?" The old man glanced at him and then spoke slowly as if deep in thought. "A dark horse seems to have emerged from Fenghua City this year. Are you aware?" The man responded immediately in a dismissive tone. "Yes, I know of him. His name is Li Yunmu, a nobody from a poor background, nothing special." Before he could finish, the old man coldly interrupted him. "What nobody? What he's doing right now is something countless favored children of heaven can only look up to." The subordinate was stunned, then nodded in confirmation as if just remembering something important. "Yes, quite right. This kid and his team seem to have earned the most points for Lucky Wind City, even surpassing Luo Pu's squad, which had such high expectations." The old man's gaze became deep and chilling. He got straight to the point. "Li Yunmu and Luo Pu are indeed 2 good prospects. Unfortunately, I cannot make use of such talents from Lucky Wind City, therefore they will likely pose a significant threat to our plans in the future." The man observed the old man's reaction. "Does Sir mean to eliminate them?" A smirk curled the old man's lips, his voice low yet as sharp as a blade. "In the ranking matches of the major central cities, don't a few freshmen die every year?" Without needing another word, the man understood completely. He bowed respectfully. "Understood, sir. I'll go and arrange it now." Elsewhere in the camp of Li Yunmu's group, the atmosphere had turned a bit somber. He turned to ask Dashang, a hint of doubt in his voice, "Are you sure we should raid this tribe next? There are over a dozen gnome wizards who can cast spells and a gnome elder who specializes in taming wild beasts." Dashang gave a decisive loud nod without a second thought. "Don't worry, I've already investigated thoroughly. The guys you mentioned have gone out hunting. They aren't even in the village right now." Yunmu rubbed his chin in thought, a flash of calculation in his eyes. He knew very well that the points provided by gnome wizards were far higher than those of ordinary gnomes. This was a rare opportunity. Just then, Ling Shui spoke up, her voice sharp but encouraging. "I think Dashang's proposal to raid that place is a good one." Seeing the 3 boys frozen in place, she frowned and explained, "You've grown a lot over these last 4 days. It's time to challenge more difficult dimensional beasts. Besides, I also need to obtain some black crystals from them." Yunmu thought to himself, a surge of gratitude quietly rising. That's right, Shui Jia has helped the team improve its strength significantly these past few days, yet she herself hasn't gained much of a harvest yet. He lightly clenched his fist, stepped forward and announced loudly, "Let's go, Dashang. It's time to face some more powerful monsters." Ling Shui tilted her head slightly and added, as if issuing a secret order, "Anzi, the task of luring them out is still yours." Time trickled by like slow droplets of water. The sky had grown completely dark, but Ling En was nowhere to be seen, and a sense of unease began to spread. Yunmu looked at Zhang Dashang and whispered, "I have a bad feeling about this. You don't think something happened to Anzi, do you?" Dashang patted his shoulder to comfort him, his tone full of confidence. "Don't worry too much, he'll be back soon. He successfully opened the mysterious point in his right hand these past few days. In terms of attack power, he's not behind me." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of wind being sliced rang out, and Ling En came running back just in time, followed by frenzied roars. A massive magic mastiff charged with incredible speed, swinging its claws to attack. Ling En immediately sidestepped to dodge, returning fire with a lightning-sharp slash. The magic mastiff's massive arm was sliced clean off, hitting the ground with a thud. Even so, he didn't dare take any more risks and immediately retreated into the formation, shouting, "Did you really think I was an easy target? Dream on, everyone. Prepare for battle. The goods have been delivered to the door." Yunmu stood up, dusted himself off and joked, "Oh, I thought you'd gotten yourself lost. Time for us to get to work." Before they could even get into formation, a noise came from behind, and a perpetrator stepped out of the darkness, their tone mockingly chilling. "Is this the elite squad everyone is buzzing about? I don't see anything special about you. Or to put it bluntly, you're as weak as ants. As for your points this time, sorry, we're taking them all." They flew over Yunmu's head, their laughter sounding like a game of cat and mouse. A man landed in front of Ling En, curling his lip in mockery. "Tough luck, idiot, but it seems your hard work was for nothing." As soon as the provocation landed, the two transformed into bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky, bypassing Ling En to charge into the gnome army. The pack of gnome wizards that had just been lured back didn't even know what was happening before their leader was dismembered in an instant, its limbs severed. After the surprise attack, they began to rampage through the area as if strolling through a park, felling monster after monster with casual swings of their swords. Yunmu watched from a distance, his heart skipping a beat. He cried out in shock. They can actually one-shot gnome wizards. Where on earth did these two come from? Hearing this, Ling Shui immediately explained, they are elite members of battle teams from other cities. They've definitely come to steal points on purpose. It seems our ranking is so dazzling that it attracted this kind of special attention. After clearing the battlefield, the two turned around, casting a condescending look. Oh, you're more sensible than I thought. Also, thanks for these free points. Zhang Dashang remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning to leave. Let's go. Lu Chang's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock. We're just going to walk away? Dashang replied without looking back. The points have all been stolen. If we don't leave, are we supposed to stay and have a heart-to-heart with them? Lu Chang's face flushed red with anger. So what? We have to teach them a lesson. Dashang's tone remained calm. Forget it, forget it. What benefit would we even get from winning? On the other side, the man in white let out a cold snort. Clearly not finished playing. He glanced at Yunmu's group and mocked. Look at that, they're intentionally ignoring us. The other man was full of disdain. HMPH, their points were stolen right in front of them, yet they only know how to run away in despair. They really are a bunch of cowards who only dare to hide and earn points. The two then spoke in unison, deliberately shouting their provocation. I know you're not happy about this. If you have any guts, act like men and come back to teach us a lesson. Before his words had even finished, he had teleported to the rear. Dashang had originally intended to counterattack secretly, but before he could move he took a God-Tier heavy kick to the neck. A crisp crack echoed from that poor neck, and its owner instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. The remaining man in white stood frozen like a stone statue, screaming in terror. Holy crap, what just happened? Zhang Dashang snorted coldly, his tone ice cold as he issued a warning. The two of you had better get lost now that you've taken the points, or don't bother asking why seawater is saltier than tears. Just then a sharp hiss pierced the air, followed by a signal flare exploding in the sky. Everyone looked up in horror. What is that? Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Dashang's forehead. He swallowed hard and shouted sternly, That's an emergency signal flare, run. Before everyone could understand what run meant, the earth suddenly shook violently. A massive figure descended behind Dashang like the Grim Reaper. It was a creature with a human body, the head of a wolf and a murderous aura in its eyes. It instantly attacked the yellow-haired man, shredding his armor and knocking him down. Although he survived, he was now at death's door, spitting a pool of blood with every cough. Yunmu trembled slightly, turning to whisper to Ling Shui, What kind of monster is that? On the other side, the monster roared, easily grabbing at the man's broken body. The remaining man in white, seeing his brother being torn apart, charged forward like a madman. Damn it, I'll take you down with me. Seeing him throwing his life away for nothing, Zhang Dashang barked, You fool, come back, don't go over there. But it was too late. A giant hand larger than his entire body swept across, pinning him to the ground like a fly. His survival armor was clearly more focused on appearance than defense, and he was killed on the spot. The magic mastiff then slowly turned its head toward Dashang as if evaluating its next prey. Dashang was also frozen in place, drenched in sweat. Even in high-grade armor, he couldn't guarantee he'd block a second strike. Lingen looked around, his gaze still uneasy, and asked with a frown, Should we save those two? Yunmu shouted decisively, his tone resolute, Don't worry about them, run, they aren't going to make it. Meanwhile, in another corner, Zhang Dashang pulled out his pistol, his eyes sharp as if sensing the coming disaster, growling inwardly, HMPH, my Ginza armament is already shattered. If I take another claw, I'm finished. Without time to think, Dashang frantically emptied his clip at the magic mastiff's head while retreating with the squad. However, danger suddenly lurched from another direction. Another magic mastiff emerged from nowhere, blocking their path. A gnome wizard sat on its shoulder, its eyes full of contempt as it let out a piercing, mocking laugh. Hee hee, where do you think you're running to? The situation grew increasingly dire. Yunmu reacted immediately, ducking a sharp claw and shouting, Not good, there's another one in front. Dashang immediately turned to warn them, That's the tribe elder. Don't stop, force a breakthrough and get back to the battle car. Without needing another word, the whole team immediately changed direction, taking a detour to charge toward the vehicle while running. Yunmu still couldn't suppress his internal confusion, his tone full of bewilderment. What's going on? Why did so many magic mastiffs suddenly appear? Don't they usually never gather together? Zhang Dashang determined through gritted teeth. We've definitely fallen into that gnome wizard elder's trap. Yunmu couldn't help but press. What trap? Dashang replied, his eyes fixed on the front line. That signal flare just now was their way of communicating. We've been surrounded. Ling Shui also quickly joined the analysis, her tone ice cold. This gnome elder is extremely cunning. It seems it heard news of its other tribes being wiped out by us lately and set this snare. Before they could steady their nerves, another magic mastiff suddenly appeared. It cut off their retreat. Yunmu turned back and asked urgently, What do we do now? The whole team was completely surrounded by the gnome wizard leader and a swarm of low-level monsters. In the center of the circle, Lingen was scared out of his wits, nearly crying, Oh, what do we do? Shui Jia, I don't want to die this early. At this critical moment, the gnome elder's voice rang out, You've harmed quite a few of my kind lately, haven't you? Today, right here, I'm going to make you pay back that debt in blood. Yunmu's lip curled slightly as he mocked coldly, Yo, an ugly freak like you can actually speak properly. This is the first time I've seen such an oddity. The gnome wizard trembled with rage. Ugly freak, moron, I am the elder who leads the gnome tribe. I am a high IQ spatial monster, do you hear me? Lu Chang stepped forward without fear, his tone icy. HMPH, I think you're more of a bastard elder. Before he could finish, the elder roared in fury. You little brats are taking this too far. You're in my hands and you still dare to look down on me? Do you want to die? It waved the whip in its hand and ordered. Quickly chop them into pieces. The tamed magic mastiffs immediately responded to the command, lunging forward with roars. The air was thick with the stench of rotting corpses, and sharp teeth coated in saliva flickered in and out of view. The team was heavily surrounded with no way out. Tear them to shreds for me. The two magic mastiffs began their charge, opening their mouths full of fangs to lunge as if to swallow everyone alive. At this point, Yunmu called up the system and said, Shui Jia, you're the only one here who can break through in a moment. You charge out and get the car to pick us up. We'll hold this position until you get back. Hearing this, Ling Shui asked worriedly, Hold out until I return, are you sure? Yunmu replied with a light laugh. To be honest, I'm not sure. As he spoke, he reached into the system to find gear. Immediately after, Yunmu pulled out a longsword emitting light. He leapt up to meet the challenge, leaving behind one sentence, You better get back here fast. Seeing him charge forward, Ling Shui also took flight. She moved with agility, using the heads of the gnomes to accelerate. On this side, only Yunmu remained to fight his way through, the sword in his hand swinging rapidly, leaving a trail of dead and wounded enemies. A gnome wizard aimed and lunged at Yunmu, but his blade quickly slammed heavily into the monster's chest. On the other side, Ling Shui was struggling to reach the perimeter to seek rescue. A gnome mage immediately spotted her and blocked the way. Ling Shui quickly left it behind, drenched in sweat, as she prayed silently, Please, you have to hold on until I get back. At the same time, a magic mastiff emerged from nowhere, roaring as it lunged at her. Ling Shui was momentarily caught off guard. By the time she turned, the mastiff was right in front of her. Suddenly, a violent sound of impact echoed, and screws and tools went flying through the air. Fortunately, her brother Ling'an had blocked the blow for his sister just in time. He successfully took the hit for Ling Shui. Seeing her brother bleeding for her, Ling Shui checked him anxiously. Xiaoan Ling'an gritted his teeth and shouted firmly, Don't look back, keep running. If you can't get the tank back here, none of us are making it out alive. He then channeled his internal power and roared, Come on, you beast, your opponent is me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling'an charged toward the magic mastiff. Facing the sudden attack, the mastiff momentarily recoiled, but its claws soon swung at Ling'an again. Of course, he wouldn't just wait for death. Two longswords were quickly held horizontally in front of him. He then crossed the twin blades, skillfully spinning them into a ring shape. Timing it perfectly, Ling'an decisively threw the swords. This move was the cross-rotary slasher. In the end, he successfully killed the fierce magic mastiff. By this time, Ling'an was exhausted and pale from blood loss. On the other side, two gnome wizards widened their eyes and swung their weapons to attack again. But Lu Chang was already prepared, looking at the enemies with a majestic air. Relying on his excellent preparation and formidable strength, Lu Chang instantly sliced through the two mages. He let out a sigh of relief but didn't notice another monster launching a sneak attack from behind. The moment it took flight to attack, a loud bang rang out and the gnome wizard's body exploded. The massive sound startled Lu Chang into spinning around, staring blankly at the scene. It was a stroke of luck. Dashang had provided a precise sniper shot just in time, warning with a frown, Watch your back. In another direction, the gnome wizards were under constant attack with severed limbs flying everywhere. Yunmu stared at them with a grim face, unable to stop for a single moment. His hand speed was incredibly fast. Any gnome wizard that attempted to get close was killed on the spot. Yunmu's offensive grew increasingly fierce, and the number of wizards he'd slain was already significant. But Yunmu still didn't dare to relax in the slightest, thinking, The gnome wizards' reinforcements are endless. If this keeps up, we won't last until Shui Jia gets back. Just then, a scream interrupted his thoughts. Yunmu was startled and whirled around, stunned by the sight. Somehow, the magic mastiff had grabbed Ling'an and held him upside down. Dashang was nearby, continuously firing at its other arm. Dangling upside down, Ling'an was dizzy and howling like a stuck pig. Suddenly, the magic mastiff violently hurled Ling'an away. Because the force was so great, his head felt a surge of sharp pain. Witnessing this, Dashang and the others shouted out, Unzi! Yunmu calculated grimly through gritted teeth. No, they can't hold out much longer. I have to think of something. He then immediately teleported behind the gnome wizard. He knew clearly that the current threats were the magic mastiffs and the one controlling them. The gnome elder standing among the minions. To take it down, he had to get past these underlings first. Yunmu thought as he flew toward them. Then I'll capture the king to stop the rebels. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Yunmu gripped his longsword with both hands and swung it in a vicious sweep. They hadn't expected him to go straight for the elder. The elder was momentarily stunned. Until Yunmu was nearly upon him, the elder remained frozen. What? Once he finally reacted, he immediately turned and fled. Fortunately, Yunmu's sword only managed to catch his cloak, tearing it open. Yunmu shouted in regret. Darn it, the elder screamed in a fit of rage. You stupid magic mastiffs, being insulted for no reason. The two mastiffs looked over blankly. The gnome elder roared with a heart full of fury. Are you going to come save me or not? At the same time, Dashang began to provoke them in every way possible. Why did you stop? But the magic mastiffs were not to be trifled with. They swiftly swung their claws, unleashing a sudden violent surge of force. Li Yunmu's eyes were like lightning and he immediately pivoted to dodge just in time. Thanks to his godlike reflexes, he leaped backward, putting a safe distance between himself and the pack. Even as he dodged, he glared furiously at the fallen gnome wizard. He had been so close just a moment ago. However, the magic mastiffs had no intention of stopping. In their eyes, Li Yunmu was now the primary target, and 7 of them lunged at him simultaneously. Li Yunmu calculated his odds. 1 against 3, he could only stake everything on his flux power for a desperate struggle. With a thunderous roar, he channeled his internal energy. Li Yunmu's eyes turned a deep crimson, and a massive surge of power erupted from within him as red arcs of electricity crackled around him. The technique he was using now was the frenzied blade. Li Yunmu truly intended to risk his life against these 3 mastiffs. Watching him, Dashang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. One person was actually holding back 3 mastiffs on his own. What? He also rushed forward to provide support. Just as Dashang shot a nearby mastiff, Lu Chang stared blankly at Li Yunmu and asked, "Hey, did you see that?" Lu Chang didn't take his eyes off the boy as he continued. "Is his current state that war god state the old-timers always talk about? His eyes are completely blood-red now." His smile grew even colder. Dashang chuckled and asked back, "Are you saying he's stepped into the legendary war god state?" Looking at the current Li Yunmu, Dashang couldn't help but wonder, Li Yunmu, just what kind of secret is hidden inside this kid? Meanwhile, the gnome wizard elder watching from the sidelines was also struck dumb. What was with this human? He had taken down 3 magic mastiffs all by himself. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunmu was standing right in front of him. His smile was enough to send chills down the spine of anyone who saw it. Suddenly his subordinates were being sent flying and scattered. The elder was now trembling violently with fear. The gnome wizard elder turned his head in a fit of rage and screamed, "What now?" At the same time, a familiar voice rang out, "You bastards, taste this." No sooner had the words been spoken than a heavy firearm began spraying a frantic barrage of bullets at the swarm of gnome wizards. The weapon's rate of fire was so fast it caught them completely off guard, leaving the entire pack of monsters howling in agony. As Dashang supported the injured Lingen, Lu Chang couldn't help but cheer in pleasant surprise. "Dashang, look at Shui Jia, she's back." Ling Shui smiled as she drove past, shouting loudly, "Everyone, the car is here!" Dashang yelled excitedly, "Xiao Miu Miu, get in the car, fast!" But Li Yunmu was still caught in a killing frenzy, completely unable to hear them. It was only then that Dashang suddenly realized something was wrong, and he shouted, "Hey, I'm telling you, his state doesn't look normal?" The scene shifted to the Fluxer Guild where everyone was staring at the display on the system scanner. One person reported in terror, "President, a newcomer has entered the war god state." Another person followed up, "Is it him? Has the footage been intercepted?" The first person immediately replied, "All image data and information have been intercepted and locked." The president nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Report this immediately." The camera returned to Yunmu, who was currently letting out a long sigh of relief and a comfortable deep yawn. He lamented, "Good thing I snapped out of it. After being put through that kind of torture, my body feels so exhausted." Lu Chang spoke up. "Have you regained your senses? You had no idea how brutal you were being just now." Yunmu looked utterly bewildered. "I don't know what happened, but I suddenly felt a surge of power filling my whole body." He held out his hands to inspect them. The thirst for battle seemed almost impossible to suppress. Seeing this, Dashang pressed down on his shoulder. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore." He checked the system and continued. "Even though everyone's lives were hanging by a thread this time, the harvest was plentiful. Besides 10 ordinary crystals, we also got 2 black crystals." He focused on scanning the loot as he spoke. "This time, it's fair to say our lives were saved by Xiao Miu Miu. I want to give everything we got this time to him." Hearing this, Yunmu was taken aback. He stared blankly at everyone and asked back, "Give it all to me," Lingen said happily. "Take it. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead." Lu Chang echoed, "That's right, you earned it." But Yunmu stood up immediately, his voice low and resolute as he said, "I don't want it." His next words moved everyone deeply. In this mission, everyone gave their all, so the spoils should be split equally according to the rules. "In truth, I didn't contribute more than anyone else. I was the same as all of you back then. I was just doing my best to save my friends," Yunmu said, looking at everyone with a sincere gaze. Dashang then picked up the conversation. "Fine, since you put it that way, we'll split it by the rules. Everyone is exhausted after that narrow escape. Let's find a place to camp and rest." Having friends like these truly made one feel fortunate at times. After dividing the loot, the group found a place to rest. A spring bubbled nearby and the air was cool and pleasant. After showering, Yunmu rewarded himself with a can of soda. He let out a refreshed sigh. "I feel so much better after a shower." Just then, the system suddenly emitted a sound, giving him a start. "Chime, congratulations to the host." Yunmu listened quietly. The system continued, "In view of the host's outstanding performance, the system will issue a reward." He asked in surprise. "A reward?" As it spoke, the system presented a box. "The host's reward, the dimensional treasure box, has been distributed. Please check it." Yunmu picked it up and inspected it blankly. "The dimensional treasure box," the system explained. "The dimensional treasure box is used for a lottery, offering the chance to win various equipment and combat skills." Yunmu set down his soda can and grumbled for a long while. "Isn't this just entirely based on luck?" He satisfyingly prepared to try out the new item. "Whether I'm a lucky star or not will be decided by this reward." Immediately after, the dial on the dimensional treasure box spun rapidly to open. One by one, various component parts began to emerge, leaving Yunmu wide-eyed with shock. He stared intently at the contents. Then the system quickly vanished, leaving him standing dazed on the spot. Wait, this is— Seeing his hands were empty, he shouted furiously, "You bastard, are you playing me? There's nothing here. Can you actually pull an empty box?" The system appeared once more. Chime, congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize. Yunmu couldn't help but complain. Congratulations, my foot, there's nothing there. The system then spoke. A rank equipment component, aerial combat leg. This left him stunned. An A rank equipment component, what? The system continued. Congratulations on obtaining the A rank combat mobility technique. Would you like to consume internal power points to learn it? Yunmu smiled with satisfaction. Is that even a question? Of course I'll learn it. Instantly a shroud of light enveloped him, and the learning of the combat technique began. Yunmu was exceptionally excited. The light seemed to be transporting him elsewhere. After a while he felt his blood boiling, and the system displayed aerial combat leg successfully learned. Yunmu chuckled with sheer joy. I really can't wait to test the power of this technique. Night fell quickly, and the forest was originally silent, save for the chirping of crickets. Below, a gnome wizard was patrolling the area with a torch. At that moment, Yunmu's #1 shadow suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack from behind. Since the gnome wizard was completely off guard, a single strike sent him flying a great distance, leaving him only enough time to let out a scream. Not stopping there, #1 shadow pressed the advantage, lunging straight toward where the gnome wizard had fallen to deliver a heavy punch followed by a kick. Just like that, in an instant the monster was hit by countless heavy strikes. Finally, #1 shadow finished the job with the aerial combat leg move. The gnome wizard's blue blood splattered everywhere. His jaw beaten so hard it wouldn't close. #1 shadow seemed very satisfied with this strike. Awesome, this ultimate move is really interesting. This feels great. Meanwhile, in Yunmu's tent, a dark figure quietly pushed open the door and entered. The intruder looked at him and then compared him to a photo in his hand. He was identical to the person in the picture. It was unclear who had sent him, but after confirming the target, the person whispered in front of Yunmu. Sorry kid, he tossed the photo aside and continued with a sinister laugh, you're just too talented, and you'll stand in the way of others. In your next life I hope you remember one thing. The tall poppy gets cut down. On the other side, #1 shadow looked at the corpse of the gnome wizard, his face full of pride. With this set of combat techniques, the enemy had no chance to fight back. Just then, the system suddenly rang out. Warning, warning. The look in #1 shadow's eyes changed instantly. This was the notification that Yunmu was in danger. The host is facing a threat. Please return to the host's side as soon as possible. Warning, warning. The host is facing a threat. Please return to the host's side as soon as possible. Frantic with worry, #1 shadow shouted as the system immediately returned it to the main body. It returned to Yunmu's side at high speed. After finishing his nonsense, the intruder moved immediately. He thought Yunmu was sound asleep, but at the critical moment Yunmu's eyes snapped wide open. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted from the spot where his bed had been. Yunmu quickly flew through the air, performing several mid-air flips like a professional athlete. Afterward, Yunmu landed steadily a safe distance away. It was unclear when Yunmu had woken up, but he had likely heard that segment of the intruder's monologue. Several items fell from beneath Yunmu's feet, and the man's voice rang out again. You actually dodged my attack. From behind the smoke and dust, the man's face gradually became visible. The intruder couldn't help but admire. This kid has a very high level of alertness. Yunmu looked at him with intense wariness and immediately asked, Who are you? Despite being discovered and revealing his face, the man remained unusually calm. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that tonight, after a pause as Yunmu stared at him searchingly, the man channeled his internal power. With glowing eyes and a sinister laugh, he continued, You are certainly going to die. His movements were incredibly fast, and Yunmu immediately reached into the system to grab a weapon. He pulled out a familiar sword, the blade wrapped in lightning. However, the man's attack shifted rapidly toward his hand, and Yunmu had no choice but to drop the weapon to save his arm. It seemed there was a gap between their speeds. Yunmu then landed on the ground, now drenched in sweat, as he gritted his teeth and stared at his opponent. Damn it, he's too fast. I don't even have a chance to take my weapon. He looked at the light radiating from the man. Golden light. This man has already put one foot into the golden crystal fluxer realm. Why would such a high-level fluxer target me? The intruder spoke again. Your reactions are indeed fast. Let's see if you can dodge this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched another attack simultaneously. He seemed determined not to give Yunmu any room to breathe. Before the dodging was even over, he lunged forward again for close-quarters combat. Taking a heavy kick to the stomach, Yunmu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him at a disadvantage, the man pressed the attack with another kick, sending Yunmu flying into the air. That kick carried immense force, launching his entire body out of the tent, which tore open from the impact. Yunmu looked up at the sky, blood flowing incessantly from his head as he cursed inwardly. Without a weapon, I'm absolutely no match for him. Watching himself in freefall, facing such a powerful enemy, he thought, I'm a goner. The man looked up at Lee Yunmu. You've still got breath in you, then let this help you end it. With that, he leapt high into the air, moving so fast that even his shadow on the ground disappeared. Channeling a massive amount of internal power, the intruder gleefully prepared to deliver the finishing blow to Yunmu. Goodbye. Just then, a pair of legs came running toward him in a hurry. The newcomer was Ling Shui, and she shouted anxiously as she ran. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Yunmu felt like he'd grasped a lifeline and immediately looked to the side. The longsword in Ling Shui's hand was hurled with great force, flying out of its sheath. Ling Shui then shouted for him to catch it. High in the air, Li Yunmu was facing a life-or-death situation. It seemed Ling Shui's throw was incredibly precise, and he managed to catch it just in time. With a weapon back in hand, he finally gained the chance to counterattack. Li Yunmu then didn't forget to shout, "Thanks!" Ling Shui's sudden appearance also surprised the intruder. But before he could react, Li Yunmu had already swiftly activated the frenzied blade, slashing at him multiple times in rapid succession. The two figures became a blur of combat as Ling Shui watched tensely and quietly from below. Li Yunmu had turned the tide, and the man couldn't help but let out a contemptuous snort. "Hey, it's like you're a different person with a weapon in your hand." He let out a breath and then channeled his internal power. "Have you had enough of attacking? It's my turn to counter." He clenched both fists and began to swing them in a continuous practiced rhythm in the air. Standing before Li Yunmu, this guy seemed extremely confident. As he traded blows with Li Yunmu, he laughed like he was toying with weak prey. Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was also finding the fight exceptionally difficult. He held his sword horizontally before him to block the attacks. Immediately after, he decided to launch a chain of slashes, frantically hacking at his opponent. This guy was indeed formidable. His gaze was fixed on the blade as if he had built-in 180-degree monitoring. With every heavy slash he would deftly pivot to dodge, not forgetting to offer praise. "Your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, layer upon layer." Li Yunmu remained fully concentrated, refusing to let his opponent distract him. Ultimately, Li Yunmu's blade was stopped by the intruder with his bare hands. With one hand in his pocket, he commented dismissively, "But you lack explosive power," so, after a pause, he violently threw Li Yunmu aside and continued with disdain, "It's useless against me." Because the force was so great, Li Yunmu spun through the air like a ball. The intruder landed at the same time as him, looking at Li Yunmu out of the corner of his eye. "Alright, game over." Before he finished Yunmu off, he couldn't resist a few comments. "I have to say, you're a good prospect, and it's a pity to kill you. But business is business, I can't let personal feelings get in the way." To this, Li Yunmu listened silently, forcing himself to stand firm. Meanwhile, the intruder once again channeled his internal power. He was enveloped in thick flames. This move was the 8 Extreme Flame Dragon Claw. He looked at Li Yunmu with that same contemptuous expression. "Go to hell." No sooner had he spoken than a hideous ghostly face manifested within the flames, lunging straight for Li Yunmu. Under the impact of this strike, a hurricane-like wind inevitably whipped up around him. Just then, a mysterious smile actually curled the corners of Li Yunmu's mouth, and this tiny change was quickly noticed by his opponent. He looked at Li Yunmu, momentarily stunned. As the flames closed in and Li Yunmu was about to be consumed, he was still secretly puzzled. What is this kid smiling at? Suddenly, Li Yunmu's entire body emitted an incredibly pleasing cyan light. At that moment, the system suddenly rang with a notification. Chime, total frenzied blade count has reached level 4, technique has been upgraded. Li Yunmu's attitude was now even more confident as he rested his longsword on his shoulder, looking calmly at his opponent with a chuckle. He muttered to himself triumphantly, "Looks like I made it in time." It seemed Li Yunmu had been waiting for something just now. Li Yunmu gripped his longsword tightly, and a wild wind rose with it. The move he used this time was the desperate return to origin slash. The man glanced at it and speculated, "Does this kid really want to take my 8 Extreme Flame Dragon Claw head on?" On this side, Li Yunmu leaped into the air, charging straight toward the roaring fiery maw. In an instant he shifted from defense to offense, unleashing a sudden powerful slash that carried a cold light like ice, suppressing the flames. The two extreme forces immediately collided. The battle at this moment was exceptionally brutal, and it was impossible to tell who would emerge victorious. All that could be seen in the surrounding area was the massive ball of fire burning bright red reflecting across the entire space. Li Yunmu was currently at his peak. The intruder, who had been certain of victory just moments ago, was stunned to see his ball of fire extinguished silently and without a trace. He stood frozen, not yet grasping what had happened. Suddenly, the intruder's gaze shifted, turning exceptionally terrified. In the blink of an eye, one of his arms was severed at the shoulder, blood splattering across the ground. It was no wonder his reaction was so abnormal. He was in such deep shock that he couldn't even manage a scream. Yunmu leveled his sword at the attacker. "Hey, it was just an arm this time. The next move will take your life." A moment later, the agonizing pain finally surged through the intruder's entire body. He clutched his spurting wound, wailing incessantly, "My arm, the pain is killing me." Yunmu remained expressionless, silently watching him struggle in agony. The massive wound left the intruder deathly pale as he glared at Yunmu with pure hatred. "You bastard, I won't let you get away with this." Yunmu unceremoniously brandished his sword in provocation. "What, you want to keep going?" Then he offered the man a piece of advice. "If you don't treat that soon, you'll die from blood loss." Yunmu's words were undeniably true, and the intruder immediately fled in terror. Before leaving, he didn't forget to hurl a final threat. "Kid, you'd better remember this." And just like that, the long night passed. The intruder had escaped and the surrounding area returned to its usual tranquility. Ling Shui stepped forward, looking at Yunmu as she said loudly, "Li Yunmu, your breathing sounds very ragged." As soon as she finished speaking, Yunmu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. His reaction scared the life out of Ling Shui. She cried out, "Li Yunmu?" She rushed over to support him, shouting anxiously, "Hey, how are you doing?" Although he was in bad shape, Yunmu still tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Despite his words, the exhaustion on his face was impossible to hide. He fell silent for a moment to regulate his breathing, then said to her, "Thanks, I owe you my life." Luckily, he didn't realize I was bluffing. If the fight had continued, I'd definitely be dead. Ling Shui said nothing, simply handing him a handkerchief. Yunmu took it quickly. Much obliged. Later, the group gathered together. Da Shang was perplexed. Lingnan and Lu Chang, who had been on patrol duty that night, were only knocked unconscious by the mysterious man, not killed. He looked at Yunmu and speculated, "It seems the target wasn't our whole team but only Xiao Miu Miu." At this, Yunmu's face darkened. Zhang Dashang's words weren't based on nothing. Ling Shui added, "It seems we've blocked the path of some high-level interest group, so they sent an assassin to eliminate our main force." Lingnan asked in return, "If that's the case, why target only Yunmu?" "Shui Jia, you're very strong too," Ling Shui analyzed. "After all, my family is considered a prestigious one. Even high-level officials wouldn't dare move against me lightly," she explained. "My master is a saint. Everyone has to give the old man some face." Yunmu secretly felt disdainful, thinking, "This is clearly because I have no background. They're treating me like an easy target." At this thought, the fires of revenge were ignited within him. He resolved to settle this score one day. Da Shang was very worried about him. "Let's not take any action for the next few days. Rest here. We'll talk once Xiao Miu's injuries are healed." Yunmu spoke up in protest. "I'm fine. Our ranking is already very high. If we rest now, we'll..." Before he could finish, Ling Shui slapped his shoulder hard to interrupt him. "What are you talking about, brat?" She turned to leave, tossing back a final remark. "Your life is more important than the competition results." Hearing this, a wave of warmth flooded Yunmu's heart. Then Ling Shui reminded them, "All right, everyone, go back and rest. I'll take the watch tonight." Yunmu dipped a finger into a bit of the man's blood on the ground, thinking, "This isn't over. Don't think you're getting away with this." He then gave a cold command, "System, scan the blood information." Upon receiving the order, the system interface lit up and the code for the blood in Yunmu's hand began to be analyzed. Before long, the system locked onto the target, and his information was rapidly saved into the database. Just then, Da Shang's voice rang out, giving Yunmu a fright. "What system did you just say?" Yunmu screamed inwardly. "Crap, I've been found out." Before he knew it, morning had arrived. The morning air in the forest was exceptionally pleasant. Yunmu seemed to have woken up even earlier than the sun. Perhaps he hadn't slept at all last night. At that moment, a ball of cyan energy was swirling in his hand, though it was unclear what he intended to do with it. Suddenly, he clenched his hand tightly as if trying to crush the energy in his palm. Yunmu seemed very satisfied with this power. "Now it will permeate into all the flux points." Yunmu laughed happily. Over the last 2 days, he had relied entirely on the rich spoils brought by the Shadow's constant monster grinding. He reminded himself that to go further, he had to condense the Flux Stone Chi armor. However, he would have to be more careful with the Shadow System in the future. He absolutely couldn't leave any more openings. Having almost been discovered last time, Yunmu was forced to lie, saying, "I was saying it's time to update my computer system." Da Shang didn't suspect a thing, even offhandedly agreeing that he felt his own needed an update as well. While he was lounging on the sofa, the system issued a notification. He had 10,000 points, and the system asked if the host wanted to spend them. The item for purchase this time was the condensation of a second shadow. Hearing this, Yunmu sat up abruptly. "A second shadow?" he pondered. "If I have a second shadow, won't the monster grinding experience double?" At the thought, Yunmu shouted excitedly, "Great, condense it immediately." He exhausted all 10,000 points. As soon as the words were spoken, several black beams of light emerged from Yunmu's hands. Yunmu stared at his body with interest as another shadow gradually separated. This process indeed took quite a bit of time. A moment later, a massive black hole appeared before him. Yunmu looked at it, unable to contain his joy, letting out a light laugh. "Is this my new shadow? Unlike the first one, it looks a bit like a robot." The condensation process was a success. Yunmu stared at the shadow and muttered to himself, "But since there are 2 shadows, I should give them names to distinguish them, or else I won't know which one I'm calling." At that thought, he laughed excitedly and decided to simply number them. Yunmu was very satisfied with this idea. From now on, they would be called number 1 and number 2. He felt like he was utterly hopeless at naming things. While he was rejoicing, a noise suddenly came from outside, and Yunmu quickly steadied his mind. Shish, number 1, number 2, come back quickly. The urgent knocking at the door made him a bit irritable. Yunmu shouted while opening the door, coming, what's the rush? But seeing the visitor, Yunmu's attitude changed instantly. Shui Jia? Seeing him, Ling Shui got straight to the point. I just received news that many seed contestants were attacked by assassins, including Luopu's team. Hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but worry. Is Lu Naiji okay? Ling Shui comforted him. Don't worry, Luopu was the most seriously injured. The others only have minor injuries, she continued. The Fluxer Guild has launched a full investigation into this matter. As far as I know, the guild is taking this very seriously. The masterminds and their respective cities will be severely punished. Yunmu suddenly stammered. Ah well, Shui Jia, he pointed at her and asked. Why are you staying in camp today instead of going to train with Bashang and the others? This question caught Ling Shui off guard for a moment. That. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato and her speech became incoherent. It was actually because Ling Shui finally spoke. Through these days of observation, I feel that you really are a very outstanding man. She felt her face burning. So I stayed behind today because I have some things I want to say to you privately. Yunmu also felt his face flushing, thinking to himself, could it be that Shui Jia is going to? Ling Shui lowered her head and said loudly, I thought about this for a long time before I gathered the courage to decide to say it. Then, using all her strength, she stepped forward and gripped Yunmu's hand tightly. So you must promise me. Yunmu's cheeks were crimson. He suddenly felt flushed all over. Yunmu screamed inwardly, it's happening. Ling Shui looked at him and continued happily. I want to experience your swordsmanship duel with me. Hearing this, Yunmu felt his heart skip a beat. He looked utterly bewildered, and before he could react, Ling Shui had already drawn her sword. Are you ready? I'm attacking. Yunmu scratched his head and mechanically drew his sword. All right, I'm ready. The awkward feeling still wouldn't leave his mind. Yunmu was secretly ashamed. This woman was a complete battle maniac. What on earth was I expecting? I'm such a fool. Immediately after, Ling Shui lunged at him with a heavy sword strike. She shouted excitedly, take this. At this moment, Yunmu hadn't launched an attack yet, simply dodging those frenzied sword moves with agility, but undeniably she lived up to her reputation. Every move was swift and precise, with almost no openings to be found. Yunmu, of course, was unwilling to show weakness. He resolved that even so he wouldn't admit defeat. His sword also began to counterattack. Although Ling Shui dodged in time, she was secretly startled. So fast, immediately after, with a flick of his wrist, the longsword in his hand swept past gracefully. Yunmu looked at Ling Shui triumphantly. Next, taste this frenzied blade. Ling Shui immediately leapt away to keep a safe distance. Her face darkened as she couldn't help but praise the immense power. Ling Shui looked at the vortexes swirling around Yunmu. Desperate return to origin / Do you plan on using your ultimate move so soon? Yunmu didn't answer, letting out a loud shout after a moment of silence. Take this. This sudden offensive caught her by surprise. The first slash was only at the first realm, but when he executed the move, a wild wind rose. Ling Shui was suppressed by this momentum and had to fly back to dodge. With just one move, Ling Shui was sent crashing to the ground by the impact. She furrowed her brows, thinking she absolutely couldn't be careless. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Yunmu teleported to her side. Ding dong, look over here. The two were locked in close quarters combat. Ling Shui gritted her teeth, struggling to defend, while Yunmu appeared to be handling it with ease. This is the second level. Ling Shui was secretly shocked. 2 levels, the techniques of this martial art could actually be stacked. Her time was running out. For some reason, she suddenly chose to retreat, and Yunmu didn't pursue. Ling Shui gritted her teeth, realizing the situation was bad, and began to calculate. I need to escape first. A direct confrontation will only lead me into his trap. I must find a way to break his swordsmanship. Just as the thought landed, Yunmu charged again. The longsword in his hand came down with the force of thunder. If she were half a step slower, she would likely be hit by this strike. This was the 3rd level of the sword technique. Though it was a struggle, Ling Shui managed to block it. A moment later, Yunmu stopped testing her from a distance, grabbing her shoulder and preparing to stab down. A flash of killing intent crossed Yunmu's eyes as he let out a cold, low shout, 4th level. Suddenly, Ling Shui recklessly grabbed his sword blade with her bare hand. Seeing her take such a risk, Yunmu was also startled, crying out inwardly, What? Ling Shui was panting heavily. Every move of Yunmu's swordsmanship was getting stronger. After a pause, she glared at Yunmu with a face full of killing intent. Let's settle it with one move. Immediately after, she gripped her longsword with her other hand and thrust it out, the blade resting against Yunmu's neck. Due to a momentary lapse in attention, Yunmu was stunned. Ling Shui announced loudly with more than a little triumph, The match is decided. Although facing a strong opponent like Yunmu left her breathing heavily, Ling Shui was clearly very happy. Yunmu also couldn't help but pant. Ling Shui was indeed a formidable opponent. The two stood quietly for a while, the sword position unchanged. The intense battle just now had left both of them exhausted. Sweat was already pouring down Ling Shui's forehead, but she looked directly at Yunmu and said with a heart full of joy, I won. With that, Ling Shui retracted her longsword. Yunmu couldn't help but praise her. What a crazy woman. Blood continued to flow from Ling Shui's hand from blocking that sword. Before they knew it, Dusk was approaching and the sun began to set. Ling Shui returned to camp in high spirits. "We're back." Dashang, always observant, saw immediately that something was wrong and asked, "Shui Jia, what happened to your hand?" She looked at her palm wrapped in cloth and lied, "Nothing, I just accidentally scratched it." Everyone gathered together, and Dashang began to analyze the situation. "The three of us went to scout the Gnome Wizard tribe's territory today. From my observation, the Gnome Wizards have increased their vigilance after the last incident, so even if Xiao Mu's injuries are healed, we won't be able to use the same surprise attack method as before." Yunmu listened silently. After a pause, Dashang said happily again, "However, I just heard some very useful information that helped me come up with a new combat strategy." He looked at Ling Shui with a bright smile and added, "Though it might be hard on Shui Jia." Suddenly being called out, Ling Shui was startled and glared at him, not knowing what bad idea this kid was cooking up again. After finishing their discussion, everyone went back to their tents to take a nap to refresh themselves. The next morning, Ling En was in high spirits, walking over with a smile and saying, "Dashang, everything you wanted is loaded into the car." Dashang replied with satisfaction, "Good. As long as Shui Jia is ready, we can leave at any time." Just then a shy voice rang out, "Hey, I said just now." Ling Shui was wearing a slightly revealing dress showing a bit of skin, her face bright red. "Do I really have to wear this?" Dashang said with a smile. "Of course. For the tactical needs you must wear it this way." Beside them, Yunmu couldn't help but secretly blush. Hearing Dashang say this, Ling Shui had no choice, even though she was completely unwilling. Thinking back to last night, she had also vehemently opposed the idea. "Stop joking, I don't want to go and seduce that gnome chief," Dashang explained with a wry smile. All right, I know this makes you uncomfortable, but it's all for the team." Yunmu also spoke up. "What kind of crazy strategy is this, making Shui Jia sacrifice her beauty?" Lu Chang explained that while scouting in the morning they happened upon an old wizard who was tormenting his own kind, and they heard the fellow demanding a beautiful woman be captured and offered to their elder. Dashang continued. "Hearing this, I immediately had an idea. Since that gnome chief is a pervert, we'll beat him at his own game." He made a throat-slitting gesture with a devious expression. "We'll capture the king to stop the rebels, just kill that gnome chief directly." "Let's do it." Back in the present, they had quickly arrived at the place guarded by two gnome wizards. Dashang whispered, "Hey, see them? It's those two." Ling Shui was a bit uneasy. "Are you sure this is okay?" Dashang gave a confident smile. "Don't worry, just follow the plan," he whispered with a sly look in his eyes. "I'll first pretend to chase you away so those gnome wizards find you. When they see a beautiful woman, they'll take you to offer to their leader. We'll follow you the whole way and we'll surely be able to safely find their lair." Yunmu was hiding in a large tree nearby, listening to Dashang's arrangement. Dashang added, "When the time comes, we'll launch a direct surprise attack, kill the gnome chief and wipe them all out." Dashang called this move the honey trap. Ling Shui looked at him and let out a helpless sigh but finally agreed. "Fine, get ready to start." Immediately after, a scream broke the silence. "Hey girl, stop right there." Such a loud noise indeed successfully caught the attention of that gnome wizard. He immediately whipped his head toward the source of the sound. Right on cue, Ling Shui sprinted past the gnomes as planned, screaming for help and feigning utter terror. Hot on her heels was Dashang, wearing a lecherous expression and a devious smirk. His acting was easily a 10 out of 10. Ling Shui forced herself to look petrified, continuing to shriek, "Someone please save me." Looking at Dashang's creepy face, she groaned inwardly. "Good grief, I'm going to vomit just hearing these lines." The two were playing off each other with perfect chemistry. But then Dashang's foot suddenly snagged on a small stone. His perfect performance was cut short as he tripped and fell flat on his face. He let out a sharp cry. Out at that same moment, the headband holding Dashang's hair back snapped and fell to the ground. With his hair disheveled, Dashang sat up and wiped the dust from his face. Damn it, although the sun had already set, the pain from his face hitting the ground was so intense that tears welled up in his eyes. He lamented, "That hurt so much." For some reason, this pathetic sight appeared incredibly delicate and pitiful in the eyes of the gnome wizards. The two monsters looked at each other, and then things took a turn that completely defied all expectations. The person they snatched up and carried away was actually Dashang. He shrieked in horror. "Hey, put me down." Ling Shui stood frozen on the spot. Could it be that my charm actually lost to a man? Behind the large tree, the three young men were also struck with terror. What on earth is happening? Facing Ling Shui's expression, which looked like she had just stepped in something unpleasant, Dashang continued to scream incessantly. "Hey, let go of me, what are you freaks doing?" Ling Shui muttered blankly to herself. This plot development felt like a fever dream. The three of them immediately emerged from their hiding spot. Lu Chang shouted nervously, "What do we do now? The plan's a bust and Dashang's been kidnapped." Yunmu quickly reassured them. "Everyone, don't panic. The situation isn't as bad as you think." He began to issue orders. "Shui Jia, patch into Dashang's network and track his location." Ling Shui complied immediately, and the scanner quickly began to run. "Position confirmed," Yunmu continued. "Actually, the only difference from the original plan is that the bait changed from Shui Jia to Dashang. There's no need to panic," he continued calmly. "We proceed as planned, striking from both inside and out to take down the Gnome Wizard King. Move out." It seemed today was Dashang's day of suffering. The scene shifted back to a dark cavern lit by a single small candle. Inside the cave, a girl was suspended from above, hands tied behind her back, dressed in a very soft and ladylike outfit. That girl was none other than Dashang. Being forced into such bizarre clothing made him look quite irritated. "These ties are way too tight." Just then, a gnome wizard's voice rang out, "Great king, the beauty is inside waiting for you." The fellow strolled in with an air of triumph, not forgetting to instruct his guard, "Well done. You may leave. No matter what happens later, do not disturb me, you hear." Holding a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of wine, his eyes lit up the moment he saw Dashang. "Oh, my little beauty, have you been waiting long?" The king stared at him, his gaze thick with unconcealed greed. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Yunmu was relentlessly hacking his way through. A massive number of gnome wizards had fallen, he announced with satisfaction. "The guards at the entrance have been cleared. We can go in," Ling Shui reported. "The coordinates show Dashang is right in this cave. It seems this is the gnome wizard's main lair. We have to hurry. Dashang's coordinates haven't moved in a long time. I suspect he's been taken directly to the gnome wizard king," Yunmu cautioned worriedly. "Adai Xiao Chang, you two stay close. Getting separated here is no joke," Lu Chang replied immediately. "Understood." Soon after, the group quickly entered the inner reaches of the cave, with Yunmu leading the charge. Back with Dashang, he delivered a heavy, disgusted kick to the king's face and shouted, "Stay away from me." He looked at the creature with disdain and couldn't help but curse. "You disgusting freak." The king stumbled back to his feet, slamming the flowers in his hand onto the ground before lunging recklessly at Dashang. "Sweetheart, you certainly have a fiery temper. Let this king show you some love." A devious look crossed his face. "By the way, since you're so spirited, why don't we play a game?" His hand squeezed Dashang's face even harder. The gnome king asked, "What do you say?" On the other side, Yunmu's group was tensely tracking Dashang's trail. They were finally extremely close to the target, but the entrance here was as complex as a maze. Just as Yunmu peeked his head out, he caught the faint sound of gnome wizards whispering. He immediately signaled the others to stop. "Wait," Ling Shui asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Pressing himself against the wall, Yunmu whispered to her. "Sentries, we can't take this path." He appeared somewhat tense. A head-on confrontation within the gnome's tunnels was a bad idea. "Shui Jia, find a new route." Ling Shui was also frantic with worry, but this was the final path leading to the gnome king's chambers. Lu Chang chimed in. "What? Then what do we do? You're not seriously planning to force our way through here, are you?" Just then, Yunmu spotted a small hole above their heads. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Yunmu seemed very pleased with the thought. "Dashang, wait for me. I'll be right there." The iron chains holding Dashang's hands were unlocked, allowing him to feel a bit more comfortable. The gnome king spoke again. "Now let's play a game. How about it?" He held up a key with a smirk announcing the rules. "This game is called Catch Me If You Can. If I catch you, because your resistance will only make me more excited." Looking at this long-nosed pervert, Dashang couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. What a sick game. Suddenly, unable to restrain himself any longer, the gnome king lunged at him. "Then let the game begin." The gnome king's eyes turned blood red as he let out a frantic, excited laugh. "Run, little beauty." Dashang immediately leapt up, cursing in disgust. "Run my foot, you disgusting monster." He swung his hand, pressing it heavily onto the creature's head. The gnome wizard was startled, clearly not expecting a reaction. And Dashang pressed the advantage, showing no mercy. He delivered a direct kick to the gnome king's face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that in the gnome king's eyes, Dashang had only been a helpless, weak woman. This sudden turn left him utterly shocked. Dashang's hands quickly pushed off the ground, using the momentum to strike. Immediately after, Dashang whirled around, delivering a mid-air roundhouse kick. Although the iron chains on his hands were an obstacle, they didn't stop Dashang. Instead, he used them to snare the gnome king. In an instant, the creature's arms were bound tight. Faced with Dashang's speed, he could only stand there dazed and let Dashang handle him. Dashang gave the chains a triumphant tug and cheered, "Game over?" Just as he thought he had won, the gnome wizard's devious voice rang out once more. "Over?" Who says? Using some unknown method, he suddenly spun around and evaded Dashang's chains. Dashang dodged, but the situation reversed, and the gnome king quickly regained the upper hand. Refusing to back down, he pulled a weapon from his sleeve and closed in on Dashang. "Little beauty." The gnome king brought his horrific face close to Dashang, who blocked it in disgust with his chains. Seeing him struggle only made the gnome king more excited. "I've got you." Dashang couldn't help but scream, "Get lost, you ugly freak." At that moment, the ventilation shaft above reacted. Yunmu descended from the ceiling like a hero, saving the day, kicking the king away. "Stay away from him." Dashang tumbled to the ground. And before he could regain his senses, Yunmu asked happily, "Hey, was that good timing?" Ling Shui asked worriedly. "Are you okay?" Dashang gave a bright smile. "If you'd been any later, I'm afraid my purity would have been forfeit." Yunmu immediately wiped the smile from his face, staring seriously at the gnome king as he prepared for battle. The creature scrambled up and roared with laughter. "Damn humans, you actually used such a beautiful woman to trick me." At that moment his eyes changed, becoming exceptionally fierce. "It seems you've truly made me angry." Dashang burst out laughing, lifting his hem. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm a guy, so what if we tricked you? What are you gonna do about it? We meant to play you." Hearing this, the creature's rage reached a boiling point. "You'll only be able to laugh for as long as you have breath left." Then the gnome king channeled his internal power, and a violent gale began to howl. A powerful aura erupted around him as if he were evolving. Even the stones on the ground began to float into the air due to the vibrations. Yunmu gritted his teeth. What did this guy do?" He stared at the gnome king, the shock in his eyes impossible to hide. The pressure was terrifying. The Gnome King continued to evolve, letting out a roar through clenched teeth before a sudden whirlwind rose as if everything in the vicinity was about to be sucked in. Outside, massive boulders began to shudder violently, and in the blink of an eye Yunmu was standing outside the cavern. He coughed heavily from the swirling dust. Yunmu stood up and looked back, unable to help but exclaim, "The flux energy is too strong, the entire cave has collapsed." The Gnome King stood on a high rock looking down at him with contempt. "Hey human," his body had completely mutated and his former clumsy appearance was gone. The Gnome King asked coldly, "Are you ready to die?" Simultaneously, a red emergency warning flashed onto the system screen. "Warning, warning. Crimson energy detected," the monitor exclaimed in shock. "Crimson energy?" He stared blankly at the reported data, his eyes full of urgency. "This is snapping back to reality." He immediately stood up to report, "President, the Gnome King has triggered the great curse of the space-time dimension and mutated into a king-class monster." Upon hearing this, the other man was struck with shock. "The great curse of the space-time dimension has descended? This is bad." The descent of such a move meant all test participants would lose their lives. He worked his console with frantic speed. What a mess. Why did those brats have to provoke him? Cancel the competition. Recall all test squads. Also dispatch gold crystal fluxers to assist the teams in evacuating. The others responded in unison. Back with Yunmu, the Gnome King was closing in step by step. He extended a clawed hand aiming at Yunmu. Before Yunmu could even stand up, a burst of flame was shot toward him. The Gnome King stood there and then immediately unleashed another force. He was whistling incessantly, showing his absolute confidence in being able to deal with Yunmu. Yunmu stared at him, secretly terrified. His aura has changed. Looking at the longsword in the monster's hand, Yunmu determined inwardly, "Right now we are absolutely no match for him." Drenched in sweat, he stared at the Gnome King. The mere pressure released by the opponent filled him with an unprecedented dread. The king swung his sword in a circle before raising it high into the air. With the motion complete, the Gnome King slashed down toward the ground at Yunmu. Looking at the descending attack, Yunmu's body shook uncontrollably. He didn't dodge, simply staring blankly. It seemed the extreme fear had caused his body to lock up, making him unable to move. At that moment, Ling Shui rushed to his side and shouted, "What are you standing there for, you idiot?" She shoved Yunmu hard to the ground, continuing to yell, "Wake up. There's no time for you to daze off." Immediately, Ling Shui summoned her longsword. "Hey ugly, look over here." With that, she delivered a heavy overhead slash at the Gnome King. Unlike Yunmu's fear, Ling Shui was brimming with battle spirit. Yunmu's breathing grew ragged as he told himself, "Damn it, move." Then he looked at his two companions with concern. "Hey Dai, Xiao Chang, are you okay?" However, those two had already fainted, seemingly unable to withstand the Gnome King's overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Ling Shui was also sent flying by a single blow. Her slender body slammed heavily against a massive boulder behind her. Yunmu stared at her, shrieking in despair. "Shui Jia," the Gnome King looked at her and praised with contempt. "Quite a woman. A pity you're about to die here." His eyes were filled with killing intent and the blade in his hand began to vibrate. It was only then that Yunmu grew truly desperate, pounding his stiff legs with all his might. "You bastard, move!" The Gnome King raised his sword high again and said coldly, "Farewell, woman." Frantic with worry, Yunmu roared through gritted teeth. "Move!" On the other side, the Gnome King's sword was already slashing down toward Ling Shui with a piercing whistle. Seeing this, Yunmu was frantic. While roaring, he frantically beat himself. "Move!" Ling Shui couldn't move at all after the impact and could only watch as the attack descended. Fortunately, Yunmu didn't let her down. He finally overcame his fear and leaped into the air. The legs that had been trembling and stiff just a second ago now delivered a brutal kick to the Gnome King's head. Caught off guard, the monster lost its balance and went crashing into a distant mountain wall. Ignoring everything else, Yunmu turned to ask Ling Shui, "Shui Jia, can you stand?" Though she had spit up blood from the earlier hit, she still gave a radiant smile. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Are those soft legs of yours not afraid anymore?" Yunmu gave a confident smile. "I don't have time to be afraid. If I wait any longer I'll be dead." However, he had accelerated. It turned out he had stabbed his leg with his blade just now to eliminate the numbness with pain. Ling Shui was speechless. "Are you suffering from blood loss?" Yunmu spoke up. "All right, since you're okay, prepare to retreat." Just as he finished speaking, a car sped toward them, startling both of them. Ling Shui struggled to stand as the car screeched to a halt in front of them. "It's Dashang," he shouted nervously. "Get in fast, we were too careless this time. Let's get out of here." Ling Shui immediately moved toward the car. "Okay, first find my brother and Xiao Chang." "Where are they?" Yunmu pointed the way. "Over there." The Gnome King had already recovered. He slammed a hand against the rock wall to haul himself up, staring darkly at Yunmu. "It's you again." His cold voice sent a jolt of fear through Yunmu's heart, rubbing his sore spots. The Gnome King's eyes flickered with a demonic red light. "Brat, I am definitely taking your life." Yunmu stared at him blankly. The Gnome King stared back, repeating, "I will certainly have your life." He began to hover in midair and said triumphantly, "Do you still think you can escape?" Yunmu watched him silently, seemingly unable to find a counter-strategy for the moment. The Gnome King flew high into the sky, looking down on them. "It seems you've underestimated me." Deafening thunder rang out as bolts of lightning began to gather in his hands. Seeing this, Yunmu was frantic, his heart screaming, "What is this?" Then Yunmu immediately looked at Ling Shui and shouted, "Get in the car." but she hadn't regained her senses yet. In an instant there was a bout of roar as a violent explosion occurred. Ling Shui was blown away. Fortunately, Da Shang caught her just in time, saying urgently, "There's no time, we have to get in the car now." Ling Shui struggled and shouted, "No, my brother and the others are still inside." Just as she spoke, Ling An and Lu Chang were suddenly flung out from the wreckage. Yun Mu shouted, "Take them and go." Looking at the two unconscious figures on the ground, Da Shang was also stunned. Adai Xiao Chang, but they had no time to stand there dazed. Li Yun Mu immediately rushed over and grabbed them by their collars. "Shui Jia, let's go." Once the four of them were settled in the car, Da Shang shouted with a satisfied roar, "All right, prepare to move out." But Ling Shui couldn't hide her concern. "Wait, are you really not going to wait for Li Yun Mu?" Da Shang replied as he revved the engine. "If we don't escape now, we won't get another chance to defeat a king-class dimension beast. You'd need a miracle, otherwise there's no hope." Ling Shui's mind was in turmoil. But Da Shang reassured her, "Don't worry, if there truly is a miracle in this world and the person to create it." After a pause, Da Shang continued, "Can only be Li Yun Mu." Ling Shui fell silent for a moment. Da Shang's gaze was sharp. He had placed all his trust in Yun Mu. "We haven't driven far yet," when an earth-shattering shout echoed from behind. Da Shang immediately slammed on the brakes. It turned out the person running for his life behind them was none other than Yun Mu. He panted heavily, screaming, "Wait for me." Despite his faith in his brother, Da Shang hadn't expected him to shake that guy off so quickly. Ling Shui shouted nervously, "It's Li Yun Mu." Da Shang stopped the car fast. Yun Mu chased the car, yelling, "Slow down, I can't run anymore." Only then did Da Shang realize he hadn't misheard, and he hurriedly stepped on the brakes. As soon as Yun Mu got into the car, Da Shang couldn't help but tease, "You got away pretty fast. I was just getting ready to write a heroic eulogy in your memory." Yun Mu looked utterly bewildered. "What heroic eulogy?" Ling Shui couldn't help but ask. "How did you escape? Did you actually kill the gnome wizard king?" Yun Mu waved his hand. "Of course not. How could I manage that alone? I just discovered he only gets stronger within a specific space, so I ran for my life to get out of that range." Da Shang couldn't help but praise him. "You're a clever one, kid. You're lucky to have made it out in one piece." Yun Mu didn't deny it, leaning back against the seat exhausted. Yeah, recalling the battle just now, Yun Mu had indeed been beaten miserably, blood constantly spurting from his mouth. The Gnome King had stood majestically before him, mocking, "You can still survive after being hit by my lightning?" He grabbed Yun Mu by the hair and yanked his head back. Yun Mu panted heavily, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, my defense was breached." The Gnome King marveled, "You even stayed behind for your friends, such touching friendship." With that, he immediately channeled his flux power and kicked Yun Mu away like a ball. Yun Mu was helpless, his back slamming into a massive boulder once more, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The Gnome King looked at him with disdain. "With this pathetic strength, you dare to oppose me?" At that moment, Yun Mu suddenly flashed a devious smile. They were already far away. They definitely didn't know what was happening here and couldn't see the situation. Yun Mu then pointed at his opponent, his terrified expression vanishing, replaced by one of intense interest. "Hey big guy, let me show you something good today." His eyes gleamed as he stared at the Gnome King. "You should thank me." Shadow System activate. Yun Mu leaned leisurely against the rock. "I'm going to show you a real show." He then shouted loudly, "Go, number 1, number 2. From within Yun Mu's body, 2 cyan-purple blurs instantly streaked out. The Gnome King was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the 2 eerie lights surrounding him. "What?" Soon the 2 shadows revealed their true forms. The Gnome King had never seen such a strange occurrence, muttering to himself, "What on earth are these things?" Yun Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Did you really think I stayed behind to die just to cover my companion's retreat? I just didn't want them to see how I'm going to kill you." Seeing his bewildered look, Yun Mu was very pleased. After all, secrets shouldn't be shared casually. Then Yun Mu issued a loud command, "All right, number 1 and number 2, kill him." No sooner had he spoken than number 2 lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch at the Gnome King. The fellow hadn't figured out what he was fighting yet, so he had to fly back to evade. From his higher vantage point he saw number 2 more clearly, but he was still confused. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Is it a creature from another dimension? Impossible." Yun Mu was as calm as a spectator, shouting at him, "Hey you ugly freak." He looked at the creature with disdain, flashing a triumphant smile as he asked back, "Did you forget this kind of thing?" Behind the Gnome King, number 1 had appeared silently at some unknown moment. Yun Mu finished his sentence. "I have another one." As the words fell, number 1 launched a sneak attack from behind. Blood spurted frantically from the monster's back and mouth. The intense pain made the Gnome King let out a scream. Yun Mu continued to leisurely observe the battle, mocking with a cold laugh. Then Yun Mu stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, that's enough, I can go back now." Seeing him like this, the Gnome King couldn't help but ask, "Brat, where do you think you're going?" Yun Mu answered flatly, "Escaping, of course." The Gnome King roared in fury, "You bastard, you're just going to walk away like this? Don't you want to kill me? Come on, come over here and fight me." On this side, the 2 shadows were taking turns bombarding him. He was forced to meet the attacks right after he finished shouting. Yun Mu mocked with a dark face, "Please, I can't beat you, so why would I stay and fight? I never said I was challenging you. That was just your own one-sided fantasy." His words and attitude drove the creature insane, and the Gnome King gnashed his teeth in rage. Yun Mu turned to walk away, not forgetting to toss back one final remark. "Besides, this is a battlefield. Victory is the only goal. Who cares about martial ethics these days?" He looked back and stuck out his tongue in provocation. I'm not that stupid. Then he ran away leisurely with a loud laugh. That's it, I'm taking my leave, number one. Number two, I'll leave this place to you. Back in reality, Ling Shui appeared to be seriously injured, unable to stop herself from clutching her mouth and coughing violently. Seeing her state, Yunmu looked worried. Shui Jia, are you okay? Ling Shui lowered her head and comforted him. I'm fine, don't worry. Yunmu felt extremely guilty. He couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Ling Shui smiled gently. You can't be blamed for this. This was your first time encountering a king-class dimension beast. An ordinary person would have given up resistance long ago, Dashang chimed in. Exactly. Look at those two in the back sleeping like dead pigs. That's the normal reaction for an ordinary person seeing a king-class monster for the first time. By comparison, your willpower is simply insanely strong. Yunmu looked at the two unconscious figures behind him and asked back, is that reaction considered normal for seeing a king-class monster? Just then, a system notification suddenly rang out. Yunmu secretly speculated that it seemed the gnome wizard king had been killed, but to his surprise on the other side the gnome wizard was panting heavily. He gripped his longsword tightly. The system prompted that the battle had ended and the shadows were all dead. The gnome wizard king still stood tall on the spot. Hearing this news, Yunmu's eyes instantly turned solemn. This was a turn of events Yunmu hadn't expected at all. He looked tense, thinking, damn it, I didn't expect the shadows to be killed so quickly. At this moment the system asked again, since the host's shadows had died, did he choose to resurrect them directly or choose to enable thought revival? Yunmu weighed his options. Choose thought revival. The system explained that thought revival could upgrade the shadows into shadow souls, giving them emotions and a basic IQ while also mastering higher-level combat techniques. Of course, the upgrade required a consumption of 2,000 points. Yunmu rubbed his forehead. Fine, stop the nonsense, I choose thought revival. At this point they could see chaos outside from their direction, and Yunmu wondered why the surrounding dimension beasts were acting like they'd gone mad. Just then the system prompted that the resurrection and shadow soul upgrade were successful. The walkie-talkie in the car then emitted a piercing static noise. This was followed by an emergency call. Attention all testing squads, a king-class monster has appeared in the testing grounds. The Fluxer Guild has decided to terminate the competition. All squads please evacuate immediately. Dashang was shocked upon hearing this. Terminate the competition? Then aren't the points we accumulated all for nothing? Forget it. Lives are more important. He then turned to ask Yunmu, Xiao Miu Miu, do you think he stopped before finishing his sentence. Seeing Yunmu already asleep in his seat despite the car's violent jolting, Dashang felt a pang of sympathy. Asleep already? It seems he really is exhausted. The scene returned to the Gnome King's side. After dealing with those two shadows, he sat down panting to rest. Looking at the spoils before him, the Gnome King resolved that although he had killed those things, he had still let that human escape. If I meet him again, I will definitely. Before he could finish, a strange noise suddenly came from nearby. The Gnome King's pupils shrank and he gritted his teeth as he watched silently. Following that, a burst of intense light suddenly exploded, scaring the Gnome King into falling to the ground. Shadow number 1's severed remains were now resurrecting, everything seemingly undergoing reconstruction. In an instant, number 1's eyes lit up again. He sat up, staring blankly at the flashing intense light around him, confused. What's going on? Shadow number 1 actually spoke at this moment. He suddenly spoke up, his tone identical to his master's. Hey ugly freak. The Gnome King gnashed his teeth, silently observing what was happening. Number 1 continued happily. Didn't expect it, did you? We meet again so soon. The smile on number 1's face was exactly like Yunmu's. He mocked loudly. Did you miss me? The Gnome King stood up abruptly. It's you. You were actually inside that thing. Before he could recover his senses, number 1 had already lunged forward with wide eyes, his aura more than a bit stronger than before. Seeing this, the Gnome King couldn't help but marvel. So fast. Number 1 followed up with a side kick, sending the Gnome King's entire body flying backward. He hurriedly flipped to his feet. Though he didn't want to show weakness, his heart was full of wariness. Damn it, the power of the space curse is almost exhausted. I'm getting weaker, he calculated secretly. It seemed he had to borrow a bit more of that energy similar to the curse power. The Gnome King couldn't help but roar. Brat, you actually dare to come back? Watch how I slaughter you this time. Number 1 raised a hand to shield his eyes, beginning to make a judgment. Going for that lightning trick again. Suddenly, he was stunned by the sight before him. His eyes unable to hide his shock. Wait a second, that is. Looking at the intricate circles on the ground, number 1 immediately realized that the cursed magic circle was beneath his feet. Shadow number 1 was also a bit puzzled. It's been here the whole time. How did I not notice it earlier? Do the shadow's eyes see energy clumps that are invisible to the naked eye? At that moment, the Gnome King abruptly raised his hand and the cursed magic circle and lightning began to converge. A massive pillar of light now surrounded the Gnome King. Number 1 thought to himself, could it be? This guy's power has been restored? It seems this cursed magic circle is the source of his power. He calculated rapidly in his mind. He had to find a way to destroy the circle. The Gnome King said triumphantly, All right, I'm almost ready. Die. Then he charged forward with all his might. He swiftly summoned a longsword, becoming even more serious as he lunged forward to deliver a lethal blow. Shadow number 1 remained standing calmly on the spot. In an instant, as the Gnome King slashed down, a violent explosion followed and smoke and dust filled the area. The Gnome King roared. Brat, you dodged fast. Where the hell did you go? Just then, the tip of number 1's shoe was already close to his head. "Hey, I'm over here." The Gnome King swiftly raised his hand to block. His movement and evasion were also unusually practiced. Number 1 was knocked back and immediately reached out a hand to steady himself on the ground. He pressed his hands heavily into the earth and everything around him began to float due to this internal force. Number 1 still refused to admit defeat. He leaped into the air again, delivering a heavy kick to the Gnome King's head. But of course the opponent wouldn't just let Number 1 keep attacking. Those giant hands swiftly grabbed Number 1's leg. Simultaneously, Number 1 was also a bit surprised. If he got serious, the Gnome King's speed was indeed not to be underestimated. He gripped Number 1's ankle tightly and flung him away, shouting irritably, "So annoying, hopping around like a fly." Number 1's body was now being flung far away like a basketball. But unknown what he was calculating, a light smile suddenly appeared on Number 1's face, and that smile was caught by the Gnome King just in time. He saw it and felt a jolt of alarm. Suddenly, the Gnome King's gaze changed as he seemed to realize something. He stared blankly at the trajectory of Yunmu's flight, secretly speculating. Cool, could it be he wants to destroy the magic circle? Number 1's hand had now touched the magic circle, everything exactly as he had planned. On this side, the Gnome King also noticed. He was secretly horrified. How is this possible? This human, after a pause, he couldn't believe his eyes. The boy could actually see his cursed magic circle above. Number 1 was exceptionally excited and let out a laugh. Found it? Then his hand swiftly thrust into the rift, tearing it open with brute force. Finally, in an instant, the Gnome King's cursed magic circle completely shattered. He couldn't help but roar in anger. "You bastard, this kid actually did it." The Gnome King was consumed with rage, howling frantically. Unforgivable. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the sky, the rocks below shattering from the vibration. And Number 1 was also affected. He crawled out from the rubble and coughed a few times. "That hurts," Shadow Number 1 secretly calculated. Although the monster could no longer absorb more power, he was still much stronger than me. Number 1 immediately decided he must not give the monster a chance to counterattack, but seeing the way he landed, Number 1 was stunned again. Huh, is he recruiting enemies? At the thought, Number 1 flashed a devious smile. This move would work perfectly here. Immediately following, he rushed toward the Gnome King's side. The opponent was also startled at this moment. An attack swept past, and the scattered rocks seemed to have motors attached as they incessantly pelted the king. Of course he still dodged, his body unharmed. The Gnome King looked at Number 1, mocking with a cold laugh. "You were pretty ruthless just now, Brad. Now it's my turn." Number 1 asked him with an innocent look. "Did you forget your opponent isn't just me?" As soon as the words were out, Number 2 suddenly appeared behind the Gnome King, giving him a fright. His gaze was sharp and his 2 fangs were clenched tight in rage, his face hideous. Before he could react, Number 2 had already successfully launched a sneak attack, giving the Gnome King a heavy blow. On this side, Number 1 seized the opportunity and swept past at high speed before the opponent could catch his breath. Aerial combat leg. At this moment, Number 1 and Number 2 appeared exceptionally excited, kicking the Gnome King around like a ball. He was being beaten by the continuous attacks and could only seethe in silence. Damn it, this guy's attacks are as relentless as flowing water. I can't shake them off. He soon realized the opponent knew they couldn't win a direct confrontation, so they wanted to use this method to wear him down. The Gnome King cried out in misery. It seemed he was really going to fall to this despicable person this time. "How did I end up in such a pathetic state?" The Gnome King mustered his last ounce of strength to grab Number 1's leg. "I won't accept this. You didn't expect me to be able to resist at the very last moment, did you?" Number 1 couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "What?" The Gnome King immediately scrambled onto Number 1's back, clinging to him with a death grip. Number 1 roared in disgust. "What are you doing?" The Gnome King shrieked with pure spite. "If I'm going to die anyway, you're coming down to hell with me." Number 1 was struck with shock. Looking back, he realized the Gnome King's body was rapidly swelling. He soon realized the creature intended to self-destruct. Watching him inflate like a balloon, Number 1 was frantic with worry. "This guy wants to take me with him." Being strangled so tightly made it extremely difficult to break free. Number 1 cursed furiously. "Damn it." At that critical moment, he freed one hand and let out a sharp cry. "Armament manifestation." Just as the words left his lips and his body fully tensed, the Gnome King let out a final wild roar. This was immediately followed by a world-shaking explosion. Flames shot into the sky as smoke and dust filled the area. The power of the self-destruction was staggering. The surrounding ground shook violently as if a massive earthquake had struck. Onlookers whispered in terror, "What's happening?" They were the elite squad from the Heavenly Cloud Temple. A woman quickly speculated, could someone have dealt with the Gnome Wizard King? We're too late. They immediately rushed toward the center of the explosion. When they saw a faint cyan silhouette through the thick smoke, both were stunned. "Look, there's someone in the smoke." The young man stared at the combat armor on the figure, exclaiming in shock after careful identification, "That's equipment from the War God Temple." Simultaneously, Yunmu turned deathly pale and suddenly bolted upright from his sleep, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. Da Shang asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yunmu felt somewhat dazed. "Oh yeah," he leaned back against the seat, still shaken. "That was too close." Fortunately, he had cut the sensory connection with the Shadow Soul just in time. Otherwise, he would have either died or gone insane. At that moment, a notification from the system arrived. "Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the strongest spatial beast in the current area, the Gnome Wizard King. Yunmu was secretly delighted. It seemed that under the double protection of the armament combat body and the indestructible golden bell, number 1 had survived. Immediately after, a series of reward notifications chimed. Looking at the bountiful loot, Yunmu couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Awesome, I'm rich!" Dashang jumped, startled. "What the hell are you doing? You scared the life out of me." Yunmu looked out the window and excitedly said to his companion, "Dashang, look over there." He had spotted trouble at a glance. It seemed someone was surrounded by spatial beasts. Dashang looked closely. "Isn't that Li Si from our academy? What's she doing here alone? Did she get separated from her team?" Yunmu suddenly suggested. "Come on, let's go save her." Dashang was stunned. "What? Save her?" Yunmu immediately pushed open the car door. "We're all schoolmates, it's only right to help each other out." Dashang was terrified once again. "Hey, that's dangerous, use the door, man." Dashang felt utterly helpless, wondering why this guy was suddenly so hyper after waking up. Ling Shui joked. "Could it be that he's taken a liking to the girl?" Dashang felt a bit awkward hearing that. Meanwhile, Li Si was locked in a bitter struggle, roaring at the monsters closing in. "Get away!" Monster blood splattered onto her face, making her feel incredibly nauseous. Damn it, these spatial beasts were acting like they were possessed, and everyone else had scattered. Li Si cursed as she hacked away frantically. Because she was focused entirely on attacking, she didn't notice she had stepped on a monster's tail. She stumbled, and the monster took the opportunity to lash its tail violently. Li Si was sent flying, her small frame racking with pain. The moment she lost her footing, a spatial beast lunged at her with a roar. Li Si was powerless to resist. She could only close her eyes and lament in her heart, "It's over." At that hair-raising moment, a powerful hand suddenly clamped onto the monster's neck. Yunmu didn't look at her. Seeing that Li Si still had her eyes closed, he called out to remind her. "Hey." Yunmu effortlessly hoisted the monster up and tilted his head to call her name, Li Si. The sunlight slanted down, making him look like a hero descending from above. Yunmu asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Pink bubbles seemed to rise around Li Si, and her cheeks turned as red as if they'd been brushed by a spring breeze. She answered subconsciously, I'm fine." After confirming his friend was safe, Yunmu immediately turned to the remaining monsters. Although he was covered in blood, these few creatures were nothing to him. Even facing a pack, his aura remained formidable. "This is the last one. Done." Li Si stared blankly at the youth before her, whispering to herself, "I think his name is Li Yunmu. He is really incredible." Just then, a loud voice snapped Li Si back to reality. Dashang glared at Yunmu. "Have you played enough? It's time to go back." Li Si turned and saw Dashang in female clothing, jumping in fright. "A cross-dressing pervert," Dashang retorted furiously. "I am not a pervert." Yunmu pointed at Dashang and said to Li Si, "Do you want to hitch a ride back with us?" Li Si beamed with a radiant smile. Can I? Thank you so much." The car sped back toward the school. This was Lucky Wind Academy. Ling En and Lu Chang were still unconscious and were carried away on stretchers. Yunmu watched the stretchers bouncing around and stomped his foot in anger. "I said take it easy. Those are injured people. Do you even know how to carry a stretcher?" Two young men in the distance saw Yunmu and whispered to each other. "Is it him?" The person next to them was startled. "How what?" the youth explained. "Don't you know, their squad performed incredibly well, raising Lucky Wind City's ranking by over 30 spots. From now on, our city's status and resource allocation will greatly improve. Our city has been at the bottom forever. We finally redeemed ourselves." While Yunmu was gesturing wildly, Tang En suddenly appeared behind him and gave him a heavy iron sandpalm pat on the back. "My dear little brother." Yunmu whirled around and shouted in a rage. "Hey, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Tang En wore a devious smirk of success. "Scared you? Here, take a deep breath." "Don't be afraid," Yunmu replied coldly. "Believe it or not, if you touch me like that again, I'll beat you up." Tang En continued to joke with a thick skin. "Look at you, you must be seriously hurt, otherwise why would your clothes be in such tatters?" Yunmu looked disgusted. "None of your business, I'm fine, go away, don't touch me." After shaking off this nuisance, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn it. This guy is like a total creep. Why haven't I seen Lu Naiji? Is she not back yet?" While he was looking around, Li Si ran over and shouted loudly, making him spin around in surprise. "Hello there, Xiao Miu Miu." Yunmu looked bewildered. "You?" Li Si frowned. "What do you mean you so cold?" he asked, confused. "Why are you calling me Xiao Miu Miu?" Li Si replied righteously. "Doesn't that cross-dressing pervert call you that? What if others can call you that? Why can't I?" Yunmu really couldn't do anything about this persistent pest. "Fine, whatever you want." Li Si laughed happily. "By the way, tonight Yunmu ignored her and walked directly toward a classmate who was heading back to the classroom. "Have you seen Lu Naiji?" The person answered happily. "She should be back. I saw their battle car parked over there." Li Si asked curiously, "Are you very worried about Lu Naiji? Are you two dating?" Yunmu's face went dark. "Why should I tell you?" Being treated so coldly by Yunmu made Li Si feel a bit sour. She immediately changed her expression. "Fine, I'll tell you. She's okay. She just suffered some minor injuries and should have gone back to rest." Yunmu asked joyfully. "Really?" After speaking, Yunmu started to walk away. Li Si continued to follow him closely, unabashedly suggesting, "I say, let's have dinner together." Yunmu asked back in surprise. "Dinner together?" she replied naturally. "That's right. To repay you for saving my life, come to my dorm and try my cooking." Yunmu declined decisively. "Sorry, I have things to do tonight. I really don't have time. I'll treat you another day." Li Si felt a bit disappointed, silently covering her face to hide her expression, but Yunmu didn't look back as he hurried away. "It's a deal then, bye." Li Si wanted to chase after him, but she held back. Before Yunmu had gone far, Li Si couldn't help but shout, "Xiao Miu Miu!" Yunmu turned back and asked, puzzled. "Yeah, what now?" She persisted in asking. "When exactly is another day?" Yunmu stammered. "Well, actually probably just." Dashang, still in his strange female outfit, was hiding around a corner, moved to tears. "Our Xiao Miu Miu has finally grown up." Passing students looked on with disdain. "That pervert is actually peeping and crying." Finally, Yunmu returned to his own room. Yunmu let out a loud shout. "I finally get to see the rewards from the Gnome Wizard King's self-destruction. I can't wait." Then he picked up the items one by one to examine them. It was a fairly complete variety: technique, parchment, a space box. Suddenly he seemed to see something incredible. Yunmu's heart skipped a beat. "Wait!" He grabbed the stone, his face darkening. Could this thing be? Yunmu scrutinized the stone in his hand. "Isn't this the legendary Space Mother Stone?" With that, he held the small stone close to his eyes for a careful look, then excitedly ran toward the bookshelf. "Right, I remember it being mentioned in a book." After turning his room upside down, Yunmu finally shouted happily, "Found it!" He flipped through the pages and finally found the relevant information. Yunmu compared the stone with the illustration. No doubt about it, this was it. According to the records, the Space Mother Stone is a divine object that after refining can create an independent astral world. The owner becomes the ruler of this independent world. Yunmu was extremely satisfied with this treasure. It seemed he had really hit the jackpot this time. The Gnome Wizard King's self-destruction hadn't been for nothing. Immediately, Yunmu shouted excitedly, "System, I want to refine the Mother Stone. Refining requires 30,000 points." Yunmu's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock. "Huh, so expensive? You're even ripping off your master. The Mother Stone is clearly mine. Why is the refining fee so high?" In the end, he compromised. "Fine, 30,000 it is. It's not like I have another choice." Afterward, Yunmu closed his eyes to rest for a bit. Just as he was dozing off, the system prompted that the refining was successful. Yunmu opened his eyes in surprise and marveled, so fast? But when he saw his surroundings clearly, he looked around in terror because he was no longer in his bedroom. Is this the world created by the Mother Stone? He observed his surroundings curiously. This vast starry sky is truly the— Yunmu couldn't suppress the wild joy in his heart, opening his arms and shouting heartily, "Most beautiful thing I've ever seen." He sat down to evaluate the space. "Although the space here is huge, this piece of land under my feet is way too small, isn't it?" He casually tossed a stone, thinking that in such a small place, anything he threw would fill it up. After the stone was thrown, it immediately melted as if it had been placed into an endless ocean. Yunmu watched this scene and couldn't help but cry out, "Oh, it grew larger." He looked around again. It seemed this land would expand after absorbing spatial crystals. He suddenly thought of a great idea and excitedly muttered to himself, "If that's the case." Yunmu kept tossing countless crystals into the air. "Get bigger, even bigger." He lay down, out of breath, having tossed over 100 crystals in one go. "I'm exhausted, but it's definitely worth it." The area where Yunmu was lying was now much larger than before. He asked himself happily, "Now that it's gotten so big, I wonder if it will be of any help to me?" Thinking of this, he suddenly realized his current situation and his mood dropped again. "Damn it, I was too impulsive. I wasted so many crystals without even knowing what this is for." At that moment, the system explained, "This is the astral world within your world." Yunmu asked, confused. "Astral world?" The system continued. "This is power generated within the host's body. Because the host's current level is too low, it can currently only absorb damage from external attacks." Yunmu bit his finger and thought to himself, "It can even be used for defense?" The indestructible golden bell and individual battle armor now had the blessing of the astral power. The system added, "But this is basically just a meat pad. However, your current astral level is too low. The damage it can absorb is almost negligible." Yunmu couldn't help but cry out after hearing this. "Ha, this is small. Look closely. This is at least 70 or 80 square meters. I've noticed you're becoming more and more of a troll lately." After arguing for a while, he got tired and sat down dejectedly. He had spent 30,000 points and over 100 crystals only to get something useless in return. He lay on the ground looking at the system. But theoretically, as long as he had enough crystals, this astral world would be invincible. Should I throw in some more crystals? At that thought, Yunmu suddenly stopped, as if he had experienced a moment of self-awakening in the face of temptation. He scratched his head and thought, "Too dangerous. Too dangerous. I almost fell for the system's trap. This is basically a bottomless pit that just wants to bankrupt me," he was shouting to himself. Although the ability to absorb damage was tempting, thinking of this, Yunmu went silent. He stole a glance at the system, his heart struggling. "How about I throw in one more, just one?" At this moment, Yunmu was practically like an addict. Just then his communicator rang. It was Dashang calling. As soon as the call connected, he shouted urgently, "Hey Xiao Miu Miu, hurry up and change your clothes. Assemble at the plaza." He was startled. "How, what happened? Why the rush? Explain yourself clearly." Afterward, Yunmu quickly changed and rushed to the place Dashang mentioned, the Lucky Wind Academy Plaza. He was out of breath from running, thinking, "So it's a general assembly. I thought Dashang and the others had run into something." Li Si waved happily as soon as she saw him. "Xiao Miu Miu, over here?" Yunmu walked over and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Li Si was a bit disappointed. "Ha, what's that supposed to mean?" Yunmu spoke bluntly. "Go back to your own team. Why are you always hanging around ours?" Li Si immediately lost interest. "Hey, you don't have to be so cold, do you?" Ling Shui watched happily from the side. "It's good to be young." Just then a light-hearted voice rang out. Before Yunmu could see who it was, he was locked in a tight embrace. "Li Yunmu, you're amazing. I'm just glad you're okay." Naiji looked at him with a happy smile. "Zhang Dashang, long time no see." Yunmu pushed her legs away, huffing. "You brat, you scared me." "Get down, you're heavy," Naiji said enthusiastically. "I heard you were targeted for assassination just like Luo Pu. I was worried to death. I'm relieved to see you safe and sound." Seeing Naiji and Yunmu chatting so warmly, Lisa's face turned as dark as an expired bun. Just then an arrogant voice rang out. "Isn't this Li Yunmu and his squad of rich heirs?" The speaker was none other than Hu Wu, who spoke with a face full of disdain. "How surprising. I thought you would have been dead by now." He looked at Yunmu provocatively and added, "So is it comfortable being a lapdog for the wealthy?" Yunmu thought irritably to himself, "Why is it this mad dog again? What a nuisance." Seeing that Yunmu was slow to respond, Hu Wu shouted arrogantly again, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Before he could even react, Dashang stepped forward. Dashang stared at him coldly. After not seeing him for a while, his strength hadn't grown, but the stench coming out of his mouth certainly had. Hu Wu, flying into a rage, lunged forward and grabbed Dashang by the collar. "Hey, you stinking rich boy, are you looking for a beating? I dare you to say that again." Dashang's icy voice gave him a jolt. "I obviously don't want to fight, but if you insist, I'll see it through to the end." Dashang's face was as dark as a demon's, and his eyes were as cold as an ice cellar as he stared Hu Wu down without blinking. Under Dashang's overwhelming pressure, Hu Wu immediately let go and pushed Dashang away, intending to leave. Just as he turned around, he bumped right into Bowen behind him. Teacher Li looked at him mockingly. Young people these days certainly have fiery tempers. Bowen didn't even spare Hu Wu a glance, turning instead to look at the girl sitting nearby. "Ling Shui, holster your phantom power gun." Ling Shui gave a bored smile. "I guess I still couldn't hide it from the teacher." Then Ling Shui looked at Hu Wu. "Kid, you should thank the teacher, otherwise you would have already made your move." After a pause, her gaze looked 10 times more terrifying than Dashang's. Ling Shui threatened in a cold voice, "You're dead meat." Yunmu then walked forward with a smile, while Hu Wu shouted loudly, "Ha, what, you want to fight?" Dashang took a step back, revealing a devious smile. "This kid Hu Wu is really unlucky." Ling Shui cast a glance and couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for him. Of all people to provoke this kid, Hu Wu just had to piss off Li Yunmu. Dashang also gave an awkward smile. "Exactly." Lingyan stood to the side, cheering excitedly. "Go for it, Li Yunmu, this guy has always looked down on us." Lu Chang was also thrilled. "Don't show any mercy." Hu Wu, unable to wait any longer, lunged at Yunmu. His internal strength was fueled by a heart full of rage. "I've put up with you for a long time, brat. Prepare to be taught a lesson." But in the face of his assault, Yunmu simply gave a light dodge, avoiding it with ease. Hu Wu began to sense that something was wrong, but he didn't stop his movements. He struck out with over a dozen consecutive moves from both sides, but Yunmu continued to avoid them calmly. It was clear that Hu Wu was truly no match for Yunmu. He suddenly threw a punch at Yunmu's face, but Yunmu quickly reached out and caught it firmly. Hu Wu began to throw insults, dodging like a cowardly bug. "Hey, hit me already." At that moment, Yunmu ducked to avoid a strike. He glanced at him with interest. "Hey, since you put it that way, I won't hold back." As Yunmu threw a punch, Hu Wu could only stand there dazed, completely unable to defend himself. As soon as the fist landed, Hu Wu was sent flying a great distance, immediately letting out a miserable cry. The people around them burst into discussion. "Hey, did you see what just happened?" "I didn't see it clearly. I just saw Hu Wu get kicked away in an instant." Over here, Li Si, Lingyan and Lu Chang cheered and leapt for joy. "Awesome, well done, Xiao Miu Miu." Hu Wu's blood dripped onto the ground, but he still refused to admit defeat, struggling to his feet. "Hey, I'm not done yet." Yunmu also stopped, turning back to hear what he had to say. Immediately after, Hu Wu suddenly straightened his body, using the momentum to leap into the air. A ball of violent flames gathered in his hand. Hu Wu shouted, "I won't surrender even if it kills me." Yunmu felt a bit of admiration but remained on the spot to observe. Hu Wu's eyes were filled with madness. He roared like a wild beast escaping its cage, then charged at him desperately. Yunmu calmly delivered a heavy punch square to his face. Hu Wu only had time to let out a single scream before blood sprayed from his nose. Yunmu finished with a heavy strike, and Hu Wu was sent flying once again. The surrounding students erupted once more. "Wow, this is a total one-sided beatdown. Yeah, I didn't expect Li Yunmu to be this powerful." Seeing him slumped on the ground, everyone was astonished. "I thought Hu Wu was pretty strong. He was the main force and the face of his team." Hu Wu heard all the remarks, but his body was no longer able to move. Qing Bao stepped forward. "All right, the childish fight between kids has reached its conclusion. Now can you go to the warehouse to collect your reward?" Yunmu immediately complied. "Right, I've wasted too much time on such a boring matter." At the same time, Qing Bao was suddenly startled, looking behind him. The scene before his eyes gave him a shock. Yunmu said, "Dashan, let's go get the treasures." But behind him, Hu Wu, unable to win fairly, had actually attempted a sneak attack. After Qing Bao recovered his senses, he immediately shouted a warning, "Watch out!" Yunmu, however, remained calm, tilting his head slightly to look back. Hu Wu, realizing he had been discovered, roared hysterically, Li Yunmu, I will never lose to you, die. The sharp knife in his hand was about to stab Yunmu. Huwu wished he could tear Yunmu into 1,000 pieces to wash away this humiliation. Yunmu quickly dodged to the side and the assassination plan failed once again. In an instant, Yunmu grabbed the arm holding the knife with a death grip. He suddenly exerted force, and with a sharp crack Huwu's arm bone shattered. He screamed in agony, a sound like a wounded beast. The arm that had been perfectly fine was now broken. The onlookers watched with their hearts in their throats. My god, he basically crippled Huwu's arm. That was a brutal strike. I definitely can't provoke this Li Yunmu in the future. Huwu slumped on the ground, twitching and screaming shrilly. My hand, Li Yunmu. I'll kill your whole family. I'll kill you. He looked to the side, pleading for help. Tang En, he intentionally crippled my right hand. I want to report him to the guild. I'll sue him to death. Tang En spoke coldly. It was clearly you who tried to kill him first. He was actually being light on you by only crippling one hand, he continued. As for your attempted murder, I will report it truthfully to the guild. Huwu was so scared his face turned ashen. What? Yunmu asked in a cold voice. Senior, can I go in and pick my treasures now? He waved his hand. Go on, you've already wasted plenty of time, Lingen shouted excitedly. Hell yeah. Then we're heading in first. Li Si felt a bit of pity. Although Huwu was very annoying, was crippling his arm directly a bit too much? Yunmu answered calmly. If I don't give him a severe lesson, he will definitely continue to look for trouble. Li Si stared at him intently as Yunmu continued. Since he already had killing intent, there was no need for me to spare him. Remember, never give an enemy any chance to strike back. As he spoke, a hint of darkness also crossed Yunmu's face. On the other side, Lingen shouted frantically, Da Shang, hurry up, I can't wait. Everyone was very excited. This should be warehouse A, shall we open it? 1, 2, 3. The moment Yunmu pushed the door open, he felt like all the treasures inside were glowing incessantly. Ling An's eyes were like searchlights as he exclaimed, Isn't this place just incredible? He was practically going crazy with excitement. This is a rank vault, it's full of good stuff that you couldn't buy even with money. Lu Chang, do you think this kind of aura suits me? Facing these treasures, Yunmu still appeared very calm. Just then, Ling Shui shouted, Hey Li Yunmu, I found something good here. He walked over curiously. Shui Jia, what did you find? Ling Shui said again, Look, this thing is way more interesting than those swords and sabers. Yunmu looked at the item and immediately recognized it as a technique transmission orb. Ling Shui casually tossed it over. Here, take a look. Yunmu was startled and caught it quickly. Hey, don't just throw it around. As soon as his hand touched it, he felt a surge of bone-chilling, aurora-slaying intent. Ling Shui explained, This is an extremely powerful swordsmanship technique that fits your combat style perfectly. Yunmu pondered to himself. This manual seemed as if it were tailor-made for him. Should he choose it? Just then, the system notification rang. Valuable item scanned nearby. The host should not miss this opportunity. Yunmu quickly looked over and found a beautifully crafted golden longbow. Yunmu took just one look and his gaze could no longer leave that bow. He casually set down the orb in his hand and said to Ling Shui, I'm going to check that out. Ling Shui shouted at his back, Hey, trust me, nothing suits you better than this over here. Yunmu quickly took down the weapon. When Ling Shui saw what he had taken, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise. It was an ancient dusty crossbow. The body of the bow was engraved with a black bird-shaped glyph looking incredibly mysterious. Yunmu looked at the pattern on it. He examined it for a long while before speaking, I've decided, I want this. Ling Shui was very surprised by this. Really, you're going to give up aurora-slaying intent for this broken bow? Yunmu confirmed with a serious look. Yeah, I don't know why, but from the first moment I saw it, I felt it was fated to be mine. Afterward, he quickly left with the item. Ling Shui shouted from behind, Hey, aren't you going to reconsider? What a waste. She also felt helpless. This kid just wouldn't listen to advice. Ling En was pacing around nearby. Sister, haven't you chosen yet? Aurora-slaying intent seems like a good fit for Li Yunmu. Ling Shui didn't look back. I've chosen aurora-slaying intent for you. You can do whatever you want with it. Ling En held the technique transmission orb, looking utterly bewildered. This thing is useless to me too. Suit yourself. After Yunmu got his heart's desire, he walked straight away without a word. Da Shang and the others chased after him from behind. Hey, Xiao Miu Miu. Da Shang looked at him and asked loudly, What's the deal? You want to run off right after getting your reward? Yunmu gave a brilliant smile. Sorry, I just wanted to get back quickly to study the bow I just got. I forgot about everyone. Just then, Ling En handed him the cyan orb. Here, take it. Yunmu was surprised. It was actually aurora-slaying intent. Ling En answered straightforwardly, Yeah, my sister gave it to me because she didn't need it, but this thing doesn't really suit me either, so I'm giving it to you. Besides, Ling En paused, then said a bit hesitantly in a low voice, I think my sister specifically chose it for you. She's just too shy to say it out loud. Yunmu was a bit hesitant. After all, this thing was too precious, and if that was the case, Shui Jia wouldn't have a reward. Lu Chang also quickly chimed in. I think you should take it, Lu Chang analyzed. The Hu family has a lot of influence and will likely retaliate against you. You have to equip yourself well. I think Shui Jia thinks so too. Da Shang added, That's right, take it. Don't forget we're friends, Ling En followed up. My sister and I will help you too. Yunmu looked at everyone, an indescribable emotion swirling in his eyes. Finally, Yunmu stared at the cyan orb in his hand. All right, I'll take it. He felt as if everything around him was filled with warmth. Yunmu smiled brilliantly. Thank you, everyone. He felt incredibly warm inside. It had been a long time since he had felt such deep friendship. Finally he returned home. Yunmu slumped onto his bed exhausted. What a busy day. He could finally catch his breath. System learn Aurora Slaying Intent. The system prompted that 4,000 experience points were required to learn. Yunmu had a face full of helplessness. Fine, this isn't the first time I've been ripped off by my shady system. As soon as the words left his mouth, the orb in his hand suddenly flew into the air. Yunmu observed silently. The orb quickly opened a mysterious blue vision. Yunmu shouted out in excitement. That surge of energy continuously surrounded him. Yunmu cried out excitedly, "Whoa!" In the blink of an eye, the system prompted that he had finished learning Aurora Slaying Intent. Yunmu was panting for breath. This feeling of being force-fed was truly uncomfortable, no matter how many times he tried it. "Hey, is this the valuable item you mentioned?" He gripped the longbow tightly. "In the darkness, I always feel like it's calling to me." The system then rang out, "Congratulations on obtaining the 7-dimensional combat bow." Yunmu was startled upon hearing this. "Say that word again. Is it 7-dimensional? Hearing this, Yunmu immediately thought of the name Underworld Crow. According to the system, this bow had a soul of destruction named Underworld Crow sealed within it. Yunmu was puzzled. Could that feeling that attracted him be the weapon soul within the bow calling to him? He couldn't help but be curious, but even if it was a powerful weapon soul, wouldn't it be useless if it were sealed? The system continued to prompt. "You can upgrade the system again. Once upgraded, you can break the seal." Yunmu felt as if someone was waiting for him to enter. He shouted excitedly, "Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade the system." This upgrade was very fast. "I thought it would take half a year to unseal it." The seal of the Underworld Crow. As soon as the words were spoken, Yunmu was immediately pulled into an alternate dimensional space. He felt all his senses distorting, and his brain felt a wave of dizziness. In an instant, Yunmu's entire body was sucked in. His vision blurred, and it was only then that Yunmu slowly woke up. He looked around, his heart filled with doubt. Where was this? Looking closely, Yunmu was surprised to find himself standing before a massive door. He was currently extremely shocked, his eyes wide. Is it a prison? Before Yunmu could regain his senses, the person sitting inside immediately spoke. "Hey Brad, how did you get in here?" He quickly stepped forward and got straight to the point. "You must be the king of destruction, Underworld Crow. I'm here to help you break the seal, but I need your strength as a trade. You must lend me your power." After hearing his words, the man's gaze became even sharper. Underworld Crow sneered and said, "You say you can save me? What a joke." Yunmu didn't waste any words, simply shouting loudly. "System, break the seal." But breaking the seal required extremely strong internal power, and his internal power was far from enough. Yunmu said again, "Then use all of my internal power. Break as much as you can." The system quickly agreed. At that moment it was frantically absorbing his internal strength. Once the system finished absorbing, his internal power value had returned to 0 and the chain had only developed a tiny crack. Underworld Crow asked with disdain, "You talked such a big game and in the end you only opened it this much?" He couldn't help but mock. "So you're just a little braggart after all." Yunmu's face went dark. Is the gap really that large?" Underworld Crow said again. "Do you think an ordinary seal could hold me? I have 3 ultimate seals on me. You've only just scratched the surface of the first one. You're still far off." After a pause he said again, "But that's all right, I'll lend you a bit of power for now." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of golden light immediately flew toward Yunmu, giving him a start. That light quickly converged into the shadows of 3 birds and he asked in confusion, "What is this?" Underworld Crow explained that these 3 underworld geese would follow his orders during this time. "Don't forget, if you completely break my seal, I will give you even greater power. This is a trade." He excitedly reached out his hand to let them rest on it. "Hey, don't worry about that. I'll definitely help you. This is also helping myself." Underworld Crow didn't show his face from beginning to end. After finishing his instructions, he immediately intended to kick him out. "All right, that's enough for now. I'm tired, you can get out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu also immediately began to leave this place. His face was like jelly, constantly twisting into various shapes. It wasn't until his entire body felt like soggy dough that Yunmu suddenly woke up with a shout. Soon he opened his eyes again, his head still throbbing slightly. Yunmu couldn't help but groan a few times. He slumped on the bed clutching the bow. "I'm back." Meanwhile he turned to look at the longbow in his hand, his emotions a complex swirl. Yunmu placed a hand on his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. He was finally free. The scene shifted to the front of a grand building where Yunmu had arrived, following the address on a slip of paper. This was Wangwon Pavilion. Standing at the entrance he was struck with awe, having never expected to find such a building in this era. In reality it was a pawn shop. Just as his thoughts began to wander, a voice from behind gave him a start. It was a kind-looking old man who walked over with a smile and asked, "Young man, what brings you to our shop?" The old man looked at him with a gentle expression. "Our shop has everything you could need and offers appraisal services guaranteed to satisfy." Yunmu looked at him and said, "I'm not here to buy anything. How should I put this? I heard you take black goods." Hearing this, the old man froze slightly, then immediately understood. So he was here to talk business. He led Yunmu inside. "Then let's go inside, sit down and talk it over slowly." Once inside, the old man invited him to sit, and hot tea was soon served. As Yunmu sipped his tea, the old man slowly picked up his own cup and asked, I wonder what treasure this young friend has traveled so far to sell? Yunmu placed the items on the table with straightforward efficiency. It's nothing high grade. Here, give me a price. The old man was startled. This is the Gnome King's crown? He quietly evaluated Yunmu, thinking it was incredible that a boy who looked so ordinary possessed such high-level goods. He took a cursory look and then held up 6 fingers to name a price. Upon seeing this number, Yunmu immediately looked displeased. 150,000, that's too low. This thing is definitely worth more than that. The shopkeeper hurried to explain. Young friend, you've misunderstood. I meant 1.5 million. Hearing this price, Yunmu was also stunned. The old man picked up the crown for a closer look, lamenting, heroes truly come from the youth. With your level of skill, it's worth taking a small loss just to make a friend of you. Only then did Yunmu trust him a bit more. Alright, it seems you aren't trying to cheat me. In that case, help me look at these as well. The shopkeeper was utterly bewildered. There's more? Looking at the items, Yunmu pushed forward. He nearly fainted. This is the Gnome Wizard Elder's battle robe and a ring and a staff. It's an entire set. Say no more, I'll take the set. I'll give you 12 million. Yunmu then pushed another rolled-up item over. And how much are these rune remains worth? The old man took one look and his heart skipped a beat. These are actual Southern Dynasty rune remains. The shopkeeper suggested earnestly, young friend, you should take this back. I truly don't dare to accept it. He then added a grave warning, let me give you one more piece of advice. As he spoke, the old man's face became exceptionally serious. Never let an outsider see this item easily in the future. Seeing his tense expression, Yunmu realized the gravity of the situation and couldn't help but swallow hard. The scene shifted elsewhere where a girl was struggling to pull off a heavy, cumbersome bear costume. It was Ryan. She slumped to the ground exhausted, gasping for air. I'm beat. I didn't expect this thing to be so hot. Ryan began to calculate. The money Xiao Mu had given her was almost gone. I can't always rely on him for father's medical bills. I have to work harder to earn money. Please just hold on for a few more days. Just then her phone chimed with a text notification. You have received a new transfer. Please check. Ryan took out her phone and her entire body froze in shock when she saw the number on the screen. Her account had actually gained 3 million, a massive sum. Ryan immediately guessed the source. Could it be Xiao Mu? Having received the money just as her work ended, Ryan hurried back to the hospital and pushed open the door. Ryan shouted loudly, Dad, Mom, I'm back. The hospital room was crowded with people, leaving Ryan surprised. Who are these people? Her mother answered. We aren't sure either. They arrived right after you left and have been busy until now. A man stepped forward and asked her, Are you Miss Li? Ryan? Someone ordered a dimension helmet for you. Please sign for it. She quickly signed, muttering to herself, A dimension helmet? I remember those things being quite expensive. The man then added, The signal has been calibrated. You all just need to put them on and start them up. We'll take our leave now, Ryan responded. All right, thank you for your hard work, she said to her parents. Xiao Mu must have arranged this. Dad, Mom, hurry up and try them on. Her mother was a bit hesitant. Yanner, will this thing really work? It looks a bit intimidating, Ryan explained as she tried hers on. This is high-grade gear Xiao Mu bought. It'll definitely be fine. She began to figure out how to use the helmet. The switch should be here, right? As soon as it turned on, Ryan felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision gradually blurred as if a surge of drowsiness had hit her. Finally, she closed her eyes, waking up dazed a short while later. Seeing the scene before her, she was struck with shock. Where is this? She had been in the hospital room moments ago, but now she was in a vast space entirely alone. Just then, the sound of excited footsteps came from behind. This place is magnificent. It was Zhongmin. Ryan turned and cried out in shock. Dad, your legs? Zhongmin shouted excitedly. My legs are actually healed. I can even jump, Ryan's mother warned him worriedly. All right, slow down. The whole family was delighted by Zhongmin's regained ability to walk. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Dad, Mom. Yunmu stepped forward to face them. He wore a warm smile. Long time no see. His mother immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. My good son, I've missed you so much. Let Mom have a good hug. Zhongmin looked him over, thinking, this brat seems to have grown taller. Yunmu felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, I'm all grown up now. This is so embarrassing. He turned to Zhongmin, provoking him with a wicked grin. Old man, it feels pretty good to have legs, doesn't it? If you ever try to act tough again, I'll just delete your leg code. Zhongmin laughed and cursed back. Brat, who do you think you're scaring? Yunmu turned to Ryan. Thanks for taking care of Mom and Dad lately, sis. Ryan replied somewhat shyly. It's nothing. You're the one working the hardest, risking your life out there to earn money. Yunmu's mother was still a bit confused. Son, where are we supposed to go now? Yunmu gave a faint smile. Where to? We don't need to go anywhere. From today on, he paused, announcing happily, this is our new home. After explaining everything, he couldn't stay still. All right, Mom and Dad, I'm going out to play, his mother instructed. Remember to come back for dinner. As Yunmu wandered the streets, he thought, this is so boring. I really want to check out the Dimension Arena, but it's broadcast live. It'll be a problem if I expose my identity. Suddenly, Yunmu stopped in his tracks. He suddenly remembered, right? He immediately shouted a command. Enter the digital space virtual world and register character, Li Yun. He quickly changed his appearance. Yunmu put on his helmet with satisfaction. This way, no matter how strong I perform, no one will know it's me. Pietro, enter the cross-dimension battlefield. Afterward, Yunmu used this new identity to dominate the arena, winning every single match. 1-2, several in a row. The referee's voice rang out continuously. Winner, Li Yun. Looking at the system panel, he was very satisfied with his results. That's a 10-match winning streak already. Pietro appeared to offer praise. You're amazing. But Yunmu felt it was a bit dull. Constantly fighting these randomly matched rookies is getting boring. Suddenly, the content on the screen made him freeze. Wait, this is. He stared at the screen in surprise. No way. On the other side of the screen, a youth was leaning his chin on his hand with a bored expression, muttering, not a single decent opponent all day long. What a waste of time. This was Tang Ruokan, one of the top 10 genius contestants in Heavenly Cloud City. Onlookers buzzed with discussion. Look, isn't that Tang Ruokan? He's called the #1 of the younger generation in Heavenly Cloud City. I'm his die-hard fan. A group of girls ran over with blushing faces, holding out pens and paper. Excuse us, could you give us an autograph? We're your fans. Ruokan gave a brilliant smile. Of course it would be my honor. Thank you for the support. Pietro also joined the fun, handing over a piece of paper. Sign one for me too while you're at it. He still agreed with a smile. No problem, thank you. Suddenly Ruokan's face darkened. What's this, a challenge letter? Ha, he immediately shouted. Hey, who's Pietro is lost? The letter says no need for an appointment. I'm coming myself. Ruokan listened with a face full of dark lines, completely speechless. What era is this? Someone actually used a physical challenge letter to challenge me in person? You could have just sent me an email. Pietro took the opportunity to extort him. Young master, please pay for this medium rare sandia steak, Pietro explained. Because he said you definitely wouldn't check your email, he had me deliver it in person and told me to find a way to get you to sign it. Pietro praised as he ate. I didn't realize you were such an easy person to talk to. Ruokan was a bit annoyed. You clearly tricked me into signing it. The scene shifted to the Dimension Arena where Yunmu had been waiting for a long time. He looked boredly at the sky. Why so slow? Pietro's work is as unreliable as expected. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure manifested in the air. Yunmu looked over in surprise. He's here. Ruokan slowly appeared, a hint of aloofness on his face. Upon landing, he stared at Yunmu and asked, That Pietro is yours? Yunmu slowly stood up. Yeah, cute, right? Ruokan replied crossly. Cute my foot, it just blackmailed me for a 36 yuan and 50 fen cream puff. Remember to pay me back. Their figures appeared on the giant screen and the whole city erupted. Look, someone has challenged Tang Ruokan. The girls screamed with excitement. It's our dear Ruokan, everyone began to discuss. Is the challenger a rookie? The gap in strength is too massive, probably just another of Ruokan's obsessed fans. Looking at Yunmu, someone couldn't help but praise. But this guy is really handsome. I want to fan him too, another girl said snidely. Fickle woman, didn't you promise to only fan Ruokan? Ruokan evaluated Yunmu. You look like just an ordinary fluxer. Do you know I've already reached silver crystal rank? Yunmu answered flatly. I know, Ruokan found it somewhat interesting. Then you've certainly got guts. He then suddenly channeled his internal power and attacked. If you think I'll go easy on you, you're dead wrong. The words had barely left his mouth when Ruokan was fully armed. Yunmu pulled down his cap and drew his longsword. That's for the best. I was afraid you wouldn't dare to strike. With that, he quickly charged at Ruokan. Ruokan was startled, not expecting him to be so fast. Yunmu was also exceptionally alert, since the two seemed evenly matched. Although Ruokan was surprised, he quickly calmed down, dodging to the side and returning a kick. Yunmu thought to himself, impressive. He looked at Ruokan with satisfaction. He truly lived up to being the leader of the younger generation in Heavenly Cloud City. After several rounds, Yunmu leapt away to gain distance. Yunmu praised sincerely, This isn't flattery, you really are strong. On the other side, Ruokan looked at his hands in surprise, thinking, this Li Yun is definitely not simple. He muttered to himself, An ordinary fluxer couldn't possibly keep up with my combat rhythm. Ruokan then couldn't help but ask, Hey kid, are you really only at the ordinary stone rank? Yunmu feigned ignorance as he channeled his internal power and answered, what are you talking about? Isn't it written in the data? A smirk played on his lips. I'm just an ordinary stone rank. Immediately after, he quickly took flight, instantly vanishing from sight. Yunmu's footwork became increasingly light and swift. Ruokan couldn't even see his moves clearly, which gave him a jolt. In an instant, Yunmu had reached him, delivering a massive heavy slash. Ruokan roared 18 heavenly demon steps. The two figures streaked through the air so fast they became a blur. He sneered at Yunmu, You actually forced me to use the 18 heavenly demon steps. Yunmu passed by him and quickly replied, Though your mysterious technique is strong, Ruokan interrupted, the gap between us is absolute. Even being just one rank higher is enough to suppress you. As the words fell, Yunmu flashed to a distance and shouted, Try this frenzied blade. In an instant, two powerful forces collided, sending dirt and stones flying. Ruokan was knocked back several steps, struggling to steady himself. Yunmu was also blown back, but he wasn't weak enough to be taken down in one hit. Gasping for air, Ruokan said, Hey, for Pietro's sake, you don't have to pay back that 36 yuan and 50 fen. Yunmu also replied with a laugh while panting, See, I told you. It's cute. The two fought from afternoon until night, and the onlookers still crowded the streets. Hey, did you see clearly? It's too fast. You can only see two balls of light colliding. A girl screamed, This Li Yun is too strong. The person next to her asked curiously, Why do you say that? She explained, I'm a longtime fan of Ruokan. The 18 Heavenly Demon Steps is a secret technique unique to the Tang family and is extremely powerful, yet Li Yun can actually challenge it head-on, she muttered to herself in a daze. Who exactly is this unknown Li Yun? At this moment Yunmu took a heavy blow to the face and half his face swelled up. Yunmu then leapt away to a distance, keeping a safe range from Ruokan. Ruokan looked at Yunmu triumphantly. I told you, in the face of absolute strength, talent is worthless. Yunmu now entered a serious combat state. That's not necessarily true. He stomped heavily on the ground, cracking the floor. Yunmu calculated privately that he truly lived up to being a top-tier contestant, able to withstand the stacked layers of the frenzied blade. Since 3 layers weren't enough, he would stack it to 6. 4 layers. As soon as the words were out, Yunmu slashed violently at the ground, giving Ruokan a shock. Wait, this kid's attack power is clearly stronger than before. He immediately teleported to dodge. Seeing this, Yunmu pursued relentlessly, swinging his sword with a cold, focused expression. By now, Yunmu was using 5 layers, and Ruokan also delivered a heavy strike. He gritted his teeth in secret alarm. Although he could dodge the attacks, Ruokan also felt the strain. This was a troublesome opponent. Finally, Yunmu landed steadily, every step carrying heavy force. A hint of terror flashed in Ruokan's eyes. He had never encountered an opponent who left him in such a sorry state. By now, Yunmu had reached the 6th layer. He slashed violently at the ground, triggering a massive tremor. Ruokan leaped away and landed in terror. Looking at Yunmu in disbelief, "What did you just say? 6 layers?" His eyes widened as he stared intently ahead. Yunmu pulled down his cap, which sent a chill down Ruokan's spine. "This pressure is terrifying," Ruokan roared inwardly. It was impossible. This level of flux power was definitely not something his rank should possess. Looking at the power currently shooting toward him, he fell into deep thought. Also, what exactly is the 6th layer? Why can he grow to this level in such a short amount of time? Only then did Ruokan dimly realize, wait, he was likely stacking his attack power. All the previous strikes were merely a setup. Yunmu's gaze turned ice-cold as he let out a low shout. Though his legs were still a bit weak, just as Ruokan had predicted, Yunmu unleashed his ultimate move. This strike was none other than the desperate return to origin slash. At that moment, Yunmu's entire body seemed shrouded in a brilliant light. Watching from the side, Ruokan marveled secretly. Knowing the outcome would be decided by this single blow, without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Yunmu added, "This is my final strike." Yunmu poured every ounce of his strength into the attack. Seeing this, Ruokan shouted nervously, "Heavenly Demon Dragon Tyrant Punch." Yunmu's offensive was so fierce that Ruokan had to struggle desperately to resist, letting out a world-shaking roar in the end. Ruokan failed to withstand the blow, and his power was utterly shattered. He widened his eyes and let out a cold snort. He really couldn't stop it. Yunmu's overwhelming internal power instantly swept through the entire space. Ruokan was blasted back and disappeared from the giant screen, leaving the battlefield shrouded in thick smoke. The onlookers were dumbstruck. Is this for real? The winner is actually... The arena exploded with thunderous cheers. The words "winner, Li Yun" appeared on the screen. The audience was beyond excited. My god, the great Tang Ruokan actually lost to a rookie at the ordinary stone rank. This Li Yun is so cool, I'm a total fan. Meanwhile, Dashang was sitting in a dark corner watching the match. He smiled playfully. Li Yun, frenzied blade, desperate return to origin slash. I recognized him at a glance. This is getting more interesting by the second. As the wild winds on the field died down, Yunmu stood still, finally realizing he had won. He pulled down his cap and whispered, "I won." Despite the victory, his heart was filled with respect for his opponent. He truly lived up to his reputation as a top-tier expert. Pietro continued to issue challenges. The crowd marveled again. No way, is Li Yun challenging Bashang next? Immediately after, the battle began. The frenzied blade offensive was so sharp that the opponent couldn't hold his ground at all, letting out a pained wail. This scene left everyone speechless. Holy crap, he won again? Discussion buzzed through the crowd. He had just beaten Tang Ruokan and now he had defeated Bashang, one of the top 10 seed contestants of Heavenly Cloud City. This was no coincidence. That night, the entire city was shaken. Who exactly was this Li Yun? After the matches, as dawn broke, Yunmu slumped onto the ground exhausted. I'm beat. Fighting 2 experts in a row is really taking a toll. Yunmu suddenly froze. Wait, why are there an extra 30,000 dimensional coins in my account? Pietro popped up to explain. That's from the paid viewing mode. Yunmu was surprised. What's that? Pietro explained. Simply put, once your fan count reaches 10,000, the system automatically enables the pay-to-watch feature. Once activated, viewers have to pay dimensional coins if they want to watch your live stream. Yunmu smiled triumphantly. It seems I've accidentally become a celebrity. Let's call it a day. Pietro then went offline. Shortly after, Yunmu immediately exited the competition. It was getting late and he had to hurry home. His mother was waiting for him for dinner. Just then his phone rang. Yunmu saw it was a video call from Lu Naiji. As soon as he answered, her scream came through the other end. Li Yunmu, did you see that fight just now? That kid named Li Yun? Yunmu jumped, feigning a calm expression as he asked. I saw it. Why are you so excited? She replied. How can I not be? That guy is incredible right now. The whole Heavenly Cloud Fort is talking about this Li Yun. Naiji asked suspiciously. This Li Yun couldn't be you, could it? You both use the frenzied blade and your names are so similar. Yunmu's heart skipped a beat. I'm not that talented. But her suspicion quickly vanished. I thought so too, but rumors are flying everywhere right now. Yunmu smiled bitterly. Rumors are just rumors after all. Yunmu thought to himself that since the rumors were spreading like wildfire, he had to find a countermeasure. After chatting for a while, Naiji suddenly thought of something and said, "Hey, you aren't a disciple of some ancient hidden sect, are you? Li Yun is actually your older brother, and the frenzied blade is your family's secret technique, right?" Naiji continued. "If that's the case, then you both must be very powerful. After all, those sects that avoid the world are the most terrifying." Yunmu pondered this secretly. "That's right, I don't have a backer, but if I let others think I'm a disciple of a hidden sect, it will save me a lot of trouble." Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a while, Naiji shouted, "Hey, talk to me, is your signal dead?" Yunmu quickly followed her lead. "You caught me, he really is my brother. I'm not hiding it anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table," Naiji screamed with excitement. "I knew it." Yunmu acted mysteriously and said, "I'm only telling you this secret, so don't tell anyone else." Naiji understood perfectly. "Don't worry, I'll keep it quiet. Let's leave it at that. I'm hanging up, bye," Yunmu replied. "Bye." After hanging up, Naiji sat on her bed in a daze. "He only told me." Her face flushed bright red and her heart felt incredibly sweet. Naiji didn't know why she was so happy. Meanwhile, Naiji's words had also enlightened Li Yunmu. He decided to fake a powerful background to provide a logical explanation for his extraordinary strength and to find himself a supporter. To build momentum, Li Yunmu used his number 2 shadow to play another role in the virtual world, naming him Li Feng, and had him and the number 1 shadow appear before the world as Li Yun and Li Feng respectively. Once the 3 of them appeared on the astral battlefield simultaneously, the rumors that Li Yun is Li Yunmu were debunked. The onlookers went completely wild. "Master Li Yun, I love you. My surname is also Li. Please accept me as your disciple." Sect Master Li. Meanwhile, the news of the ancient sect re-emerging into the world spread across the arena like a bomb. Naiji called again. Yunmu answered calmly. "Hey Naiji, what's up?" she shouted. "Still what's up? Rumors about your brothers are everywhere now, aren't you worried?" Yunmu gave a couple of dry laughs. "Let them spread, it's better if the whole world knows." He brushed it off casually. Since it had already spread, worrying was useless anyway. Naiji added, "By the way, Tang Ruokan hasn't issued another challenge since he was beaten by Li Yun, but he's been online all morning without logging off. He's probably looking for your brother. Tell your brother to be careful." Yunmu thought, "That guy has been trying to duel Li Yun for days and I kept refusing. Has he finally come to his senses?" He agreed. "Sure, I'll let him know." Suddenly, Yunmu saw a crowd gathered in front of the Li family dimensional stone shop. He said in surprise, "What's going on, Naiji? I have to go." Yunmu then hurried to squeeze through the crowd. "Move aside, excuse me." Inside the shop, a young man holding a large bouquet of flowers was saying, "Miss Li, I have some black crystals I'd like to sell to your shop." Ruyan was startled. "I don't need them." The man continued to pester her. "Miss Ruyan, it's getting late. Can I take you out to dinner?" Yunmu stepped forward quickly and announced loudly, "Sorry everyone, the shop is closing early today. If you want to do business, come back tomorrow." The man refused to let it go. "By what right? Miss Ruyan was just about to agree to a date with me," another person shouted. "Stop dreaming, the one Miss Ruyan agreed to is me." Yunmu turned to her and said, "Sis, I trusted you to handle the shop and look at all the trouble it's caused." Ruyan apologized awkwardly, and Yunmu quickly waved it off. "What are you apologizing for? I'm not blaming you." He picked up a crystal gloomily, thinking, "I didn't expect Sis to be so famous in the virtual world." "Oh, these are black crystals. It seems your suitors are all wealthy heirs. Maybe you really will marry into a rich family and become a princess." Ruyan's expression turned lonely as she said firmly, "I don't want to be any princess. I just want to be with Mom, Dad, and Xiao Mu." Yunmu looked at his sister, feeling a sudden, inexplicable pang of sadness. Then he remembered his purpose. "By the way, sis, are the crystals I asked for ready?" Ruyan quickly pushed a large crate over. "They're all ready. But why do you need so many crystals?" Yunmu's face went dark. "Yeah, this is a huge amount of money, but in the astral world it's only enough to expand a few square meters. It's way more expensive than real estate." Just then his phone rang again, giving him a start. Seeing it was Ling An, Yunmu answered. "Unzi, what happened?" Ling An's anxious voice shouted on the other end. "Li Yunmu, quickly help us. Come save us, we're losing so miserably." His incoherent manner left Yunmu completely confused. Ling An continued to shout, "Hurry to the astral arena." Yunmu asked urgently, "Wait, tell me clearly what's going on first." But he still immediately picked up the crate and said to Ruyan, "Sis, I have to go. Help me tell Mom I won't be home for dinner tonight." Meanwhile, Li Si was arguing with someone. "What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. See if I don't knock your teeth out." Ling An chimed in from the side. "Yeah, knock your teeth out," the opposing leader mocked triumphantly. "So what if I said it? Don't think learning a few combat techniques makes you strong. With your talent, even giving you a set of A-rank techniques would be a waste," he continued to curse. "Without Ling Shui, Dashang's squad is just a bunch of trash." Li Si was fuming. "You're infuriating. Lu Chang, Dashang, say something back." Dashang gave a bitter laugh. "But they're telling the truth," Li Si roared. "Don't get too arrogant. Our ace will be here any second." Just then, Yunmu finally arrived. He frowned and chided. "I said in the short time I was gone, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Shui Jia has only been away for a few days and you're already causing a mess." As soon as Li Si saw him, she immediately began to wail like a wrong child seeing their parents. Xiao Miu Miu, you're finally here, they're being way too much. Lu Chang pointed at him and laughed excitedly. The ace of Dashang's squad is here, just you wait to admit defeat. Yunmu's face went dark. Hey, I never said I was going to fight. Ling Yin practically knelt. Huh, you're not fighting? You really aren't going to help us get even? Yunmu continued. I just took a look, the other side's level isn't that high. Logically, Dashang should have been more than enough to handle them. You shouldn't have lost this badly. Yunmu looked at his friend, and Ling Yin leaned in and whispered, to be honest, Dashang was very strange today. He had no drive at all, felt like he was losing to them on purpose. Hearing this, Yunmu was stunned, thinking, losing on purpose? The other side shouted, hey, are we fighting or not? If not, we're leaving. We don't have time to waste on trash like you. Lu Chang gnashed his teeth. Just you wait to die. The opponent provoked them again. How about this? I'll bet 100,000 crystals that we win. If you want to add people, we can add another on our side too. Lu Chang was full of confidence. Add whoever you want. As long as Li Yunmu is here, we aren't afraid of anyone. The opposing leader, Da Yi, gave a sinister smile. Excellent, buddy, come on out. As soon as the words fell, a person walked out, his tone incredibly smug. They took the bait. It was actually Tang Ruokan, he said loudly. You guys really put on a great performance playing the bad guys and all. Don't mention it, we're all friends here. Seeing him, Dashang's squad was dumbfounded. Yunmu was also completely bewildered. Da Yi said triumphantly, that's right, it's him. At this moment, Dashang revealed a playful smile. He thought to himself that it was indeed as expected. Ruokan rolled up his sleeves. A bet of only 100,000 crystals is so boring. Want to raise the stakes? Yunmu looked at him warily, his heart full of suspicion. This guy Tang Ruokan said sincerely. Sorry everyone, my friend's rude remarks just now were just to. He paused and looked at Yunmu. Just to lure you over, Yunmu replied coldly. So what if you lured me over? I still don't plan on fighting you, Ruokan said. Don't be so quick to refuse, aren't you still short a good blade? Ruokan pulled out a blade and handed it over, saying it was the stake. Li Si recognized it at a glance. That's the Snowjoy Frostblade, Ling Yin asked in surprise. What kind of treasure is that? Li Si explained. The Snowjoy Frostblade is forged from 1,000-year-old black blood bird ore from the Heavenly Mountains. Although it's currently a B-rank weapon, its potential is limitless. Once inscribed with the appropriate runes, it becomes an A-rank runic battle blade. If a weapon's soul can be integrated to improve its quality, it can even evolve into a true divine weapon of the Southern Dynasty. Dashang grinned. The Snowjoy Frostblade is indeed very tempting. But we can't produce a stake of equal value. Sorry, young Master Tang, Ruokan continued. Win or lose, this blade is yours, but if we win, Yunmu interrupted him. You want to see Li Yun, right? Ruokan smiled appreciatively. Talking to smart people is so easy. Yunmu thought to himself that Tang Ruokan was indeed clever, offering conditions he couldn't refuse. He hadn't expected him to have such a deep obsession with Li Yun. Then he scratched his head. Fine, I accept, Ruokan announced excitedly. It's a deal. The avatars of the two immediately appeared on the giant screen. The onlookers discussed frantically. Wow, the Tang family is really going all out, actually putting up the Snowjoy Frostblade. That blade is worth at least 10 million, right? Everyone was wondering. Tang Ruokan clearly lost to Li Yun. Why is he looking for Li Yunmu? Probably because Li Yun can't be bothered with him, so he's trying to get some attention as a defeated general. The system prompt rang. Battle countdown 10-9-8. Yunmu looked at the massive arena and marveled. This team match field was practically a tropical island rainforest. The countdown continued. 5-4-3. Dashang asked, how are you feeling? First time in a team battle, are you nervous? Yunmu gave a hearty laugh. I'm excited. Leave Tang Ruokan to me. Don't try to steal him. The countdown reached the end. 2-1. Dashang laughed. We won't steal him. We couldn't beat him anyway. The battle officially began. Yunmu gripped his longbow tightly, thinking, go Underworld Crow, let me see your power. Dashang shouted in surprise. Xiao Miu Miu, when did you learn to use a bow? Only then did Yunmu suddenly remember. That's right, I don't know how to use a bow at all. I don't even know a single move. System. What archery techniques can I learn right now? Quick, there's no time. The system started its usual nagging, and Yunmu had no heart to listen. Forget it, just learn it directly. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Everyone saw Yunmu standing still like a stone statue. Dashang was completely bewildered. Is his signal dead? Why isn't he moving? Just then a dark shadow sped past. Dashang shouted a warning, someone's coming. Everyone prepare for battle. Yunmu still had no reaction. Dashang commanded. Li Si, protect Xiao Miu Miu, he seems to have disconnected, don't let anything happen to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu suddenly snapped back to his senses. In an instant his figure blurred as he leapt gracefully onto a treetop, leaving Dashang utterly stunned. Li Yunmu summoned the longbow once more. Standing bathed in sunlight, he drew the string to its limit. At that moment he looked like a majestic god of war. The crowd of onlookers erupted into a series of commotions. Wait, isn't his combat technique the frenzied blade? He actually knows how to use a bow too. Hang on, he's launching an attack. The enemy is over 1,000 meters away, yet he's already fired. My god, what incredible fire rate. He shot 7 arrows in the blink of an eye. Truly a descendant of the Li family. As the arrows whistled through the air, one of his opponents couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. The man's eyes went wide as he watched the arrows streak toward him at lightning speed. Zanzi was paralyzed with terror, dodging frantically but completely unable to counterattack. Seeing that his body was still intact, the timid Zanzi patted his chest, reassuring himself. I'm fine, I'm not hurt. The onlookers, however, were furious. What the hell, it turns out he's just a coward who knows how to dodge. Quick, use the frenzied blade, everyone is waiting for it. You're a far cry from Li Yun. At that moment, Li Yunmu raised his longbow again and let out a low shout. Celestial dog swallows the moon. Right behind Zanzi, a sphere of cyan lightning manifested instantly, and bizarre ceiling patterns surfaced on the tree trunks. By now, Zanzi had clearly sensed that aura. The energy rapidly coalesced into a massive battle wolf, slowly lunging toward him. Zanzi turned his head in shock, his heart feeling as if it had skipped a beat. A moment later, he let out a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the mountain forest. The audience was startled. My god, what kind of sinister move is this? It's practically tearing him to shreds, Da Yi shouted in terror. Ruokan, Zanzi is a goner? Ruokan was also extremely shocked. The effective range of his bow was actually this great. Just then, A Liang took another arrow, blood flowing incessantly. Seeing his comrade in a bitter struggle, Ruokan was frantic with worry. Are you okay? A Liang leaned against a tree trunk and answered, I'm fine, it's just a flesh wound, everyone be careful. But the words had barely left his lips when he was snatched into the air by an underworld crow, leaving Ruokan to shout helplessly. Suspended in midair, A Liang was scared out of his wits. What is this? Let go of me? Finally, as the killing blow landed, he was instantly executed by Li Yunmu while still in the air. Seeing the target fall, Li Yunmu was more than a little triumphant. Well done. Then his gaze turned cold, only 3 left. Everyone watched the blackbird with bated breath. Its pitch-black feathers paired with blood-red eyes looked exceptionally eerie. People exchanged glances, marveling. That's an underworld goose. I've only seen that southern dynasty creature in books. They looked at Li Yunmu, filled with confusion. But don't the books say the king of destruction, the underworld crow, has been sealed? How could, meanwhile, another member of Ruoshan's team was fleeing for his life? Since the opponent's attack range was so vast, he had to close the distance as quickly as possible. But before he had run very far, a stray arrow struck his leg. It hurts. Li Chang began to feel fear. No, I can't even get within a hair's breadth of him. His attack range was practically a Shira field. The words had barely landed when Li Chang's head rolled, blood spraying everywhere. Ruokan shouted as he ran. Li Chang is finished too. There's only 2 of us left. Don't get hit. The scent of blood will attract the underworld crows. Da Yi gnashed his teeth. I know that, but avoiding getting hit is easier said than done. Just as they finished speaking, Li Yunmu's arrow rain struck fiercely once again. Da Yi was startled. He gritted his teeth and angrily drew his weapon. You brat! Driven into a corner, Da Yi charged forward frantically, roaring, Don't you look down on me? He made up his mind. Ruokan, I'm not running anymore. I can't get away anyway. I might as well go down fighting. Ruokan responded, Fine, in that case, you provide cover in front. We'll close in slowly as long as. Before he could finish, an arrow pierced Da Yi's skull, and he collapsed instantly, kicked out of the match. Ruokan roared, Da Yi! By now, Ruokan was beyond furious, staring in Li Yunmu's direction and cursing, You bastard! Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was standing steadily on a slender branch, very satisfied with having secured another point. He smiled as he calculated. That just leaves Tang Ruokan. He glanced at his spectating companions, thinking to himself, Isn't this supposed to be a team battle? How come it feels like I haven't even had a chance to act? Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Catching Li Yunmu by surprise, he whirled around, feeling the pressure of the gold crystal rank. It turned out that only after his companions were all out did Ruokan finally unleash his full strength. He rushed to the base of the tree beneath Li Yunmu, staring up at him. I finally found you. Li Yunmu gave a triumphant smirk. Yo, looks like you've broken through your cultivation limits. Ruokan spoke. That's right. This was originally intended for Li Yun's frenzied blade, but it seems I have to use it early now. With that, he channeled his internal power, and the tree trunk beneath Li Yunmu's feet shattered instantly. Li Yunmu quickly took flight to dodge. Then, Li Yunmu drew his bowstring in midair as his internal power began to gather rapidly. At this moment, Li Yunmu was like a flying squirrel, darting between branches and constantly shifting positions to distract his opponent. Ruokan, refusing to be outdone, quickly traced a pentagram seal in the air and let out a loud shout. Shield, Li Yunmu calculated privately. It was blocked directly. Then it's up to you. Go, underworld geese. Ruokan began to grow irritable. These crows were truly troublesome. He stared at Li Yunmu with resentment. Just you wait. See if I don't smash these feathered beasts of yours into pieces immediately after. Ruokan let out a roar. Come forth, mad beastmaster. His body erupted with a dazzling light, causing Li Yunmu to instinctively squint his eyes. Li Si couldn't help but shield her eyes with her hand. What is that? Da Shang chimed in. If I'm not mistaken, that should be. He paused. Right then, Ruoshan's eyes were bursting with intense light. The giant pig he summoned was known as a weapon soul. It certainly looked quite imposing. Li Yunmu mocked disdainfully. This is a weapon soul. It's got quite a personality. As he spoke, his figure blurred, and he appeared behind Ruokan, whose eyes suddenly lit up. Ruokan gathered his internal power into his fist. You still dare to come over? I said I would. He squeezed his fist tight, and the giant weapon soul pig followed suit, falling into a frenzy. It opened its bloody maw and let out a piercing shriek. Ruokan then delivered a heavy punch toward the underworld geese, continuing to shout, I'll smash you to pieces. The weapon soul also extended a massive hand, lunging forward to squeeze an underworld goose to death. The goose let out a startled cry, but before it could react, the weapon soul exerted force in its palm, crushing the underworld goose instantly. Ruokan revealed a hint of a smug expression. That's two, Li Yunmu shouted. I'd even get close, only one left. This is tricky. In his helplessness, Li Yunmu had no choice but to seek help from the system. Hey, King of Destruction, can you hear me? The underworld crow replied irritably. What do you want? He transmitted his voice into his mind. Look at that guy below. Can you win? The underworld crow snorted with disdain. Huh? A mad beastmaster? That kind of trash isn't even worth my toe, Li Yunmu countered. But those underworld geese you gave me are almost all dead. The underworld crow let out a cold laugh. Laughable. How much power do you think you're actually utilizing right now? Since that's the case, Li Yunmu interjected. Then give me a bit more power, the underworld crow replied. That's impossible. If you want more power, you must make a trade. Those were your own words, he secretly decided. Fine, system, consume all internal power points and break the seal of the King of Destruction, underworld crow, during the process of the system absorbing the internal power value. The underworld crow spoke. You've earned quite a bit of internal power lately. Li Yunmu was startled. Is the seal broken? The underworld crow answered. It's still early, but I can indeed lend you a bit more strength. Accept my blessing. The words had barely left his lips when Li Yunmu let out a roar. Seeing Li Yunmu's aura surge, Ruakan froze on the spot, watching as the underworld goose's feathers flew everywhere. Ruakan was smugly thinking he had dealt with all three, only to see Li Yunmu reveal a confident smile after absorbing the underworld crow's power. Who told you I only had three? As he spoke, a massive flock of underworld geese surged out from behind him instantly. Li Yunmu's eyes were ice cold as he issued a command to them, tear him apart. The flock of underworld geese roared and lunged at Ruakan, their shrieks sounding as if they would shatter the sky. Ruakan was startled and controlled his weapon soul to fight back with all his might. Although many more underworld geese were struck down by the weapon soul, Ruakan's internal power was indeed not to be underestimated. But to him, Li Yunmu was absolutely a formidable opponent, so he didn't dare to be the least bit negligent. The blood of the underworld geese splattered everywhere, instantly staining the ground red. Li Yunmu remained calm and collected. My crows have all been scattered. Oh dear, what should I do next? The underworld crow spoke up. Leave the rest to me. The moment he finished speaking, the remains of the underworld geese on the ground suddenly emitted a light, giving Ruakan a shock. What's going on? A dazzling beam of light from out of nowhere suddenly descended upon the battlefield. Ruakan stared blankly at the remains in the sky that were recombining. This golden light is... He stared intently at that surge of energy in the sky. Gold crystal rank flux energy. The mangled remains of the underworld geese had actually pieced together a new body just like that. Its cold gaze seemed to carry flames, and its unfurled wings were like those of a descending angel. Soon a perfect body composed of light beams appeared before everyone. The audience behind the screens couldn't help but let out a series of gasps. What is this now? This is too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded. What rank of battle is this exactly? Could it be that the strongest disciple of the Li family is actually this Li Yunmu? Li Yunmu also praised sincerely. Truly spectacular, but compared to the King of Destruction I still think I'm more handsome. The underworld crow pointed coldly at the weapon soul. A mere mad beastmaster dares to act presumptuously before this old man. That fat pig couldn't stop trembling in the presence of the King of Destruction. The underworld crow unfurled its massive wings and said triumphantly to Li Yunmu, "Watch closely, kid." As he gathered his internal power, he said, "Watch how I lead you to victory." The atmosphere in the audience became exceptionally tense. Everyone held their breath. Would the victory be decided in an instant? Within the power erupted by the underworld crow, the totem of a divine bird faintly manifested. This seemed to be his mark. Meanwhile, Ruakan could only stand there frozen, watching as the underworld crow launched the killing blow. That weapon soul pig only had time to let out a single scream before its entire body was instantly blown away. Ruakan stopped moving entirely, looking at the terrifying power before him and thinking that he had completely lost this time. But a trace of a helpless, bitter smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. Finally, the outcome was revealed. Li Yunmu's squad had defeated Tang Ruashan's squad. Discussion erupted in the crowd once again. They won? They really won a 1-on-5? The result was actually in a cross-rank 1-on-5. Are all the descendants of the Li family monsters? The system then added 169-dimensional coins to his account. Li Yunmu let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we won. Thanks, King of Destruction. The underworld crow corrected him with dissatisfaction. Call me Great King. At this moment, Li Si ignored all decorum and lunged forward, throwing her arms around Li Yunmu's neck and praising him. Xiao Miu Miu is too incredible. Da Shang was also full of praise. Is this the battle bow you took from the treasure vault? It seems you really hit the jackpot. Li Yunmu gave a brilliant smile. Just lucky, he then instructed his companions. Try to master this power, it will take you to the next level. Da Shang's words made Li Yunmu a bit uneasy. I wonder if he noticed anything unusual. After the competition ended, Li Yunmu finally returned home. He let out a long sigh. It had been a long time since he had been back in the real world. At that moment the system reported that this battle had earned quite a bit of spatial essence. Spatial essence could be used to expand the astral world. He was a bit irritable. Forget it, you're just trying to scam me again. If I throw this tiny bit of spatial essence in, I won't even see a shadow of a result. Just then, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Li Yunmu opened it and asked in confusion, Xiao Chang, what's wrong? Didn't we just see each other? Lu Chang relayed, I just passed by the mailroom. The old man told me to tell you someone is looking for you. It seems to be Tang Ruakan. This guy really is persistent. Lee Yunmu was a bit surprised. Him again. Ruokan was standing at the end of the corridor, deep in thought when he heard a familiar voice. What are you doing standing there? Lee Yunmu slowly walked down the stairs. Waiting for me? Miss me that much you really can't go a moment without me. Without a word, Ruokan handed something over. Take it. The Snowjoy Frost Blade, it's what I promised you. Looking at his heavy dark circles, Lee Yunmu was secretly startled. Why does he look so terrible? Lee Yunmu was very satisfied. You're quite the man of your word. Ruokan explained that the jade box was forged from 1,000-year-old Tiantian white jade cold essence. When not in use, it's best to keep the weapon in the jade box. Lee Yunmu found it a bit strange. He asked Ruokan, you traveled all this way just to see Li Yun, and you're giving me the blade as a byproduct. Is it worth it? Ruokan answered. Although I'm sorry for doing some overboard things to your friends, ever since dueling Li Yun, I haven't been able to calm down. No matter what, I want to experience his frenzied blade once more. Looking at his listless appearance, Lee Yunmu thought to himself, it seems losing to the frenzied blade has left him with a psychological scar. Ruokan prepared to leave in disappointment. I accept my loss. I won't bother you again. Lee Yunmu watched his back, unable to help but feel a bit of sympathy. He looked so lonely. If his heart wasn't unburdened, he would likely stop progressing. Looking at Ruokan, Lee Yunmu developed a bit of a liking for him. Actually, this guy isn't bad. After a moment of thought, Lee Yunmu made a decision. Hey Tang Ruokan, the other turned back. And Lee Yunmu gave a brilliant smile, saying loudly, I'll fight you, Lee Yunmu added with a look of determination. So what if I use the frenzied blade? Hearing this, Ruokan was excited beyond measure. Are you serious? You're willing to use the frenzied blade? A crowd immediately swarmed over. Look, it's Lee Yunmu and Tang Ruokan. Are they going to fight in reality? Who will win this time? Will it still be Lee Yunmu? Ruokan was a bit hesitant. With so many people, are we really going to fight in the real world? What if? Lee Yunmu was calm and composed, quickly pulling out a black sphere. I have this. Ruokan recognized it at a glance. A barrier cage. Immediately after, Lee Yunmu threw the sphere onto the ground with force. He took a step forward and turned back to Ruokan. Come on, it'll just be the two of us in here. The crowd saw them disappear and felt extremely regretful. Ah, it's a barrier cage. Why won't they let us in? Everyone was indignant. Now we won't be able to see anything. Time flew by. An hour later it was still silent inside. Suddenly a foot stepped out and everyone held their breath in anticipation. People couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Someone's out. Who is it? Who won in the end? The young man was startled by the people surrounding him. The two of them walked out together. After this battle, although both their faces were covered in blood and bruises, their relationship seemed to have grown much closer. Lee Yunmu was very satisfied. As expected, a real fight in reality is the most satisfying. Ruokan also seemed to have lifted a weight from his heart, responding straightforwardly. You can say that again. The crowd curiously swarmed them. Hey, what was the result? Who won? Lee Yunmu looked at them, gave a brilliant smile and answered casually, who knows? The two of them then sat together on a school bench, Yunmu panting heavily. Yunmu spoke up. Hey, I've spent so much time fighting with you, shouldn't you give me some runes or something as a labor fee? Ruokan replied cheerfully. Give me a break. What do you mean fighting with you? You clearly had a blast yourself. Yunmu continued to press greedily. Don't be so stingy. You know how expensive it is to reinforce the Snowjoy Frost Blade. Besides, you're the young master of the Tang family. You've got a massive estate and plenty of resources. You won't miss a bit of cash. Ruokan wasn't one to back down. You brat, quit trying to bait me. Just because my family is rich doesn't mean I have to give you anything. Ruokan then suggested, I think you should try the Tower of Honor. Yunmu was a bit surprised. The Tower of Honor? Ruokan explained. The Tower of Honor consolidates the power of the Fluxer Guild Alliance over the past 9 years and consists of 108 floors. Challengers must defeat the Guardian Beast on each floor to progress. And with every floor you ascend, the Guardian Beast becomes stronger. Yunmu clapped his hands excitedly. Sounds like playing a video game. Ruokan continued. Success in the challenge earns you tower medals, which can be exchanged for various rewards. He stood up. I've told you the way to make a fortune, the rest is up to you. Yunmu then fell into deep thought. The Tower of Honor, he really should go see it for himself when he had the time. Just then Tangin passed by. Lee Yunmu, why are you sitting here alone? Have you been fighting with someone? He was startled. The senior looked at him and said, In a few days, Heavenly Cloud Fort will open the barren Ox Valley battlefield for 1 month. Take this opportunity to gain experience or collect resources. You're a promising talent. It would be a shame to miss this chance. Yunmu replied blankly. All right, thank you, senior. 3 days later, in the library, the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. Yunmu was buried in a pile of books, looking extremely busy. After a while, he let out a weary sigh. Damn it, this stuff is too profound. I can't make heads or tails of it. Ultimately, he made up his mind. Even if he couldn't understand it, he had to force his way through. After all, it was the clue Ruokan had given him. Thinking back to that moment, Ruokan had handed him something. Take this. Yunmu was surprised. What's this? Ruokan said. It's a map to the entrance of a secret realm. He opened it curiously to take a look. Ruokan explained. The entrance is roughly in the dark zone of the Moro Slope within the barren Ox Valley battlefield. I heard you're heading there soon, so this is for you. Yunmu frowned. What on earth is written on this map? Why can't I understand a single word? Ruokan added. The script on it is an ancient language. You'll need to translate it yourself. Whether you can do it or not depends on your luck. Back in reality, he was working hard to translate the text. Moro Slope was 138,640 kilometers away from the Baranox battlefield. Just then, Naiji's voice rang out. Moro Slope, that's a dangerous area. And it's a dark zone, she questioned him crossly. Instead of checking information on the Baranox battlefield, why are you looking for such a dangerous place? Yunmu stood up and hurriedly explained. It's nothing. I just heard of this place before and was a bit curious. She curled her lip. I don't believe you, Naiji shouted. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is there? Yunmu signaled for her to lower her voice. Keep it down, this is a library. Don't worry, I have powerful defensive measures. She was so worried she was almost in tears. So what if you're a disciple of a hidden sect? That's not a place you can just go to whenever you want. Yunmu looked helplessly at the girl before him, then reached out and gently patted her head, comforting her in a kind tone. All right, I understand. Seeing the tears welling up in Naiji's eyes made his heart ache as well. I'm sorry for making her constantly worry about an adventure-loving fool like me. Hearing this, Naiji's young heart seemed to melt instantly. He continued. I also think it must be very dangerous, which is why you're so upset. But that's just how things are in this world. Seeing Naiji still sorrowful, Yunmu added, no matter how dangerous it is, the things that need to be done must still be done. How about this? I promise you that no matter what, even if it's just for you, I will definitely come back alive. Pinky swear. She looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Only then did Naiji feel slightly more at ease. She quickly composed herself and wiped away her tears, but still followed through with the pinky swear. What does you coming back have to do with me, and what do you mean for me? Yunmu smiled happily. You're finally smiling. You look much better when you smile. Immediately after, Naiji turned to leave, ignoring him. You thick-headed blockhead, if anything happens, you must tell me. Yunmu cheerfully replied, all right. Dashang, hiding in the back, revealed a devious smile. Our Xiao Miu Miu is quite popular, isn't he? Lu Chang chimed in. This kid Li Yunmu really has a way with things. Lingyan added, Li Yunmu made Lu Naiji cry. Meanwhile, Li Si shouted angrily, this infuriates me, after everyone had left. Yunmu looked back at the books on the table. He began flipping through them to research. Moro Slope, huh? Although he had said those things, he was actually very vigilant in his heart. It seemed this mission was indeed fraught with peril. Afterward, he immediately went to register. Yunmu handed over the application form. This should do it, right? The staff member checked it and said, all right, the application form stays here, you just need to go pay the transmission fee. He felt a bit of a sting. The fee to go to the Tower of Honor was actually 500,000, it was too expensive. Yunmu muttered as he walked, if I weren't after the ice ancient rune for my blade training, I wouldn't even come here. A voice rang out behind him. Xiao Yu, there are so many silver fluxers here. Qing Yu immediately replied, naturally, only those who dare to come here are elites. Lin Li looked at Yunmu. Xiao Yu, look, that person seems to be only an ordinary stone fluxer. Meanwhile, Yunmu, ever the nuisance, was attempting to haggle. Big sister, I'm here to pay, can you give me a discount? Don't be so rigid. No one said you can't haggle. Qing Yu replied, there's nothing strange about that. Even if someone who comes here only has ordinary stone cultivation, their combat power is far stronger than others. Suddenly, Qing Yu saw the scene before her clearly and broke into a cold sweat. She stared at Yunmu's back, thinking to herself, why does this person give me such a familiar feeling? Yunmu was busy arguing, this is my hard-earned money, if it's too expensive, why can't I haggle? What kind of attitude is this? Who are you calling stingy? Qing Yu thought to herself that just looking at his back made her want to punch him. Immediately, she walked up to Yunmu. Excuse me, sir. He turned his head blankly. Huh? Yunmu was so scared he quickly covered his mouth, afraid he would let out a shout. Immediately after, he jerked his head away, screaming frantically in his heart. Why is this woman here, and why is she with Lin Li? He even crouched down. This was a disaster. The two women he feared most in the world were both here. Qing Yu spoke up, excuse me, sir. Finally, having no choice, he had to stand up, his mind spinning at high speed. This is the only way. Yunmu then said loudly, I was wondering who was calling me. It turns out it's two beautiful women. He thought he had a brilliant plan, but he ended up just playing the fool. Seeing him like this, Lin Li couldn't help but be taken aback. This person is quite peculiar. Qing Yu lowered her head with a dark face. I'm so sorry. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Yunmu wiped away his sweat and continued, beautiful lady, didn't your mother tell you that striking up a conversation with random men can easily get you kidnapped? He deliberately acted like a rogue, and Qing Yu shouted in a rage. This guy actually dares to speak to me like that. Do you know who I am? Yunmu widened his eyes. Who are you? I have no interest in knowing who you are. Don't bother me, or believe it or not, I'll tear your clothes to shreds and then sell you to a fool in the mountains to be his wife. Lin Li couldn't listen anymore and grabbed her hand. All right, Xiao Yu, why bother with this madman? Let's go. Qing Yu thought indignantly. This bastard, this ugly freak is practically like a monkey, foul-mouthed and lecherous, and he treats everyone else like they're stupid. She recalled what he had said, I'm here to win, not to save face. As soon as the two of them left, Yunmu immediately rubbed his face to restore it to normal. He glanced out of the corner of his eye. They were finally gone. His face was cramped up and he almost couldn't get it back to normal. His eyes had been bulging for so long he felt like vomiting. This couldn't go on. Just then he heard another girl's voice. Hello, please take a look at our guild souvenirs. Yunmu immediately leaned over. The girl's voice was still crisp. "Thank you for purchasing our commemorative mask, please come again." Suddenly, a sharp cry of his echoed through the whole city. Yunmu's vision became somewhat unusual. Good heavens, just how many crystals were spent on this? It turned out he had noticed that girl because he wanted to buy this mask to make his astral world even larger. Qingyu walked over again. "Hey ugly freak, what are you standing there dazed for, stunned silly by the great ancestor's astral world?" Yunmu let out a cry of pain. Yunmu said in surprise, "The great ancestor?" Qingyu was stunned. "How did he turn into a fish?" She explained that the great ancestor was the founder of the guild and the first person to awaken flux power. "You don't even know that? In that dark age he was the light of hope for humanity." Yunmu was very surprised. A senior from 200 years ago was actually still alive. Qingyu interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense, the old gentleman is doing just fine." She sized up Yunmu and guessed the truth. "This is your first time at the challenge tower, isn't it? Don't underestimate the Tower of Honor built by the collective strength of all fluxers in the guild, otherwise you won't even know how you died." He was greatly shocked. "People can actually die," Qingyu continued. "The Tower of Honor doesn't just have 108 floors on the surface, there are also 108 floors underground, which people call the Tower of Descent. Only those who have been to a dark zone and possess a descent pass are qualified to enter." Yunmu was secretly startled. "A dark zone? The place I'm going is also a dark zone." Afterward, Qingyu led him to a place filled with machinery. "This is it." Yunmu looked around and asked her, "This is the Tower of Honor? The architectural style is truly bizarre." Qingyu couldn't help but mock. "Nothing in this world is more bizarre than your face. I'm going in first, you're on your own," he joked again. "Take care, beautiful. Care to leave your contact info?" Qingyu was fuming. "Don't call me beautiful, you lowlife." After Qingyu left, Yunmu observed the surroundings in silence. The Tower of Honor? Alright, he made up his mind. Let me see what exactly is going on here. Yunmu then quickly entered the interior. The massive doors opened automatically, and he was immediately startled. The reason he made such an expression was that there were actually 3 doors before him. Yunmu couldn't help but be puzzled. Fluxer door crossing the Fluxer door. Saint Fluxer door, what's that? The system explained for a long time, but he was still confused. The meaning was roughly, currently, I can only enter the Fluxer door. What made him scratch his head in surprise was that there was actually a ranking on each door. Yunmu smiled and took off his fish head hat to get a better look, only to discover something shocking. He screamed excitedly, "Holy crap, that war maniac is on the charts again. Then I can't afford to lose to him." Just then, the system issued another warning notifying him that he was in an evil space. Yunmu had to wait here, but he was a bit confused. Evil space? Yunmu sat down out of boredom. What on earth? Shouldn't this be the astral world created by the great ancestor? Before he could finish his thought, the system immediately issued a new notification. Yunmu couldn't help but be stunned. Is this all? Suddenly the system warned again that if he died in the tower would absorb all of his void essence. This gave Yunmu a jolt. What did you say? The system explained that any player who died in the tower would be absorbed by the master of the space. He was secretly startled. This was supposed to be a training tower, yet people could actually die. This was far too unusual. Could it be that someone is using the reward mechanism to lure the elites of the continent to enter the tower, thereby absorbing their void essence to expand the astral world? Yunmu gnashed his teeth. Didn't the great ancestor create this tower to be a human hero who awakened flux power? How could it be like this? Afterward, he immediately issued an order. System, conduct a deep scan of the entire Tower of Honor and locate the position of the great ancestor. The system quickly provided an answer. Yunmu shouted tensely, "Where is he now?" According to the system's speculation, a cloud of thick black smoke rapidly surrounded him. This tower is the incarnation of the Motherstone dynasty and the World Lord, Yunmu speculated. Incarnated as a tower, meaning he's currently watching my every move. According to the system, the great ancestor has already become a true god. Yunmu felt very uncomfortable. He had already condensed 7 of the 12 true god stars. With 5 more he could achieve the true god rank. To think that a person regarded as a true god by humanity would not hesitate to harm the lives of others just to become a god. At the thought he couldn't help but spit and curse. Disgusting. Finally he made up his mind. Since you're using others like this, then let me use you too. Open the door. He stepped into another dimensional space. The interior was pitch black and something like an old iron cage appeared before him. Yunmu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He looked around, it was empty, but the danger was actually right above his head. As soon as those mutant beasts saw him, they lunged forward with frenzied roars. Hearing the noise, he immediately looked back with alert. Due to a lapse in attention, Yunmu was scratched. He immediately blocked with both hands but was still thrown back. The surrounding ground cracked from the vibration, and Yunmu struggled to steady himself by digging his feet in. His arm was scratched and bleeding. He looked at the monsters, and he was indeed startled. He had almost met his match in a minor way. These were the underworld rat hellclaws. He'd heard their strength was enough to rival a top-tier ordinary stone fluxer. He looked at them, clicking his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected 9 of them to be released at once. Yunmu snorted coldly. Is this only the first floor? Just how miserable does that bastard great ancestor want people to die? Seeing 7 mutant rats lunging at him simultaneously, Yunmu wasn't flustered. Oh, all at once? He began to circulate his internal power. Fine by me, I don't have much time anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of cunning crossed Yunmu's eyes. Shadow System activate. The moment his voice fell, a cyan figure instantly appeared, dominantly swinging a sword to slash at the rat. The moment the monster died, a massive amount of gold coins erupted from its body. Li Yun stood there like a general prepared to charge onto the battlefield, looking at the dropped items. Yunmu was very satisfied. More tower coins are popping out behind him. 3 fierce rats roared in unison and then lunged at Li Yun. He didn't even look back, but a powerful surge of internal power erupted from within him. The pack of rats was quickly shattered, only having time to let out a scream before vanishing completely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Feng had already quickly dealt with the remaining rats. Yunmu stood to the side, full of joy. Have they already learned to cooperate after training in the dimensional battlefield for so long? He looked around. It seemed the first floor had been cleared. Come back, number 1 and number 2. As soon as his voice fell, a large hole appeared in the ground and a door slowly rose. Something's coming up. He looked at it curiously. It was the exchange list. Ice Ancient Rune, 100 tower coins. Thunder Ancient Rune, 100 tower coins. It really wasn't expensive. After all, buying one of these outside would cost at least 1 million. Yunmu slid the screen. Red Star Flux Technique, peak grade. 6th Dimension Dragon Sealing Blood is also here. Since even such high-level items could be exchanged, it was no wonder so many Fluxers didn't hesitate to stake their lives to challenge this tower. Suddenly he seemed to discover something. His gaze snapped to a halt. Wait a second, the item displayed on the screen was actually Saintess Blood, Shadow, 2,500 tower coins. He recalled how he had once lamented, no way. There's only this seed inside the box. At that time he had looked at the pitifully small seed in his hand with a face full of suspicion. Is this thing really a secret treasure? According to the system, this thing had to be watered with Saintess blood to bloom and bear fruit. At the time he hadn't even taken it to heart. Forget it, the Shadow Saintess is a humanoid race from the 7th dimension. They live deep within the shadows all year round and are extremely difficult to find. With my current abilities, there's no way I could get my hands on her blood. Back in reality, Li Yunmu was beyond surprised. He hadn't expected something so rare to be available for exchange here. It seemed he had to find a way to get it. However, he only had 10 copper tower coins in his hand. Detecting his greed, the system reminded him to stay within his limits. Li Yunmu rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. You're so naggy. I'll be careful. He took a step forward and the floor tile beneath his feet rose. Li Yunmu thought to himself, this is only the first floor. I should be fine clearing a few more, right? On the second floor, Li Yun and Li Feng still held the advantage, and he passed with ease. Ascending to the third floor, his momentum was like a rising tide as he cleared it once more. Then came the fourth floor. So far nothing had managed to stump him. Li Yunmu continued his smooth advancement. In the blink of an eye he arrived at the 5th floor where he would likely face some actual resistance. Li Yunmu was panting, yet he was unusually excited. He had reached the 5th floor before he knew it. I should pause for a second, he muttered to himself. I need to get more serious. This area was home to the Underworld Rat Hellclaw X-49, and a Underworld Rat Commander X-1 appeared before Li Yunmu. Li Feng and Li Yun quickly moved to fight by Li Yunmu's side. He charged forward with a loud shout, go! Staring at the massive creature before him, Li Yunmu began to command, Number 1, attack its left side. Upon receiving the order, Li Yun streaked through the air. Immediately after, Li Yun gripped his longsword and delivered a cold, ruthless slash at the target. The monster sensed it instantly, a fierce glint appearing in its eyes. It swung its arm violently, smashing toward Li Yun without mercy, the pressure sending shattered rocks flying in all directions. Li Yunmu was startled and quickly dodged. Holy crap, I can't even get close. Following that, he issued another order. Number 2, feign an attack on the biggest one to draw its fire. He glanced at Li Yun, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move. Hey, number 1, how long do you plan on lying there? Get up and work, leave those small fries to me. Li Yunmu was like a nimble sparrow, darting back and forth with wind beneath his feet. Since close combat wasn't working, he used the momentum to leap high into the air. As the wind whistled past his ears, he gripped something tightly in his hand and shouted, Then I'll leave it to you, King of Destruction, big brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of internal power erupted from Li Yunmu's hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the sky. This is Celestial Dog Swallows the Moon. His longbow was summoned in an instant. Li Yunmu used Celestial Dog Swallows the Moon, preparing to shoot it down. The intense light from the longbow reflected off half of Li Yunmu's cold face, making him look exceptionally charismatic. The monster quickly sensed the pressure from behind and whipped its head around. Simultaneously, the arrow had already been fired. He let out a sharp cry, go! Instantly, the phantom of a fierce wolf pounced, locking its jaws onto the monster's arm. It was so fast the monster could only stand there and take the beating. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, Li Yunmu immediately formed hand seals and shouted, burst! As his voice fell, a violent tremor shook the area. Gold coins clattered to the ground everywhere as he landed gracefully amidst the swirling dust. Li Yunmu let out a long sigh of relief. It's over. He looked at the gold coins scattered across the floor, perplexed. How did so many tower coins drop? Is this big guy really that valuable? Watching Li Yun working hard to clean up the remains, Li Yunmu couldn't help but shout, looks like those lackeys have been taken care of too. He began to concentrate on the math. 10 coins for the first floor, 20 for the second. Calculating it like this, how many tower coins should I have now? After a while his brain felt like a tangled mess and he complained dejectedly, "Forget it, this is annoying," in short after a pause. His eyes turned devious. As long as he kept fighting like this it would be fine. Elsewhere a girl stared at a screen with worry. "Our Yunmu hasn't been online for several days. Did something happen?" a boy with her mocked. "He definitely lost to Tang Ruoken in the barrier and is too ashamed to come out. Look, even Li Yun and Li Feng haven't shown their faces on the dimensional battlefield," Yunmu's fans shouted in a rage. "Liar, our Yunmu would definitely win even in the real world." Just then a voice suddenly rang out, leaving them both stunned. "We interrupt for a special report. We interrupt for a special report." The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent for successfully passing the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor as an ordinary stone fluxer. Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent for successfully passing the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor as an ordinary stone fluxer." The youth was dumbstruck by the announcement. The 10th floor of the Tower of Honor, and at the ordinary stone rank, how is that possible? Meanwhile, in the King City of the Central Continent, someone handed over a stack of documents. "The information you requested has arrived." After reading it, the man said in surprise, "Is it this kid? He's only at the ordinary stone rank and already reached the 10th floor. Yes, the War God Temple has released an announcement listing Li Yunmu as a trialist of the War God Temple." The man revealed a devious smile. "Those old fogies move fast. Pass on my order. Appoint Li Yunmu as a minor star general of the Central Continent. He and his family are officially granted residency in the King City of the Central Continent and gifted a minor star general's mansion." After hearing his master's instructions, the young man replied respectfully, "Yes." Tonight the entire city fell into a frenzy because of this series of announcements. The War God Temple announced, "Li Yunmu is listed as a trialist, possessing the qualifications for the War God Temple trials." The Central Continent King City announced, "Li Yunmu is appointed as a minor star general, gifted a mansion, and permitted to establish his own star general personal guard." Everyone was astonished. "My God, the War God Temple and the Fluxer Guild have started a bidding war for him. Isn't this reaction a bit too fast?" The older generation also discussed it frantically. "Appointing an ordinary stone fluxer like this, in all my years this is the first time I've seen it. It seems this young man is far from simple." Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Honor, that bloated rat king was roaring frantically as it charged. This was a king-class rat. Li Yunmu maneuvered around it for a while, then revealed a satisfied expression. "Excellent, I've got it." He inspected the monster and marveled. "As expected of a gold crystal rank dimension beast. Taste this strike condensed with all my flux power." Immediately after, as his power reached its peak, Li Yunmu let out a roar. "Celestial dog swallows the moon" burst just as he said. A violent explosion immediately rang out, and gold coins once again sprayed like raindrops. Affected by the explosion's aftershock, he failed to stand his ground and was sent flying a great distance. Having fought to the 11th floor, a few more scrapes appeared on his face. Li Yunmu panted heavily. "I won, but I'm nearly at my limit." He sat on the spot for a while. "It's been a long time since I've fought this desperately. This time I finally gauged my own strength. It seemed that if number 1 and number 2 teamed up now, they were enough to rival a gold crystal fluxer." Afterward he walked quickly to the bulletin board to see how many tower coins he had accumulated. At one glance, Li Yunmu's heart skipped a beat. "Are bosses really this valuable? 300 dropped in one go. That means I should have 2,730 tower coins now." He suddenly remembered the Saintess blood. "Doesn't that mean I can exchange for it now?" Li Yunmu was stunned. He'd gathered so many just by reaching the 11th floor. It seemed these tower coins weren't that hard to earn. The system explained that it was likely because he was currently an ordinary stone fluxer, so the tower coin rewards were increased accordingly. Li Yunmu said in surprise, "Is that so?" He then clicked the system and muttered to himself, "Looks like I was right not to upgrade my black crystals." Suddenly, a beam of intense light shot straight at him. Li Yunmu cried out, shielding his face with his hand as he shouted, "This pressure is..." He couldn't help but grit his teeth, asking himself irritably, "What the hell?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a strange object descended from the sky. Li Yunmu asked confused, "Is this..." "It's a giant scale. It looks a bit like the scales of justice of Libra." A voice suddenly rang out. "Please offer your tower coins." Li Yunmu found it quite interesting. "Oh, it even has voice prompts." He walked around the scale to inspect it closely, then looked at the tray. "Do I put them here?" Immediately following the instructions, he tossed all the tower coins in his hand into it. The crisp sound of clinking coins was exceptionally pleasant. Then the other end of the scale slowly opened, revealing an item. He stared intently, his heart full of anticipation. Finally, a bottle of Saintess blood appeared in Li Yunmu's hand. He was overjoyed. "Now I can water the shadow seed." Li Yunmu then closed his eyes and a command was issued in his mind, "Enter the astral world." As soon as he stepped into the astral world, Li Yunmu cried out, "Whoa, when did it get so messy? I can't just toss things into the astral world randomly in the future." He rummaged through a pile of clutter. "I remember I threw it around here." Finally, he found that pitifully small seed. "Great, found it." He crouched down and began to dig, scooping out a hole and placing the seed inside, counting 1, 2, 3, 5. "My domain, my rules." After a short while he had dug the hole and buried the seed. Li Yunmu was very satisfied. Finally he took out the bottle of Saintess blood and began to water it. Li Yunmu poured it out slowly and carefully, his movements as gentle as if he were feeding an infant. Soon a tiny seedling broke through the soil. A single leaf grew on the seedling's stem, emitting a soft purple glow. The leaf rapidly grew and sprouted, and that tiny bud gradually transformed into a small flower. This incredible growth speed left Li Yunmu dumbstruck. It bloomed that fast. Simultaneously, that flower bud suddenly erupted with a dazzling intense light. Cracks began to appear on the petals, and in an instant that light erupted like a volcanic explosion, startling Li Yunmu so much he fell flat on his backside. Holy crap, he cursed at the flower bed. I've been blinded twice in just this short time. I'm gonna go blind because of you guys sooner or later. Tranquility returned to the area, and he scrambled up, wanting to see exactly what kind of thing he had grown. Leaning in for a closer look, Li Yunmu was even more astonished. A girl. What is this? In the center of the petals a petite girl was soundly asleep. This was the Shadow Queen. He had finally succeeded in hatching her. She looked just like a little elf. She was still mumbling in her sleep, her tiny mouth making soft sounds like a kitten. Li Yunmu's heart nearly melted at the sight, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "So tiny, so cute. She's a total daughter complex killer." The queen rolled over and her little face looked even more adorable. Li Yunmu was mesmerized, really wanting to reach out and pinch her little face. Because he had been making noise nearby, the girl finally couldn't sleep any longer and opened her tiny eyes. Li Yunmu gave a brilliant smile. The little one is awake. The Shadow Queen sat up and stretched elegantly after her long slumber. Li Yunmu reached out a finger to gently touch the tip of her nose, whispering, "Hey, hello there." The girl looked at him, a trace of emotion flickering in her eyes. Li Yunmu quickly introduced himself. "My name is Li Yunmu. Nice to meet you." The queen blinked. Li Yunmu also gazed at her gently, as if afraid that a louder voice would scare this queen. Immediately after, the girl reached out her hands, making iya sounds and asking for a hug. Then the Shadow Queen suddenly pounced on him. But Li Yunmu was caught off guard. Before he could react, his body was sent flying a great distance by a massive force, and he even did several somersaults in the air. Seeing this, the Shadow Queen was also stunned. Li Yunmu lay paralyzed on the ground as intense pain washed over him, making it impossible to stand for a moment while he continued to mutter under his breath. "Just what is going on?" After a pause, Li Yunmu's eyes suddenly widened. "So worth it." He gently held the girl in the palm of his hand. He truly hadn't expected a single seed to grow a child. "Little one, from today on you're with me." Suddenly, the Shadow Queen furrowed her brows and her huffy little expression appeared exceptionally cute. He guessed it immediately. "Are you hungry? But I don't have anything to eat on me right now." Li Yunmu quickly coaxed her. "Be good, bear with it for a bit, we'll talk once we're out." Before he could finish, the girl was already in tears. Seeing his precious crying, his heart nearly broke. Li Yunmu was at a loss. "Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will find a way." According to the system, the queen lived on blood, so Li Yunmu could feed her his own blood. He was surprised. "Just drinking some blood is enough?" Immediately, Li Yunmu held out his hand without hesitation. "Fine, here, drink as much as you want." The queen wasn't polite at all, beaming as she hugged his finger and began to suck. Li Yunmu was secretly satisfied. Since his daughter was so cute, what did a little lost blood matter? Besides, she was so small, how much could she drink? Just as he thought this, his face turned pale green and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Finally, he really couldn't take it anymore and shouted at the system. "Hey, is this a joke? Why won't she stop? At this rate, even an elephant wouldn't survive." Damn it, even though he was still alive, the system explained it was likely because his blood quality was too poor. So the girl had to drink a bit more. Half an hour later, the queen was finally full. The girl smiled with satisfaction, while Li Yunmu looked like a dried-up corpse, but he still asked caringly, "Full, do you want some more? I think I'm seeing angels." Due to the excessive blood loss, Li Yunmu quickly drank a bottle of soda to replenish his energy. He couldn't help but marvel. He really hadn't expected to almost lose his life to a little brat one day. Simultaneously, the queen suddenly appeared again. Li Yunmu was also a bit surprised. She happily hugged Li Yunmu. It seemed this queen was very satisfied with this daddy. After all, she was a child. Once she was full, her mood was great. The system then announced that the Shadow Queen could walk in the void. As long as she didn't reveal herself, no one could detect her. Li Yunmu was very satisfied. That's incredibly convenient," the system continued. "The Shadow Queen's most powerful ability is cultivation replication," Li Yunmu said in surprise. "Cultivation replication," the system answered. "The Queen can replicate the cultivation of any fluxer at the saint level or below." Li Yunmu was greatly shocked. "Then isn't this child even stronger than me?" According to the system, how much cultivation the Queen could replicate depended on how much power he could provide. Li Yunmu looked at the Shadow Queen hopping around on the ground and soon understood. "So that's how it is. All right, little one, let's go." He happily pointed at himself and then said to her, "Daddy will teach you how to fight." Immediately after, the two quickly returned to the Tower of Honor. The queen rode on his shoulder, but as soon as Li Yunmu returned, he froze. "Oh, no more rats, it's birdmen this time." This was the 12th floor of the Tower of Honor. Flying in the sky were level 9 harpy sirens. As soon as she saw those monsters, the Shadow Queen began to roar. Li Yunmu found it quite interesting. She had plenty of fighting spirit. But as soon as she charged, the Shadow Queen came running back crying, having clearly been hit. Lee Yunmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just what were you doing? That birdman opened its large mouth and frost began to gather within. Immediately after, it violently breathed ice at the Shadow Queen. The girl was so scared she ran for her life while wailing loudly. Seeing his daughter being bullied, Lee Yunmu immediately grew tense. Watch out! The spot hit by the ice breath instantly froze into a thick block of ice. Lee Yunmu quickly flew forward, scooping the Shadow Queen into his arms. Looking at the girl shivering in his embrace, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Luckily you're okay. Immediately he looked at the harpies. Hey you bastards, you actually dare to use such a cruel move on my kid. His face instantly darkened, looking like a reaper emerging from hell. Go to hell. Next, Lee Yunmu placed the girl on the ground. Wait here for a bit. Daddy will be right back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lee Yunmu charged at high speed toward the harpy that had just attacked his daughter. That monster was startled. Lee Yunmu let out a disdainful cold snort. Hey birdman. Lee Yunmu ferociously reached out both hands and violently tore the harpy's wings off. Just now my child was naive and caused some trouble. Before the harpy could even finish its shriek, it let out a pained wail. Yunmu slammed his foot down, crushing its head into the dirt. Its wings having been torn out by the roots, he coldly spat out his final words, "Consider yourself taken care of." Just then another harpy lunged at him, but he intercepted it with ease. Yunmu's eyes were like ice as he barked, "Listen up, bird brain. Never underestimate the power of a father." As his voice fell, feathers once again drifted through the air. Another harpy met its end, simply because her accomplice had dared to direct their malice toward Yunmu's precious daughter. He fought with exceptional brutality, a heavy slash carving several harpies in two, raining blood and gold coins across the ground. Seeing Yunmu so heroic, the little one couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Seeing his savagery, the remaining harpies began to waver, but on the battlefield it's kill or be killed. One harpy suddenly concentrated its breath and let out a piercing shrill scream. The shriek was so agonizingly sharp that the ground beneath Yunmu's feet began to crack and heave as if a massive earthquake were striking. His ears couldn't withstand the shock and blood began to seep from them. Yunmu was secretly horrified. A sonic attack. Damn it, I can't move my body. Seizing the opening, another harpy let out a distant shriek and lunged straight for the paralyzed Yunmu. The moment she struck, a massive explosion erupted. Thick smoke and flames instantly filled the area. Seeing this, the Shadow Queen let out a worried scream. Yunmu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body spinning several times in the air before slamming heavily onto the ground, blood flowing uncontrollably from a gash on his head. Yunmu was beyond irritated. This sonic attack is a nightmare. If I don't break this move, I'm a goner. The harpies naturally didn't stop, following up with a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Yunmu felt a jolt in his heart. Again by now his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were all bleeding from the sonic vibrations, and Yunmu let out a roar of agony. At this moment the Shadow Queen also fell into a state of extreme terror. She looked ready to cry, chaotic cries tumbling from her tiny mouth. Finally, that fragile, chick-like chirping suddenly transformed into a roar like that of a savage beast. The Shadow Queen had erupted. Hearing this sound, the harpies were momentarily stunned. Then the little one took a deep breath, actually sucking everything in the vicinity into her stomach. Yunmu saw the truth at a glance. She's swallowing the sonic waves along with the air. Just as he suspected, the girl was desperately devouring everything. Yunmu struggled to stand, wiping the blood from his face. What kind of bizarre power is this? Looking at the little one sitting on the ground with a round, bulging belly, Yunmu couldn't help but marvel. That was actually pretty effective, looking at the queen sitting on the ground. Yunmu walked forward and held out his hand. Come on, little one. Since that's the case, he placed the girl on his shoulder, his gaze turning sharp. Let's fight side by side. Half an hour later, in the virtual world, the system announcement rang out once more. We interrupt for a special report. We interrupt for a special report. Congratulations to Lee Yunmu of the Central Continent for successfully clearing the 15th floor of the Tower of Honor as an ordinary stone fluxer. The news spread to every corner of the city in an instant, causing a massive uproar. People buzzed with discussion. No way, this ordinary stone ranker is still pushing forward, that's insane. In the low-level Lucky Wind City, people shouted, Heavens brother, you're amazing, I knew you could do it. In the freshman classroom of Lucky Wind Academy, Bowen thought deeply. This kid is already famous across the 6 continents of the world. A warm fatherly smile appeared on his face. To become world famous so soon, isn't it a bit early? In a certain wilderness secret realm, Ling Shui was sitting atop a pile of monster corpses, cheering in surprise. The 15th floor already? Awesome, I can't wait to fight you again. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Rao Zhen was also following the news. What? This kid broke the 15th floor so quickly, now I'm definitely going to get a lecture from the old man, he muttered to himself excitedly. Just you wait, I won't give up easily. The scene shifted to a certain mansion in Heavenly Cloud Fort, where Esmeralda looked dejected. I'm sorry, Chairman. I shouldn't have failed last time, the person in the room spoke up. I never expected this kid to have such great potential. It seems he will definitely become the ace of Lucky Wind Academy and a major threat to us in the future. He then asked, what should we do now? The boy has already been promoted to a minor star general. With Lee Yunmu's current influence, he might even be able to find out that we were the ones who sent the assassins, he calculated. For someone at the ordinary stone rank to clear 15 consecutive floors of the Tower of Honor is indeed surprising. But if he possesses the War Saint bloodline, everything would be explained. Esmeralda was struck with shock. War Saint bloodline, the man continued. Go. Spread the news that Li Yunmu possesses the War Saint bloodline. The more people who know, the better. He laughed deviously. I see, you truly are sinister. You want to make sure he doesn't get a moment's peace. As Esmeralda uttered the words, be driven to a dead end, her expression became exceptionally hideous. Back with Yunmu, he was currently stepping over the bodies strewn across the floor. After all, he wasn't a machine and he was naturally exhausted. He let out a long sigh. That's 20 floors, Yunmu suddenly remembered. Oh right, I think after clearing the 20th floor you enter the rankings. Will that be too flashy? Just then the system prompted that there was a feature to hide his tower progress. Once enabled, his name would not appear on the rankings. Yunmu was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? He immediately clicked to enable it. Hide it then, I don't want to attract too much attention anyway. But Yunmu didn't know that he had actually already shocked the world. Still completely unaware, he felt very satisfied instead. Good, this way even if I keep fighting, I won't attract too much notice. Outside people were still discussing. Look, Li Yunmu cleared the 20th floor and squeezed into the Fluxer rankings. Heavens, since the tower was built, this is the first time an ordinary stone ranker has made that list. Where is he? Suddenly, his name vanished rapidly. How is it gone? It was just here a second ago. A young man spoke up. Could he be dead? How could he die? He must have hidden his ranking. Powerful people love maintaining a sense of mystery. A passerby couldn't help but join in. But I just heard someone say this Li Yunmu seems to possess the War Saint bloodline. The crowd erupted once more. War Saint bloodline. No wonder Li Yunmu's power improved so fast. A curly-haired man's face darkened. Li Yunmu has the War Saint bloodline. I must report this to the sect immediately. Just then the gates of the Tower of Honor slowly opened. He had also finished his tower run. Yunmu let out a tired sigh. He had been inside for too long. He greedily breathed the fresh air outside, feeling it was exceptionally crisp. He turned back to look at the heavy bag behind him, secretly pleased. Quite a haul this time. I exchanged for a lot of good stuff. As soon as he walked out of the block, he heard several whispers. Is that the guy, Li Yunmu? That's him. I heard he hidden his results so no one knows which floor he actually reached. Look at that bag he's carrying. He might have even cleared the 30th or 40th floor. I heard he has the War Saint bloodline. Simply incredible. Yunmu felt a bit uncomfortable, his heart filled with doubt. Why does it feel like everyone is staring at me? Is it just my imagination? The scene shifted to the Heavenly Cloud City Fluxer Guild, where a voice rang out. I say sis, let's just go back, Qingyang grumbled. I bet Li Yunmu probably died inside. Look, even his ranking is gone, he continued to nag. Even if he's not dead, making me, the young city lord, wait for him in person, that's way too much face, Qingyu replied coldly. Stop complaining, this is a vital task assigned by father, there must be no mistakes, Qingyang replied helplessly. Yes, yes, yes. No sooner had he spoken than the massive gates let out a violent noise. Qingyang jumped. Someone else is coming out. Yunmu was frowning and muttering, this is infuriating. 500,000 for the transmission fee. No matter how I think about it, it's too expensive. Seeing the person in the distance, Qingyu immediately let out a shout that gave Yunmu a fright. Li Yunmu, he scrambled to put on his fish head hat. Why are you still here? I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to be this persistent. Qingyu barked. Cut the nonsense, you lowlife. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. Stop pretending. I know you're Li Yunmu. Don't worry, I'm not here to look for trouble. I'm here on the city lord's orders to take you to the mansion. Qingyang mocked. No way, this idiot-looking guy is Li Yunmu? Yunmu took off his hat and retorted. You're the idiot, your whole family are idiots. Qingyang lunged forward to argue. Brat, do you know who I am? Say that again if you've got the guts and I'll beat you to death. Yunmu wasn't to be outdone. You're just a moron. Come on then, beat me to death, Qingyang shouted. Heavens, he actually called me a moron, I'm gonna kill him. Sis, don't stop me. Just then, Qingyu pushed him away violently. Li Yunmu, time is tight, come with us fast. Yunmu looked wary. I'm not going, who knows what you guys are up to, while they were arguing. He suddenly received a private message. It's Naiji. Yunmu was surprised. Why is she messaging all of a sudden? To the side, Qingyang was being lectured by his sister. Can't you just settle down? Naiji began to wail miserably on the other end. You finally decided to answer. I thought you died in the tower. Yunmu scratched his head. No need to cry. Also, how did you know I was just in the tower? Naiji continued. It's not just me, it seems like the whole world is about to find out. Yunmu jumped. What? The whole world knows? At this moment, Qingyu walked over and greeted him happily. Naiji shouted in surprise. Xiao Yu, long time no see. Why are you with Li Yunmu? He was a bit irritable. I was just about to ask that. Qingyu explained that her father had sent her to pick him up, but this guy seemed very wary of them. Naiji said loudly, Li Yunmu, go on, Xiao Yu is my best friend, she won't hurt you. Yunmu actually didn't want to go at all. Naiji began to act spoiled and persistent again. Please just go. In the end he couldn't take it. Fine, stop crying, I'll go. Then he spoke up. Let's go, Beauty. Lead the way. Qingyu roared in a rage. I told you don't call me Beauty if it weren't for the fact that my father wants to see you. I would beat you to a pulp right now. She wore a dark face the whole way. Li Yunmu, you'd better rein in that rogue attitude of yours. Qingyang watched from a distance, feeling a wave of annoyance. That brat, looking at the smile on his face, Qingyang thought, this Yunmu guy really is obnoxious. Soon he was led to a magnificent villa. Qingyu introduced. This is it. Yunmu praised. How grand. Truly worthy of being the heavenly Cloud City Lord's mansion, she offhandedly remarked. If you like it, you can renovate your Azure Dragon mansion to look just like this. Suddenly, she noticed Yunmu's dazed expression and couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that during his time in the tower he remained completely ignorant of what was happening outside? Qingyu then told him that the Central Continent King City had bestowed a title upon him and listed him in the War God Temple. Qingyang secretly grumbled, "Is this Li Yunmu a fool?" Hearing this, Yunmu was completely panicked. "Does that mean I'm famous now? I clearly hid my ranking on purpose," Qingyu continued. "That's only the beginning, there's also some bad news." Her face darkened. "Right now, rumors are flying everywhere that you possess the War Saint bloodline." A massive question mark appeared over Yunmu's head. Qingyu was stunned again. "No way, you don't even know what the War Saint bloodline is?" Qingyu had no choice but to explain. A War Saint is the highest rank of Saint Fluxer, the top-tier experts of today's world, and the direct descendants of a War Saint are very likely to possess the powerful War Saint bloodline. She reached out to pull down his hat, continuing with feigned gravity. "Refining the War Saint bloodline can allow one to promote to a Saint Fluxer." After a pause, she summarized, "So the Fluxers of the entire world are now staring at the bloodline in your body." Yunmu was fuming. "My dad is just a small squad leader, where the hell would I get some bullshit War Saint bloodline?" Qingyu placed her hand on the door and said, "Whether you have the bloodline or not, we will judge for ourselves." Upon entering the house, Qingyu glanced around and continued, "Our heavenly cloud holy city wants to make a deal with you." The atmosphere in the room instantly became extremely tense. Seated there were representatives from various factions, including Feiyu City, Yu City, and Rao Zhen as the representative of Heavenly Dragon City, along with a representative from Mashan City. As soon as the elder from the Qingyun sect saw him, he immediately stood up to greet him. "So this is Li Yunmu of the Li sect?" Yunmu walked in and, ignoring everyone, set down his heavy bag. "If you have something to say it directly." Then he found a comfortable spot and sat down, leaning against his bag. "Let's not waste each other's time, I have plenty of things to do." The representative from Mashan City laughed loudly. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, but I like it." The Qingyun sect elder also laughed heartily. "Good, truly a man of the Li sect." Straightforward, he also got to the point. "Are you aware that in Heavenly Cloud City, the guild president and the city lord are two equal balancing powers? Therefore there is some friction between us, and Heavenly Cloud City has always maintained a delicate balance." Yunmu snorted coldly, thinking no matter the era, the target of human struggle is always other humans. "How ridiculous," the elder continued. "But recently, this balance is about to be broken, which is why we invited you here today." The Qingyun sect elder added, "We hope the Li sect behind you will join the city lord's faction. If the Li sect is willing to join, we will be your solid backing." Yunmu calculated privately and spoke up. "After all that talk, you just want me to join your side?" At this, Yunmu said frankly, "Sorry, I refuse." These words took the elder by surprise. Refuse? Do you know your current situation?" "There is no I'm sorry." He revealed a devious smile. "You've likely forgotten that I am a member of the Li family. Naturally, the Li family can protect me," Yunmu thought to himself. "If I just join you like this, wouldn't that be the same as admitting the Li sect has no power?" The representative from Mashan City raised the stakes. "Fine, then I will personally gift the Li sect 10 additional secret manuals." Yunmu stood up straight. "The one thing our Li family does not lack is secret manuals," Qingyang spoke up. "We can allocate a unit of the city guard to the Li sect." A chorus of gasps echoed around the room. "What? They're willing to make concessions to that degree," Qingyu followed up. "Furthermore, all tax revenue will belong to the Li sect, with no need to pay anything to Heavenly Cloud City," she said to Yunmu. "This is the highest offer we can make. You're a smart man, you should be well aware of what this offer implies." Qingyang looked at his sister, his face blank with confusion. Yunmu thought to himself, "She's right. This means I would possess an autonomous city and endless wealth, but our whole family plus the shadows only make 6 people. How could we manage a whole city? Wouldn't that expose the Li sect as a fake?" After weighing the pros and cons, Yunmu spoke again. "Sorry, although your offer is very tempting, but..." Suddenly, the sound of a table being slammed rang out. "Enough," Qingyang barked coldly. "I've endured that name of yours for long enough. Do you have any idea who you're talking to right now? We gave you a bit of face and you've gone completely out of line." He glared at Yunmu. "Who do you think you are? Don't spit on the face we've given you." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sudden roar. Guards, the sentries waiting outside, immediately rushed in. Yunmu looked at the guards, becoming even more alert. Qingyu also stood up tensely. "So Qingyang, what do you think you're doing?" He spoke with pure arrogance. "If this kid doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to cooperate with our Heavenly Cloud City, then we might as well just finish him off." A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. "After we refine him, we'll gift him to the neutral sects to trade for their loyalty." Before the words had even landed, Yunmu's fist had already struck. The fellow was hit so hard his mouth filled with blood. This heavy punch sent him flying through the air like a ball. Seeing this, the remaining people couldn't help but be shocked. So strong, they stared at Yunmu in surprise. Wasn't the person opposite them just an ordinary stone rank brat? How could this level of strength possibly belong to an ordinary stone ranker? Rao Zhen spoke with disdain. "You bunch of idiots, judging his strength by his rank is completely meaningless. That kid," he glanced sideways, "is clearly holding back on his upgrades on purpose. I wouldn't be surprised if his actual combat power has already surpassed the sage level." Su Qingyang shrieked, "You morons, how can so many of you fail to handle a single ordinary stone ranker? Useless, all of you are useless, get him together." As soon as the words left his mouth, his guards obeyed the command. Steeling themselves, they lunged forward, and Yunmu's gaze instantly turned ice cold. In the blink of an eye, he had already seized the arm of one of the charging guards. With a single move, he slammed the man heavily onto the ground. Immediately, another figure flashed toward him. The man intended to ambush Yunmu from behind, but how could he hide from Yunmu's eyes? Yunmu spun around instantly and delivered a counterstrike. The man only had time to let out a miserable scream before his face was pounded into a swollen mess by Yunmu. The remaining two guards were lunging forward fiercely, but seeing their companion's pathetic states, their hearts trembled. Yunmu cracked his knuckles and stood calmly on the spot, ready to continue. Qingyu shouted anxiously, "Su Qingyang, tell your men to stop right now. Who gave you permission to do this?" She yelled at the others in a panic. "What are you all still sitting there for? Go stop them." The elder, however, said calmly, "What's the rush?" since he showed such disdain for the terms we offered. At this point, a playful look crossed the elder's face. "I'd like to see just how much ability he actually has." Qingyu was stunned for a moment, but since his words seemed to make sense, she fell silent. Su Qingyang roared in a fit of rage, "A bunch of useless trash, your lowest rank is Black Star, yet you can't even deal with an ordinary stone ranker. I think you're all looking to get fired." Before he could even finish his rant, his subordinates charged again. But the result left Su Qingyang dumbstruck. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing, and his insults died in his throat. What? Yunmu's face was dark as he looked directly at Su Qingyang with impatience. "Your turn." Su Qingyang retreated in terror. "I said stay put, did you hear me?" Su Qingyang collapsed onto the ground in fear. "Don't come over. Do you know who I am? I am the city lord's son." Sensing the internal power emanating from Yunmu's hand, Qingyu was shocked. "This is nether flux power with a lightning attribute. How does he have this?" Back in the arena, he clearly only had ordinary flux power. Without any further restraint, Yunmu charged forward at high speed. Su Qingyang cowered by the door as Yunmu showed no intention of stopping. By now, Su Qingyang was so terrified that tears were streaming down his face and he screamed incessantly in despair. "Stay back!" Seeing that Yunmu was about to strike, the representatives nearby grew tense. "Kid, stop." But Yunmu clearly wasn't listening, and a massive explosion rang out immediately after. However, at that exact moment, Yunmu was suddenly blasted back, performing several somersaults in midair. Yunmu seemed to sense something and frowned as he looked toward the opposite side. The representative from Yu City was also shocked. Had Su Qingyang really been? She looked over, doubt surfacing in her mind. Wait, there seems to be something inside. Su Qingyang wasn't dead. A cyan shield had appeared in front of him, protecting him within. Everyone was startled. "A defensive shield?" Simultaneously, a voice rang out. "Young friend, one should show mercy where possible. My worthless son is far too arrogant. Do not take it to heart. I shall punish him myself." Yunmu quickly realized telepathy. There's a Saint Fluxer nearby. The others also stood up nervously. "That voice belongs to the City Lord. He has intervened," Yunmu shouted loudly. "Is that the City Lord? Fine. Since you've personally spoken, I'll give you this face. Actually, you're overthinking it. I never intended to kill him," he added coldly. "A piece of trash who only knows how to rely on his father isn't worthy of me killing him." Although Su Qingyang was furious to the extreme, he didn't dare to talk back, swallowing his words as they reached his lips. The voice rang out again. "Qingyu," she responded immediately. Present, on the other side, Yunmu calmly brushed off his clothes as the City Lord continued. "Bring the boy to the back garden. I wish to meet him personally." After walking for a while, Yunmu complained wearily, "Aren't we there yet? Your house is way too big." Qingyu replied, "It's just ahead." Suddenly, a light emitted from his body and a voice rang out. "Brat, you there?" It seemed to be the Nether Crow. He continued, "You might meet an old man in a bit. The moment you see him, copy his cultivation immediately." Yunmu jumped in fright and let out a shout, but the Nether Crow immediately warned, "Keep it down." Qingyu soon led him to a room where the architecture featured doors with fingerprint recognition. Upon entering, an emaciated man was already waiting for them. Qingyu spoke, "Father, I've brought him." Upon seeing him, the man marveled. As expected, his aura is extraordinary. When Yunmu saw him, his gaze was momentarily frozen. Qingyu's father then looked at him with a brilliant smile. "Li Yunmu, it is a pleasure to meet you." Looking at him, Yunmu was secretly shocked. What's wrong with his body? How can someone survive with a body like that? Seeing Yunmu's reaction, the man immediately realized Yunmu was astonished. Yunmu remained in a daze, completely unaware that Qingyu's father was also observing him. The man couldn't help but ask, "Quite a surprise, isn't it? I bet you didn't expect a legendary saint." He then removed his outer garment, paused, and continued, "To look so wretched, indeed, my entire chest is nothing but a ribcage. If I weren't wrapped in this skin, I'm afraid I'd be mistaken for a walking skeleton." Qingyu explained with some embarrassment, "Father only became like this because he used a secret technique to force an upgrade to the saint level and suffered a backfire." Seeing his daughter's bashful look, the man couldn't help but joke, "Looking closely, this kid isn't bad either. I'd say you aren't exactly young anymore." She screamed with a red face. "Father," Qingyu interrupted. "Father, stop talking nonsense." He laughed heartily. "Seeing you without anyone to settle down with makes me worry for you." Yunmu cut in, "I say, old man, did you call me here just to watch you and your daughter play out this sentimental family scene?" Qingyu's father smiled and said, "Just a joke, I called you here because I need the strength of the Li sect to join Heavenly Cloud City," he added. "To balance the power of the Fluxer Guild's Qingyun sect, as I'm sure you can see, I don't have much time left. Given the current situation, once I pass away, Heavenly Cloud City will inevitably face a massive upheaval. As City Lord, I have a responsibility to protect this land. I do not wish to see Heavenly Cloud City fall into chaos and misery." Yunmu interrupted. "I'm sorry," the Li say. "We're just a small sect. I don't think we can help you with anything." Yunmu thought to himself. "I have no desire to get dragged into your mess. Besides, there's only me in the Li sect. How am I supposed to help you?" Although Yunmu refused, the man still gestured kindly for him to come closer. "Young man, come here. Lean in, I have something to tell you." Yunmu crouched down as instructed, and the man whispered, "I say, that Li sect of yours doesn't actually exist, does it?" Hearing this, Yunmu was so shocked he nearly fell over. His body lurched back in a stumble. Qingyu looked on blankly. "What's wrong?" He began to grow defensive. How could he know? How many of my secrets does he actually know? Looking at that smiling face, Yunmu became even more alert. What does he want? Is he threatening me to work for him? He turned to his daughter. "You please step out for a moment. I have something to discuss with him alone." Seeing him cough violently, Qingyu said worriedly, "Father, you should rest." He waved his hand. "It's fine, it won't take long." As soon as she turned away, he patted the spot next to him, signaling Yunmu to come closer. "Young man, don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. Come, sit here." That was easy to say, but who would believe it? Yunmu stared at him with a pout, but eventually decided to sit down. "Whatever, do your worst." Qingyu's father asked kindly, "What's the matter? You look like you're afraid I'm going to eat you." Yunmu glared at him sideways with a dejected look. "How did you know the Li sect was fake?" He laughed exceptionally heartily. "I was only bluffing just now." Yunmu nearly fainted upon hearing this. He explained further, "My subordinates couldn't find a single trace of the Li sect. If I hadn't developed any doubts about its existence, that would be truly strange." Yunmu couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Old fox," he added, "I also know you don't have the bloodline at all. Of course, capturing you and handing you over to other sects to curry favor wouldn't work either." Yunmu leaned against his bag and replied lazily, "Sorry to disappoint you." Then Qingyu's father laughed happily again. "So you should still lead the Li sect to join me." Yunmu was somewhat puzzled. "I say, old man, are you playing dumb? Don't you already know the Li sect is fake? My joining you won't boost your combat power at all," he replied. "Whether the Li sect is real or fake actually doesn't matter at all. What is the truth? Actually, it's not important. What's important is that you've made others feel a sense of unfathomable fear toward you. That is what we need." Hearing this, Yunmu remained somewhat wary, falling silent as he thought for a moment. Then the man handed something to Yunmu. "By the way, take this." Yunmu looked down at the jade pendant. "Why did he say Yura was a good child?" He recalled, "She's an orphan. When I found her by the roadside back then, she was no less sick than I am now. Ever since I adopted her, she's always wanted to do something to repay me." Qingyu's father coughed several times, saying with effort, "In my current state, I could pass away at any moment. Qingyang only causes trouble. Yura is truly working hard all by herself. She needs help. Young man, I've been observing you for a long time. I've been following you since the King's City examinations. You are very capable. I wish to entrust Yura to you. With you by her side, I'll have nothing left to worry about when I close my eyes." Yunmu spoke bluntly. "What, trying to recruit me as a son-in-law?" Yunmu didn't answer directly, but in his heart he had already accepted. "I say, old man, then you'd better prepare a generous gift." Yunmu looked at him, his smile turning even more devious. "Recruiting me as a son-in-law is very expensive." Seeing that the man remained silent, Yunmu withdrew his smile in surprise. Yunmu quickly sensed something was wrong. He stood up and sighed and put his arm around Qingyu's shoulder and said happily, "Let's go." She was surprised. "Finished talking?" he answered with a smile. "Yeah." Qingyu then looked back at her father once more, her smile exceptionally radiant. "Goodbye, father." She was curious and turned to ask Yunmu, "What did father say to you?" He replied flatly, "Why should I tell you?" Qingyu pouted and said, "Just tell me." He remained tight-lipped. This was a conversation between men. Beneath the brilliant sunlight he passed away peacefully. Qingyu asked again, "Then did you agree to join us?" Yunmu answered, "I can't say yet, I haven't decided." Suddenly she saw the object he was twirling in his hand and jumped in fright. "Why is this jade pendant with you?" Yunmu held it up to his eyes for a closer look. "This, your old man gave it to me." He examined the exquisite jade pendant and asked, "What's wrong with this thing? Does it have a use?" Qingyu also pulled out an identical one. "Look," Yunmu said in surprise. "Oh, you have one too." She put the two pieces together and Yunmu took over his half. Yunmu said excitedly, "They've merged into one." Qingyu explained, "This is a runic key for the 7th dimension. When the holder's cultivation reaches the transcendent realm, it will guide them to open a secret realm." She warned with a serious expression, "You absolutely must not let anyone know this is on you or it will bring lethal trouble." At this point, Qingyu suddenly hesitated. Yunmu listened quietly as she continued. Suddenly, Qingyu's face turned red to the roots of her ears and she stared at him with puffed-out cheeks. Then she abruptly turned around, trying to hide the bashfulness in her eyes. "Forget it, it's nothing." Meanwhile, the system reported again that the Shadow Queen had successfully copied another's cultivation. But using this power would require a massive amount of void essence. Yunmu transmitted his voice. "Fine, give her all my current void essence." Just as Qingyu pushed open the living room door, an arrogant voice rang out, "Why did you talk for so long? I've been waiting here for ages." Tianba raised his glass and drained it, then said sarcastically, "I say, little you, why did the seminar start before I even arrived?" Yunmu looked at the fellow with a sense of repulsion. "Who is he?" "I didn't see him earlier." Qingyu introduced him. "He's just an agent for a second-tier sect that supports Su Qingyang. You don't need to pay him any mind." Then she spoke up. "Wang Tianba, you're the one who arrived late. Do you expect everyone to wait here for you?" He glanced sideways at Yunmu. "This is the representative of the Li sect? You've got to be kidding, an ordinary stone-rank brat. I think the city lord really has gone senile bringing just anyone here," the elder spoke up. "Wang Tianba, I advise you to watch your words. While the city lord is still alive, you dare to speak of him with such disrespect? Are you trying to cause a rift? Furthermore, Brother Li hasn't yet agreed to join Heavenly Cloud City. He is currently our guest. Have you lost even the basic courtesy toward a guest?" Tianba added. "What hasn't joined yet? I say, little you, your handling of affairs is too poor. You can't even get this little thing done. I think you should just hand over the commander's position to Qingyang. Is it really that hard for a woman to seduce a man into joining?" Yunmu caught a glimpse of her expression. The madman continued to drone on. "You have to learn to use your physical advantages. Don't you agree?" Qingyu's face turned bright red with rage. He burst into loud laughter after finishing. Yunmu looked at her embarrassed face, feeling a bit annoyed himself. Then he propped his legs on the table and said arrogantly, "Name's Wang Tianba, right? I say, your breath is a bit too foul. What, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" Yunmu leaned back with total composure. To say such filthy things to a girl at his age. "You're a real piece of work." Tianba wasn't to be outdone. "Li family boy, even if you are a guest and a minor star general, it's not for an outsider to interrupt when we of Heavenly Cloud City are speaking." Yunmu rolled his eyes at him. "Outsider? Who's an outsider? Where's this outsider you're talking about?" he announced forcefully. "I, Li Yunmu, on behalf of the Li sect, officially joined Heavenly Cloud City as of today." As the words fell, his expression also became colder. Qingyu couldn't help but be shocked. Tianba appeared exceptionally excited. "So you've agreed to join," Yunmu said flatly. "Yeah, I just had a chat with the old city lord and thought he was a good man. We hit it off quite well." Tianba added, "Since we're all on the same side now, shouldn't you let us see the Li sect's foundation?" Yunmu was a bit irritable. "So troublesome. Then what do you want?" Tianba said again. "It's simple. Why don't you let us pay our respects to the seniors of the Li sect?" He was pushing his luck. After all, joining Heavenly Cloud City was a major event for the entire sect. Yunmu transmitted his voice. "Little one, you there?" The queen responded immediately. Yunmu continued. "Here's what you do later." The girl quickly grasped the intent. Tianba chimed in. "It would only be reasonable and proper to have the sect elders step forward for something like this, wouldn't it?" Yunmu then agreed. "Fine, then I'll satisfy your request," the elder said nervously. "Since there is a chance to pay respects to the experts of the Li sect, guards, prepare a car to fetch them." Yunmu stood up and looked at him with disdain. "What car? What era do you think this is?" He then flashed a devious smile and gestured. "Could you please prepare 3 sticks of incense for me? Thank you." The elder was shocked. Incense? Everyone found it strange, but they complied anyway, mainly to satisfy their curiosity. The 3 sticks of incense were lit. As if performing some sort of sacrificial ritual, Yunmu prayed loudly, respectfully inviting my martial aunt. Then Yunmu began to gesticulate with a ritual dance. The elder couldn't help but wonder, what is he doing? Is he a shaman? It wasn't over. Yunmu even began to recite a chant. The sun sets behind the western hills and the sky turns black. Every household closes its doors. 10 houses close and 9 are locked. There's still one that isn't shut tight. Tianba doubled over with laughter. "You've got to be kidding. What era is this and you're still playing the inviting a spirit card? Where is this martial aunt of yours? Hurry up and have her come out and trade a few moves with me. Let me see what she's got." Immediately after, Yunmu revealed a devious smile. "Fine, I'll satisfy you." As soon as the words left his lips, an arm reached out from thin air beside Tianba, caught completely off guard. Tianba instinctively turned his head, his face instantly contorting in terror. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted, sending a shockwave that made the entire manor tremble. Li Yunmu feigned excitement, shouting, "Auntie, you finally arrived." He then turned to the crowd and introduced her with a flourish. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my Li clan's junior martial aunt." Li Linglong was stunned. She hadn't expected the originally petite Shadow Queen to manifest such a stunning and commanding presence. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from her, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. What kind of cultivation level is this?" Rao Zhen was even more horrified, thinking to himself, is this the true strength of the Li sect? It was almost unbelievable that a mere junior martial aunt possessed such terrifying combat power. Meanwhile, Tianba had been beaten until he was coughing up blood. Slumped on the ground and unable to stand for a long time, Li Yunmu stood before him, mocking, "My auntie doesn't usually deign to strike, but since you insisted on a spar, she humored you with a fraction of her power." "Well, satisfied?" Tianba looked up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said submissively, "Thank you, senior, for showing mercy." Immediately after, Li Yunmu bowed respectfully and said, "Farewell, auntie. Thank you for your trouble." In reality, his heart was bleeding. The meager space flux points he had just managed to save up had been completely squandered by that little brat, the Shadow Queen. Playing the fool certainly came with a price. Everyone present stood up to respectfully see off this saint. The elder's face beamed with pride, thinking, excellent. With the Lee sect joining us, those people from the Fluxer Association won't dare to be so arrogant anymore. Li Yunmu spoke up greedily. All right, everyone. Since I've agreed to join, shouldn't those promised satellite cities and perks be delivered? The representative from Mo Chen City replied. Rest assured, Brother Li, we never break our word. Li Yunmu looked at him. And you promised me 10 secret manuals. I expect every single one. I'm counting on them to boost my strength. The man laughed heartily. Don't worry, you'll get every last one. Even Qingyu's gaze toward him now held a hint of a different emotion. As night fell, the elder spoke. It's late. Why don't you all stay at the city lord's mansion for the night? Guards, show our esteemed guests to their rooms. An attendant said respectfully to Li Yunmu, My lord, the young mistress has arranged for you to stay in this room. Li Yunmu was slightly surprised. A place called Red Marshal Pavilion inside a European-style villa? What a chuny name. The old city lord has eccentric taste. The attendant then bowed. I shall take my leave then, please rest well. Li Yunmu pushed open the door only to see 2 smiling faces looking back at him. Li Yunmu jumped. Who are you two, trying to scare me to death? The 2 girls introduced themselves cheerfully. Reporting to the lord, we are the Schwanger twins. We are the finest maids of the city lord's mansion. Li Yunmu's face darkened, thinking to himself, are we filming The Deer in the Cauldron or something? The 2 girls quickly added, I am Da Shuang and I am Xiao Shuang. The young mistress specifically sent us to serve our young master-in-law. Li Yunmu froze. Wait, what did you just call me? They replied in unison. Young master-in-law, he shouted in a panic. Don't call me that. I'm not your young master-in-law. Who told you to say that? The twins covered their mouths and giggled. Stop pretending. The young mistress arranged for you to stay in her own private wing. If you aren't the young master-in-law, who else could you be? He tried to explain. It's not like that. Nothing is settled yet. Before he could finish, the 2 girls had already started working nimbly. Li Yunmu yelled. Hey, what are you doing taking off my clothes? The 2 replied in unison. Naturally, we are serving the young master-in-law for his bath. This left him completely stunned. Moments later, Li Yunmu sat there like a wilted eggplant, numbly allowing the 2 girls to scrub him down cheerfully. He wailed internally. This pace is way too fast. Xiao Shuang's impressive curves kept pressing against his back, and Li Yunmu felt a flush of heat spread through him like an electric current. Heaven help me, he wailed in his mind. Who could possibly endure this? Li Yunmu blurted out, ladies, I can handle this myself. Really, I can wash myself. Xiao Shuang interrupted. How could we allow that? The young mistress gave us specific instructions. Her rosy lips leaned close to his ear as she whispered. She ordered us to serve the young master-in-law thoroughly. Hearing this, Li Yunmu spun around in shock. However, the sight before him made his eyes widen instantly. Xiao Shuang suddenly pulled away her bath towel, revealing her porcelain white body without any reservation. For a moment, the room was in total chaos. Li Yunmu yelled, Hey, what are you doing? The twins spoke in unison. Obeying the young mistress's orders, he became even more terrified. Stop it right now. You must have misunderstood her, but the twins replied, Don't worry, our technique is very good. Left with no choice, Li Yunmu resorted to a desperate measure, lightning arts. After a flash of electricity, the 2 twins were left dazed and incoherent. Li Yunmu quickly dressed and forced the 2 girls to kneel before him for interrogation. Talk. Where is your mistress? His tone carried a hint of anger at the mention of that woman. Just then, Qingyu walked out. Da Shuang, Xiao Shuang, you 2 go out first. The 2 girls looked aggrieved. Miss, by now, Qingyu's face was also flushed red. Li Yunmu squinted at her. I knew you were hiding in the room. Well, what kind of trick are you playing now? Qingyu replied. It's not a trick. I just wanted to test you, he shot back. Why bother testing me? She explained. I told you before that the jade pendant I gave you is the key to a true god-level secret realm. That realm can allow you to open the 7th dimension and obtain the method to become a true god. Hearing this, Li Yunmu was shaken. She continued. You know that even someone as powerful as the profound ancestor has only condensed 7 stars and is still a long way from being a true god. So you should understand how powerful this thing is. Li Yunmu frowned and pressed. What does that have to do with me passing a test? Besides, if this thing is really that incredible, why use it to recruit an unranked person like me? Qingyu suddenly became flustered, her face turning redder by the second. She stammered and turned her head away. Because the method to open the secret realm requires 2 people holding the jade pendants, to perform dual cultivation to promote to Saint Fluxers together. Li Yunmu's face turned even redder than Qingyu's. He stared at her blankly. Is it the kind of dual cultivation I'm imagining? Qingyu lowered her head and whispered. Yes. Li Yunmu immediately put on a devious expression. Then what are we waiting for? Don't treat me like a delicate flower. Ravish me as much as you like. Qingyu panicked. No, not now. Not yet. We aren't close enough. We can't. She squeezed her eyes shut. After waiting for a long time without any movement, she slowly opened them. She saw Li Yunmu holding the jade pendant out to her. Qingyu was stunned. Seeing her lack of reaction, Li Yunmu nudged it forward. Here, take it back. Qingyu hadn't expected him to do this. For a moment she was at a loss, sitting there dazed. She stammered. Give it back to me? Li Yunmu replied. Yeah, since this was left to you by the old city lord, it should return to its rightful owner. Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Do you even know what this jade pendant represents? He answered calmly. I know the true god secret realm is extremely tempting, but I cannot accept an arranged marriage. I imagine you feel the same way. His words took her completely by surprise. He smiled and continued, you must also hope that your future husband is someone you choose yourself, right? Suddenly, with a flushed face and a hesitant tone, Qingyu asked loudly, do you hate me? Seeing her serious expression, Li Yunmu sighed and admitted honestly, to be honest, at first I really did find you annoying, but I don't hate you, it's just that I haven't considered marriage yet, and I want my marriage to start with love. I want to slowly experience happiness and hardships together until one day, because of love, we realize the other is the one. Only then will I drop to one knee and ask her to entrust the rest of her life to me, to grow old together and never be apart. Li Yunmu smiled as he spoke, his expression full of longing. Qingyu seemed deeply touched by these words, standing frozen as she gazed at him. Then Li Yunmu gave a mischievous grin. All right, keep the pendant safe, I'll keep your secret. Go find yourself a good husband. I'll come have a drink at your wedding. He slung his bag over his shoulder and walked past her, reminding her, if you need anything you can message me. I'm leaving now. Suddenly Qingyu grabbed his sleeve. Her heart was full of reluctance, but she couldn't bring herself to be too obvious. Where are you going? Li Yunmu answered honestly. I'm heading to the wilderness camp at Sunset Town. Qingyu, face still red, said, my family has a teleportation array. I'll send you there. Li Yunmu didn't decline. That's great, it'll save a lot of trouble, thanks. After Li Yunmu left, a scream suddenly erupted from the room. Now that she was alone, the normally tough Qingyu suddenly lost her strength and collapsed to her knees. Idiot! Tears began to stream uncontrollably from her eyes, as she hated her own weakness. What a huge idiot. The scene shifts to the wilderness camp at Sunset Town. A man's voice rings out, Captain Wu, there's activity at the teleportation array. The captain stopped what he was doing. Someone's teleporting this late, go check it out. Near the array, 2 guards were already standing at the ready with their weapons, looking tense. The person who emerged was Li Yunmu. With the runes Qingyu had given him, the teleportation had been extremely fast. To his surprise, as soon as he landed, several guns were pointed at him. A voice barked, don't move. Another yelled, hands up, you're surrounded. Li Yunmu found it amusing. 2 people counts as being surrounded. Just then, Captain Wu walked over. This is a military teleportation array and we received no notice of a transfer. Young man, he looked at Yunmu warily, give me a reason not to open fire. Li Yunmu looked at the man's name tag and realized this captain held the same rank his father once did. He snapped his fingers. I am Li Yunmu, young star general of Heavenly Cloud City, Fluxer ID 930.664. Here is my Fluxer badge. Please prepare a month's worth of supplies for me. Upon hearing this, Captain Wu quickly ordered, quickly, prepare supplies for the young star general immediately. His subordinate scrambled away. He said with some concern, young star general, it's late. I think it would be safer for you to wait until dawn to set out. Li Yunmu smiled and replied, no need, the mission is urgent. Just call me Li Yunmu, I'm younger than you, so there's no need for such formality. Li Yunmu asked casually how things had been at the camp lately. Captain Wu replied, same as always. He described the 24-hour armed patrols where they couldn't relax for a second because even the slightest negligence could cost them their lives. Li Yunmu felt a pang of sympathy. Was this what his father's life used to be like? A moment later, a subordinate reported, Captain, the supplies are ready. The captain said to Li Yunmu, everything is packed. Here are my own life support injections, take them just in case. Li Yunmu politely replied, thank you, Uncle Wu. You must be careful while guarding the frontier. He then handed over a crystal. Uncle Wu, take this as payment for the supplies. The brothers work so hard every day, take them out for a good meal, I'm off. Captain Wu gasped, hey, this is worth 10,000. Take it back. Li Yunmu waved his hand, goodbye, I'll come back to see everyone later. Captain Wu scratched his head, looking puzzled. That's a rare kind of young star general. Li Yunmu hadn't gone far before he encountered a monster that let out a world-shaking roar at him. His face darkened. He should have listened to Uncle Wu and waited until morning. Li Yunmu couldn't help but complain. It's the middle of the night, why are all you dimensional beasts out and about? Suddenly, he remembered something interesting. Right, I traded for that in the Tower of Glory. Li Yunmu took out an item looking very satisfied. It was the wings of wind from the 6th-dimensional creature, the Son of Wind. He then reached around his back, struggling to fit it. Does it go here? As soon as it was equipped, he felt a slight sting on his back and a burst of green light erupted. Quickly, a pair of long wings unfurled. Li Yunmu cried out in surprise. He looked at the wings on his back, completely stunned. I actually grew wings. They were magnificent, a pure translucent green as long as the wings of an angel. Li Yunmu couldn't stop looking, amazed that they were much larger than expected. He tried to hop, but how was he supposed to use these things? Did he need to say a mantra? Take flight, Son of Wind. He tried a random phrase, and to his surprise, the wings actually flapped. Immediately after, Li Yunmu felt a wave of dizziness and yelled out in fright. His field of vision changed instantly as he looked down at the spot where he had just been standing. Not yet used to his new wings, he appeared quite clumsy. After practicing for a few minutes, Li Yunmu shouted excitedly, I'm flying, this feels amazing. He gradually mastered the trick of flight, darting through the air and noting, I'm not fully proficient yet, but I can fly steadily now. With the wind rushing past his face, Li Yunmu was thrilled. He had covered so much distance in the blink of an eye. These wings were incredibly convenient. Suddenly, a violent thud echoed, and Li Yunmu gritted his teeth in pain, clutching his face and screaming, heavens, I've heard of car crashes, But a plane crash. Focusing his eyes, Yunmu realized it wasn't a plane. He had just collided with a swarm of flying monsters. Remembering Teacher Bowen's class, these were drakes, silver-level dimensional beasts with sharp attacking power and incredible flight speed, making them extremely difficult to capture. Consequently, their internal organs were highly valuable. At the thought of highly valuable, his greed was plain to see. Lee Yunmu immediately cheered. Anyone who doesn't take free money is an idiot, charge brothers. But this group of monsters was clearly not easy to deal with. Sensing a threat, they immediately prepared to breathe fire. Lee Yunmu hadn't expected this move, and seeing the power of the drakes, he was scared out of his wits. With a scream from Lee Yunmu, a drake blasted a torrent of flame at him. Li Yun and Li Feng quickly sidestepped to dodge. Thanks to the assistance of his wings, Li Yunmu managed to evade without much trouble. Despite the enemy's aggressive aura, he continued to weave through the flames, looking for a chance to close in. Once he burst through the curtain of fire, Li Yunmu had his longsword in hand and delivered a savage strike. In an instant, the blade pierced through the massive monster's neck. It clearly hadn't expected its opponent to be so powerful. Its eyes filled with shock, it stared at him with blood-red eyes, growling incessantly. Realizing the danger he posed, the entire swarm decided to surround and attack Li Yunmu together. Blood splattered across the sky, and a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Unsure of what he was planning, he suddenly stood perfectly still, causing the monsters to pause in confusion. A few seconds later, he suddenly whipped his head around with a thunderous roar, scaring the monsters into scattering and growling. Then began Li Yunmu's slaughter time. He slashed wildly in the air, creating a river of blood on the other side. Li Yun was also working hard on the mission. This was likely a night of nightmares for the beasts. Li Feng naturally refused to be outdone, each of his punches a lethal blow. Meanwhile, someone on the ground was boredly drawing monsters in the dirt, thinking, "What's going on today?" He wondered why he hadn't seen a single drake all night. This man was a drake hunter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the corpse of a monster crashed down heavily in front of him. He screamed in terror. Heavens, he leaned in close, trying to see exactly what this thing was. Several sub-dragons suddenly fell from the sky. He was so startled that he put on his glasses. "I've heard of mana falling from heaven, but what kind of madness is this with sub-dragons dropping down in the sky?" Yunmu was shouting and chasing after them. "Stay right there, don't run." Those monsters were flying in all directions, wailing incessantly. They had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Yunmu pursued them relentlessly, yelling frantically, "My precious loot, don't run. Why do you flee the moment you see me? I'm not some kind of demon or ghost." He looked up, secretly thinking to himself, "Having been a sub-dragon hunter for so many years, this is the first time I felt genuine sympathy for the beasts." The scene shifted to the Wangwin Pavilion in the dimensional void. Yunmu kicked the door open, shouting excitedly, "Hey old man, wait a second." He looked around with a devious smirk. "I'm back." The old man calmly lifted his teacup, glancing at the youth's expression. "It seems you have some good items again." Yunmu replied, "This batch is top tier. I'm not sure if you have the capital to handle it." The shopkeeper chuckled softly. "You must be joking, young friend. Since I dare to be in this business, my capital is naturally sufficient." Yunmu pulled out a sample and handed it over. "A sub-dragon. Name your price." He scanned it, remarking indifferently, "An intact sub-dragon corpse is indeed rare. 1.2 million, I thought it was something more significant." Yunmu said happily, "Deal, I have 23 more here." "Same old rules, I only want flux crystals." The shopkeeper could hardly believe his ears and pressed. "How many?" Yunmu continued flatly. "I have another 12 over there that I accidentally cut open." Yunmu asked again, "What's the price for the cut ones?" He stammered, 1.05 million. Yunmu contentedly closed the deal. He then excitedly placed an item on the table. "This one is the real prize." The shopkeeper was stunned. "There's more?" Yunmu smiled brilliantly. "It's alive. It took a lot of effort to stuff it into a plastic box while keeping it breathing." The shopkeeper picked up the bottle to examine it. 50 million? No, 65 million. This is a top-grade sub-dragon. Yunmu was extremely satisfied with the price. He didn't linger. "All right, the goods are all yours. I won't waste any more of your time. Just remember to wire the money to me." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, "Old man, you'd better start raising funds because I'll be back very soon." This guy really did have a fate intertwined with money. He picked up his things and continued his search for more treasures. Meanwhile, in the astral world, Yunmu entered with a dark face, cursing, "Damn it, I just managed to earn some money and now I have to throw it all in here. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. I'm practically a laborer for this astral world." He set down his suitcase. "This time I'm smashing 10 billion dimensional crystals directly. I refuse to believe there won't be a change." The moment Yunmu threw the crystals onto the ground, he let out a startled cry. He began throwing them frantically and continuously. "More, I want to see if you'll actually grow." After a while, Yunmu slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm exhausted, are you kidding me? 10 billion and it only expanded this much?" He pursed his lips with a dark expression. No wonder the great ancestors set up the Tower of Honor to scam people. Trying to become a true god solely on one's own is simply impossible. Afterward, Yunmu lay on his back. System, how much astral energy can I mobilize now? According to the system report, he could mobilize roughly enough to absorb the full force strike of a silver fluxer. He was startled by this. Then Yunmu let out a long sigh of relief and sat up abruptly. He made up his mind to expand his power. Then let's keep going. The next day, a roar erupted from the city lord's mansion in Heavenly Cloud City. A servant jumped in fright. "Young master, that is the lady's private quarters. You cannot enter," Su Qingying shouted loudly. "Get out of my way, I am the young city lord. If Li Yunmu can enter, why can't I?" Small Shuang blocked the door. "No, the lady is not receiving guests right now." Just then, Qingyu's voice rang out. "Big Shuang, Small Shuang, let him in." Su Qingying walked in irritably. "Sister, you actually let that country bumpkin stay overnight here. He's been making a racket the whole time. You can't seriously believe him, can you? Dad has gone senile, but are you going senile along with him?" Qingyu took a sorrowful sip of wine and remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking with difficulty. "Father is gone." Su Qingyang froze instantly, asking in disbelief, "Dad is gone, then what about the jade pendant?" This question made Qingyu freeze. She stopped her movements and stood up coldly. "I truly didn't expect the first thing you'd ask to be, where is the jade pendant? Forget about the pendant, don't even think about it." She looked at her worthless brother and said decisively, "Father has already handed it over to me and Li Yunmu." She continued, "Besides, it would be useless in your hands. Your awakening was stacked up by resources. With your talent and cultivation, you have no hope of ever reaching the transcendent Fluxer realm." Despite her immense dissatisfaction with her brother, they were still family. So Qingyu advised softly, "Listen to me, just be a good young master and live a peaceful life." Hearing this, Su Qingyang's heart was filled with resentment. Refusing to accept it, he angrily grabbed Qingyu's hand and shouted, "No," he roared with a dark face, "I am the heir of the city lord's mansion. I am the future city lord." Su Qingyang's eyes turned frantic. "I am the old man's only biological son." He recalled the gossip he had heard as a child. "Have you heard? The city lord's son actually can't awaken." People had mocked him continuously. "Isn't that just a waste?" At that thought, he shoved Qingyu irritably. Qingyu fell to the ground, feeling a sharp sting of pain. Su Qingyang roared with resentment, "The jade pendant is mine, only I am worthy of possessing that pendant." Looking at her out-of-control brother, Qingyu's heart ached. She remembered the voice that had said to her when she was first adopted, "From today on, this is your home." That childish voice had once called her sister. The image of that little boy kept flickering in her mind, but now all she heard in her ears was Su Qingyang's frantic, nonsensical rambling. "Forget about Li Yunmu, I can dual cultivate with you too." He pinned Qingyu to the ground. "I want you, you're mine." Qingyu was horrified. Su Qingyang, stop, have you lost your mind? He pinned her hands behind her back. "Stop struggling, you drank a lot of wine just now, didn't you? You don't have the strength to resist me now." Su Qingyang laughed wildly as 2 trails of tears fell. "You're mine now." Fortunately, at that moment, someone heard Su Qingyang's frantic shouting and broke down the door. Small Shuang rushed forward and delivered a vicious kick to Su Qingyang's face. He didn't have time to dodge at all and took the hit squarely. Small Shuang's strength was enough to send a loser like him flying, and Su Qingyang let out a miserable scream. She looked at the scumbag with disdain. "Young master, please show some self-respect." Su Qingyang roared, "You lowly servant, how dare you hit me? I am the young city lord, you're dead." Big Shuang carefully draped a blanket over Qingyu. "Lady, we're sorry you had to go through that." Qingyu then stood up and issued a cold order. "Big Shuang, Small Shuang, take the young master away and lock him in the secret room." Su Qingyang was stunned. Only then did he kneel and beg for mercy and terror. "No, sister. You can't do this to me, I beg of you." The scene shifted back to the astral world, where Yunmu was muttering listlessly. "Only one left. All the money from the sub-dragons is gone. I should keep one for self-defense." No sooner had he spoken than his hand slipped and the last crystal fell as well. It was swallowed the moment it touched the ground, leaving him stunned on the spot. Yunmu jumped in a rage. "It got absorbed. Now I really don't have a single cent left." Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred, giving him a start. An earthquake? Yunmu's body swayed continuously as he shouted in terror. "What are you doing?" As his voice fell, a dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the entire area. Yunmu couldn't open his eyes and could only squint to see what was appearing in the sky. It was a planet, currently emitting a hue similar to that of Earth. The ground beneath his feet also began to sprout grass and trees. Yunmu watched this scene in surprise, finding it quite interesting. "Grass is growing, there's finally some life here." Simultaneously, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host, your astral world has birthed a star and upgraded to a 1-star astral world." He pressed, "Then how much world power can I mobilize now?" According to the system, he could now absorb the full force strike of a gold crystal fluxer. He calculated, "This combined with my own combat power means I can probably block a full force strike from a red crystal fluxer." Amidst his excitement, Yunmu was surprised to see a red dot appear on the screen. When he clicked it, a familiar figure appeared, giving him a start. It was Dashang. Yunmu smirked deviously. "What's up? Missed me after being apart for so long?" Naiji shouted anxiously. "Li Yunmu, where are you? Something huge has happened." Yunmu was surprised. "Naiji, why are you two together?" Dashang suddenly became exceptionally serious. "Xiao Mu Mu, no matter where you are right now, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." His face was dark. "Hide immediately. Don't go outside and don't trust anyone." This startled Yunmu, who fell into a frowning silence. Meanwhile, in the secret room, Su Qingyang let out a sinister, evil smirk. "You didn't expect this, did you, sister? I've even tampered with the secret room." He was almost completely insane. "Su Qingyu, you stinking woman, how dare you look down on me?" Since that's the case, he looked at Yunmu's photo, his heart full of hatred. "You can all go to hell." Qingyu charged into the secret room in a rage and slapped her worthless brother hard across the face. She screamed in a rage, "Su Qingyang, are you insane?" Su Qingyang's face was swollen from the slap, yet he wore a frantic smile. "I am insane." Immediately after, he laughed wildly toward the sky as if possessed. It seemed that the lust for power had truly driven him mad. Then, Su Qingyang provoked Qingyu with a hideous expression. "I am insane." He was full of hatred, driven mad by Li Yunmu and that old man, and you can't stop me anymore. Su Qingyang revealed the despicable deed he had done. "I've already made the news of the old man's death and the double-fished jade pendant public. I also said the pendant is with you and Li Yunmu, you guys." He paused and spat out 3 words triumphantly, "Are dead meat." As the words fell, the madness in Su Qingyang's eyes intensified, and he laughed wantonly looking at the brother before her. Qingyu felt a chill run down her spine. The scene shifted to Ruakan, who was scrolling through the news and complaining, "Third brother, this is too boring." Rao Zhen replied, "And let's go play in the dimensional battlefield, let me see." As his voice fell, Rao Zhen froze abruptly. "Wait, that news just now was released by Su Qingyang." Simultaneously, the news of the jade pendant had spread throughout the world, the upper ancient secret realm key. These few words were enough to stir the nerves of every expert on the central continent. In comparison, the death of the heavenly Cloud City Lord was insignificant. Various factions were on the move and major clans sent people to find Li Yunmu's whereabouts in an attempt to seize the double-fished jade pendant. However, Li Yunmu was nowhere to be found, even as people were hunting for him everywhere. Soon after, a video of Li Yunmu in Sunset Town was posted online by a hunter. "Guys, I saw a super cool guy today." Just like that, Li Yunmu's tracks were completely exposed. Forces from all sides moved out in an attempt to capture him. At this time, the city lord's mansion was also in big trouble. She gnashed her teeth and shouted, "I said those were all fabrications by Su Qingyang," the crowd shouted back fiercely. "Who are you trying to fool? I think you want to hog the upper ancient secret realm for yourself." A man rushed forward and pinned Qingyu down by the shoulders. "A treasure like the double-fished jade pendant should be kept collectively by the major sects. Hand it over." Just then the voices of the Schwanger rang out, "You trash, get away from our lady." Before their voices had even faded, the two had already leapt over the heads of the crowd. Small Shuang kicked the man, pinning Qingyu hard in the head. "Take your filthy hands off her." The 3 women were surrounded by a pack of predatory men. Big Shuang asked worriedly, "Lady, are you all right?" The crowd didn't stop, charging forward with shouts. "It's just 3 women. Subdue them and seize the pendant. Capture them." Due to the disparity in strength, they were simply no match. At this critical moment, the doors suddenly swung open and a mocking voice rang out. "Oh my, a group of adults actually bullying 3 children here." Hearing this, the crowd looked back guiltily. A man reeking of alcohol walked in. "I say, don't you people have any shame?" After speaking, he tilted his head and took another swig of wine. Upon seeing this person, everyone was terrified. Isn't he?" Even Qingyu was puzzled. Why was he here? Suddenly, an oblivious fool rushed forward. "Hey, old man," others screamed in terror. "You idiot, come back." He pointed at the drunkard's nose and blustered. "The major sects are handling business here. Who are you to talk?" With that, he grabbed the old man's collar and shouted, "Damn it, who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I'll kill you." The man remained indifferent. "Since you all think so, then go ahead and try." Looking at his composed expression, the man couldn't help but be startled. The drunken man waved his hand casually, and through some unknown means the hand gripping his collar was severed cleanly at the root. Blood sprayed, and the excruciating pain instantly snapped the arrogant fool back to his senses as he let out a piercing scream. Those around him could only watch blankly. This idiot had actually dared to provoke this great figure. It turned out this person was the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect. A wave of shock went through the crowd. A dignified war saint had actually come here in person. Then he leaned in tenderly toward Qingyu and acted spoiled. "Xiao Yu, when will you clean my ears for me again? I want to sleep with my head on your lap." Qingyu was bewildered. "Supreme Elder, do you think now is the time to be cleaning ears?" he said somewhat dismissively. "I guess you're right." Immediately after, the Supreme Elder barked, "Listen up, you juniors. I'm laying it out right here today. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on Su Qingyu's head, I will wipe out their entire family." He was still smiling, but everyone knew this man meant exactly what he said. The crowd turned ashen, clearly terrified. Seeing this, those with any sense quickly retreated. "Sorry for the intrusion. We'll take our leave," someone asked unwillingly. "Are we really just withdrawing like this?" Another person spoke up. "Su Qingyu is definitely untouchable. Staying here is just a waste of time." They began plotting to quickly capture Li Yunmu and take the jade pendant. Listening to these discussions, Qingyu's heart was full of worry. Meanwhile, on Li Yunmu's side, after Naiji explained the situation to him, she said, "That's how it is. In short, your current situation is extremely dangerous." Da Shang added, "Don't worry about your family. I've already arranged for my Zhang family to pick them up," he instructed tensely. "Hide yourself first and don't wander around. Naiji and I will come find you." However, facing their anxiety, Yunmu said calmly, "You guys go back." Hearing this, Naiji was startled, and Yunmu continued, "In this current situation, I'm actually safest alone." Hearing him say this, Dashang felt a bit sad as well. He was silent for a moment before speaking. "Xiao Miu Miu." Seeing him suddenly call him that, Yunmu was a bit surprised. Dashang's expression was solemn. "You can trust us completely. Yunmu's heart was also a complex swirl at this moment. He looked at his friend in silence for a long time before finally being persuaded. Yunmu quickly gave his coordinates. I'm on the outskirts of Sunset Town. Dashang, I'm counting on you. Dashang floored the accelerator. Wait for me, right after hanging up. Li Yunmu moved at high speed into a thicket of trees, scanning the surroundings for a place to hide. Driven by a flash of inspiration in the heat of the moment, a devious smirk crossed his face as he pulled out a golden beetle. It was the perfect time to test this little gadget he had exchanged for in the Tower of Honor. He quickly tossed it into the air. Go, giant dung beetle, dig me a hole. At that same moment the ground suddenly bulged upward, and a spiked object emerged. With his beetle still circling above, Yunmu asked in surprise, "What is this?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous roar erupted beneath his feet. The ground split open instantly, and from the crevice a massive stone stele rose high into the sky. Fortunately, Yunmu managed to dodge just in time. He unfurled his wings, letting out a long sigh of relief as his heart hammered in his chest. That was close, I almost lost my life. His pursuers finally made their appearance. I told you your trap wouldn't work, they transmitted to each other. No matter, since the trap didn't catch him, we'll just take him down directly. Agreed. The moment Yunmu saw them, he realized the hunters had arrived fast. He secretly assessed the opposition's strength, 1 gold crystal and 3 silver crystals. The lead man looked at Yunmu with disdain. Those wind wings are quite nice. Immediately after, they unfurled their own wings. For an ordinary stone fluxer like you to use wind wings is a total waste of a treasure. Besides the jade pendant, I'm taking your wings too. Take him down. The words had barely landed when Yunmu leaped into the air. However, he was instantly broken into a cold sweat by the group's movement speed. The leader delivered a vicious sword strike toward him, which Yunmu luckily managed to avoid, but before he could even react, 2 others had already flown in to attack. Facing a 2-on-1 situation, Yunmu fought desperately to fend off the strikes. Thinking to himself that being a passive punching bag wasn't a sustainable strategy, Yunmu glared at them, intending to summon his frenzied blade, but was forced to dodge to the side as 2 powerful surges of energy grazed his scalp. The 2 continued to coordinate their attacks, leaving him with no opportunity to counterattack. Just then, another hunter launched a sneak attack from behind. Die! Yunmu's eyes turned razor-sharp in an instant. He whipped his head around and glared fixedly at the attacker. A massive explosion rang out, sending rocks flying and filling the air with dust. The hunters looked at the wreckage and even began to celebrate, thinking they had successfully finished him off. Is it over? Suddenly, one of them ground his teeth in shock. Something was wrong. That wasn't Li Yunmu at all, but their own comrade. The man had been beaten into a bloody mess and died on the spot. The leader gnashed his teeth in a fit of rage. At that moment, a figure flashed past him, causing him to let out a startled shout. Damn it, who is it? Upon seeing Li Yunmu, they began to feel a sense of terror. This guy was too fast. They had to find a way to seal his movements. Yunmu calmly held his sword across his chest and shouted in a cold voice. Frenzied blade. As the words fell, blood sprayed instantly. Those 2 hunters met their deaths in quick succession, letting out pained wails in their final moments, having felt a surge of excruciating pain before they could even process what was happening. Yunmu watched silently as they fell from the sky, and the leader went mad with fury. You bastard, these hunters really are strange. They come to kill, yet they're the ones who get agitated when they're counter-killed. You dare kill my brothers? Go to hell. A massive surge of internal power lunged fiercely toward Li Yunmu. This was the gold origin wave technique. Yunmu remained expressionless, simply standing his ground and watching as that powerful force surged toward him. The captain of the hunting squad laughed triumphantly. This is my full power strike, you're dead meat, kid, and the jade pendant is mine. But to his surprise, Yunmu reached out and deflected the attack with ease. He had used his defensive shield. That man likely never imagined in his wildest dreams that his proudest ultimate move would be neutralized so easily. Yunmu also looked at his own hands in disbelief. It seemed he could indeed handle the attacks of a gold crystal fluxer with ease now. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked toward the hunter. By now, the man was already scared out of his wits, even crying out for mercy. Is this guy a demon? My full power strike couldn't even scratch him. How am I supposed to fight this? Yunmu stood where he was and unleashed another powerful frenzied blade strike. The hunter tried to run, but the blade energy seemed to have eyes of its own, and his internal power instantly surrounded him. He screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face like rain. He was surrounded by attacks on all sides. Though he could see them, there was nowhere to escape. The leader of the hunting squad could only accept his fate, and in an instant his body was sliced to pieces. A sight as gruesome as a slaughtered pig. The system immediately reported that since he had killed a gold crystal fluxer this time, the reward was a dimensional box. Yunmu was surprised to find there was actually a dimensional box. Afterward, he quickly found a hiding spot to check it. Once the dung beetle finished digging the hole, it quickly completed its task, carving out a hole large enough for Yunmu to crawl inside. Thanks for the hard work, dung beetle. Yunmu sat down in relief, thinking that no one should be able to find him here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yunmu issued a loud command. Open the dimensional box. The box shook violently, and a beam of intense light shot straight into his face. Yunmu couldn't help but squint. When he saw the item inside the box, he was stunned. What is this? The bottom looked like a centipede frozen in ice. It lay there silently, and the system interface quickly popped up. It turned out to be a grade A treasure. The dragon demon spine. Its function was to embed itself into the spine to form a defensive armor protecting the internal organs. Yunmu didn't seem very satisfied. Another defensive item. It seemed he was destined to go all the way down the path of a meat shield. The scene shifted to the wilderness camp in Sunset Town. A voice rang out, "Hey old man, I've got some questions." Lee Yunmu's photo appeared on the system screen. "Have you seen this person?" The shopkeeper recognized Yunmu at a glance but didn't say so plainly. "Never seen him. I suggest you ask somewhere else." He watched the group leave, realizing it was another pack of hunters. Just how much trouble did this kid stir up for that bounty? No sooner had this group left than two more girls walked over. "Excuse me, uncle, have you seen a red-haired person?" Upon seeing their appearances, the shopkeeper couldn't help but be shocked. Meanwhile, Yunmu was preparing to embed the dragon demon spine into his body. His face was dark, his body tense, and his expression became increasingly pained. The item was already halfway into his back, and Yunmu was almost driven mad by the pain, screaming incessantly. Only then did the system issue a warning. "The fusion process is exceptionally painful. Please endure at all costs." He cried out, "God, why didn't you say so earlier?" Once the fusion was complete, Yunmu slumped on the ground gasping for air. He sat up and let out a long sigh of relief. He never wanted to experience that kind of pain a second time in his life. No sooner had he spoken than two landmines suddenly dropped before him. Yunmu watched them calmly, remaining silent for a moment. Immediately after, a violent explosion occurred in the small cave where Yunmu was staying. Several people outside were overjoyed at the sight. "We're rich now." As soon as they reached the scene, they were extremely satisfied with the result, thinking to themselves, "You certainly gave us a run for our money." But to their disappointment, Yunmu was actually still alive. He clearly heard their conversation. He didn't die after taking 2 essence crystal mines. That dose was clearly enough to blow a red crystal fluxer to bits. Yunmu gnashed his teeth as he listened to them drone on. "Sorry, you have what we want, so you have to die here." The man finished speaking and lunged fiercely into the cave. Yunmu's face was covered in blood and he looked a bit surprised to see the man. Upon seeing him, the man swung his sword frantically and Yunmu quickly dodged. He struggled to maintain his balance and keep from falling, his gaze toward the man filled with hostility. Just then another hunter pounced like a predator on its prey to assist. Yunmu's eyes lit up with a fierce, murderous glint that was chilling to behold. The two decided to engage in close combat, both putting forth their full strength. The man took the opportunity to firmly lock Yunmu's arm while others lunged from both sides to stab him. Thus, Yunmu was thrown a great distance, performing several somersaults on the ground and letting out a cry of pain. Looking at Yunmu lying on the ground, they were beyond smug. "Stop struggling, you're dead meat." He cursed inwardly. Damn it, 3 gold crystals and 1 red crystal. This was going to be tough. His body was difficult to move, but Yunmu was still calculating. "These 4 coordinate too perfectly. I'm being led by the nose and it's hard to find a chance to counterattack." The leader immediately ordered his comrade, Dabao, finish him. In this situation, he could only grit his teeth and endure, his body too pained to even stand up. But just then a familiar face quickly aimed at the opponent. Before Dabao could react, a massive hole was blasted through his body, and the excruciating pain made him let out a pained scream. Yunmu was dumbstruck by the scene before him. The people over there were also shocked to see their comrade fall. "What's going on?" In the distance, Dashang stood on a high tree trunk holding a heavy sniper rifle. "I say, you guys, what are you doing to my buddy, especially that gorilla?" Only then did Yunmu rub his head and slowly stand up. The one-eyed captain shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, it's just a brat." Before he could finish, Naiji dropped from the sky and stomped heavily on his head. His companion cried out in surprise. "Another one popped up over here. Finish her fast." Immediately, the two charged at her with weapons drawn. "Die!" How could Yunmu sit idly by? He let out a roar, "Underworld geese!" In an instant, those 2 hunters were torn to shreds, blood staining the ground red. Yunmu stood up and said, "I just had a momentary lapse, and you really thought you could act tough in front of me?" Naiji said happily. "It's so good that you're okay." Yunmu was full of confidence. "As long as I don't let them set the rhythm for me." He quickly summoned his battle sword, regaining his usual spirit. He stared coldly at the group and added with disdain, "They are nothing but ants." Yunmu walked closer slowly. "Thank you for looking after me just now. Now then," a thick sense of killing intent emanated from his eyes. "Let me repay you properly." The one-eyed man was now terrified. Not understanding why he felt so afraid, he fled in terror, thinking to himself that those eyes didn't belong to a human at all. He was dead for sure. Yunmu wouldn't let him go easily. A red light instantly struck the one-eyed man's ankle and he fell to the ground screaming and wailing incessantly. Dashang, up in the tree, smiled triumphantly. "Let's see where you run now." Blood flowed uncontrollably from his leg, and the one-eyed man crawled on the ground, dragging his wounded limb in a pathetic state. Yunmu walked forward, grabbed him firmly by the hair and yanked back. A dignified red crystal fluxer looking this pathetic while trying to run, how embarrassing. Immediately after, his eyes lit up once more. Yunmu coldly executed his lightning technique, and the one-eyed man screamed shrilly as he was electrocuted, turning into a roasted pig, slumped on the ground unconscious in an instant. Dashang commented, "Totally burnt. Xiao Miu Miu, you're pretty ruthless." Yunmu looked at Dashang happily. "Thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have been in big trouble." "Thanks." He also reached out his hand toward the other, just like old times. "What are you saying, we're brothers?" Naiji warned warily. Let's get out of here first, the sound of the battle might attract others. Yunmu agreed. You're right. Just as the words were spoken, a brilliant flare suddenly rose into the sky, catching everyone's attention. Yunmu saw it and speculated, a signal flare? At that moment the one-eyed man woke up and laughed wildly with triumph. You're dead meat, it was worth it to take you down with me. Now every searcher knows you're here. He unscrewed the cap of a medicine bottle, preparing to drink it. He shouted frantically, you're going to be torn to shreds. Irritated, Yunmu gripped his battle sword and let out a cold snort. You talk too much. As soon as he finished, he pierced the man's skull with a single strike, the force so great it went straight through the entire tree. Simultaneously, Dashang acted quickly, steadily catching the falling cyan bottle. Yunmu asked curiously, what is this? Dashang recapped the bottle and explained, good stuff. This is life holy water. As long as there's a single breath left, it can save you from even the heaviest injuries. He tossed the bottle to Yunmu. Keep it might come in handy. Yunmu was startled, and couldn't help but remind him, hey, if it's good stuff, don't just throw it around. Just then a cold arrow suddenly lunged toward them. Yunmu squinted slightly, clearly having sensed the killing intent. He immediately shouted a loud warning, watch out! The arrow grazed Naiji's shoulder as it flew past. She cried out in pain, and at the same time a majestic voice rang out, Li Yunmu, surrender and hand over the key to the ancient secret realm. A large group of people emerged from behind the clouds, surrounding him like a small army. The voice spoke again, you can't run. Naiji looked at the enemy numbers. Her mind went blank. There are too many of them, Dashang spoke up. If it were just numbers, it wouldn't be so bad. Hearing him say this, Naiji was a bit surprised. Dashang now revealed a devious smile. Even they have come. Standing at the front dressed like a chameleon was Jiyu Changfeng from Earth Dragon Valley. The girl with long purple hair and a cold expression was Zhishui from the illusionary Sound Snow Palace, and the genius of the Lu family from Great Lion City, Lu Jing. Naiji cried out, this has to be a joke. Yunmu was secretly alarmed. So many people releasing essence pressure at once is terrifying, even the sky is trembling. Yunmu raised his hand and asked loudly, if I hand over the key, will you really let me live? Is he planning to surrender? The opposing side answered, naturally. He feigned a conflicted look. But there are 3 factions here, who should I give it to? Lu Jing spoke up. If you surrender to our Lu family, Zhishui interrupted quickly. Brat, don't think you can use such a clumsy divide-and-conquer tactic. He acted dejected. I guess this woman saw through me after all. In that case, there's only one choice. As the words fell, the clothes on Yunmu's body suddenly exploded. He began to unleash his trump card, the Li family secret, shadow clone technique, as the people opposite observed with cold faces. So this was the clone technique. The 3 Li Yunmus looked exactly the same. He looked at the group with a devious smirk. Come and see if you can find the real me. Changfeng looked on, a bit nervous, as 3 people suddenly appeared. Seeing the 3 Li Yunmus split up and run, Zhishui shouted, they're running in different directions. She seemed to be the calmest of the 3. Zhishui didn't rush to pursue. Even though the target was fleeing right before her eyes, she still observed the situation quietly. But in the end, unable to resist the lure of the treasure, Zhishui immediately turned to give chase. The one running north is mine. Lu Jing also began to lock onto a target. Then I'll take the one running east. It seemed this person wasn't Yunmu but Dashang. Seeing the group chasing after him, he secretly rejoiced. They took the bait. Meanwhile, to the east of the jungle, Changfeng was complaining bitterly. This kid ran too fast. He was panting from the chase, thinking to himself that he was clearly just circling in the forest a moment ago, yet he had vanished in the blink of an eye. No sooner had he finished the thought than one of Changfeng's companions was struck down, causing him to lose his composure instantly. What's happening? Another companion was hit, and Changfeng now had no way of determining the sniper's location. Just like that, his subordinates were taken down one by one, and Changfeng could only look around in terror. With only a few people left, Dashang finally revealed himself. What a pity. Guess you guessed wrong. As soon as he spoke, Dashang looked down at the crowd below with a face full of disdain. Changfeng blustered through his teeth. So what if I guessed wrong? I can still capture you and force Li Yunmu to show himself. Do you really think you can defeat dozens of my Earth Dragon Valley men all by yourself? Perhaps because of this advantage, the man seemed exceptionally smug. Dashang responded dismissively. No way, no way. Surely no one actually thinks I was just running away while leading you in circles, do they, buddy? The moment he finished, the opposition realized they had been played. Dashang's hand prepared to press the switch. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhang Dashang of the Zhang family from Heavenly Cloud City. A pleasure to meet you all. Well then, farewell forever. With those words, he coldly pressed the switch and Changfeng's squad was instantly annihilated. The scene shifted to the northern forest where Zhishui was clearly in pursuit of Naiji. She shouted a command to stop. Halt, you can't escape. On the other side, the person was also exhausted from running so far. Naiji now asked coldly, caught up have you? Zhishui stepped forward. Give up your resistance. Hand over the jade pendant and I won't make things difficult for you. Naiji looked at her with disdain. Some big sister you are, you're barely even a speck. Flushed with shame and anger, Zhishui blew a breath onto the wooden staff in her hand. You brat, what did you say? I've changed my mind. Go to hell. Immediately after, the wooden staff lunged straight toward Naiji's back, suspending her entire body in midair. Naiji didn't like the feeling of being hung in the air and quickly shed her outer robe. She exerted force to land steadily. A sight that greatly surprised Zhishui. She stared at Naiji. It turns out you're a girl. Naiji raised her voice in mockery. Sorry, you guessed right. At that, Naiji's gaze became exceptionally sharp. Meanwhile in the southern forest, Lu Jing had just caught up. Finally caught you. I won't let you escape this time. Yunmu stood calmly in place waiting. He said triumphantly to Lu Jing, who said I was going to run. Unfastening his cloak, he praised. It seems you've claimed the final first-place prize. Then let's settle this quickly. Yunmu was also in a rush, appearing even more impatient than Lu Jing's group. He looked at the crowd with no patience left in his eyes. I'm in a hurry. All of you come at me together. He recalled Da Shang's words. The three factions were all significant forces. If they joined hands, it would be certain death. If it was only one small faction, Yunmu might be able to contend with his strength alone, so they had to split up to reduce the pressure on Yunmu. At the time, he couldn't help but feel worried. How can that be? Your combat power is far below theirs. If you're caught, you're dead. Da Shang comforted him. Don't worry, nothing will happen. He analyzed that their only target was Yunmu, and with his wits it wouldn't be hard to shake them off and escape safely. As long as they didn't actively provoke them, they would be fine. Da Shang added, as for little Naiji, have you forgotten who her grandfather is? Once she identifies herself, no one will dare touch her. Seeing Yunmu still hesitating, Da Shang decided decisively, enough, it's settled, we act according to plan. In truth, Yunmu was only worried about accidents happening to his partners after splitting up, but Da Shang's words indeed made sense. Back in reality, Lu Jing couldn't help but be surprised. All at once, are you insane? We have 20 or 30 people and you, a mere individual, think you can? Yunmu quickly countered. Who said I was alone? He licked his lips craftily. Number 1, Number 2, Underworld Geese, Li Linglong, all of you come out. It seemed that because he had fought alone for so long, everyone had forgotten that he also possessed an elite force of his own. Over here, Naiji was fighting with high spirits, swinging her arm as she shouted, cross punch. Although Naiji couldn't deal with everyone at once, she was more than capable of handling a few. This elbow strike landed, appearing as if it had punched a hole through the subordinate's chest. With the final blow, the girl within was continuously knocked back like a ball. Ji Shui spoke calmly, quite a surprise. For such a cute girl, your strikes certainly know their weight. She then asked Naiji, if what you're using is Baji Quan, then girl, you must also be from Heavenly Cloud City, right? State your family name, I don't want to look for trouble. Naiji continued to hide her identity. If you want to fight, then fight. Never mind who I am. She thought to herself that if she revealed her family, the opponent would surely stop pestering her and go look for Li Yunmu instead, which would leave Yunmu in a 2-on-1 situation. Naiji made up her mind she had to stall her to buy time for Li Yunmu. Even if I can stall for just one more second, I'll stall her even if it kills me. Just as she finished, a violent explosion suddenly rang out from the distance. Naiji, who was on the defensive, was startled by the sound. What? Ji Shui looked over. The explosion was in the east. It seemed Jiyu Changfeng's side had also engaged. Naiji gazed at the sky, her heart full of worry. Da Shang, you over there also? And Yunmu, upon hearing that earth-shaking explosion, also felt a jolt in his heart. It was the sound of an explosion. Yunmu looked around to determine the direction, becoming nervous. It was in the east. Yunmu roared inwardly. What on earth is that idiot doing? As long as we don't provoke them, we won't die. I'm not stupid enough to go head-to-head with them. Lu Jing speculated that the east was Jiyu Changfeng's direction and the explosion was so massive. I see your companion has already been killed by him. Before he could even finish his sentence, a blurred image had already flashed behind him. Lu Jing was stunned by Yunmu's speed. He only heard a series of pained screams from behind. In an instant, the area behind Lu Jing was a scene of wreckage. He muttered blankly, what on earth is this thing? Yunmu spoke up. I told you just now I'm in a hurry. Quite a few people have already fallen in this short time. Lu Jing let out a violent shiver. Out of worry for Da Shang, his expression became increasingly cold. All of you come at me together. Meanwhile, Da Shang appeared to be largely unharmed. He coughed a few times, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. Looking at the corpses before him, he revealed a hint of satisfaction. He truly hadn't expected the power of 50 ice detonators to be so great. Although it cost a lot of money, it was worth it to be able to blow them all to bits instantly. Da Shang quickly stripped the outer garment off an enemy and draped it over himself. Good, now that that's settled, I'll go meet up with them. Just then, Changfeng suddenly appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? He slammed his palm onto the ground, triggering another small tremor, but Da Shang had already leapt into the air. He gripped the long gun in his hand, aiming and firing. Flux pressure cannon. The impact of the shot was extremely powerful, but Changfeng seemed completely unfazed. Instead, he maintained a calm expression, even letting out a cold snort of disdain. A trivial trick. Immediately after, Changfeng actually caught the shell fired by Da Shang with his bare hands with effortless ease. Looking at him, Da Shang couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He had actually caught a flux pressure cannon with his hands. Then he gripped the gun handle and shouted, "Let's see how many rounds you can catch." Changfeng quickly dodged, mocking contemptuously. "Such cumbersome artillery won't hit me." With that, his figure blurred and he shifted behind Da Shang. But Da Shang, naturally, wouldn't let him have his way. Da Shang immediately performed a roll to dodge, flying to the rear while raising his gun and shouting, "Die!" Following that, several bullets were fired at Changfeng in succession. This offensive by Da Shang would have defeated any ordinary person long ago, but this Changfeng was truly impressive. He performed the army breaker technique with his bare hands, easily neutralizing Da Shang's waves of attacks. Da Shang indeed felt a bit of terror. The punch speed was too fast. He had actually used those invulnerable hands to block all the bullets, utilizing extreme speed to create an airtight wall of defense. This was practically an absolute defense, emerging from the smoke. Changfeng remained composed. Immediately after, Changfeng instantly charged toward Dashang. Faced with such speed, Dashang couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The army breaker technique struck again and Dashang hurriedly dodged. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. That was close. I'd be dead if that punch had landed. Feeling his heart begin to waver, he quickly comforted himself. Calm down, Zhang Dashang. Every technique has a flaw. There is no such thing as an absolute defense in this world. Dashang closed his eyes tightly. As long as I can find the opening, it's no big deal. It seems I have to use that move. Come forth. After concentrating his internal power, Dashang snapped his eyes open. It was the full-scale counterattack of the Eye of Alasia. Dashang announced loudly, "The Eye of Alasia is the secret technique of our Zhang family. It allows us to maintain a calm mind to analyze the enemy's attacks, thereby finding the flaw and delivering a lethal blow." With that, he looked coldly at Changfeng. Dashang's gaze at this moment had indeed changed. Changfeng immediately launched a fierce assault, shouting, "Enough talk," Changfeng mocked triumphantly. "A flaw, brat? Do you even know what absolute defense means?" he explained with disdain. "It means your attacks are completely useless against me." "I have no flaws," Dashang continued to soothe himself while dodging, steadily regulating his breathing. He thought to himself that this was merely a dense barrage of attacks. As long as it was an attack, no matter how dense, there must be a gap. Dashang's eyes burst with light as he thought secretly that he must clearly see every single one of his strikes. However, precisely because he was too focused on staring at Changfeng's movements, Dashang accidentally kicked a stone beneath his feet and tripped himself onto the ground. Changfeng was momentarily stunned. The most surprised was Dashang himself. This fall caught him completely off guard. Changfeng burst into a triumphant laugh. "Even the heavens won't help you, you're dead." With that, he channeled his internal power again, preparing to finish Dashang. A trace of fear flashed in Dashang's eyes. Feeling that he was completely finished, Dashang struggled to swallow. It was that cursed army breaker technique again. Changfeng charged straight at Dashang to deliver the blow. Dashang shouted in pain, struggling with all his might to hold on, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Changfeng laughed exceptionally wildly. "Come on, weren't you being arrogant just now? Come and break me then." Looking at Dashang's face covered in blood and tears, he couldn't help but roar with wild laughter. Go to hell, however, in the midst of the crisis. At this exact moment, Dashang's eyes suddenly lit up. He decisively raised his gun, aiming at Changfeng's body and firing a massive blast. Changfeng had no way to dodge, and in an instant blood sprayed from his body like raindrops. Dashang said to him in a cold voice, "I saw it, your flaw." Changfeng slumped on the ground, retorting unwillingly, "Liar, you bastard," Dashang continued. "It's exhausting to unleash so many consecutive moves, isn't it? Just now your 132nd move was slow by 0.37 seconds. Hearing this, Changfeng was beyond horrified. He hadn't expected the opponent to be able to detect such a detail. The scene shifted to the northern forest. Naji struck again, an elbow strike behind the ear. When she delivered a horizontal slash, Zhishui's subordinate was beaten into a daze. Following that was the Iron Mountain Lean. As this move was unleashed, the man was instantly sent flying. Zhishui stood calmly to the side, analyzing. Taiji settles the world with culture, Baji determines the universe with martial arts. The fist technique is indeed fierce. Naiji stared at her warily, also exhausted by now. Zhishui saw through it easily. After the Dark Era, this kind of ancient fist technique is rarely seen. She looked at Naiji with disdain. "However, I've seen enough martial arts performances. Let's play for real." As her voice fell, she merged into the ground like flowing water. Before the words had even faded, she vanished. Naiji looked around, her heart filled with shock. "Oh no, she's gone." In an instant, Zhishui struck Naiji heavily on the back, the force making her spit a mouthful of blood, followed by another strike that knocked her to the ground. Naiji had no time to react at all, and could only cry out in shock. Zhishui laughed triumphantly, asking after she manifested, "How is it, girl? Starting to regret it a little?" Zhishui stared intently at Naiji, thinking that she had originally intended to let her go since fighting her was pointless anyway, but then she had charged forward like a madwoman and even killed her subordinates. Looking at the fallen Naiji, she contemptuously held out her longsword. "I really don't know what you were thinking." Seeing Naiji stand up again, Zhishui was somewhat surprised. "Your left hand must be so numb from the cold that you can't move it right. You still want to fight even so?" Naiji, however, showed no fear, instead full of confidence. "Enough talk. Even if I only have my left hand left, I will stop you. Come on, big-breasted hag." With that, Naiji took her stance, ready for battle. Zhishui hated that nickname most of all. She asked back through gritted teeth, "Big-breasted hag?" Having her sore spot poked, Zhishui appeared quite annoyed. Immediately after, Zhishui channeled her internal power and took flight. "You brat!" Her face at this moment was exceptionally terrifying. Zhishui glared at Naiji and roared, "Do you want to die?" The scene cut back to Yunmu's side, where Lu Jing's subordinates were falling one after another. Pained wails echoed through the trees. His clone squad had now gained the absolute upper hand, with Lu Jing's men slumped all over the ground like dead fish. Lu Jing was secretly alarmed. What is the situation? Where did these people come from? No, he stared at Yunmu's team for a moment, thinking, are these guys actually human? Before he could figure it out, Yunmu had already taken flight. In an instant he had shifted behind Lu Jing, who was startled by the speed. Yunmu delivered a ruthless horizontal slash. Fortunately, Lu Jing dodged quickly, but he still broke into a cold sweat. Lu Jing stared fixedly at Yunmu, still shaken, too fast, and by now, Yunmu was burning with anxiety. Yunmu was secretly worried. There's no time, I must finish him quickly. Dashang and Naiji must be waiting for me. Just as Yunmu feared, Naiji was indeed in a bitter struggle. Jishui unleashed her frozen spine blade once more. A violent explosion erupted from where she stood, and Naiji was sent flying a great distance by the aftershock, but she didn't give up easily. She rolled to the left and right to shed the impact, desperately looking for an opportunity to dodge. Naiji glared at Jishui through gritted teeth, her heart frustrated, so difficult to handle. Then she began to calculate. This woman is skilled in long-range attacks. If she keeps the distance between us, I'll fall into a passive state. Precisely. As her voice fell, Naiji immediately turned and channeled her internal power. Seeing this reaction, Jishui couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Immediately after, Naiji charged forward at high speed, letting out a shout, "Arrow speed step!" She made up her mind that she had to close the distance, but Jishui was clearly aware of the problem as well, immediately stepping aside to retreat and maintain the gap. Jishui looked at Naiji, secretly admiring her. The speed of that footwork was indeed fast. Seeing her reveal a look of panic, Naiji laughed inwardly. Good, it seems this move works. Following that, Naiji continued to perform the arrow speed step. Charging forward to close the distance, as soon as she was close, Naiji unleashed a heavy punch, striking forward with force. Jishui had now lost her patience, frowning as she roared, "So noisy, be quiet for me." Naiji followed up with a tiger pounce, forcefully pushing her hand aside. Jishui had now fallen into a disadvantage. Before she could recover, Naiji had already channeled her internal power again to unleash a killing move. This was Tiger Climbs the Mountain. Naiji ferociously slammed her palm into Jishui's chest. Just as Naiji expected, Jishui couldn't perform at all at this distance. She was sent flying a great distance, but she clearly wouldn't leave it at that. The ice blade in her hand flew out rapidly, and Jishui gnashed her teeth in a rage. "You troublesome brat." In an instant, that sharp ice spike pierced deeply into Naiji's leg. Intense pain washed over her, making her furrow her brows. Jishui looked at her fallen form and couldn't help but grow smug. "With your left leg sealed, let's see how you hop around now." Seeing Naiji's reaction, she suddenly fell into a brief silence of observation. Seeing Naiji still struggling, she shouted harshly, "You girls still haven't given up? Damn it, do you still want to fight?" Jishui asked in confusion. "Why go to such lengths? What exactly is your relationship with that boy you still won't give up?" Naiji spoke with difficulty. "I must stop you here. No matter what, I have to buy enough time for Li Yunmu to escape." She grit her teeth, struggling desperately to stand up. Because Naiji paused, then shouted with all her might, "I love Li Yunmu." Jishui was momentarily stunned by Naiji's confession. "Ah," Naiji let out a long breath, thinking to herself, "I finally said it. It feels good to have it out in the open." Jishui let out a disdainful cold snort. "Is that your reason? How childish." With that, she circulated her internal power and took flight. "Since you love him so much, then go to hell for his sake." Naiji, however, was not pessimistic. If she didn't say it now, she might never have another chance. Jishui pointed her longsword at Naiji's forehead, looking at this helpless young girl. She roared, "Die!" At that moment, the aura around Naiji suddenly shifted. "No, how can I say such discouraging things? Since I've already made up my mind to help Li Yunmu." Thinking of that youth, she realized she didn't want to just watch his back anymore. What she wanted was to stand by his side. She began to force herself to sit up. "In that case, I must become just as strong as he is. This isn't a fight for someone else, it's a fight for myself." Jishui had thought she would never stand again, but seeing Naiji like this, she couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Finally, Naiji managed to stand. She unleashed a fierce heart-piercing kick, slamming it heavily into Jishui's abdomen. Jishui was struck so hard she couldn't stop vomiting blood. She was now clearly at a disadvantage. Looking at Jishui, Naiji raised her hand in fury. "Stay down." Ultimately, even the formidable Jishui was defeated by the explosion of Naiji's love. Naiji collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. "I won. That was my strongest attack." Naiji was filled with a sense of relief. She had finally succeeded in stopping her. Blocking for Li Yunmu before she could finish, Jishui crawled up ferociously, her face full of malice. "Who did you say you stopped?" Two sharp daggers were plunged ruthlessly into Naiji's body. She let out a scream of agony. After viciously piercing through Naiji's arms, Jishui cursed venomously. "You bitch, I only went easy on you for a second and you actually thought you were something?" Tears welled in Naiji's eyes from the pain as Jishui continued, "Prepare yourself, I won't let you die quickly." She screamed frantically, "I'm going to nail you to death right here, inch by inch. I'm going to torture you until you die." It had to be said that being knocked down by Naiji just now had severely wounded Jishui's pride. Now she only wanted to tear the person before her into 10,000 pieces. No sooner had she spoken than a terrifying force swept in from the distance, striking Jishui instantly. The daggers in her hands were shattered to pieces before that force. Jishui was instantly thrown back into a disadvantage. She was horrified. "What's happening?" Blood dripped incessantly from her hands as Jishui looked up in terror. "Who is it?" Fortunately, the one who arrived was Dashang. He mocked loudly. "Oh, my beautiful sister, isn't that our little girl you're stepping on?" Dashang's gaze had become exceptionally grim. Naiji struggled to open her eyes and looked ahead weakly, unable to help but be greatly shocked. Dashang, meanwhile, on the other side, Yunmu was still in a fierce battle with Lu Jing. Their longswords collided viciously. In comparison, Lu Jing was clearly losing ground. He chose to take flight to dodge, his aura gradually weakening. Lu Jing stared at Yunmu warily. What on earth is this kid's background? While pondering, he caught a glimpse of Li Yun behind Yunmu. Those summoned monsters were absurdly strong. Lu Jing secretly lamented. Why haven't Jiyu Chengfeng and Zhishui dealt with the others yet? Hurry up and help me. Yunmu said nothing, only silently concentrating his spirit, wanting to quickly deal with this pack of trouble so he could go support his teammates. He performed his heavy step again, his figure blurring and vanishing without a trace. Before Lu Jing could even react, Yunmu had appeared behind him like a ghost. He was hit by a burst of lightning and couldn't withstand it at all, letting out a piercing scream. Lu Jing roared frantically in his heart. This lightning, my whole body is numb, I can't move. Yunmu pressed the advantage with another frenzied blade slash that pierced straight through his abdomen. Lu Jing finally felt fear. No, I can't kill this man, I must escape immediately. With that, he immediately shouted an order to his subordinates. Great Lion City, retreat, his men asked in confusion as they ran. Boss, we're just retreating like this, they killed so many of our people, Lu Jing shouted anxiously. We can't beat him, cutting our losses now is the only wise move. While soothing his subordinates, Lu Jing thought with lingering fear. Once I go back and gather a group of high-level fluxers, I'll come back and deal with him. Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky as thick black clouds gathered. A subordinate shouted in terror, Boss, look what's with the clouds? Lu Jing stared fixedly at the sky and couldn't help but stutter. Could this be? Yunmu's face was cold as he waved his hand, softly uttering two words, heavenly thunder. As the words fell, a bolt of violent lightning crashed down, shattering the earth. A chorus of pained screams erupted from below. Yunmu's expression remained as cold as ever, while Lu Jing actually managed to stand up, coughing uncontrollably. Yunmu didn't expect him to still be able to stand and couldn't help but mock. Oh my, how surprising. Looking at Lu Jing gasping for breath before him, Yunmu asked curiously, not dead yet. He twirled the longsword in his hand. Ordinarily I would have spared you, but since you've already seen my shadows then. Yunmu stared at Lu Jing and continued, I must kill you. But before he could strike, another voice suddenly rang out. Single soldier, heavy siege cannon, fire! In an instant Lu Jing's head was blasted through, and his upper body was completely shattered. Blood splattered all over Yunmu. This sudden development left him somewhat stunned. The man slowly revealed himself. These useless trash from Great Lion City actually dared to come and fight for the Jade Pendant, he introduced himself. Lin Jian of the Chaoshan sect, your Jade Pendant belongs to us. Seeing Yunmu standing frozen, Lin Jian repeated, our Chaoshan sect is taking over your Jade Pendant. Hearing the name of this sect, Yunmu pondered secretly. Chaoshan sect, he looked at the group. Even a top-tier sect like that has been mobilized, what a pain. Yunmu stepped forward with his sword. I'm sorry, but I'm in a real hurry right now and don't have time to waste talking with you. Lin Jian gave a devious smile and clapped his hands, clearly not intending to let him leave so easily. Formation. As soon as the words fell, several of Lin Jian's subordinates leapt into the air. Yunmu looked at them and let out a startled cry of suspicion. On the other side, someone reported quickly, young sectmaster, everything is ready. Yunmu was puzzled. What is this? Are they going to perform a mid-air ballet? Lin Jian held a bizarre ceramic bowl engraved with writing and continued, soon you will experience the holy artifact of the Chaoshan sect. He then tossed the bowl into the air and roared, Void Mirror. Then he pressed his palms together and began chanting loudly, his hands moving into seals with practiced speed. Seeing Lin Jian's sinister appearance, Yunmu couldn't help but be startled. What is this? In an instant a massive golden orb of light appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire area. Lin Jian laughed deviously. You won't escape now, hand over the Jade Pendant obediently. Yunmu of course wouldn't just wait for death. He disdainfully circulated his internal power. A mere barrier thinks it can trap me. He drew his frenzied blade and several powerful sword beams struck the screen of light outside the barrier. Lin Jian calmly watched the prey trapped in the cage. It was Yunmu who was surprised, his eyes widening. How is this possible? The barrier was completely unharmed. Lin Jian looked at Yunmu with contempt. I suggest you save your strength. This is no ordinary barrier. He explained that this was a sealed space created by the Chaoshan sect's holy artifact, a void mirror. He couldn't break it. Yunmu looked at the two subordinates behind him with frustration. Damn it, there's no time. Meanwhile, Dashang was running frantically with Naiji on his back, shouting in terror. Naiji, how on earth did you provoke that woman? She's gone completely insane. She's obsessed with killing you, Naiji replied in pain. I don't know how I offended her either. Zhishui was like someone possessed, screaming incessantly from behind. Die. Die, die, die. She was acting like a bitter old maid in her 50s who had never tasted love. Dashang secretly assessed that the woman had completely lost her mind. Her attacks were chaotic, just random swinging. He was a bit flustered. Although she was full of openings, it was precisely because of this lack of pattern that he didn't know how to counter. Even the Eye of Alasia was useless now. The only thing to do was run. He ran for his life as he thought, but Zhishui soon caught up. She pounced at them like a madwoman, screaming, Go to hell, both of you. Dashang grit his teeth, feeling a wave of despair. Is this the end? Just then a voice suddenly rang out, Hey, don't block the path. As the words fell, a long sword scar appeared before Zhishui. Dashang stared blankly at the scene. What happened? The man pulled down his cap. Hello, Peak Express. Do you know a Mr. Li Yunmu? That cold face looked toward Dashang and continued, there's a package for him, please sign for it. Dashang was dumbstruck. So strong he neutralized that woman in an instant with such brutal methods. The man handed the box to Dashang. You're Li Yunmu's friend, right? Please sign for it for him. Dashang signed as he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he seems to be on our side. If someone like that were an enemy, after signing for the delivery, the man prepared to leave. I'm off then. Remember to leave a 5-star review, Dashang said in a daze. Aren't you here to help? The man replied coldly. Help? I'm just a delivery man, and I don't accept overtime. Dashang was speechless. What kind of delivery man was this? Where did this package come from? Looking at the information on it, he was stunned. The sender actually wrote, I won't tell you, and the sender's address was the War God Temple. The sender's phone number was out of the service area. Dashang stared blankly at the information on the delivery slip. War God Temple. The scene shifted back to Yunmu where the opponent's gun was aimed at him ready to fire, but Yunmu was like a fish struggling in a net counterattacking frantically. He delivered a Veer's kick to the man's face. Another gunman tried to ambush him from behind, and Yunmu quickly sensed it, whipping his head around. Yunmu circulated his internal power and roared, summoning several shadows. Go, number 1 and number 2. In an instant Li Yun appeared behind the man like a ghost. The man looked back, his eyes wide with shock. Immediately after, paid screams and splattering blood filled the barrier. Lin Jian looked at Yunmu's 2 shadows and couldn't help but be greatly shocked, muttering to himself, what on earth are those 2 things? Looking at Li Yun and Li Feng, Lin Jian felt terrified. Where on earth had Li Yunmu summoned these monsters from? He then looked at Linglong. Where did this woman come from? He had clearly only trapped Li Yunmu just now. This kid had far too many secrets. Sensing the opponent's aura, Lin Jian breathed a slight sigh of relief, glad he had brought the sect's holy artifact this time. He weighed the situation. The boy definitely couldn't escape the void mirror. So he had to take the opportunity to kill him. It was a pity. That face was actually quite spirited. He's my type. Just then he suddenly shouted to his subordinates, hey, stop for a second. Lin Jian continued, this kid can pull out so many strange things. Who knows if another one will pop up if we kill one. Listen to me, don't waste time. With that, a devious smile curled on his lips. Use that and let them see the power of the Chaoshan sect. As soon as he spoke, an azure rope descended from above. Yunmu and Linglong stood back to back, highly alert. What kind of trick are these guys playing now? Simultaneously, the man spoke again. Spear curse. The atmosphere instantly turned deathly silent. The man screamed and pointed at Yunmu, ordering them to fire. It turned out the target of the attack was Linglong. She stared blankly at the sharp blade flying toward her without hesitation. Yunmu rushed forward, holding Linglong tight as they dodged to the side. Watch out! For some reason, tears welled in Linglong's eyes and a series of chaotic cries came from her tiny mouth. Yunmu looked at the daughter in his arms and forced a smile. What are you crying for? He smiled and rubbed Linglong's head, comforting her gently. As long as you're okay. Outside the barrier, Lin Jian was watching as if it were a good show, feeling triumphant. It worked. This will kill him. Blood dripped onto Linglong's face and she furrowed her brows in fury. Immediately after, an intense surge of killing intent burst from Linglong's eyes. She screamed in fury. Seeing Linglong explode, Lin Jian's expression also turned serious. Perhaps they didn't know yet that this beautiful girl was none other than the Shadow Queen. She gently set down the injured Yunmu, her eyes scanning Lin Jian's group with a coldness that burned with a murderous fire. Then Linglong's figure blurred as she charged at her opponents. She used them as punching bags in her rage, sending enemies flying with single strikes. Seeing the murderous intent in her eyes, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of terror. What is wrong with this woman? Yunmu was slumped on the ground watching Linglong with a heart full of worry. Little one, Yunmu felt his eyes grow heavy, his heart filled with unease. No, my vision is blurring. Could it be, am I about to die? Lin Jian looked at Yunmu and let out a hearty laugh. You've already been hit by the blood curse of the spear curse rune. You're dead, he smiled with a sinister face. The blood curse on that spear will follow your wound and suck your power dry, drawing out your soul until you finally die in excruciating pain from exhaustion. How pathetic. Inside the barrier, the subordinates were screaming in terror. Stop this madwoman, she's a monster, they shouted to each other. Kill her with the spear curse, quick! Yunmu was struggling to breathe, beginning to worry for Linglong. Little one, run, you'll die, the speed of that thing is no joke. Meanwhile, the opposition had already prepared. The weapon was aimed at Linglong, and with a command the arrows were fired. Linglong appeared somewhat at a loss, not even having time to look back. At that moment, countless blood-red arrows dacked fiercely from the sky. In Linglong's vision, the sky was filled with arrowheads as crimson as blood, like an unavoidable torrential rain. In this critical moment, Yunmu let out a roar and lunged to pull her over. Get over here! Despite his heavy injuries, he still fought to shield her in his arms to dodge. Yunmu's breathing became increasingly strained. Shrink down, then hide in the astral world. That's an order. Linglong was in tears. Seeing her so terrified, Yunmu comforted her. Don't worry, I won't die. Your daddy is invincible. He looked toward those red lights with a gaze that was exceptionally fierce. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion occurred. Flames shot into the sky and smoke filled the area like the ruins of a battlefield. Outside the barrier, Lin Jian was beyond triumphant. He can actually still move, how surprising, but it doesn't matter. With so many spear curses, even if he doesn't die, he'll be left with nothing, but things did not go as he wished. Yunmu actually survived, gasping for breath with his mouth wide open. Seeing this, Lin Jian couldn't help but be startled. He roared frantically in his heart. What? It turned out that Yunmu was only able to escape because Li Yun and Li Feng had used their bodies to block the attack. System notification: all of Yunmu's shadows have fallen in battle. At this moment, fire ignited in Yunmu's eyes once more. He made up his mind and roared, "I am going to kill every last one of you." Due to the long duration of the battle and excessive blood loss, Yunmu was exhausted, his breathing highly erratic. Li Yun appeared to be in great pain, unable to stop a few muffled groans. Yunmu's heart was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, number one, number two. I will definitely bring you back to life." Pushing aside his thoughts, he immediately opened the bottle cap. Recalling that memory, Yunmu had once asked Dashang, "What is this?" At the time he had explained that as long as there was still a single breath left, this life-holy water could restore even a crippled body. Yunmu steeled his heart. He didn't know if this thing would truly be effective, but in his current state he could only stake everything on this one gamble. He downed the entire bottle in one go. The pungent, spicy taste made him instinctively spit out his tongue. It tasted terrible. Then, in less than the blink of an eye, his severed arm began to react. To Yunmu's utter astonishment, his arm actually began to regrow from the stump just like a lizard's. Above him, Lin Jian was struck dumb with shock. What? Regrowth from a severed limb? Lin Jian immediately speculated, could he have just drunk life-holy water? Below, Yunmu was exceptionally smug. He hadn't expected the stuff to actually work. He tested his range of motion. His injuries were completely healed. Soon after, his gaze became incredibly sharp as he began his counterattack. Yunmu's legs felt lighter as he lunged upward with a loud roar, his frenzied blade sweeping through like a gale. Wherever Yunmu passed, enemies fell one after another and the air grew thick with a heavy scent of blood. Yunmu examined his newly grown arm. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but this new limb seemed even more flexible than the original. One of the men lunged forward with his sword, roaring in fury, "Go to hell, you bastard!" Yunmu nimbly stepped aside to dodge. It had to be said that after his recovery he moved with effortless grace amidst their encirclement. His hands moved with lightning speed, seizing the opponent's longsword and locking it tight. The sound of blades tearing through the air was sharp and piercing. In less than 5 seconds he had reversed the sword and hurled it back at the man. The opponent didn't even have time to beg for mercy. He let out a single pained scream before his breath was cut short. Lin Jian was horrified. This kid actually managed to survive the spear curse. How is that possible? Yunmu was determined. Being back at his peak was truly a different experience. As long as I stay focused, I can keep up the rhythm, he calculated rapidly in his mind. Now I must find a way to break this barrier. He recalled Uncle Wen's previous guidance. Listen closely. No matter the technique, as long as it uses flux power as an energy source, there will definitely be a point where the energy is at its weakest. As long as you break through that most vulnerable spot, you can escape. At that moment, Yunmu began to circulate his internal power. "Brat, don't run, I don't tell just anyone about this." His eyes instantly turned cold and murderous as he thought to himself, time to gamble. Immediately after, he soared into the air, unleashing a frantic flurry of slashes at the enemies. He attacked while analyzing. Although he had found the method, Yunmu began to feel frustrated as he hacked frantically at the massive cage. "This thing is way too big." Seeing him charging around like a headless fly, Lin Jian mocked, "What is this kid running around for? Does he think blind slashing will help?" Yunmu was gasping for breath, glancing sideways. "Damn it, searching like this isn't the way. I'll be exhausted before I ever find the barrier's weakness." No sooner had the words left his lips than several projectiles suddenly flew in from outside, precisely striking the cage holding him prisoner. Yunmu looked toward the direction of the fire in surprise, falling into deep thought. He hadn't expected it to actually work. A tiny crack quickly appeared on that side. Yunmu frowned warily, wondering who was secretly guiding him. Outside, the barrel of a gun was still smoking. It turned out to be none other than Dashang. He had used his skills to help Yunmu locate the flaw. Dashang revealed a satisfied expression. "That's the spot. I can only help you this far, the rest is up to you." Yunmu felt as if a weight had been lifted, a relieved smile crossing his face. "Looks like they're okay over there, that brat making me worry for nothing." With the pressure relieved and external support assisting him, Yunmu was like a tiger with wings. "Alright, watch me." His battle sword hacked frantically within the cage, the sound of blade energy breaking the air echoing all around. The cage was now covered in a dense web of cracks like an eggshell. Once a single gap appeared, the entire structure would fall apart. His eyes turned blood red as he put every ounce of strength into a roar. Frenzied blade outside, Lin Jian was startled and hurriedly formed hand seals. "Not good, this kid found the barrier's weak point." Watching the cracks widen, he shouted anxiously, "Quick, reinforce the flux power." Yunmu then gripped his longsword and roared, "Just a little more." Thunderous frenzied blade. Looking at his near maniacal state, Lin Jian was beyond horrified. "Crap, he's entered the zone." At this moment, Yunmu was slashing wildly, his entire body emitting a dazzling light. Lin Jian's subordinate reported tremblingly, Lord Lin, it's no use, this person's power has suddenly exploded, the barrier can't hold. Before he could finish, Yunmu successfully shattered the barrier and charged out. He was covered in wounds yet showed no hint of fatigue. The two subordinates beside Lin Jian were sent flying a great distance by the pressure Yunmu exerted. Lin Jian stared at Yunmu in terror, only to hear him shout a bold provocation. Hey, everyone from the Chaoshan sect is going to die. On this side, once Dashang was certain Yunmu had the upper hand, he landed happily back on the ground. He looked at his teammate. Alright, let's go meet up. Hey, little Naiji. But he found that Naiji gave no response. Dashang was puzzled. Did she faint? He leaned in with a devious smirk and whispered in Naiji's ear. Hey, I heard what you said earlier about liking Xiao Miu Miu. As soon as he spoke, Naiji, who had been lying there exhausted, suddenly jumped up and grabbed Dashang by the throat. What did you say? You damn shut-in, you actually dared to eavesdrop on a girl's secret. Her face was flushed with shame. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. This is so embarrassing. I need to bury myself, Dashang said. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Let's go. Naiji drew her short blade with a dark face, thinking venomously, I might as well just finish him off and silence the witness. Dashang shivered. Why does it feel so chilly back here? The two of them soon arrived at the place where Yunmu was fighting. Dashang shouted, it's just ahead. As they ran over, they saw Yunmu leap into the air amidst a sound of shattering. Dashang was sincerely happy at the sight. Great, you really did break out, but he soon realized something was wrong with Yunmu, who kept repeating the same phrase. Must all die, Dashang speculated boldly. He's in the zone, Naiji was stunned. In the zone, this looks like he's clearly gone demonic. Dashang explained that he couldn't yet fully control this power. At this moment, Yunmu unfurled his azure wings and charged through the enemy ranks with his longsword. Dashang looked at Yunmu's eyes and marveled. Becoming a demon or a god is often decided in a single thought. In the distance, Lu Jing and the others were terrified. What is wrong with this kid? He killed a red crystal fluxer in an instant. One of them tried to sneak attack Yunmu's back, die. However, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Yunmu turned around with a bizarre smile. Before the man could even marvel at his speed, the blade had already sliced through his body. By now, blood was flowing like a river around Yunmu, and the ground was covered in severed limbs and remains. Tonight was destined to be a nightmare for the people of the Chaoshan sect. Paid screams echoed through the mountain forests. Naiji looked at the gruesome scene before her, her heart filled with terror, too cruel. Staring at those blood-red eyes, Naiji began to doubt if this was still the Li Yunmu she knew. He had completely lost his mind. Lin Jian stood frozen in place, watching his subordinates fall into pools of blood one by one. He was horrified. Damn it, the dozens of Chaoshan sect elites I brought were all taken out by him alone. After slaughtering the small fry, Yunmu immediately locked his target on Lin Jian. The moment Lin Jian met his gaze, he instinctively felt fear. But by now there was no way back. After all, he was the one who had taken the initiative to lead the ambush. He forced himself to maintain his momentum. Don't you look down on the Chaoshan sect, you bastard. I am the top captain of the sect. Yunmu stood in place without a word, his expressionless face exerting a bizarre sense of pressure. Lin Jian continued to bluster. Killing a green brat like you is easy for me. I'm an expert about to cross the red crystal rank into the transcendent tier. But before he could finish, Yunmu's hand had already slammed onto Lin Jian's face, the force making him spit a mouthful of blood. Yunmu revealed a hideous smile. All of you must die. At this moment Lin Jian was held down firmly like a dog waiting for slaughter, completely unable to resist, only able to curse inwardly. Just like that, Yunmu dragged him along as he sprinted through the forest, Lin Jian's body smashing through countless ancient trees. Another terrifying surge of energy manifested in the sky. After dragging him for a distance, Yunmu violently hurled Lin Jian onto the ground. The impact caused a violent explosion. By now, Lin Jian had completely lost the ability to resist, continuously vomiting blood. Yunmu let out a bizarre laugh, raising his longsword to prepare his thunderous frenzied blade. The power of that strike was incredibly daunting. As Yunmu unleashed the frenzied blade, Lin Jian could only grit his teeth and wait for death. The surrounding ground cracked and stones shattered. The area was covered in the ruins of the previous strike. Naiji was gasping for breath in the rear. Wait for me, I can't run anymore. Dashang was frozen in place. Just how much more did this kid grow after the King's City examinations? Looking at Yunmu, Dashang was horrified. Is this really a growth speed a human can achieve? After dealing with everyone from the Chaoshan sect, including Lin Jian, Yunmu's gaze turned in another direction. The moment he saw Dashang, he locked onto him as a target, making Dashang scream in terror. He's coming this way. Yunmu charged toward them at high speed, still repeating that slogan, all must die. Naiji shouted in terror. Does he want to kill us too? She yelled anxiously. Li Yunmu, stop, look closely, it's us, don't you remember us? Yunmu pounced like a mad beast and Naiji could only cry out helplessly, we're your friends, please, seeing him charge right in front of them. Naiji closed her eyes tight and shouted at the top of her lungs, wake up. In contrast, Dashang decisively wound up and delivered a resounding slap to his face. This was the legendary friendship restoring slap. Dashang looked at the fallen Yunmu and complained, so noisy, what's with all the laughing in the middle of the night? Seeing that Yunmu had truly fallen into a deep sleep, Naiji was blank-faced. So a single slap solved it, Dashang replied flatly. Well, what else? Did you want some sort of inner soul calling scene? You've been reading too many novels. Don't worry, this isn't the first time. I have experience with this. Meanwhile, in the Fluxer Guild records room, the names of the defeated were vanishing one by one. Duke stared at the screen with a playful smile. Another name gone. He let out a long breath and gave a soft laugh. Li Yunmu, you certainly are making quite a commotion, kid. Just then, a subordinate reported hurriedly, President, several major sects have sent a request for a joint communication. As soon as the person on the screen connected, they roared in fury, Hey Duke, that minor star general you picked out slaughtered my entire squad. I want an explanation. He hit back forcefully. An explanation for what? You were clearly trying to rob someone and got counter-killed because your skills were inferior. I'd like to ask you instead, what were you planning to do to my minor star general? This retort left the other side speechless. A burst of laughter went through the room. Old Yi has met his match, Duke followed up. Anything else, everyone? If you want to keep hunting Li Yunmu, I won't stop you. Another big shot shook his head and left. The Chaoshan sect has already suffered such heavy losses it's not worth it for a single secret realm. Duke looked at the list, secretly pleased. It seems I've picked up a real treasure over here. Yunmu, who had received a heavy slap from Dashang, finally woke up in a daze. He looked around and asked in confusion, Where are those Chaoshan sect people? Naiji said crossly. You killed them all. You almost slaughtered me and Dashang along with them. Yunmu hadn't completely come to his senses yet. He scratched his head and replied blankly, They're all dead, that's good. Before he even finished speaking, Yunmu jumped up as if his tail were on fire and charged toward the pile of corpses. Naiji shouted in surprise, Hey, where are you going? Yunmu rummaged through the corpses. I remember it should be around here. After a moment he finally found the item and cheered excitedly. Ha, found it. Yunmu held the small medicinal cauldron in his hand. Found it. This is that holy artifact of the Chaoshan sect that guy mentioned. It's mine now. Following that, this greedy fellow began to loot every single body. This is nice, I'll take that too. Taking everything. Taking it all. Dashang was dumbstruck. No way, have you really fallen to the level of profiting from the dead? I'm truly impressed. Yunmu completely ignored him. Fine, I'll take this hierarch spear too. Dashang's face changed instantly. A hierarch spear, give it to me, I want that one. Yunmu stingily refused. No, weren't you looking down on me just now? Naiji was completely speechless at the sight. These two are real characters. Just then, Dashang's communicator rang. You have a new message, please check it. He clicked it instinctively, then let out a startled cry. This is immediately after. Dashang let out a sudden scream. Yunmu jumped. Good lord. You scared me to death, Dashang shouted with a trembling face. I think I've struck it rich. Yunmu was puzzled. Isn't your Zhang family the wealthiest? How are you striking it rich? Dashang explained hurriedly. There was an online bet on whether you'd survive. I put down $1 billion betting you'd win. Those major sects just announced they're giving up the hunt for the treasure. You won this round and the odds were 300 to 1. That means, at this, Yunmu's face turned very sour. Dashang then excitedly shoved the screen in his face and shouted, 300 billion won? Yunmu exploded on the spot and gave Dashang a thorough beating. You bastard, while I was fighting for my life you were thinking about using my life to make money? Dashang screamed. I'm going to be beaten to death, I'm dying. Yunmu shouted fiercely. I don't care if you die or live, this is money I earned with my life. This 300 billion is mine. Naiji quickly tried to stop him. Go easy, his back is about to break. Dashang was indignant. But I provided the capital. Yunmu's anger hadn't faded. What do you mean but? 300 billion isn't even big money for you, young Master Zhang. Then Yunmu looked at the betting chart, feeling a bit depressed. Did no one believe I would survive? Almost no one had bet on him to win. It felt as if the whole world wanted him dead. Curious, he clicked on the detailed list to see who had bet on his survival. The names on the list surprised him. 6 people had each bet $1 billion on his win, and they were all those familiar faces. Yunmu cursed inwardly. There's really no helping these few, but a warm smile unconsciously blossomed on his face. The scene shifted to the Chaoshan sect on the central continent, where a roar echoed through the skies. Li Yunmu, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Passing by, Zhou Min asked in confusion. What's wrong with the young sect master? Why such a huge rage? Qingnan leaned in to answer. Don't you know yet? I heard the male favorite the young sect master was keeping was killed. Zhou Min was shocked. How the young sect master has that kind of preference? Qingnan continued. Yeah, even the sect master is having a headache over his Longyang tendencies. From what I've observed, the young sect master truly valued Lin Jian and even considered him a dual cultivation partner. Otherwise he wouldn't have handed over the holy artifact Void Mirror. Now that even the Void Mirror is lost, it's no wonder he's gone mad with rage. In the dark room, Yi Qing sat with his head down for a long time, murmuring to himself, The ordinary stone rank, huh? You're also suppressing your rank, aren't you? Yi Qing gradually calmed down, a dense murderous intent flaring in his eyes. I want to see just which of the two of us is suppressing it harder. The scene shifts back to Yunmu. Just as he stepped out, Dashang asked, Well, does my outfit fit you? Yunmu stretched a bit and replied, It's a little tight. I didn't realize you were so thin, but you two were certainly well prepared, even bringing spare clothes. Dashang handed over a box. Here, this is yours. A delivery man brought it just now. Yunmu was astonished. Delivery man, how is there a courier out here in the middle of nowhere? Dashang explained that it was a delivery from the War God Temple, and that there is nowhere in the world they can't reach. Yunmu looked blank. The War God Temple, Dashang continued. If it weren't for that courier, I don't know what would have happened to little Naiji and me. Still, for a delivery man to be able to kill Zhishui so effortlessly, the War God Temple truly is an incredible place. Yunmu let out a sigh of relief. I'm just glad you're both okay. I really don't know what you were thinking. As he spoke, Yunmu picked up a piece of paper from the box. What's this, a letter? Dashang spoke up. I think it might be a trial invitation from the War God Temple. Naiji cheered happily. It really is an invitation. That's exactly what you need most right now, Yunmu asked, still puzzled. Why do you say it's what I need most? Happy for her friend, she hurriedly explained. Having this invitation means you now have the most powerful backer in the world. Hearing this, Yunmu was also very surprised. A backer? The scene shifts to a bustling street district where Yunmu was negotiating with a young boy. Give me a price I want. The boy, Wu Fan, fiercely brushed off Yunmu's hand, a move that took Yunmu somewhat by surprise. Wu Fan clutched the item in his arms tightly. 3 million, not a penny less. Yunmu felt the kid was like a startled kitten. A passerby, seeing Wu Fan asking for such an exorbitant price, couldn't help but speak up for Yunmu. Just as he was about to say, "Hey Wu," Yunmu agreed without hesitation. Fine, but you have to tell me where this thing came from. The boy pushed his luck further. Then you have to add more. I want 5 million, the kind-hearted passerby warned. Hey young man, don't listen to his price hiking. He just offered it to me for 1 million a moment ago. Yunmu simply asked blankly, what did you say? No sooner had he spoken than Wu Fan's account chimed. You have received a transfer of 5 million, please check your balance. The man was stunned. He actually gave it, he thought to himself in shock. Where did this tycoon come from? Does he not care about money at all? A person nearby whispered, quick, look at this. The two discussed. He looks like that Li Yunmu who's been making a name for himself lately. I heard he's a minor star general. Wu Fan jumped in fright. A minor star general? Seeing the boy still clutching the item tightly, Yunmu said loudly, hey, the money's been given to you, so can I have the item now? Also tell me the truth. Wu Fan stammered as he handed the item over, whispering, but I don't know where it came from. Yunmu was surprised. Huh? Wu Fan lowered his head and whispered, I actually stole this. I just wanted to scam some money. Hot tears fell from the young face as Wu Fan admitted, my brother is dying and I really need money for his treatment. I'm sorry, I can give the money back. Please, minor star general, don't arrest me. Hearing this story, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. What a poor child, even I'm moved. I shouldn't have treated him like that earlier. Yunmu, however, grabbed the boy by the collar and lifted him up. You brat, how dare you scam me? You're dead, I'll kill you. Then Yunmu lowered his voice and said, forget it, since you really do need this money. After a pause, Yunmu looked at Wu Fan and continued, consider it a loan from me. He turned to leave, offering a few final words. Life is hard, but scamming people is wrong. Don't do it again, you might not meet someone like me next time, goodbye. The little boy stared blankly at his retreating back. Yunmu's voice still echoed in his ears. Shopkeeper, do you have life holy water? A small shop like ours doesn't carry that sort of thing. Before long, Yunmu returned to the real world. Dashang shouted excitedly. Little Miu Miu is back too, Dashang asked urgently. Well, did you find it? Little Naiji and I didn't find a thing, Yunmu said dejectedly. Same here, didn't run into it at all. Looks like luck wasn't on our side today. He quickly pulled out his haul to show them. I only managed to buy 3-dimensional eyes and a single fragment page, Naiji asked in confusion. A fragment, a single page is useless by itself. Just then, a devious smile suddenly appeared on Yunmu's face. He pulled another one out from his system. Who said I only had one? Yunmu said happily. Now I have 2, Dashang chimed in. So what exactly are these things for? Suddenly, Yunmu turned his face away again. Dashang was startled. Why the sudden silence? Yunmu blamed himself dejectedly. It feels like I wasted my money. I bought it without even thinking. Naiji said loudly, hey, don't be sad, aren't you going to the Moro Slope Dark Zone? Maybe you'll find something new there. Yunmu asked, do you two want to come along? Dashang replied cheerfully, of course, since we're already here, get in the car. Naiji couldn't help but snap. You idiot, your car only has 2 seats. Dashang looked at Yunmu. Then you can just fly there. To put it simply, a dark zone refers to the boundary area near higher dimensional worlds. Many dimensional beasts from higher dimensions roam there. In those deep mountains and ancient forests, people go to hone their skills, making the arduous journey even though they know it's extremely dangerous. The 3 of them soon reached their destination, with Yunmu panting heavily. Our protagonist kept complaining, the oxygen concentration here is too low. How much further do we have to walk? Dashang took a look around and said, it's still early, we've only just entered the dark zone. See that mountain? That's the heart of this dark zone. Upon hearing this, Yunmu immediately collapsed on the ground, crying out, I'm not going any further. I'm exhausted, Dashang, carry me. Dashang looked helpless. Are you a child? You're the one who wanted to come, yet you're the one throwing a fit. Yunmu continued to babble and struggle. You two came by car, but I flew the whole way. No sooner had he spoken than Dashang keenly sensed a stranger nearby. He immediately shouted a warning, who's there? It turned out to be a familiar face. He revealed a devious smile and said, hey, don't be so tense. Hearing the voice, Yunmu recognized him instantly. Tang Ruokan? The 3 of them then traveled together. Yunmu asked curiously, what are you doing here? Rao Zhen replied frankly, don't forget I'm the one who gave you the map. With your strength you were bound to break through the encirclement, so I came straight here to wait for you, he added. By the way, the Chaoshan sect has sent word. You have 3 days to return the Void Mirror. Yunmu didn't care at all. Like hell I'm giving it back, Rao Jen continued. I heard the Chaoshan sect wants to gather the holy artifacts to form a peerless killing array. Their young sect master, Yi Cheng, is suppressing his rank just like you because of the Tower of Honor's supreme holy artifact. Yunmu said smugly, don't worry, I'll get that thing before he does. At that, Rao Jen coughed. After a pause he asked in a small voice with a red face. That little aunt of yours, is she doing well? He stammered. If there's time, could you ask her to come out for a meeting? Hearing this, Yunmu was completely petrified, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Then Yunmu began to throw a temper for no apparent reason. Da Shang couldn't help but ask, Hey, what are you doing? Yunmu replied irritably. Leave me alone, I'm suddenly in a bad mood and feel like hacking something. After that, wherever Yunmu went, giant trees fell in swaths, making him look like a rogue lumberjack. Rao Jen couldn't help but wonder, why is he randomly hacking at things as he walks? It's like he's venting like a child. Yunmu replied defiantly, What's it to you? Take it from someone with experience. Never tell a girl's protector that you like her. So that was what was bothering Yunmu. Just then a rustling sound came from the bushes. A golden snake lunged from the thicket toward them. Naiji screamed in terror. Heavens, what a huge snake! Seeing Yunmu still in a daze, Rao Jen quickly stepped forward, killing the venomous snake with a heavenly demon dragon tyrant punch. He warned tensely. Everyone stay alert, there are many dimensional beasts here, you must be careful. Yunmu couldn't help but praise, haven't seen you in a few days. And you've certainly improved a lot, Yunmu thought to himself. With high-level dimensional beasts appearing here, it's actually a perfect place for my shadows to idle and farm. Acting on the thought, he issued a silent command, System, set number 1 and number 2 to idling mode. After walking for a while, everyone sat down to rest. Yunmu pulled out the map to study it, but he soon fell into deep thought. If anyone could understand these cryptic scribbles, it would be a miracle. Did I really waste those 5 million? Then Rao Jen shouted loudly, Hey, stop staring blankly at that thing, the meat is grilled, come and eat. Yunmu quickly tucked it away. Coming. He didn't notice a strange hand reaching out from the side. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yunmu finally sensed something was wrong. He whipped around to find a monkey clutching the map scroll intending to flee. It too realized it had been spotted. Yunmu smirked deviously. Good monkey, give me back what's in your hand. The monkey's brow furrowed its expression as if to say, no. Immediately after, Yunmu took a heavy punch from the little monkey right to the face, knocking his head to the side. He chased after it in a rage. Go to hell, you damn monkey. Do you think you're a monkey from Mount Ma? Stealing my stuff and then hitting me. Watch how I deal with you. Tang Ruokan gradually lost patience watching him run back and forth. Hey, hurry up already, we're not waiting for you, he shouted helplessly. How old are you playing with monkeys? Da Shang, used to such things, replied. Forget it, let him be. After chasing for a while, a large stream appeared before Yunmu. The monkey was stubborn, clutching the map tightly and screaming as it ran, refusing to let go. Yunmu straddled over the rocks in desperate pursuit, shouting, Stop, you damn monkey, give it back. His long sword thrust fiercely toward the monkey. The monkey was startled and the map flew from its hand. He quickly ran over to pick it up, muttering, Honestly, what use is being fast? In the end, I'm the one who got the fragment page back. The monkey dove behind a curtain of water with a cry of indignation. Yunmu followed curiously, and the scene before him left him stunned. How it went right through? Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately followed in. It turned out there was a cave behind the waterfall. The cave was deathly silent. Yunmu looked around and couldn't help but shout, It's too dark. He circulated his internal power to make his palm glow like a flashlight. This cave is so deep it doesn't look natural. Yunmu circled around and observed, thinking that a monkey alone surely couldn't have made such a cave. After a while he saw a figure moving in the shadows. Yunmu muttered in surprise, Is that a person? Sensing no murderous intent from the other party, Yunmu immediately walked over and asked loudly, Hey, are you alright? Seeing no reaction, Yunmu moved closer. Excuse me, what is this place? Why are you? Before he could finish, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes and he froze on the spot. It wasn't a person but a skeleton. It appeared to have been dead here for a long time. Yunmu was startled, jumping back as if struck by lightning and letting out a sharp cry. Mother of God! Panting heavily, he retreated warily, distancing himself from the skeleton. What is this? Looking closely, he was a bit puzzled. Is this a person? Looks like they've been dead for a long time. Then Yunmu's gaze fell upon a bead next to the skeleton, and he wondered what it was. Greed surged again, and he carefully crawled over, thinking it might be something good. Forgive me, senior, you don't need it anyway. Just then a petite figure lunged rapidly toward Yunmu. The monkey's screech rang out piercingly. Yunmu looked up in terror, the speed so fast it was a blur. Seeing it shooting toward him like an arrow, Yunmu marveled. Something is charging this way. In an instant that foot slammed ruthlessly into his face with a muffled thud. Stone chips flew and his nose actually began to bleed. Yunmu's brow furrowed and he cursed angrily. You bastard, that hurts like hell. Looking closely, it was an ape slightly larger than a monkey. It was even wearing a mask and reaching out to take it off. He was surprised. The ape stared at Yunmu with a face full of rage, clearly unfriendly, and made a strange sound, poo-poo. Yunmu gritted his teeth, unable to help but praise, Poo-poo is so agile. He looked at the ape before him, wondering why this fellow had suddenly attacked. Whatever, you can't talk anyway. Asking is pointless. Immediately after, Poo-poo took to the air to launch another attack. Yunmu cried out. Again? It rained down punches and kicks. Yunmu ducked and wove constantly, but still couldn't keep up with the speed. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack as Pupu's heavy punches landed one after another on the vital spots of Yunmu's face. Finally, Pupu unleashed a killing move, sending Yunmu flying. He slammed heavily to the ground, struggling to adjust his posture and steady himself. Yunmu looked at the monkey before him, his heart also burning with anger. Pupu, damn you, he observed the attack pattern. That's Tongbei Fist, and it even knew how to use flux power. Before Yunmu could counterattack, Pupu lunged again. Yunmu was startled. Will this never end? He quickly summoned his battle sword, feeling that fighting barehanded was simply impossible. He swung his sword in a horizontal sweep, shouting, "You bastard, don't look down on humans." His eyes widened as he gripped his longsword and roared, "Thunderous frenzied blade!" No sooner had Yunmu struck than disaster struck. The longsword actually got stuck firmly in the rock behind him. Yunmu shouted in desperate haste, "Wait, time out!" But how could a crazed monkey listen to him? It immediately delivered a heavy kick to Yunmu. He rolled wretchedly on the ground, roaring in a rage, "You bastard, where's your sense of martial honor?" Yunmu began to calculate. "Inside a cave, I can't fully unleash my thunderous frenzied blade. I'll have number 1 and number 2 come out to help." The system immediately reminded him, "Your shadows are in idling mode. Recall takes 2 hours. Yunmu felt like crying. Then what am I supposed to do? Aren't I finished?" As the words left his mouth, another massive explosion rang out in the cave. Pupu somersaulted in the air a few times before landing steadily. Yunmu slowly emerged from the smoke. "That was close. I almost forgot about myself," he thought smugly. "I know this move too. This is the Mystic Void step." Yunmu smirked at Pupu, who was now also stunned. "My turn." With that, Yunmu delivered a heavy kick that sent Pupu flying. Pupu crashed heavily into a giant rock, smashing a large crater into the stone behind it. Yunmu descended from the sky, lunging straight for Pupu. Without giving it a chance to recover, he launched a continuous flurry of fierce attacks. Pupu quickly raised its arms to shield its face. "This monkey truly is agile enough." Yunmu continued his defense, unable to help but praise, "This damn Pupu, its physical arts are no joke. It could be said that if it were in the mountains it would definitely be of the Monkey King level." Seeing Pupu's moves and tactics, it was practically no different from a human. His kicks were neutralized one after another by the opponent. Yunmu was somewhat surprised. Where on earth did it learn this? Finally, he stopped wasting effort, withdrawing his leg and jumping to the side. "The defense is too good, I can't break through it all." Immediately after, Yunmu lunged at Pupu again to test this move. No sooner had he moved than Yunmu flipped in midair, a heavy kick sweeping across Pupu's face, making its eyes widen in shock. Because the force of the strike was so great, Pupu's mask couldn't withstand it and shattered. Lee Yunmu mocked, "The mask is broken, do you need me to go easy on you?" Seeing that Pupu still managed to stand up, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised that it could still move. "I put every ounce of strength I had into that last kick." No sooner had he spoken than Pupu dropped to its knees and a surge of powerful internal power erupted from its body. While Lee Yunmu was still dazed, an astounding aura emanated from the ape. Lee Yunmu was startled. It was actually releasing such high-intensity flux power. "You idiot, stop!" he shouted in panic, looking at the falling debris. "The cave is about to collapse, it won't hold." As soon as Lee Yunmu finished speaking, a massive boulder crashed down heavily in front of him. He looked up, feeling tense. "This is bad, this place is coming down." Lee Yunmu was also worried about the monkey. "Hey Pupu, if we keep fighting we're both going to be buried here. Stop it." But it completely ignored him. It charged straight past Lee Yunmu, running toward the skeleton, which took him by surprise. What? Only then did Lee Yunmu realize that Pupu was acting to protect the remains. He couldn't just stand by and watch it fall into danger, especially since the ape was struggling immensely to move the skeleton. He rushed over in a fit of irritation, cursing under his breath. "What an idiot!" Lee Yunmu grabbed Pupu's shoulder and yanked it back violently, shouting, "Too slow?" He used his strength to hurl the ape toward the cave entrance. "Don't push yourself if you're injured." Lee Yunmu then scooped up the skeleton. Although he didn't understand why Pupu was risking its life to protect these remains, he shouted an instruction, "Get out first." Fearing it might charge back in recklessly, he channeled his internal power and violently shoved Pupu out of the cave. Pupu was safe, but the entrance was rapidly being sealed by falling boulders. Pupu froze, unable to understand why he had helped. It was also worried about the skeleton, chirping and screeching anxiously. Stream water seeped slowly through the rock crevices. The cave entrance was now completely blocked. Pupu pressed against it. It wasn't willing to just wait outside helplessly. Despite its small frame being insignificant against the massive rocks, Pupu dug desperately. Just then, a hand violently punched through the rubble. The digging Pupu froze, staring blankly at the arm. Lee Yunmu emerged from the cave with the skeleton on his back. The remains were perfectly intact. Lee Yunmu looked at the stunned Pupu and said, "I brought him back." Immediately after, the ape let out a series of incomprehensible cries. Lee Yunmu felt a headache coming on. Pupu was exceptionally excited, but Lee Yunmu couldn't understand a word it was saying. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind, filling him with excitement. "I've got it." Lee Yunmu then transmitted his voice. "Hey, King of Destruction, big brother." He addressed the other somewhat impatiently, calling him Your Majesty, and continued, "You're a dimensional beast too, right? You must be able to understand Pupu. Act as my translator." The Nether Crow was shocked. "Ha, be your translator? Who do you think I am? I'll kill you." Lee Yunmu didn't waste words and went straight for the sore spot. I'll help you unseal, the nether crow finally compromised. The translation began. According to the crow's relay, the skeleton was Pupu's master. Wasn't he? Rather than a master, friend was a more appropriate term. He never treated me as a pet. He taught me martial arts and even showed me how to use flux power. We were inseparable every day. A few years ago, Master wanted to practice a certain technique, so he came to this desolate area. At first, everything went smoothly, but just as Master was about to succeed, he suffered a backfire from the technique. Master died with regret in his heart. He believed someone would eventually master this technique and hoped I would help fulfill his final wish. Thus, I have stayed here waiting for the destined one. Just as I was about to give up, you appeared. Li Yunmu remained silent, listening intently to its words. Reaching this point, it lowered its head. Please accept this. Pupu stated sincerely that if he accepted it, its master would surely be at peace. Li Yunmu looked at the item on the ground, beyond astonished. How could it be? Pupu continued. Because you are strong enough. I can feel that you aren't as simple as a regular ordinary stone rank. You've been suppressing your level, and you risked your life to help me save my master's remains. I have seen your benevolence, so, at that it reached out its hand, a look of extreme earnestness in its eyes as it pleaded with Li Yunmu. Ultimately, Li Yunmu couldn't turn a blind eye to this grieving monkey. He let out a long sigh. All right, I promise you, Pupu said in surprise. Really? Li Yunmu then picked up the sphere. Let me see. Morning Sun Great Flame Art. Pupu was shocked. Are you going to practice it now? Li Yunmu answered flatly. That's right. Is that a problem? I'm sure you want to see for yourself what this technique looks like once mastered right. I'll practice it right in front of you. It stared at him blankly. Master spent months and couldn't master it. It's impossible to do it in a short time. Seeing Li Yunmu's expression, Pupu was awestruck. No, his eyes, he's serious. As soon as the words fell, Li Yunmu spoke to the system. System, scan the technique, however. According to the system's feedback, the technique contained flaws. Li Yunmu was startled. What do you mean? The system explained that the technique had defects from its inception. Thus, theoretically, it was a cultivation method that could not be completed. If forced, one would surely suffer a backfire and die just as they were about to succeed. Li Yunmu asked in surprise, then do you have anything to perfect it? The system then provided guidance. Li Yunmu was satisfied. Very well, then I'll replace those 3 techniques and practice them simultaneously. Before long, he had learned 3 moves at once: Great Diamond Decree, Blood Sovereign Overlord Body, and Marrow Washing Sutra. After mastering them, he was weak and needed rest. Li Yunmu then looked at Pupu. Hey and Senior, I will now let you see the Morning Sun Great Flame Art with your own eyes. He panted as he spoke, appearing exhausted. As soon as he finished, the sphere immediately rose into the air, emitting a dazzling light. Immediately after, under Pupu's astonished gaze, Li Yunmu leapt up. He seemed to be breaking through as a massive power circulated within his body, causing him to let out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, that strange light shot straight into the center of Li Yunmu's brow. An extremely powerful force manifested in the sky, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Pupu stood frozen below. Li Yunmu shouted excitedly, Hey monkey, do you see? This is the Morning Sun Great Flame Art. At this moment, his entire body felt like a rising storm. Pupu could no longer control itself. Tears streaming down its face, Li Yunmu also couldn't hide his excitement. I have fulfilled the regret for you and Senior. After successfully mastering this secret technique, the regret in Pupu's heart dissipated. It believed its master's spirit in heaven would also feel comforted. Standing before the fire, gazing at its master's remains one last time, Pupu was deeply grateful. Thank you, not only for letting me see the Morning Sun Great Flame Art, but also for accompanying me to see Master off. Li Yunmu said sincerely, It's nothing. I also respect Senior. I believe he wanted the technique he risked his life to practice to leave something for future generations. Afterward, Pupu placed its master's ashes into a small glass bottle. Li Yunmu looked at it and continued, This way he can die without regrets, and you no longer need to be bound by Senior's regrets. Pupu couldn't help but praise, You're quite good. From today on we are friends. Immediately after, it pulled out a pile of treasures and handed them to Li Yunmu. These are for you too. Li Yunmu took them to inspect. What are these? Pupu explained. I don't know what's in the small bottle, but Master valued it highly. And that token is a keepsake that proves Master's identity. You should take that too. It didn't linger after that. All right, I should leave. Take care until we meet again. Li Yunmu didn't try to make it stay. You too. He picked up the red bottle and shook it, wondering what was inside. Is it blood? No sooner had he spoken than the bottle suddenly erupted with a red light. Li Yunmu looked at his feet in surprise and shouted, What's going on? Why did it suddenly start burning? It wasn't over. The flames shot into the sky, morphing into the shape of a phoenix. Li Yunmu stared at the flames, completely stunned. Is this? Finally, after a moment, the image of the phoenix appeared clearly before his eyes. He stared at the majestic divine bird, his heart filled with wild joy, though still in shock. This was definitely. Li Yunmu reached out toward the phoenix. It was incredible. Just then, Dashang suddenly popped up from nowhere and slapped him hard on the back. What are you doing here, dazed and alone? I've been looking for you for ages. Li Yunmu snapped back to his senses, looking blankly at his partner. Dashang. He was about to tell Dashang about the phoenix just now. But when he looked at the spot, he found everything was gone. It had all vanished. Li Yunmu was stunned. Was I hallucinating? Dashang spoke up. What are you muttering about? Let's go. It's too dangerous to act alone here. Over the past month, under Li Yunmu's lead, everyone had continuously fought dimensional beasts, and their flux power grew steadily. Lu Naiji and Zhang Dashang both promoted to gold crystal fluxers, even Zhang Kai from the lower city, with the support of resources Li Yunmu constantly mailed back, had been forcibly smashed from a commoner into a fluxer and appointed by Li Yunmu as the steward of his Azure Dragon Star General Mansion. Only Li Yunmu was unwilling to upgrade, remaining at the ordinary stone fluxer level. However, he successfully condensed a third shadow soul and named it number 3. Looking at the figure before him, he couldn't help but be startled. A girl, the cold air here made him sneeze. Dashang looked at him happily. Is everything ready? Li Yunmu gave a brilliant smile. Yeah, all set, Dashang instructed worriedly. Stay safe on the road, he replied frankly. Don't worry, I'll just go to the tower to get the holy artifact and come right back. You guys keep practicing and wait for the good news of my triumphant return. Afterward, he arrived at Sunset Town where he was immediately startled. What? The teleporter is under maintenance, Captain Wu answered. That's right, the higher-ups have prohibited long-distance and cross-rank teleportation. Li Yunmu looked disgusted. What the hell? It didn't need repairs earlier or later, but it has to be now. Captain Wu leaned in and whispered in his ear. Actually, the equipment failure is just an excuse. A few days ago, I personally saw someone swallowed by a black hole while teleporting. The scene was terrifying, Captain Wu continued. Immediately after, we received a gag order. We're not allowed to say a word about it. I'm afraid something major is about to happen in the Fluxer world. For a small fry like me, it's safer to resign and go back to my hometown. Uncle Wu, take this. He handed the other an item. If you're willing, you can take this token to the Azure Dragon Star General Mansion and look for a steward named Zhang Kai. He will give you a high-paying and relatively safe job, and you can bring your family along. Li Yunmu looked at him with a brilliant smile. Don't be polite, Captain Wu was overjoyed. That's wonderful, thank you, Minor Star General. He then added, by the way, you can go to Weaver Girl City first. They have an independent teleporter there. You can try your luck. Li Yunmu said in surprise. Weaver Girl City. Immediately after, Li Yunmu rushed to Weaver Girl City. Upon entering the city, a massive statue came into view. Looking at the statue, Li Yunmu couldn't help but marvel. This city lord is quite flamboyant, putting such a huge statue at her own doorstep. She's got some real spirit. Just then, a woman stepped out. You are Mr. Li Yunmu, right? Seeing him turn around, the woman continued in a cold tone. Someone has invited you to come and sit for a while. Although he didn't know who had invited him, he maintained his guard. Li Yunmu got into a private car. He couldn't help but ponder, what does the Weaver Girl City Lord want with me? Recalling old Wu's words, the Weaver Girl City Lord was a legendary figure. Originally just an ordinary woman who earned money by weaving, she awakened flux power by chance and eventually grew into a warrior. She became a war saint but didn't forget her early hardships, naming herself the Weaver Girl War Saint. The entire city was subsequently renamed Weaver Girl City. Weaver Girl City was the friendliest of the 7 main cities of the central continent toward commoners, and the city lord was naturally more beloved. Sitting in the back seat, Li Yunmu couldn't help but ask, what does the dignified Weaver Girl City lord want with a lowly minor star general like me? The city lord naturally has her considerations, you'll know once you arrive. Ultimately, he stopped dwelling on it and let out a tired sigh. Forget it. Since I'm in the car, I'll follow your arrangements. The woman led him inside. City Lord, Mr. Li Yunmu has arrived. The woman, who was currently bathing, stood up. Thank you for your hard work. You may go attend to your business. Seeing the scene before him, Li Yunmu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Looking at the woman, he thought, so this is the Weaver Girl City Lord, a true War Saint level fluxer. This is the strongest human I've personally seen to date. Just then the woman spoke. From your flux power I can sense that you do not possess the War Saint bloodline. Hearing this, he froze. Li Yunmu secretly assessed her. She saw through my fake War Saint bloodline just by sensing my flux power. City Lord, is this what a War Saint is? She continued. The Minor Star General is indeed a young hero. You've truly surprised me, Li Yunmu asked bluntly. Spare me the pleasantries. City Lord, why exactly have you called me here? The Saintess said. Fine, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know about the global war? Li Yunmu took up the topic. Of course I do. That's the competition for young talents held every 3 years across the 6 continents. Each continent sends 2 or 3 people to participate. The continents that rank higher receive more resource allocation. The participants are recommended by the guild and are usually disciples of prominent families. The Saintess got straight to the point. I hope that in this year's Global War participant list I can see your name. Hearing this, Li Yunmu was beyond astonished. He asked in shock, why would something like that fall to me? The Saintess explained, the situation this year is quite special. Earth's energy has shown abnormal fluctuations. I'm afraid there will be major changes in the near future. Only then did Li Yunmu realize energy fluctuations. No wonder there was a problem with the teleporter. The Saintess continued, so as a precaution for this year, the Fluxer World Guild wants to select exceptional experts. This year's global war has no limit on the number of participants. Both you and I come from commoner backgrounds. I think highly of you and believe you can secure good results for the central continent. Li Yunmu calculated privately. Sounds like a total pain, and it's completely not in my plans. After speaking, the saintess stood up. I'll give you time to consider. That's all for today. Ching-er escort the minor star general to the teleporter. Hearing this, Li Yunmu frowned lazily and couldn't help but sigh. Heavens, the scene shifted to the Tower of Honor, which was filled with noise. Why are there so many people at the entrance? Li Yunmu warily pulled up his hood. Not knowing what was happening, he felt it was better to keep a low profile. Immediately after, he ran forward to cut in line. Sorry, excuse me. Several people by the road were discussing. Who are you betting on? Isn't it obvious? Ling Shui. That curly-haired man explained that she was the sole disciple of the Sword Saint, known as the humanoid weapon. Her strength is definitely formidable, a person nearby chimed in. Please, which one of those who came this time isn't a disciple of a war saint? He looked toward the shouting. Yi Qing of the Chaoshan sect, Ling Tianshui of the Ice Palace, even Ghost Demon, ranked 3rd on the individual leaderboard, is here. That person added. I'm betting on the double moon saintess Qing Yu. She is. At that moment, Li Yunmu stepped forward to greet them. Hey big brothers, what exactly happened here? Why are there so many people? The man looked surprised. You don't know about such a big event? Not long ago, Yi Qing of the Chaoshan sect sent a challenge to Li Yunmu, declaring he would conquer the 70th floor and seize the rewards within before Li Yunmu does. When the other Fluxers heard this, they couldn't sit still. They swarmed into the tower, desperate to reach the 70th floor before Yi Qing. Li Yunmu was stunned, thinking to himself, challenging me. Since when? At this thought, he quickly went online to check. It turned out the rumors were true. Yi Qing had indeed left a challenge. Li Yunmu, if you're a man, get to the 70th floor. If you've got the guts, I'm waiting. Li Yunmu, who almost never spent time on social media, became the center of discussion again. These people entered the tower yesterday, but Li Yunmu hasn't shown his face yet. Just then, a blond man stared at him, finding him familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before. Yunmu quickly pulled his hood lower and hurried away, muttering, You've definitely got the wrong guy. I've got a very common face. He calculated privately. These guys entered a day ago. I need to hurry. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, Yunmu quickly slipped into the tower. Once inside, he let out a long breath of relief. Finally back, he checked the rankings immediately. Those few had already reached the 20th plus floors. I have to catch up or I really won't make it in time. Immediately after, Yunmu condensed his internal power and erupted with full force. Thus, the Li Yunmu Legion launched an all-out assault. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the tower, a man impatiently lit a cigarette. Outside, the crowd of onlookers continued to buzz with noise. They've been in there for 2 days. Why is there no news? After all, the higher you go, the harder it gets. It's common to take several hours for a single floor. Just then, the names of those who broke through flashed on the ranking board. The man's heart skipped a beat. Yi Qing reached the 45th floor. The crowd swarmed around to see. I bet Yi Qing is a lock to be the first past the 70th. Not necessarily. Ghost Demon has reached the 43rd. Don't underestimate him, someone else shouted. Just wait and see. My Ling Shui is about to make her move. 3 more days passed, and the crowd was constantly groaning. My saint is stopped at the 66th floor. My 20,000 dimensional coins are all gone. Go Bajong, overtake that Yi Qing kid. A youth nearby leaned into the speaker's ear and whispered, Keep your voice down. Look over there. The Chaoshan sect has brought hundreds of people. Even if your Bajong clears the 70th floor first, the Chaoshan sect won't let him go. It seems they're determined to have the holy artifact from the 70th floor, others discussed. But Yi Qing, Bajong and Ling Shui have all been stuck on this floor for 75 hours. A winner should be decided soon, right? Who will be the first to clear the 70th floor? At that moment, Yi Qing was fighting the monster on the 70th floor with all his might as it swung a massive pincer toward him. Yi Qing leaped into the air to dodge. But after fighting for so long he hadn't even managed to touch the monster. He gnashed his teeth in a rage, his heart growing increasingly anxious. This 70th floor was truly difficult. The monster before him looked like an octopus but possessed a bizarre, mutated form. He circulated his internal power, certain of his victory. If I can't pass, no one can. Someone like me who truly trained up with ordinary stone rank strength is a completely different breed from those like Ling Shui and Bajong who merely suppress their ranks. Just as he finished speaking, he landed a heavy blow on the monster's eye, making it let out a pained wail. The monster was now utterly enraged. It let out an earth-shaking roar, its massive internal power forcing Yi Qing to leap aside. Yi Qing jumped through the air, his face full of arrogance. At your wits' end, just random attacks now? He stared at the furious monster and shouted, It seems the winner is me after all, Yi Qing, promise. At that exact moment, the system suddenly popped up with an emergency announcement. Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent for successfully clearing the 70th floor of the Tower of Honor. The giant beast had been completely slain by the shadow army he led. Hearing this news, Yi Qing instantly lost his composure. What? In the split second he was distracted. The monster seized the opening and slammed him away. He spat a mouthful of blood as his body crashed heavily against the rocks. Yi Qing was now in a pathetic state, his heart filled with resentment. Damn it, how is this possible? The strongest ordinary stone rank should have been me? Meanwhile, Ling Shui also received the news of him clearing the 70th floor. A gratified smile appeared on her face. You really did come. To grow to this extent in just a few months, you truly are a monster. Outside, the crowd went absolutely wild. Lee Yunmu, when did he enter the tower? And he's the first to clear it. As soon as Yunmu appeared, the crowd surged into a frenzy. Amidst the chaotic cheering, someone screamed, "He's the Lee Yunmu from the announcement. He's the first to clear the 70th and get the holy artifact." Though Yunmu felt somewhat smug, his face darkened. "What's with the announcement? Didn't I already hide my ranking? This is trouble. I need to get out of here fast." Just then, a deep booming voice rang out. "Lee Yunmu, where do you think you're going? Great flame array activate." Yunmu looked at the sky helplessly. "Again, good lord, am I made of gold? Why is there always a crowd trying to catch me?" An elder from the Chaoshin sect stepped forward. "Lee Yunmu, hand over the 2 holy artifacts in your possession and we won't make things difficult for you." As he rapidly formed hand seals, he threatened, "Of course, we will also give you corresponding crystals as a trade." A burst of discussion erupted in the crowd. "Heavens, isn't that North Elder of the Chaoshin sect? He actually came out in person. He's Yi Qing's master. Now that his disciple lost, he definitely can't save face." Yunmu stuck out his tongue and mocked him. "Blah, not giving them to you. This is clearly a forced buy and sell, yet you have the nerve to call it a trade? You want to be a saint while acting like a sinner. Don't you have any shame?" The elder's brow furrowed. "It seems I can only take them by force." Great flame array attack. Yunmu looked at the cage trapping him, momentarily stunned. "What is this?" It turned out to be fireballs. He couldn't help but shout, "So hot!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Is this the Chaoshin sect's great flame array? In such a cramped enclosed space, it's only a matter of time before that kid gets hit." North Elder spoke. "You're quite agile, boy, but do you plan to hide forever? Give me the holy artifact." Yunmu reached out and pulled back his hood. "Why does everyone from your Chaoshin sect like to lock people up? It's so annoying," he continued. "Didn't your mother tell you that those who play with fire get burned?" Old man, Yunmu stared at the elder before him. "Like playing with fire, do you? Fine, I'll play with you." Immediately after, he circulated the internal power of the morning sun, great flame art, and scorching flames rapidly surrounded him. The people outside felt this pressure and were shocked. "North Elder, the whole array is burning." This kid's flux pressure suddenly became so strong he has no intention of surrendering. "Old geezer, watch me smash your crappy barrier." No sooner had he spoken than Yunmu unleashed his killing move, Hellfire. Seeing his overwhelming momentum, the crowd shouted in terror. "The flux power is too strong, get back." But the moment the attack landed, it was somehow entirely absorbed by that rotating cage. Yunmu froze on the spot. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was all talk and no action. "I thought it was some amazing ultimate move. How embarrassing." Yunmu held his head in embarrassment. "Oh man, what the hell was that? So embarrassing." He had wanted to act cool but ended up in a state of social death. He wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole. He quickly asked, "Hey system, didn't you say this technique was perfect? Why didn't it work?" The system answered promptly, "Do you think you can drown water with water?" This left him stunned. What does that mean? The system continued, "The 2 are of the same origin. How could they harm each other?" He was secretly shocked. "Same origin?" Just then, North Elder spoke. "Stop wasting time. Great flame array. Attack." Before Yunmu could react, a fireball struck from behind. A searing pain followed instantly, and Yunmu gritted his teeth to endure it. But then he realized the wound didn't hurt. No, he hadn't been injured at all. The fireball had been directly absorbed. Yunmu was startled, forcing himself to stand straight. "It was absorbed by my body." North Elder was also stunned. "How is this possible? This kid actually absorbed the attack of the great flame array? Has his body already been elementalized?" He began to doubt, could the technique he's using be impossible? After some thought, Yunmu finally couldn't help but burst into a triumphant laugh. He turned back toward the elder with a cold face. "I get it now." Yunmu immediately verified his theory. If I'm not mistaken, tucking away his thoughts, he raised his hand and shouted, "Come, great flame array!" In an instant, the flames in his hand seemed to be given life, gushing out frantically. The people of the Chaoshin sect fell into chaos. This kid absorbed the great flame array. North Elder also felt a surge of terror. "You brat, what technique is that? How is it of the same origin as my Chaoshin sect? Who on earth are you? If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Your talent for attracting trouble really hasn't changed a bit." Yunmu looked back in surprise. "Sister Shui." Ling Shui smiled and said, "Long time no see, how have you been lately?" Right at that moment, Yi Qing charged over in a fit of rage. "Lee Yunmu, you bastard!" Yunmu turned to look at him in surprise. Caught off guard, Yi Qing grabbed him tightly by the collar and roared furiously, "How many of my plans are you going to ruin before you're satisfied? For Lin Jian's death, I want you to pay in blood." During the struggle, the jade pendant belonging to Pupu's master was revealed at Yunmu's collar. North Elder's face changed drastically. He recognized the pendant at a glance. He immediately rushed forward, clamping down on Yi Qing's hand. Insolence. Immediately after, he actually gave a deep bow toward Yunmu and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, ancestral master." This move left Yunmu completely dumbstruck. The onlookers couldn't help but start discussing, "Hey, why is the elder bowing to that Lee Yunmu kid? What's going on?" Yi Qing had no idea what was happening and was completely bewildered. "Master, what on earth are you doing to him?" North Elder didn't dare lift his head. Yi Qing, kneel down and call him ancestral master. Yi Qing was going crazy. "What the hell? I won't kneel. This bastard killed Lin Jian and ruined my big plans." The elder interrupted immediately. "I told you to kneel and call him ancestral master." Yi Qing was, after all, North Elder's beloved disciple, and this was one of the few times the old man had shown such a cold expression. North Elder hurriedly knelt down, forcing Yi Qing's head down to apologize. "I am truly sorry." North Elder was exceptionally tense. "I never imagined you were actually the ancestral master. It was our offense." Meanwhile, Yunmu was still in a fog. "What on earth are you talking about?" North Elder explained that the jade pendant at his back was proof of his identity. Yunmu was startled. "Ah." Then the elder began to recount the past. After hearing the whole story, Yunmu finally understood. "So that's how it is, that explains it." North Elder continued. "Back then, the ancestral master traveled the world just to cultivate the morning sun great flame art, and never returned. I never expected the truth to be like this, even less did I expect that the person who helped our sect perfect the secret art would be you." Yunmu's heart was filled with complex emotions. "I really didn't expect that Senior and Poo-Poo were from the Chaoshan sect. What a bizarre feeling." The elder remained kneeling. "Now that you hold the ancestral master's pendant, you are our ancestral master. Please return to the Chaoshan sect and teach us how to master the complete morning sun great flame art." Yunmu crossly gave him the middle finger. "I'm not going. If it were anyone else maybe, but you guys just treated me like that, and now you want me to help you keep dreaming." Yi Sim exploded. "Brat, you really think you're the ancestral master? Don't be too arrogant," he roared, unable to take it any longer. "Do you think you're so great? Then come and settle this with me in the global war. You just got into the tower a few minutes early and you're already acting like this." Yunmu said flatly. "Sorry, I'm not going." This left Yi Qing stunned. Yunmu continued. "Why should I participate in the global war? And besides," Yunmu looked back at Yi Qing with mockery, "you said I was only a few minutes faster than you. To tell you the truth, I entered the tower a full day later than you." Yi Qing's face turned red with rage. "Damn it," North Elder barked. "Yi Qing, do not be disrespectful to your elder." Yi Qing stared at Yunmu with sinister eyes. "To hell with the ancestral master. One day I'll kill him with my own hands." After dismissing the group, Yunmu and Ling Shui walked side by side. She bought a can of beer and tossed it to him. "Hey catch." Ling Shui found it quite interesting. "You were pretty impressive just now. You didn't give one of the top sects of the central continent any face at all. You've got some guts." Yunmu frowned. "They started it. I'm the type of person who always settles a score." After a pause he asked again. "By the way, Sister Shui, do you know why there was still an announcement even though I clearly hid my ranking?" Ling Shui explained. "Because once you clear the 70th floor, you gain the qualification for the global war. What you hid was the ranking. Achievements that trigger a global announcement still go through." Yunmu looked dazed. "So I hid it for nothing?" Ling Shui couldn't help but ask curiously. "The global war, are you really not going?" Yunmu replied lazily. "I'm not going, it's too much trouble." Ling Shui added. "It's just as well if you don't go. This year's global war is absurdly large in scale. I think there's definitely a conspiracy." Yunmu then said, "I'm going back to the Lucky Wind Courtyard to find Dashang and Lu Naiji. Want to come along? It's been a long time and everyone misses you." Ling Shui declined. "Maybe in a while. I still have to prepare for the global war." Meanwhile, back at the Lucky Wind Courtyard, Bowen's voice rang out. "All right, that's all for today's lesson." School was out. After the students left, he was alone, quietly erasing the chalkboard. Yunmu had returned and couldn't help but mock him upon seeing this. "Erasing the board yourself? Back in the day you used to force me to do it for you." Yunmu walked over and snatched the eraser. "In the end I'm still the one who has to pamper you." "Give it here." Bowen tossed it over casually. "You brat, you've been wilding out there for so long and you finally know to come back. What do you want with me?" Yunmu said frankly. "What do you mean, what do I want? Once I've had my fill of wilding out, of course I'd come back to visit. Besides, when a son comes home, doesn't he check on his old man first?" Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Bowen's face. He assessed Yunmu and praised. "Brat, looks like you've grown a bit taller." Yunmu replied flatly. "Isn't growing taller a good thing? It makes erasing the board for you even easier." With that, he tossed the eraser onto the desk. "By the way, something seems to be wrong with Earth lately. The teleporters aren't working smoothly. It's so annoying." Bowen explained that space cracks had appeared recently, and the power emanating from them was very strong, causing the teleporters to become extremely unstable. Yunmu pressed, "What's actually inside those cracks?" Bowen shook his head. "I don't know either." Yunmu continued. "Whatever, is the number 7 wilderness hut still open?" Bowen nodded. "It's open. The new students are still training there." "Why?" Yunmu was about to leave. "Since I have time, I'm going to train, of course," Bowen advised. "Please, do you still think you're not strong enough? You're already one of the top talents of this generation." Seeing Yunmu was determined to go, he shouted after him, "I say, aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" Hearing this, Yunmu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Night fell and Yunmu returned to his residence. He lay in the pitch-black room as Bowen's words echoed in his mind. "Are you pushing yourself too hard? I know what happened to your father makes it hard for you to trust anyone else. It makes you feel that the only person who will never betray you is yourself, which is why you're so desperate to get stronger." He lit a cigarette, his expression solemn. "You won't rely on others when things happen. You always bear it alone in silence. But that was before. Now you have a group of friends who would die for you, don't you? No matter how strong a person is, there are things they can't do alone. Let yourself rest a bit." Bowen's saintly smile floated before his eyes as he looked at Yunmu and said gently, "Try to believe in your teammates. try to rely on others. An inadvertent sigh escaped him. Those words kept him awake all night. Meanwhile, Bowen remained sitting alone in the dim room, lost in thought. The walkie-talkie on the table suddenly crackled to life, giving him a start. He stood up and walked over as a voice came through from the other end. "Code Night Dog, please acknowledge. You have a new mission. Depart immediately." Bowen quickly grabbed his mask and responded. Night Dog received. The scene shifted to the Chaosian sect headquarters, a sect with deep roots and immense wealth reflected in its incredibly lavish architecture. Outside, Bowen was leaping toward the upper floors, his movements light and agile enough to put even a master thief to shame. Bowen hid outside to eavesdrop, catching Yi Qing's voice from within. "Are you going to help me or not?" a strange voice replied. "What's the rush?" "I never said I wouldn't help you," Yi Qing said anxiously. "That brat Li Yunmu killed my beloved and stole my holy artifact. I absolutely cannot let him get away with it," the masked mystery man spoke. "Rest assured, since you've already agreed to join forces with me, your business is my business." Bowen was shocked. Yi Qing, the organization's suspicions were correct. He really is up to something. But who is the other person? The mysterious man laughed triumphantly. "Just be patient for a little longer. I guarantee you, once the global war begins, that kid Li Yunmu is a dead man." Hearing this, Bowen couldn't help but feel tense. He finally understood. Their targets were the global war and Li Yunmu. Bowen quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie. He had to notify the organization immediately. Before he could act, the structure beneath his feet suddenly exploded. Bowen broke into a cold sweat. He had been discovered. Yi Qing flew out from the ruins. "I didn't expect a mouse to sneak in here." Realizing he had been overheard, Yi Qing was beyond furious. He roared, "Give me your life," as a lethal attack accompanied by Prometheus fire lunged toward Bowen. But Bowen remained confident. "Brat, if you're Prometheus, then I'm Zeus. Watch me lock you behind bars again." As the words fell, his hands moved into rapid seals to unleash a technique. Thunder Heart Arc. True to his word, Bowen's strength was still a level above Yi Qing's, and a massive explosion immediately followed. The mysterious man stepped out calmly. It seemed they had caught the attention of the Fluxer Guild. What a pain, they even sent out someone from the night. A sinister smile then curled on his lips. He couldn't let Bowen leave alive, or there would be trouble. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Bowen were still locked in a fierce battle. Facing Bowen's overwhelming momentum, Yi Qing was secretly alarmed. "This guy's flux power is too strong, I can't handle him." Immediately after, Bowen circulated his internal power again to summon lightning. Before Yi Qing, that hand seemed poised to crush him alive. Bowen delivered a heavy punch, moving so fast that Yi Qing couldn't react at all. Even the necklace around his neck snapped. Yi Qing was simply no match for him. But as the vice sect master, he wasn't about to back down. He circulated his internal power and unleashed a move. Red Lotus. Bowen dodged the attack and immediately counterattacked, a bolt of lightning lunging straight for Yi Qing. Chains of lightning instantly pierced his body. Yi Qing let out a piercing scream of agony. But it wasn't over. Bowen brought down a lightning judgment, this time with even more terrifying power than before. Yi Qing was now like a trapped beast in a net, unable to escape and left with no choice but to wait for death. Screams of agony echoed incessantly. Just then, seeing Yi Qing at a disadvantage, the mysterious man suddenly appeared behind Bowen. Truly one of the strongest in the night, the Thunder Night Dog certainly lives up to his reputation. It seemed this was a formidable opponent. He had gotten so close, yet Bowen hadn't even sensed him. The sudden voice gave Bowen a start, but before he could react, the opponent delivered a lethal strike. Bowen's mask fell to the ground. It seemed he hadn't managed to dodge this time as blood began to stream down from his forehead. Bowen gasped for breath, his heart racing with shock. "This guy is too strong." The man landed slowly on the roof. "I'm sorry, but for the sake of my grand ambition, today he paused, looking at Bowen as if looking at a corpse, then continued coldly. "Must die here?" Bowen asked weakly. Who are you exactly?" The man slowly removed his hat. "Then I'll let you die knowing the truth." The figure appeared clearly before Bowen, and his appearance left Bowen utterly shocked. "It's you." Looking at that sinister smirk in that face, Bowen finally recognized the man. The scene shifted back to Li Yunmu's home. He lazily opened the glass cabinet. Brushing his teeth with half-closed eyes, Yunmu thought about how long it had been since he'd slept until he woke up naturally. Peaceful days truly were the best. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Lingen began pounding frantically on the door outside, shouting, "Li Yunmu, open up, something's happened." With his toothbrush still in his mouth, Yunmu hurried to open the door. "What is it? What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Upon seeing Yunmu, Lingen blurted out the news like a machine gun. Yunmu felt a roar in his ears. He froze on the spot, his eyes hollow. He could no longer hear anything Lingen was saying. The toothbrush fell from his mouth, and only then did he regain a semblance of calm. Yunmu asked again with a tremble in his voice, his reaction startling Lingen. After a moment's pause, Yunmu's breathing grew rapid. "What did you say?" Bowen's body had already been sent back. He was now nothing but a cold corpse. Yunmu walked over quickly, and seeing the body, he was completely stunned. They had just met yesterday, and now he lay there motionless. Yunmu couldn't accept it. At the same time, the forensic doctor's voice rang out. The victim was tortured before death. His eyes were gouged out, almost all his ribs were broken, his tendons and hamstrings were severed, and even his left leg is missing. Everyone held their breath after hearing the forensic report. Naiji blurted out in horror, "This is too cruel. Who could have done this?" The doctor handed over an item. "When we examined the body, we found his left hand was clutching this fragment of a chain tightly. Upon hearing this, Yunmu lunged forward like a madman to snatch the item from the doctor's hand. "Give it to me!" The forensic doctor jumped and shouted. "Don't touch that, it needs to go to the evidence room." At the sight of the item, a familiar face instantly flashed in Yunmu's mind and a deathly aura emanated from his entire body. Remembering Yi Qing's words, he charged out frantically, roaring, "I'm going to kill you!" Everyone grew tense. Li Yunmu, Ling'an and Naiji were all startled. He had lost his sanity. Dashang, who knew Yunmu best, lunged forward and pinned Yunmu's head down, forcing him back. "Stay right there," Dashang roared. "What do you think you're doing? Where's the Li Yunmu who always stays calm?" Yunmu was like a wild beast now. "Zhang Dashang, let me go, I'm going to kill that bastard." Yi Qing, Dashang analyzed the situation. "We only have this one necklace, it proves nothing. Do you really think the Chaoshan sect will hand over Yi Qing just because of this?" Yunmu didn't care about anything else, shouting, "Then I'll bathe the Chaoshan sect in blood," Dashang continued. "Fine, you want to bathe them in blood, I'll go with you. But do you think the two of us can actually pull that off? And even if we did, what then? How do you plan to explain the unprovoked slaughter of a whole sect to the Fluxer Guild? Answer me." Dashang's words were indeed logical. Though Yunmu was furious, he still had a shred of reason left. He had never felt so powerless. He let out a loud roar and began to strike the ground repeatedly. Yunmu's heart-wrenching wails, the sorrowful tears of Naiji and Ling'an, and Dashang's fury all merged into a gnashing hatred for Yi Qing. Eventually, Yunmu sought out the Weaver Girl City Lord, who was surprised to see him. "I didn't expect you to come to me of your own accord. What happened?" Yunmu frowned, speaking with extreme gravity. "I want to participate in the global war." She lifted her veil. "Oh, a change of heart. Can you tell me why?" His face was full of murderous intent. "In a competition like that, it would be quite reasonable if a rival accidentally died, wouldn't it?" Weaver Girl chuckled behind her hand. "What an interesting child," Yunmu continued. "Will you do it?" "I want to go and kill someone," Weaver Girl added. "I don't care about your reasons. I only want to know if you have enough motivation to fight. This motivation is sufficient, but most participants enter in pairs. Do you want to participate alone?" Yunmu fell into deep thought, answering mechanically, "I alone am enough." Evening soon arrived, the surrounding air thick with sorrow. He walked alone down a long corridor, his shadow stretched thin by the setting sun. He couldn't help but look back toward the familiar arrangement of Bowen's podium. The grief on Yunmu's face was impossible to hide as he stared at it, momentarily lost for words. Just then, Ling'an walked over and shouted, "Li Yunmu, you're back." He approached Yunmu. "Long time no see, want to go for a drink?" Yunmu was in no mood for that. He turned his face away and walked off. "Maybe another day." Ling'an didn't seem to know why he had become like this, but seeing Yunmu's retreating back, he didn't say anything more. Yunmu went alone to the school rooftop where the silence was terrifying. Bowen's voice echoed in his ears. "You brat really don't know anything, you don't even have the flux power system figured out." At the time, Yunmu had retorted indifferently, "What's it to you?" He then remembered Bowen tapping his head and scolding, "Idiot, how many times do I have to tell you to relax?" Yunmu would cry out in pain, "That hurts, you bastard." Every time they had beer together, he would always nag, "This kid really knows how to eat. He only picks the expensive items." Yunmu had said flatly, "It's your money anyway, I might as well eat." Those beautiful memories flooded his mind, but now he was the only one sitting there. Tears began to flow unconsciously. He hadn't cried like this in a long time, like a homesick child. Dashang popped up from nowhere. "If you want to cry, just cry. Why do you have to act tough?" Yunmu's face turned red and he quickly reached out to wipe away his tears. "You're so annoying," Yunmu told him. "I've asked the Weaver Girl City Lord to recommend me for the global war," Yunmu said firmly. "I'm going to kill Yi Qing even if I have to do it alone." Dashang looked toward the distance and answered, "You can do it." He hesitated before speaking. "I must." Before he could finish, he remembered Bowen's words before his death. "Kid, try to rely on others." Finally, Yunmu spoke. "Dashang." After a pause, a look of resolve appeared in Yunmu's eyes. "Help me." Dashang looked at Yunmu in silence. To be honest, this was the first time Yunmu had ever asked for his help. Dashang didn't say a word, simply turning around. "Let's go." Yunmu was stunned. "Where to?" He looked back at Yunmu and answered flatly, "Where else?" Seeing Yunmu still looking bewildered, Dashang answered calmly, "The tower." The scene shifted to Yunmu lying dejectedly on his bed when a system notification suddenly announced that he had connected to a new star. Yunmu sat up groggily, looking lazily at the screen. Wu Fan shouted happily as soon as he saw Yunmu. "Great, I finally got through. Big brother, do you remember me?" Wu Fan continued, "It's me. We met at the underground black market. I was wondering if Big Brother could make another trip to the market." Yunmu was still confused. "Huh?" Shortly after, Yunmu rushed to the market. Wu Fan handed him a medicine bottle. Yunmu was beyond shocked. "This is life holy water. Where did you get this?" The young boy explained that he had gotten it from an old man not long ago. "I remembered you said you were looking for this last time." Yunmu was thrilled. "This is a huge help." "How much?" Wu Fan showed a gap-toothed, brilliant smile. "Forget the money, you saved my brother's life. I've been hanging around here since I was a kid, I know this place well. If Big Brother ever needs information in the future, just find me, no charge." With that, the boy ran off. "That's it for now, bye." Yunmu froze on the spot. "Hey, wait." He looked at Wu Fan's small retreating back and unconsciously broke into a warm smile. "Hanging around here since he was a kid, huh?" Looking at that tiny figure, Yunmu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It's not easy for him. The scene shifted to the War God Temple where Yunmu was shouting and making a scene. "Hey Sima, open the door." "Is anyone there?" a voice came from above. "Who goes there?" "This is the restricted area of the War God Temple. Entry is strictly prohibited." He held up the slip of paper and shouted loudly, "I am Lee Yunmu, Fluxer number 930.664. I'm here to find my parents. This is my invitation." As soon as he finished, the gates opened, granting him passage. Once the gates opened, Yunmu was stunned by the sight before him. Looking around, he thought, "So this is the War God Temple? It's unexpectedly simple, interesting." At the same time, a stranger stepped forward. "Mr. Lee, please come with me. The assembly hall is very close." Yunmu was full of suspicion. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Assembly hall here?" Yunmu's shouting took everyone by surprise. "Wait a second." Yunmu was being dragged along by two people. "Let me go, I told you I'm here to find someone, not for some damn inspection," a person nearby spoke up. "Since you came here with an invitation, you are a member of the War God Temple and inspections are mandatory." Yunmu circulated his internal power. "Heavens, you people are too unreasonable." He immediately delivered a strike, shouting loudly, "Don't go too far." As soon as his lightning technique was unleashed, a massive explosion followed. Yunmu was starting to get angry. They had brought this on themselves by refusing to listen. Another voice rang out. "Lightning attribute, a rare attribute indeed." However, the man who had been leading the way told him calmly, "Your attack still lacks a bit of heat." Yunmu's eyes widened. Is this the War God Temple? Even a gatekeeper could easily catch his lightning technique. It was terrifying. Just then another voice rang out. "Who's causing trouble here?" War General Qin Feng appeared. That's right, this man was indeed the War General of the War God Temple, Qin Feng. Immediately after, another voice followed. "Old Qin, the chess game isn't over yet. Where are you running off to?" Seeing the person sitting in the wheelchair, Yunmu nearly jumped in surprise. He then shouted loudly, "You old geezer, what are you doing here lounging around?" And he even looked quite friendly with the other man. Qin Feng was very annoyed. "Too noisy, can't you be a bit quieter?" He then pointed at the man and asked, "Isn't this guy a war general? How does a commoner like you know him?" Zhangmin introduced him flatly. "Old Qin and I have been friends for many years. Where did you think that glory armor came from otherwise?" Yunmu then began to babble incessantly. "But why? I don't get it. How can a war general be friends with this old man? He hasn't even awakened. He's lazy, greedy, foul-mouthed, and lecherous. What do you see in him?" Zhangmin was very angry. "You brat, what exactly did you come here for? Did you come specifically to make fun of your old man?" Yunmu didn't waste any more words with him. Tossing the bottle of medicine to his father's feet, "Here, take this." Zhangmin picked it up, took one look, and recognized it immediately. "Life holy water. This stuff isn't easy to get." Yunmu frowned and said, "I told you I'd make it so you could walk in the real world too. Drink it fast." He didn't hesitate for a second, immediately following his son's words and draining the bottle. No sooner had he finished than Zhangmin let out a cry of surprise. There was a reaction. He couldn't help but shout excitedly, "It's happening, it's happening." Zhangmin's legs immediately grew. He kicked his legs happily in the air. His own legs truly felt much better. Yunmu was very satisfied. "Good, legs are back. I'm taking off. Give my best to mom and third sister." Qin Feng looked at him and asked, "Young man, are you really not going to do the inspection for my War God Temple?" Yunmu answered, "No, now is not the time. I'm already representing Weaver Girl City in the global war. Joining the War God Temple now would be too much trouble." Zhangmin asked him, "Then what are your plans next?" Yunmu said with resolve, "There's still a month until the global war. I plan to find a dark zone for special training. This time I must win the global war." Li Zhongmin continued, "Places like the dark zone can only improve your combat techniques against dimensional beasts. They won't help you at all when it comes to actual combat against humans." He paused, a devious expression crossing his face. "Do you need your old man to personally help you with some special training?" Meanwhile, at the City Lord's mansion in Weaver Girl City, a subordinate hurriedly reported to the City Lord, "There's a young man outside who says he wants to see you." Weaver Girl was somewhat surprised and gestured for him to be brought in. As soon as Dashang entered the door, he immediately fell to his knees. "Please, you must recommend me for the global war and teach me the way to grow stronger." "I beg of you." Weaver Girl was caught off guard. She hadn't expected the eldest son of the Zhang family, the wealthiest family in Wind City, to actually kneel outside and beg. "Where has the pride of your Zhang family gone?" Dashang answered earnestly. "There is someone I must help. Before him, my pride is worthless. As I am now, I cannot be a reliable asset to him. So I must become stronger. For that, I will do anything you ask. Please." She saw his sincerity and felt a surge of surprise in her heart. Although Weaver Girl didn't say it explicitly, she gave her silent consent. "My special training is very grueling. You'll have to keep up." She turned to leave, instructing, "Special training starts every day at 3 a.m. Time waits for no one." Dashang lowered his head even further in gratitude. "Thank you so very much." Meanwhile, at the War God Temple, the crowd was shouting incessantly, "Go for it, don't lose and embarrass the War God Temple." Just then, a young man who had just returned from the supermarket passed by. This was none other than Zan Wuya, who was representing the War God Temple in the global war. He stepped forward and asked, "What's happening?" Someone answered irritably, "Some kid at the ordinary stone rank came from outside and is sparring with our people." He's already won 4 matches in a row. Hearing this, Zhang Wuya couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He scanned the crowd, wondering to himself, an ordinary stone rank. On this side, Li Yunmu was still fighting with all his might, the ground cracking under the intense vibrations. He frowned, silently observing the opponent before him. Ice Hades attribute flux power? Li Yunmu marveled inwardly. This war god temple truly was a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Hades attribute flux power had actually become standard. He then looked triumphant. However, if it's the ice attribute, there's nothing to fear. Morning Sun Great Flame Art. In an instant, a massive surge of flames quickly enveloped Li Yunmu's entire body. Hellfire. After gathering sufficient energy, Li Yunmu let out a roar and delivered a strike. The opponent screamed in terror at the sheer momentum. Looking at his son, Li Zongmin couldn't help but wonder, using both lightning and fire. He's learned such a hodgepodge. Where on earth did he learn all this? At that moment, Li Yunmu's opponent stared at his own hands, stunned. The ice has been melted, pressing the advantage. Li Yunmu ruthlessly unleashed Purgatory once more. This move was called Ghost Burn. True to its name, the flames on his hands erupted like a violent gale. Zhang Wuya squeezed through the crowd to observe as the surroundings buzzed with discussion. Good lord, another loss. Where exactly did you crawl out from? Qin Feng appeared very satisfied. Old Li, this son of yours is something else. This aptitude is definitely top tier, Li Zongmin said humbly. Forget it, his aptitude was originally at the lowest level, but in his heart he was truly gratified. Could there really be a way to change one's destiny against the heavens in this world? After finishing a match, Li Yunmu let out a long breath. Next, he brushed off his clothes smugly. Uncle Qin, I see the strength of your war god temple is only so-so. Who's next? Li Yunmu shouted imperiously. Who else wants to come up? Zhang Wuya was about to roll up his sleeves and step forward when he was interrupted by a voice. Let me keep you company for some practice. The familiar voice gave Li Yunmu a start. You've only found a few people to spar with and you're already this arrogant? He turned his face, and upon seeing this opponent his whole body shuddered. Li Yunmu said with a long face, Old man, what are you coming up for? Li Zongmin gave a devious smirk. It's been a long time since I moved around. I'll come up and play with my son. Li Yunmu was surprised. Stop joking, you haven't even awakened. How are you going to fight? Li Zongmin pointed at his son's nose. What if I haven't awakened? Brat, he said, cracking his knuckles while looking contemptuously at his smug son. You rely far too much on flux power. Li Yunmu let out a cold snort. Don't blame me if I end up putting your old bones in the hospital. Li Zongmin immediately took his stance and stared at him with a devious grin. I've grown tired of waiting. Before he could even react, Li Yunmu had performed heavy step and vanished from the spot. Li Zongmin looked around for his figure, praising quite fast. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunmu appeared behind him, and Li Zongmin seemed not to have reacted yet. He didn't care about their father-son relationship and threw a punch directly. Qin Feng watched from the sidelines, laughing triumphantly. Old Li, for you, a brat of this level is still far too easy. Qin Feng looked at his old friend, thinking to himself that this was the man known as the strongest unawakened. No sooner had Qin Feng spoken than Li Zongmin's punch was already thrown. Li Yunmu's speed was actually half a beat slower than his father's. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood, followed by a miserable scream. It's too heavy, I surrender. Li Yunmu's eyes widened. You bastard, I'm your biological son. You're going for the kill, I'm telling Mom. The crowd below was also utterly astonished, buzzing with discussion. Who on earth is that uncle? I can't feel any flux power from him at all. Yet he can beat that kid to the point where he has no power to fight back. Looking at his son with a bruised and swollen face, Li Zongmin asked smugly, Well, brat, how does it feel to be defeated by a commoner? You're quite indignant, aren't you? Qin Feng walked over with a laugh to interrupt. Don't take it to heart. Even I can't guarantee a win against this old fox. He looked at Li Yunmu and said cheerfully, Don't be fooled by your father's current appearance. When he was young, he became the head instructor of the War God Temple using nothing but physical arts. Li Zongmin quickly stopped him. That's all in the past, why tell him about that? He then asked his son smugly, Well, brat, do you actually want me to give you a death special training? Li Yunmu still looked at his father with lingering fear. Li Zongmin warned that it would be extremely grueling and might even cost him his life. The scene shifted to the border of Weaver Girl City, where the Shadow Queen was training in the Dark Zone. A monster screamed in terror as a thin thread tightly strangled its neck. At this moment, Weaver Girl was exceptionally fierce as the monster wailed, I surrender, I'm dying, I'm dying. She frowned and whipped her head around, barking, Ghost King, hand over your Ghost Shadow substitute technique right now. After a brief clash, its spirit had been broken by her pressure. I'll give it, please spare me. Dashang thought in horror. To be able to subdue a king-level Ghost King so easily, is this the true strength of a war saint? Afterward, Weaver Girl handed the Orb of Light to Dashang for him to comprehend. He took it, asking in confusion, What is the Ghost Shadow substitute technique? She answered flatly, If you want to get stronger, do as I say and don't ask stupid questions. Having witnessed her momentum just now, he didn't dare say more and could only respond submissively, I understand. Time flew by, and a month later Black Dragon Island was bustling with noise. That isn't it starting yet? What's the rush? The big shots haven't arrived yet, the contestants talked incessantly. Quite a lot of people participating this year. As they spoke, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks, looking up and staring with jaws dropped. This group was none other than the representatives of the 6 great powers. The representative from Breaking Heaven Fort said excitedly, "I wonder if anyone impressive will show up this year?" Qin Feng, representing the War God Temple, answered, "Rest assured there is definitely a potential star this year, I guarantee it." The representative from Holy Heaven Sect chimed in. "That's right, there's bound to be a good show." The representative from Blade Forest gave a sidelong glance. "Old Qin is so certain." "It seems you've got some inside information," the Sea God Temple representative answered cheerfully. "Of course he can guarantee it. After all, the War God Temple sent someone this year too." The Barbarian God Temple representative joined the chatter. "The War God Temple sent someone, then there's something to see this year." At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up to break their assumptions. Hey everyone, listen up." Everyone turned to look at him as he continued. "I never said this potential star was from our War God Temple." As soon as he finished, a loud announcement rang out. "Central Continent Sword Saint has arrived," the crowd exclaimed. "The Sword Saint has come in person." That was a major figure at the War Saint level. He seemed to have come to accompany Ling Shui. Right then, a burly man let out a roar. "Hey, get out of the way." The announcement rang out again. "Great Barbarian Heavenly King Hong Manzhou has arrived." Before they could recover from the shock, the crowd looked at the sky again, their mouths agape in astonishment. The silhouette of a giant bird circled in the air, blotting out the sun. The crowd grew restless. "Look at the sky." Seeing that ice bird emitting a chilling aura, everyone broke into a cold sweat. After observing for a moment, they recognized it and cheered. "Ice bird, look who's on top," the Breaking Heaven Fort representative shouted excitedly. "Ice Palace's Ice Saintess Tianshui has arrived. Even the Ice Palace sent someone?" Now things are getting lively. Suddenly, a faint sound of water reached his ears. The Breaking Heaven Fort representative quickly strained to listen. He looked toward the water's surface, curious. There was movement underwater. Just then, a massive fish leaped out of the water, drawing gasps of admiration. "What a huge fish! What kind of monster is that?" Before they could wonder for long, the announcement rang out. "Sea Race Saintess Hai Yu has arrived." A familiar, contemptuous voice rang out. "Since it's a fish, crawl back into the sea. Why bother joining the fun here?" As newcomers arrived, the announcements continued. "Chaoshan Sect Yi Qing has arrived." The great barbarian Heavenly King smiled with interest. "Now everyone who should be here has arrived. We can begin." Qin Feng, however, was exceptionally calm. "Let's wait a bit longer." He stared at the water's surface, thinking to himself that if they didn't wait for that kid, they would miss a lot of fun. Li Yunmu sat listlessly on a small wooden raft, muttering irritably, "Where did that big fish come from? Scared me to death." The announcement rang out once more. "Weaver Girl City Li Yunmu has arrived." As soon as he stepped onto the shore, he frowned and looked around. Hasn't Dashang arrived yet? Then came the roll call. The first was Bamboo Forest Sect Zhang Yuan, Gold Crystal rank. Li Yunmu was a bit anxious. Pre-match registration had already begun. Why hasn't Zhang Dashang arrived yet? Does he have unreliable moments like this too? The next name announced left Li Yunmu stunned. Chaoshan Sect Yi Qing Red Crystal rank. He couldn't believe his ears. Really? Wasn't Yi Qing just at the ordinary stone rank a month ago? I truly hadn't expected how many levels he was suppressing before. As soon as he saw that guy, Li Yunmu's face darkened. "Yi Qing, I'm going to make you pay in blood." Next was Ice Palace Yi Tianshui Gold Crystal rank. Then the next. Soon it was Li Yunmu's turn, and he quickly placed his hand on the testing sphere. But surprisingly, the sphere kept chiming without any reaction. He looked at his hand in surprise, seemingly not understanding what was happening either. The inspector announced, "Weaver Girl City Li Yunmu Ordinary Stone rank does not meet the qualification for participation." A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Is this a joke? Ordinary stone rank? What do you think this place is? Go home already. I heard there was someone quite famous lately. I thought he was something special." The laughter wouldn't stop. "Turns out it's just an ordinary stone rank. Don't come out and embarrass yourself." Simultaneously, Weaver Girl quickly stepped forward to speak for him. "What if he's ordinary stone rank?" She frowned. "Li Yunmu's deeds have already proven he's capable of participating in the global war. Are you really going to shut him out just because he isn't a gold crystal rank fluxer?" Yi Qing answered contemptuously. "Rules are rules. It's explicitly stated that one must clear the 70th floor of the Tower of Honor and reach the gold crystal rank or above to participate. Are you saying that just because he belongs to a war saint he can ignore the rules everyone else must follow?" She glared at him in annoyance. But Li Yunmu quickly reached out to signal her to stop. Then Li Yunmu responded loudly, "Who said we're going to break the rules? Isn't it just a matter of reaching the gold crystal rank?" "Wait, I remember you just said what rank you were. Red crystal rank, right?" Li Yunmu stared at Yi Qing with a face full of contempt. He was stunned, clearly not understanding his meaning yet. "So what?" Li Yunmu then confidently circulated his internal power. "So what? Watch closely." As soon as he finished, the stones beneath his feet were instantly shattered by this surge of internal power. Watching this scene, Yi Qing thought through gritted teeth. Could he be planning to? At this moment, Li Yunmu's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. He then shouted, "Silver crystal rank!" Seeing him like this, the crowd grew restless again. Heavens, Li Yunmu has advanced? How is that possible? Even if he suppressed his level before, breaking through usually requires finding a secluded spot to burst through acupoints one by one. Wait, he hasn't stopped yet. he then continued to exert force, his eyes burning with fury. Gold crystal rank, Yi Qing stood dumbstruck amidst the crowd's discussion. He actually reached the gold crystal rank, breaking through 2 levels in a row. It wasn't over. Li Yunmu continued to grit his teeth and exert force, letting out a thunderous roar toward the sky. Red crystal rank, open, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. Everyone held their breath. Qin Feng looked at him triumphantly. Whispers were constant, advancing to red crystal rank in one go. This feat could practically be written into legendary textbooks. The Breaking Heaven Fort representative stared at Li Yunmu with interest. This kid is truly intriguing. Immediately after, Li Yunmu looked toward his enemy with a face full of contempt. Well, Yi Qing, Li Yunmu asked him with a devious smile. Anything else to say? He took off his hat and continued. Or do you want to see me continue to break through, but it wouldn't be any fun to kill you that way? Li Yunmu walked past him, whispering, I know what you did. I will definitely make you pay in blood. For some reason, these words sent a surge of inexplicable fear through Yi Qing, his face turning pale instantly. A booming voice rang out again. Is there no one else registering? Then prepare to begin. Li Yunmu stood to the side irritably. That bastard Zhang Dashang, what on earth is he doing? It's almost too late. If he doesn't make it, I'm definitely going to smash his head in. Right then, a massive roar reached his ears. Li Yunmu looked up curiously, his gaze becoming frantic as he saw clearly. The newcomer had actually arrived by helicopter and the landing spot was very close to him. The crowd watched the figure, whispering in surprise, Hey, look at the sky, it's a helicopter. That familiar figure was wearing a cloak and then quickly jumped to the ground. Dashang calmly took off his helmet. Hello, I'm here to register. He looked at the crowd calmly and introduced himself. Weaver Girl City, Zhang Dashang. Li Yunmu revealed a satisfied smile but still couldn't help but curse. You bastard, you're far too late. Dashang laughed happily. Sorry, I lost track of time while clearing the tower and accidentally overshot. According to the rules, Dashang also had to test his ability. Weaver Girl City, Zhang Dashang, red crystal rank. Li Yunmu praised, quite a change after not seeing you for a month. Not only did you reach the red crystal rank, but you even cut your hair short. He took off his cloak and explained, long hair was inconvenient for training in the dark zone. Simultaneously, a light-hearted voice rang out and that familiar figure pounced over, hugging him tight. Xiao Miu Miu? Li Yunmu was a bit surprised. Li Zi, why are you here too? She answered cheerfully. Xiao Nua egged me on, she wanted me to represent Heavenly Cloud Fort. Li Yunmu was greatly astonished. The two of you are a team? I truly hadn't expected that. Li Zi answered, there wasn't anyone else to choose from anyway. Following that, a cold voice rang out, leaving Li Yunmu frozen on the spot. It really was one wave after another. He turned his head in surprise toward the speaker and was stunned himself. Chu Qingyu. Li Yunmu then stepped forward to greet her. Hi, long time no see, how have you been lately? She answered flatly. Not bad. Because I was elected, I am currently the acting city lord in my father's place, she added with some annoyance. However, those old geezers no longer need your help and have taken back the satellite city they gave you. Li Yunmu said calmly, that's only natural, the income from a satellite city is quite substantial. Lin Shui looked toward Yunmu, pride unconsciously flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Duke couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, quickly covering it with his hand before shouting excitedly, such lofty ambition in youth. The bustling crowd instantly went silent at the sound of his voice. Isn't that? Everyone marveled as they looked at the man standing in the sunlight. Isn't that Lord Duke, the president of the Fluxer Guild? Seeing him standing so high up, the great barbarian Heavenly King couldn't help but tease loudly. At your age, still climbing that high just to show off. Duke then announced loudly. Welcome contestants to the 54th Global War. I am the organizer of this tournament. I wish every contestant the best of luck. You are all the chosen ones, you are all. In truth, he had been staring at his hand the whole time. It turned out he had written his speech on it and was now reading it off. The crowd looked on blankly as Duke gradually lost his patience. What on earth is written here? I can't find the next part. Forget it, in short. This is a rare opportunity, so go out there and cause a real ruckus. Duke finished his final sentence. The 54th Global War begins now. The crowd erupted into excited cheers. Great, I can't wait, it's finally starting. Duke stood up and, seemingly because the sun was too bright, couldn't help but sneeze. He then continued. Now let the first round of testing begin. Duke waved his hand and a beam of light instantly enveloped the entire field, opening the void world. Everyone immediately felt dazed, even somewhat disoriented. Naiji was stunned. My flux power is gone. What's happening? Yunmu explained. That old man just activated some kind of ability to suppress the flux power of everyone here. Duke turned to leave. All right, the first round is a melee combat test. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shouted again. Gate of Full Demons, open. Yunmu was shocked by the sight. A space technique, is this the power of the Fluxer Guild president? Just as expected, Duke began to announce the rules for this round. Inside the gate was a monster named the Iron-Clawed Full Demon, the most ferocious dimensional beast of the Red Star stage. Your first test is to enter the gate and deal with it. Naturally, without any flux power, your physical strength and combat techniques will be your only reliance. Once you enter the gate, your life is in your own hands, therefore I will give you 1 minute to consider whether to continue participating in the global war. The first tester, Jiyu Qiancheng of the White Sand sect, will you continue? Qiancheng replied with a smug face, of course. The crowd marveled. Look, isn't that the strongest rookie from Great Whale City? one of the 3 great sea cities? That's right. Someone as strong as him will surely pass the test with ease. The moment he entered the gate and saw the monster, he became incredibly arrogant. So this is the iron-clawed full demon? Looking at the massive beast, he provoked it wildly. Bring it on outside. Duke pressed the control switch. All right, let's see what's happening inside. The crowd stirred again, feeling there was no suspense. Yeah, Jiyu Tiancheng will definitely pass easily. But before they could finish, the words caught in their throats. What? How can this be? Hearing the commotion from the crowd, Yunmu also looked back curiously. The screen showed Tiancheng's body. He had been impaled by the monster like a sausage on a spit, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spines. Jiyu Tiancheng has been killed, the crowd began to scream. He was clearly a Red Star rank expert. How could this happen? Duke announced. Jiyu Tiancheng failed the test. Next, Gao Weizhou. The group was scared out of their wits. You've got to be joking. Even Jiyu Tiancheng is dead. The cowards had already fled. I'm not playing anymore. To hell with the global war, saving my life is what matters. Duke watched with a look of disdain. They really were a bunch of fools who only knew how to rely on flux power. As the crowd scattered in flight, Yunmu remained standing there quietly. He looked up at Duke in silence, his attitude exceptionally composed. Duke soon noticed him and shouted excitedly, "Isn't that my minor star general? I finally get to see you." The battle continues. Red Mountain City, Zhang Shuai. Test failed. Those remaining were dumbstruck. Another one dead. That's 6 already, and not one has come out alive. Should we withdraw too? High above, Duke yawned repeatedly, finding it utterly boring. Are this year's contestants actually capable? Give me something worth watching. At that moment, he looked toward Yunmu. Li Yunmu of Weaver Girl City. Do you accept the test? Hearing his name, Yunmu coldly responded that he accepted. He then took off his hat and stepped into the secret realm. Upon seeing the monster, Yunmu couldn't help but remark, "Seeing it in person, it really is quite huge." When the monster saw him, it immediately charged over. Yunmu felt a hint of doubt. I wonder how its speed is. In an instant, the monster circulated its internal power and delivered a heavy blow to the ground. Outside, the crowd shouted in surprise. Look, he dodged it, the representative from Breaking Heaven Fort said excitedly. Now this is interesting. Finally, something worth watching. Inside the secret realm, Yunmu dodged while marveling. To have such speed with such a massive body is truly surprising. However, compared to that old geezer back home, it's far behind. He was clearly referring to Bowen. Yunmu still couldn't let go of that resentment. The monster was not to be outdone, roaring as it swung its sharp claws to attack. Yunmu's figure was agile as he evaded, leaving it unable to touch him at all. Seeing Yunmu land a heavy blow on the monster's face with a backhand strike, the crowd was astonished. Li Yunmu had intimidated this giant beast using nothing but physical strength. The monster roared in fury. Half in pain and half in rage, it stared fixedly at Yunmu with cold, sinister eyes. Just then, a violent explosion rang out. Everyone was shocked. Was he hit? But they had all guessed wrong. Yunmu charged forward again with eyes like those of a reaper. The point of attack he chose was actually the monster's horn. Yunmu leaped up with agile movements. Before the monster could even realize what he was doing, Yunmu had already gripped its long horn in a deathlock. He exerted a sudden burst of force, actually snapping it off cleanly. Yunmu then let out a roar, plunging it ruthlessly into the giant beast's head. Blood sprayed out like a fountain and pained wails echoed through the space. The crowd outside was stunned. He had actually killed the iron-clawed full demon. After the monster collapsed, Duke shouted excitedly, "Well done, Li Yunmu of Weaver Girl City, challenge successful." Yunmu's face remained cold, covered in the giant beast's blood. The crowd erupted into bursts of cheering. So cool, he cleared it so easily. Yeah, and he's the first one to clear it. Li Zi was also genuinely happy. He really did it. Naiji's competitive spirit was also ignited. We have to work hard too. Seeing Yunmu win, Yi Qing was naturally unsatisfied, letting out a contemptuous snort, a trivial trick. Then it was his turn. Yi Qing of the Chaoshan sect, challenge successful. Immediately after, Dashang also easily dealt with the monster. Zhang Dashang of Weaver Girl City, challenge successful. Following that was Li Zi of Heavenly Cloud Fort, challenge successful. The next teammate, Lu Naiji of Heavenly Cloud Fort, challenge successful. Then Ling Shui of the Sword Saint sect, challenge successful. After that, Zan Wuya of the War God Temple, challenge successful. Yunmu's former fiancé, Chu Qingyu of the Qingyun sect, challenge successful. Naiji was very happy. Xiao Yu passed too. Now our whole team has completed the first stage. Yunmu turned to leave. Then there's nothing left to see. Let's go over there and wait for the results. Suddenly a name was called that made Yunmu freeze. Zhao Xifen of the Chaoshan sect, challenge successful. Seeing Yunmu suddenly stop, Naiji asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Yunmu looked at the person sitting on the giant beast's back. From the time Chu Qingyu passed until now, not even a minute had gone by. Since when did the Chaoshan sect produce such a freak? Yunmu watched the man in silence, a sense of wariness growing in his heart. After the contestants finished, the first round was considered a successful conclusion. Duke sat high above with an excited face. My, half the people are gone just like that. You have proven your combat strength in a harsh environment and are qualified to enter the second round. As soon as the words were spoken, the stone gates before everyone swung open. Duke added, "This spirit summoning pavilion is the testing ground for the second round. Of course, you can still die in the second round if you aren't careful. You have 1 minute to consider. Those who don't want to participate can leave now." At this point, he added another sentence. "But if you have realized your path and decided to stake your life, then step through that gate." Yunmu's group, of course, all went in. The others followed in succession. Naiji commented calmly. This corridor is really deep. From the outside it looked like just a small room. Yunmu picked up the topic. That testing ground seems to be space-based. I think we've already entered a space he created. Everyone then stopped before a gate, marveling. We finally reached the end. This gate is huge. The great barbarian Heavenly King stepped forward. Let's open it and see. As everyone stepped inside they couldn't help but marvel. It's so cold in here, the chill is so heavy. Yunmu walked up to a statue, looking it over in surprise. The stone statue was very tall and exuded a sense of mystery. He observed it for a long time, unable to help but praise. What kind of statue is this? It looks so strange. The woman on the statue had a unique feature. A human face and a snake body. Ling Shui explained, this is the snake demon priestess statue. I heard it's because, before she could finish, a terrified scream gave Yunmu a start. One of the men barked impatiently. What are you doing? What's with all the shouting? The fellow who had fallen said tremblingly. The eye, that statue. Hearing him say this, Yunmu also looked back curiously, his eyes widening suddenly. Yunmu looked at the stone statue of the woman, and was startled himself. It opened its eyes. No sooner had the words been spoken than those eyes instantly lit up. Yunmu was shocked and quickly reached out to cover his eyes, somewhat at a loss. What's going on this side? Ling Shui suddenly collapsed to the ground and he shouted in terror. Sister Shui? Yunmu's eyelids also began to grow heavy. So sleepy, can't keep my eyes open. What exactly was that light just now? Ultimately, sleepiness conquered him. Yunmu fell down just like the others. Duke emerged from somewhere. Welcome to the second round of testing. Have a good dream, but be careful otherwise. After a pause he revealed a devious smile. You might not be coming back. After a while, Yunmu finally woke up with a start. He opened his sleepy eyes to find himself lying on the grass. He asked himself blankly, where is this? Yunmu slowly sat up to observe the surrounding rainforest, thinking to himself that the statue must have teleported him here. Yunmu then asked his daughter, Li Linglong, you said you sensed the source of water energy just now? As soon as he mentioned it, the girl appeared. Yunmu looked in the direction Linglong pointed. Is it in the direction of that strange mountain? He immediately took flight. At this time Duke began to inspect the field. Has no one woken up yet? It's been so long. Oh, there's movement here. Duke immediately looked over and shouted in surprise. Congratulations to the Sea Race Saintess for being the first to pass the test with a time of 10 minutes. Next is Zan Wuya of the War God Temple with a time of 12 minutes. Simultaneously Ling Shui of the Sword Saint Sect with a time of 12 minutes. Then Zhang Dashang of Weaver Girl City with a time of 14 minutes. A minute later, Yi Qing of the Chaoshan Sect with a time of 15 minutes. Ling Shui was very happy. It seems almost everyone is awake. The difficulty of this stage is alright. She turned toward Yunmu and said in a small voice, Hey, I say Li Yunmu. Ling Shui looked again carefully. He was still lying there motionless. She shouted loudly, Hey Li Yunmu, but he seemed to have no intention of waking up at all. Despite Ling Shui's constant shouting, everyone began to get worried. What should we do? Li Yunmu still hadn't woken up. It had been half an hour. Could he really be unable to wake up? Chu Qingyu was frantic, reaching out to try and shake him awake while shouting loudly, Hey Li Yunmu, wake up! At that moment Dashang shouted with a dark face, Don't touch him. He explained that if touched rashly he would fall into a soul hell. No one can help him now. It all depends on himself. Meanwhile, in the dream world, Yunmu was being pursued to a dead end. He cursed in a rage while gasping for breath. What on earth is wrong with this cursed forest? Why can't I run out? Yunmu looked at the scene ahead. The mountain was clearly right before his eyes, yet he could never reach it. Yunmu continued to sprint as Linglong gripped him tight, making him stop under the tree before him. He couldn't help but shout, God, why is it this tree again? Have I been running in circles? I don't believe in this jinx. With that, he dove back into the path ahead and continued running. I don't believe it. 5 minutes later, it was still that same tree. Yunmu was terrified. 10 minutes later, it was still that tree and the marks carved on it were exactly the same. Stubbornly, he ran for another 20 minutes. This is never ending, isn't it? He was so exhausted his face turned pale. Yunmu couldn't help but curse, damn it, yet for some reason that cursed tree was still before him, and the gap was still there. Yunmu slumped on the ground gasping for breath as Linglong ran back and forth on the ground. He was frustrated to the extreme. Damn it, I'm exhausted. This broken forest is truly cursed. Finally, at his wit's end, he grabbed a stone and hurled it viciously at the tree before him. Broken tree, so annoying. Disappear for me, he struck it casually, and the entire tree actually disappeared. Yunmu was startled, stumbling and crawling over to observe. Disappeared? What's going on? He began to doubt everything around him. Could it be that this place? After a pause, he reached out to touch things everywhere. Everywhere he touched would light up. Yunmu stood up again and threw a punch at a nearby tree trunk. He finally realized, just as I thought, I wasn't teleported to some space. This is my mental world, or rather my dream. He laughed with satisfaction and closed his eyes. In other words, this world was created by me. Yunmu laughed out loud triumphantly. Now there was nothing to fear. He reached out both hands toward the massive mountain opposite. Come over here, Yunmu laughed excitedly. But the mountain remained unmoved, even seemingly contending with him. He saw it this time. It wouldn't be so easy to deceive his eyes. It was resisting his will. There really was something here that didn't belong. He then circulated his internal power, a devious smirk appearing on his face. You want to oppose me in my own dream? Stop dreaming, I am, Yunmu shouted in the dream world. The god of this world. As soon as the words were spoken, he delivered a heavy blow to the ground. Soon, that massive mountain gradually dissipated, and he shouted in surprise. It turned into bubbles. Yunmu found that something was manifesting and was greatly shocked. There was something hidden inside. He immediately reached out to grab it. Yunmu held it in his hand and examined it carefully. Is this a scale? He couldn't help but speculate. Could this be a scale from the snake goddess statue? Just then Linglong seemed to react, calling out incessantly. Yunmu asked tensely, "Hey, what are you doing? You just dove right in." Yunmu was jolted with shock. Wait a second, why can't I sense her anymore? The connection between him and the little girl had been severed. This was going to be trouble. Just then, in the real world, he snapped awake from his long slumber. Yunmu rubbed his head, complaining, "My head hurts." Seeing this, Dashang was overjoyed. Yunmu, you're finally awake, he followed up anxiously. You've been asleep for over half an hour. I thought you were never going to wake up. Yunmu stood up and asked, "Sorry. What's the situation now?" Dashang replied, "The second round of testing has already ended, and the others have moved on to the third round." Dashang turned around and continued, "Let's go, we need to hurry over." Suddenly, Dashang's expression turned dark and his tone became exceptionally cold. "Hey Yunmu." Before Yunmu could even turn his head, Dashang drove a sword straight through his back. "It's better if you just die." Yunmu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, roaring in terror in his mind. "What?" Looking at Dashang's now distorted and terrifying face, Yunmu asked in his mind, "Dashang, why?" The longsword pierced through his chest and blood dripped steadily onto the ground. Yunmu immediately turned and struck the longsword, breaking it with a crisp snap as blood surged out once again. Due to excessive blood loss, Yunmu became incredibly weak. He stared at his friend and asked, "Dashang, why? What did I do wrong?" Dashang casually threw away the broken sword, his eyes filled with hollowness and malice. "Why? Because you're an eyesore," Dashang recalled. "From the moment you first entered the Lucky Wind courtyard, I couldn't stand the sight of you. Everyone clearly hated you, yet you acted like it didn't matter. It was infuriating. I approached you of my own accord just to find an opportunity to get rid of you. It just so happened that Yi Qing invited me to join his alliance. I help him eliminate you, and he helps the Zhang family become a high-ranking sect. Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing," Dashang continued mockingly. "I was the one who killed teacher Li Bowen too. You didn't really think Yi Qing could kill him all by himself, did you?" He raised his gun and aimed it at Yunmu. "Why that sad face? You didn't actually think of me as your best friend, did you? Please, I'm the son of a billionaire. How could I possibly be friends with someone like you?" Immediately after, Dashang issued his final ultimatum. "All right, time to send you on your way." However, at that moment, Yunmu revealed a playful smile. Seeing this, Dashang was somewhat surprised, asking with a dark face, "What are you smiling at?" Only then did Yunmu speak. "You're quite the stupid fake." Dashang looked bewildered. "What did you say? I'm a fake," Yunmu explained. "First, Zhang Dashang never calls me by my full name. Second, you might be able to fool me by disguising yourself as someone else, but not Zhang Dashang." He stuck up his middle finger, recalling what Dashang had once said. "Make sure you trust me completely." Yunmu said firmly, "That guy is someone I can trust unconditionally." It was only then that he realized all of this was false. This was likely a second layer of the dream world. He hadn't woken up at all. Immediately after, the fake Dashang rapidly vanished and Yunmu opened his eyes once more. He looked around in confusion, his heart full of wariness. What happened this time? Is it a dream or reality? Suddenly he heard a commotion not far away, which drew his curious gaze. It turned out everyone was gathered together playing cards while waiting for him to wake up. "Double eights, your card skills are really something. Hurry up, I've been waiting forever." Seeing this, Yunmu was certain that this was definitely the real world. Dashang soon spotted him. "Yunmu, you're awake." He felt somewhat helpless. "You guys are certainly relaxed, not worried about whether I'm dead or alive at all," Dashang replied. "What's there to worry about? You're definitely fine. Since you're awake, let's go over there and wait for the test to end." The group stood up to leave one by one. Dashang suddenly slapped him several times on the back. Yunmu glared at him with disdain, asking irritably, "What for? You gave me a start." Dashang didn't speak, simply giving a thumbs up. Yunmu frowned as he watched him, puzzled. What kind of game is this? Right then, a massive amount of crack suddenly appeared on the stone statue. Yunmu heard a strange sound and looked up curiously. Immediately after, the statue collapsed with a thunderous crash, giving him a fright. The statue shattered. Duke appeared suddenly like a ghost. "The snake demon priestess statue has shattered," he slowly speculated. "It seems someone fell into the second layer of the dream and successfully escaped. Moreover, this kid even took the spirit scale. Who could it be?" Hearing this, Yunmu's heart jolted and he thought to himself, "It seems the scale I got was indeed the energy source for this statue." Subsequently, Duke announced loudly, "All right, everyone, look over here." He pointed at those still sleeping and continued, "Since the statue has shattered, those who haven't woken up will remain in the dream forever. Congratulations to everyone present, you have successfully passed the second round of testing. The final round will take place tomorrow. From now on, everyone can go back and rest." After returning to his room, he kept staring at the item in his hand, examining it. "What exactly is this scale for? Why did Li Linglong dive into it without hesitation? And why did my connection with her break completely once she was inside?" Before he could figure it out, Dashang walked out. "I'm done with the bathroom, you can go now." He didn't forget to remind him, "You'd better eat something before you shower. If you faint, I'm not looking after you." Sure, I want noodles, Li Yunmu replied as he stood up. Just then a strange sound reached them, and both were stunned. Li Yunmu had just prepared to make instant noodles when the appearance of another person gave Dashang a massive shock. City Lord, why have you come so late? The newcomer was Weaver Girl, and she spoke. The final test is tomorrow. I believe you should know the true purpose of this global war now. Hearing this, both Li Yunmu and Dashang cried out in surprise simultaneously. Dashang asked in confusion, "The true purpose? What do you mean?" Weaver Girl explained. "You should have noticed by now that this year's global war is different from previous years." Li Yunmu listened while eating his noodles. This year there was no limit on the number of people, and instead of duels like in previous years it took the form of advancement tests. Reaching this point, Weaver Girl couldn't help but frown. "That is because the space cracks have already appeared," Dashang cried out. "Space cracks?" she replied. "Exactly," she continued. "Do you know what the highest rank for a fluxer is?" Dashang answered. "Isn't the highest rank War Saint?" Weaver Girl replied. "That's not entirely wrong. For Earth's environment that is indeed the case. But according to records a century ago, a fluxer accidentally discovered a space crack containing a massive secret realm that doesn't belong to this world. Nothing in there belongs to Earth, and even experts cannot determine their uses until one day a fluxer who entered the crack promoted to War Saint. The item he brought out from the crack released immense energy, allowing him to surpass the War Saint rank. The primary purpose of this global war is to select people to enter the space crack. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Space cracks only appear once every 100 years. Many people never see one open in their entire lives. Li Yunmu finished his meal and took up the topic. "In other words, you want us to help you bring back the items from inside? Since the things in the crack are so important, why don't you just go get them yourselves?" Weaver Girl answered. "Space cracks are very unstable. Once a powerhouse whose cultivation exceeds the Red Star rank enters, their flux power is so strong that it will clash with the energy inside the crack, and they will be torn to shreds." She warned that this journey was exceptionally dangerous. "I won't force you to go, but you must understand that this is not just to help me, but for your own futures as well." Hearing this, Li Yunmu's expression became solemn. She handed over a box. "Take this. If you decide to enter the crack, it might come in handy." Li Yunmu asked curiously, "What is this, a cocoon?" The next morning, everyone was quickly assembled. Duke walked over briskly, greeting them loudly. "Morning, children. Did you sleep well last night?" Behind him were the representatives of the major sects. After scanning the crowd, he shouted excitedly, "Is everyone's gaze this eager? All right, I will now announce the content of the final round of testing." He pointed toward a massive dark tunnel opening behind him and said, "It is to pass through this cave. There are no restrictions for passing through this cave. As long as you can walk out alive from the other end, you win. There are absolutely no rules. Everything that happens inside the cave is permitted, including killing anyone you find an eyesore." The crowd instantly erupted. "Killing? If one's strength wasn't enough, they would be swallowed whole." Duke said, "I want to select truly powerful fluxers." Naiji broke into a cold sweat. "This is practically like refining a GU poison." He added, "You also have 3 minutes to consider." "Well then, I'll see you at the other end of the cave." The crowd buzzed with discussion. "No way. What on earth is this for? After all, the final rewards were very generous, and everyone wanted them. If the winners all came from the same sect, wouldn't they become overwhelmingly dominant? This is simply inhumane. I'm out." Li Yunmu looked toward Yi Qing and then said, "Let's go in." Dashang quickly responded. "All right," he asked Li Yunmu. "Xiao Miu Miu, are we going in now or waiting a bit?" Li Yunmu looked into the cave. "I sense many high-level dimensional beasts inside. It's quite tricky. Sister Shui, Dashang, the 3 of us will go in first to scout the way." Ling Shui answered confidently, "No problem." Li Yunmu calculated. "Chu Qingyu, Lu Naiji and Li Zi's combat power is relatively weak. You girls wait outside for a while before entering. We'll try to kill any dimensional beasts we see to help reduce the pressure for you." He warned warily, "But you must be careful. After all, the most dangerous things are not the dimensional beasts but people." At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were staring greedily at them as if they wanted to swallow them whole. The 3 girls observed from the side and Naiji answered nervously. "Oh, okay." Dashang gave a sidelong glance, secretly feeling gratified. "Before I knew it, Xiao Miu Miu has already grown into an exceptional commander." Li Yunmu then warned once more, "All right everyone, this is the final step, don't die." With that he took the lead to open the way. "Move out." As soon as they entered, they saw corpses scattered all over the ground, likely the handiwork of those who went before. Li Yunmu scanned the area and assessed that the dimensional beasts here were indeed not simple, all being of gold crystal rank or above. On the other side, Ling Shui remained alert. "Careful, I sense a very unusual aura ahead." No sooner had her words fallen than a blood-curdling scream echoed from the depths. Everyone was startled. "Someone is calling for help." Li Yunmu looked into the cave. His face turned pale with fright. God, looking at the giant beast before him, he couldn't help but feel terror. What the hell is this thing? It let out a world-shaking roar, revealing sharp fangs in its massive mouth. Seeing this, Dashang couldn't help but praise, "This dragon is too huge." Looking at the corpses covering the ground, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. Dashang assessed, "This is trouble. I'm afraid the 3 of us together couldn't defeat this thing even if we combined our strength." Meanwhile, near the cave entrance, Naiji was somewhat irritable. "This place is so gloomy, I hate it." Everyone began to continue deeper into the cave and Li Zi looked around. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Just then a man lunged out from the darkness with a devious smile on his face. Talk about luck, this whole squad is girls. He looked at them and shouted excitedly, "Got them?" But were these girls really that easy to bully? Li Zi drew a short blade from her sleeve and a clean, decisive starfall slash split this opportunist in half. He didn't even have time to react, letting out only a single scream before falling dead. Looking at her, Naiji couldn't help but praise. "I didn't expect you to strike so decisively." Li Zi spoke. "Never give your enemy any chance to counterattack." She added with a serious, frowning face, "Xiao Miu Miu taught me that." Li Zi actually couldn't resist entering her sharp-tongued mode. "You don't even have this much resolve and you still want to stand by Xiao Miu Miu's side? To tell you the truth, you aren't the only one who wants to be with him." Naiji could no longer hold back. "Ha, who do you think you are? Xiao Miu Miu this, Xiao Miu Miu that? You're so annoying." Chu Qingyu looked blank. These two really have some courage. Li Zi provoked. "What, not happy? Want to go around? Let me tell you, I like Xiao Miu Miu more than you do. You can't beat me in terms of feelings and resolve." Meanwhile, that giant dragon was still ferociously trampling the people beneath its feet. Many lives had already been lost here. Li Yunmu gave a devious smirk. How tragic. It seemed that a head-on confrontation wouldn't work. He looked around to observe the situation. But Yi Qing's corpse isn't here. There must be another way past. Da Shang circulated his internal power, observing the path ahead with his eyes. Li Yunmu looked over in surprise. Da Shang continued like a prophet. "There is an exit behind that dragon." Li Yunmu calculated, in other words. "We just need to find a way to get around this dragon. We don't need to defeat it at all." He rubbed his hands together smugly and looked ahead. "In that case, it'll be easy to handle." Immediately after, Li Yunmu walked up before the giant dragon. "I might not be able to kill you, but you'll have to put in some effort if you want to kill me." As soon as the dragon saw him, it opened its massive mouth. Li Yunmu shouted excitedly, "You play with fire too, then you're out of luck. You just ran right into me." He then also circulated his internal power, a burning red light igniting in his eyes. Morning sun, great flame art. Following that was a duel of firepower, and Li Yunmu wasn't falling behind at all. Da Shang screamed in terror. "Heavens, it's so hot." He looked at his companion with a pale face. Was he burned to death? Ling Shui was also stunned. What is he doing? Meanwhile, Li Yunmu couldn't help but complain. "I didn't even get a chance to finish my sentence." Art hadn't even left his lips. He slowly walked out from the fire. Such a good chance to look cool was just wasted. The dragon looked at the completely unharmed Li Yunmu in surprise as he stood arrogantly before it. Of course it wouldn't just admit defeat easily, and it nudged another massive fireball toward him. Li Yunmu responded contemptuously, "Give it up, it's useless. Constant fire breathing isn't good for your throat." It couldn't believe this human was so domineering. Tears began to well in its eyes as it started to question its own existence. Li Yunmu shouted loudly toward his companions, "Hey, you two come over too, it's not hard." Ling Shui felt a surge of helplessness. Easy for him to say. Does he think everyone is as much of a freak as he is? At that moment, Da Shang spoke up. "Complaining is useless, we have to get past eventually." He then circulated his internal power and his pupils began to glow. Eyes he began to analyze. The giant dragon's attack frequency was approximately 0.675 seconds, its wind-up before breathing fire was about 0.84 seconds, combined with its movement habits immediately after he charged frantically toward that tunnel opening. "I see it, that's the way to the exit." Hearing him drone on, the dragon was also stunned. He lunged agilely toward the dragon. Most of the dragon's attacks missed and Da Shang quickly reached his destination. Bingo, it seems my calculations were correct. But immediately after, the dragon blasted a surge of flames directly at the ground beneath his feet. Da Shang couldn't help but realize something was wrong. "It seems I was wrong, it was 0.2 seconds faster than expected." "This is bad." The dragon continued to breathe fire, and the searing flames made Da Shang scream in pain. Witnessing this from the other side, Ling Shui cried out in terror, "Da Shang!" But of course he was no nameless side character. After the flames died down, Da Shang let out a long breath. "That was a close one just now." He leapt into the air. "Fortunately, I only fight battles I'm sure to win." Da Shang allowed himself an extra 0.5 seconds of buffer for error. Then he stepped onto the giant dragon's head. "Sorry, just using you as a springboard." He landed satisfyingly beside Yunmu. "Passed." Yunmu couldn't help but praise those eyes, wondering if they truly could see through everything. Da Shang replied with more than a hint of smugness, "Naturally. Whether it's your inner thoughts or your combat moves, I can see right through them." Hearing this, Yunmu's expression shifted slightly as he silently noted that Da Shang had also passed. Immediately after, Da Shang shouted, "Hey Sister Shui, hurry over, it's really not hard at all." Ling Shui secretly lamented from the sidelines, "Good heavens, why did I end up teaming up with these two freaks and their special abilities? But what else can I do?" As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she immediately circulated her internal power and charged forward. While dodging, Ling Shui thought to herself, "Since he acknowledges me as his sister, I have to look out for my little brother." Ultimately, she evaded the attacks with ease. This dragon didn't seem to pose much of a problem for the three of them. Just as they were about to reach the cave exit, Ling Shui felt a surge of relief. Good, we made it. Simultaneously, Yunmu let out a tense shout of warning. Sister Shui, watch your back. The giant dragon was currently preparing to breathe fire once more. Ling Shui was startled. Crap! Yunmu became exceptionally frantic, charging forward while shouting, give me your hand, quick. Ling Shui leapt into the air. She reached out toward Yunmu, but her heart couldn't help but race with panic. No, it's too late. The moment their hands met, Ling Shui suddenly gave a violent tug. Yunmu was abruptly yanked over by a massive force, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought she would actually push her own teammate out to block the fire? Sorry, using you as a shield for a second. Ling Shui justified the action to herself. Of course, as the big sister, selling out her little brother was practically her special privilege. The fire roared, followed by a miserable scream from Yunmu. Damn it, his face was blasted char black, a truly pitiful sight. The unlucky guy couldn't help but grumble pathetically. Ling Shui had no choice but to coax him in a low voice. All right, don't be mad. It was an emergency just now. Yunmu felt beyond wronged. The opponent hadn't even finished their move, and he had almost lost his life. While Yunmu was acting like a spoiled child, a massive commotion suddenly erupted from the cave entrance. Honestly, stop blocking me, a piercing scream echoed through the tunnel. What, you're clearly the one in my way. It turned out those two girls were also bickering as they arrived. Naiji was fuming. Why are you so annoying? Li Zi glared back. You're the one who's like a ghost that won't leave me alone. Chu Qingyu watched the scene, feeling a twinge of envy in her heart. If only I could be as carefree as they are. Li Zi hadn't stopped yet. I think you're looking for a fight. Naiji didn't back down either. You're the one who wants to fight. If you want to go, I'm ready anytime, Yunmu said in surprise. What's going on? Aren't those two teammates? Dashang revealed a look of anticipation. Finally, it's starting. I've been waiting for this scene for a long time. Naturally, there were no exceptions. The three girls also had to battle the giant dragon. Li Zi was sent flying by a shockwave. Seeing her fall into a disadvantage, the dragon prepared to snatch at her head. At the critical moment, Naiji rushed forward using an Iron Mountain lean to shield Li Zi. In such a dire situation, they were actually still arguing with each other. Naiji shouted angrily, "What are you dazing out for? Do you want to die? Who cares about you anyway?" Li Zi barked back. The dragon opened its massive mouth, and Naiji saw at a glance that it was about to breathe fire again. Yunmu shouted frantically from the side, "You idiots, run, you'll be burned to death," but it seemed to be too late. The two girls stood frozen on the spot watching Hennisne as the mass of flames surged toward them. The fire fell fiercely, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Yunmu was terrified by the sight, screaming Lu Naiji Li Zi. Immediately after, a heavenly absolute 36 form strike flashed through the area. It was Chu Qingyu. She was holding one person in each arm, letting out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I almost didn't make it in time. Yunmu gasped. Chu Qingyu, she looked toward the group and said, you guys go on ahead, I'm withdrawing from the competition. With your current strength you won't be able to get through this, just staying alive has already exhausted you. There's no need to go to your deaths. Yunmu responded loudly. Don't worry, I'll carry your share of hope all the way to the end, she answered happily. Thank you. Suddenly a voice full of resentment rang out, making Chu Qingyu jump. Li Zi sobbed indignantly. I obviously worked so hard to get stronger, I was so determined to catch up to his footsteps. And in the end I still failed, I'm so frustrated. Chu Qingyu led the two girls toward the exit. If you're frustrated, just get stronger for next time. At least you still have the courage to pursue him. Meanwhile, Yunmu didn't waste any more time. Let's go, the exit should be nearby. Under Yunmu's lead they quickly emerged. Seeing the light, Yunmu cheered happily. We're out. He looked toward the multicolored circular opening. This was the space crack. Was it really safe? A moment later, Duke's voice rang out again. Still 30 or 40 people? He satisfiedly straightened his collar. More than I expected. Congratulations to everyone for passing the third round of testing, the great barbarian Heavenly King asked excitedly. Does that mean we can enter the so-called space crack now? Duke followed up immediately. Don't be in such a hurry. What I want to say is that there are two plans for entering the space crack. The first is to wait another hour, by which time the energy inside the crack will have stabilized and everyone can enter. As for the second, his face suddenly darkened as he reached this point. If you enter now, I'm afraid only 8 people can go in. After that, the crack's energy will be saturated, and any more people will cause it to collapse. Wuya listened silently on the side, expressionless. He paused for a moment, then stated the most critical point. You will die. Hearing those words, Yunmu's expression also grew solemn. After finishing his instructions, Duke turned to leave. How you decide is entirely up to you. Good luck to everyone. The great barbarian Heavenly King spoke up again. Since everyone can enter if we wait an hour, why wouldn't we wait? What do you say, big sister? Hai Yu replied. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think. At that moment Yunmu warned. Everyone be careful, this is not a good omen. The crowd began to discuss. It's only an hour, it'll pass in no time. Exactly, let's wait. However, someone let out a cold snort in their heart. A bunch of idiots. If you want to wait, wait by yourselves. I'm not wasting my time with you. As soon as the words were spoken, the man leaped into midair. He unleashed a massive bolt of lightning, illuminating the surroundings. The treacherous guy couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It worked. He hadn't been happy for long before he was beheaded without any warning. The crowd below was horrified by the sight. What happened? Who opened fire? Another person shouted. Fine then, you actually tried to sneak off alone. You want to die, you bastard. I'm not waiting anymore. A free-for-all instantly erupted. Good one, kid. I knew you weren't that honest. Stop pretending. I bet you want to get in first too. If anyone's going in, it's going to be me first. Die. Watching the scene before him, Duke couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Just as expected. I always say there is no such thing as selflessness in this world. There is only every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. At this thought, a bizarre and dark expression appeared on his face. Another contestant charged toward the gate triumphantly. The first one into the crack will be me, but before he could even get near the opening, he was attacked. The great barbarian Heavenly King looked at the chaotic scene with a bewildered face. Oh my, why are they fighting again? Are we really not waiting? Yu rushed forward to block an attack for her brother. The situation had already shifted to the second scenario. The bearded man lunged at her with his sword. Get out of the way, don't block the path. Stinking woman, if you don't want to die, get to the side. Who was Ling Shui? Was she someone easily bullied? With a single sword strike, the man's head rolled onto the ground. They stood back to back. She asked tensely. Li Yunmu, what should we do now? He spoke up. Sister Shui, you and Da Shang find a chance to enter the crack. Ling Shui was surprised. What about you? Yunmu added. Me? Don't worry about me. I have some personal business to handle. At this moment, a devious smirk couldn't help but appear on his face. I've been waiting for this moment. He turned toward Yi Qing once again. At this time, Yi Qing was frantically slaughtering, unleashing a red lotus strike. The person only had time to let out a single scream before being blown to bits. He screamed frantically. A bunch of trash, none of you are getting out alive. Just then, Yunmu finally found him, sending Yi Qing flying with a direct kick. After Yi Qing steadied himself, he couldn't help but roar in fury. Who's there? Our protagonist landed slowly with an overwhelming aura. I said just now I'm coming for your dog head. A surge of madness now gleamed in Yunmu's eyes, perhaps every time he saw Yi Qing. The hatred in his heart burned like a wildfire. Yi Qing roared frantically and charged. Li Yunmu, for Lin Jian, I will have your blood as restitution. Yunmu no longer restrained himself. Old man, I'm returning those words to you exactly as they were. The two then slammed into each other violently. Two powerful surges of internal power collided with a boom. It seemed that Yunmu and Yi Qing were evenly matched in strength, for the reason he hadn't wanted to advance early was specifically to kill him with his own hands. That would be much more interesting. Yunmu didn't even give the opponent a chance to breathe, launching another fierce assault. The Prometheus fire didn't stop as Yi Qing unleashed a flame dragon roar. But Yunmu had already locked onto his hand with a death grip. Yunmu's eyes widened as he immediately swung his hand to strike his enemy ruthlessly. The two of them fought and tangled like two mad bulls, unable to determine a winner for the moment. Seeing the situation, the surrounding crowd wanted to take the opportunity to reap the rewards. A good chance, kill them both while they're busy. The words of these people made Yunmu feel a surge of irritation, and he scanned the surroundings with a sidelong glance. Yi Qing clearly also had no intention of letting these opportunists go. He circulated his internal power to unleash a red lotus, and the surroundings instantly exploded. Those people met only one fate. Yunmu landed a heavy punch on his face in a rage. You bastard, die, give me back my master's life. Yi Qing was not to be outdone, slamming Yunmu's face into his own knee with a roar. You think you're worthy? The two were now locked in a brawl, neither willing to let go. Yunmu shouted, I've waited so long, I've been waiting for a chance to kill you. Yi Qing also said, I've been waiting for this day too. Blood flowed across Yunmu's face, but he still didn't stop, continuing to charge forward. Naturally, that perverted Yi Qing was not easy to deal with. Though his face was bruised and swollen, he showed no sign of backing down. Two powerful surges of flame collided head-on. If these two weren't mortal enemies, it's unlikely anyone could have matched them. An earth-shattering roar erupted from where they stood. It was as if explosive chips had been planted. Yi Qing then fell, but he quickly steadied his posture, preparing to launch another charge. Yunmu was the same. His primary goal in coming here was to kill him. Yi Qing slowly stood up, thinking to himself that this was truly ironic. You keep saying you want revenge, but in reality, we use the same moves for the same goal, so you are me, and I am you. In truth, he was right. The two were like mirror images of each other. Yi Qing said coldly, actually we are the same type of person. Actually at this time Wuya was also in battle, but he was defeating his opponents with effortless ease. Wuya looked back at the carnage behind him and couldn't help but mock. What a joke. Ling Shui continued to slaughter and open a path ahead. Da Shang, this way, move fast. The kid from the War God Temple has already entered. Da Shang looked around searching. Where's Xiao Miu Miu? Why haven't I seen him? Ling Shui shouted loudly. He said he has things to handle and told us to go in first. Don't worry, with his strength it's no problem. He bit his lip in worry. Xiao Miu Miu. Subsequently, they also chose to follow Yunmu's advice. Alright, charge. The crowd opposite was in chaos. Hey, two more went in. There are only 5 spots left. Meanwhile, Yunmu and Yi Qing were still in a frantic battle. Anyone who dared to intervene would meet a lethal blow. Yunmu flew high into the air with a look of contempt. We are the same type of person. You're certainly full of yourself. Stop making me laugh. Yi Sim interrupted him. You and I use the same moves. You seek revenge for your teacher. I seek revenge for my lover. We are fundamentally doing the same thing. He remained dismissive. So what? I am me, and I am nothing like a treacherous villain like you. Yi Qing responded. Is that so? I certainly don't claim to be a righteous orthodox sect, but what about you? What are you? He looked at Yunmu with disdain. Weren't you just using someone else to block an attack for you a moment ago? Hearing this, Yunmu's expression changed slightly. As soon as the words were spoken, the two were locked in a brawl again, with no clear winner in sight. On the other side, the crowd was still in a frantic slaughter. The great barbarian Heavenly King shouted while fighting, "Everyone get out of the way!" Yu was busy fighting and didn't notice someone behind her about to sneak attack. The man screamed, "Gorilla, don't block the path!" The great barbarian Heavenly King was startled. "It's over." Just then, from out of nowhere, a heavenly crippling demon ice strike flew in, instantly freezing the man into a block of ice. The girl landed with some annoyance. "So an eyesore." The great barbarian Heavenly King was greatly shocked. Yi Tianshui, the gate remained open waiting for the next person, and no one knew how many corpses already paved the path into it. Yu immediately flew forward, loudly reminding her brother, "What are you dazing out for? Let's go." The great barbarian Heavenly King let out a cry of surprise. Just like that, they successfully passed through. The group was fuming. 3 more people went in. Damn it, the spots are almost gone. Yunmu was still in a standoff with Yi Ching. Exactly. I am not some selfless hero who sacrifices himself for others. Yi Ching also replied, I'm not a good person either, and I can't be a hero. Li Yunmu, you're the same, he continued. I advocate for ultimate egoism. Every action serves myself, but even so, I've met a group of people I want to protect and am willing to safeguard. So we are different. I possess wealth that you do not, but his words left Yi King stunned. After a pause, he circulated his internal power and heroically announced, if anyone is blind enough to dare touch these, no matter who they are, they must die. As soon as the words fell, Yunmu quickly used Hellfire to attack Yi Ching. The opponent, flustered and enraged, also immediately charged forward. Enough talk. Yi Ching naturally also used a similar Hellfire attack. Another massive explosion echoed through the sky. The aura of the two was indeed formidable. Despite the blood flowing, Yunmu still took the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. His flames were actually interspersed with lightning. His momentum at this moment completely overwhelmed Yi Ching. He wasn't stupid and soon realized Yunmu's dominance. Yi Ching was secretly alert in his heart. What? That's Hades' mystery flux power of the lightning attribute. This kid actually possesses 2 attributes. The sky-filling fire was continuously surrounding Yi Ching. He was secretly lamenting in his heart. Crap, he quickly flew to dodge. Truly a troublesome kid, I'm not your babysitter. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind Yi Ching, helping him block the strike. Yunmu looked at the person, finding them somewhat familiar, and was simultaneously filled with extreme shock. What's the situation? He said to Yi Ching, you go into the crack first. Leave this place to me. Yi Ching was somewhat hesitant, but the person stated firmly, I will definitely do what I promised you. You go first. Yunmu spoke up. I felt something was wrong with you since the first round. Finally unable to hide your foxtail. You're definitely not just some nameless nobody from the Chaoshin sect. I can tell just by Yi Ching's attitude toward you. The person then shed their disguise. Truly a vigilant brat. I hate brats like you the most, but it's just as well. The real enemy has finally appeared. I've worn this disguise long enough. He let out a sigh of relief as he finally returned to himself. This damn outfit was really about to suffocate me. Upon recognizing the man's true identity, Yunmu couldn't help but freeze. You're not the representative of the Holy Heaven sect, he chuckled smugly. No, that's my younger brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am KV Smallana. His heterochromatic eyes stared fixedly at Yunmu. He was the true leader of the Holy Heaven sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a holy light cross. Yunmu was shocked, unable to help but marvel. So fast, he asked in confusion, why would a big shot like you be here? The other replied, to complete my plan, of course. To that end I cooperated with the Chaoshin sect and even forcibly suppressed my cultivation from War Saint to the Red Crystal rank. It's all to fulfill my grand ambition. While speaking, he launched a fierce assault on Yunmu. Yunmu drew his longsword to block. Frenzied blade, old man, what exactly is your scheme? Smallana easily caught Yunmu's blade between 2 fingers, sneering. A sparrow cannot comprehend the ambitions of a swan. Yunmu's heart jolted. What? He said contemptuously to Yunmu. How could a brat like you understand my grand cause? He then drew a rune in the air, looking down at Yunmu. Besides, villains usually die from talking too much, so I won't tell you. As the words fell, Yunmu coughed up blood, his life seemingly reaching its end. Yunmu collapsed on the ground, his consciousness gradually blurring. Smallana laughed wildly. Blocked it? It seems you have the golden bell shield, but this strike will surely pierce you through. Immediately after, the attack drove straight through his body. The powerful aura sent Yunmu flying. The surviving contestants outside were terrified by the sight. Everyone stared blankly at the brilliant light. What is that? His attacks were like a torrential storm, his majestic internal power sweeping in all directions. Yunmu vomited more and more blood, thrown far back. Seeing him unable to stand, the man laughed excitedly. A direct hit. In another 2 or 3 minutes your heart will stop beating, won't it? Yunmu lay motionless on the ground, thinking to himself. This guy actually suppressed his rank to Red Crystal. His combat experience is at the true War Saint level. We're not even in the same league. Smallana walked up to him. Since you're about to die, I'll tell you one thing. Your teacher wasn't killed by Yi Qing, I was the one who killed him. With Yi Qing's strength, how could he possibly kill the Thunder Night Dog? Well then I should enter the crack now. You just lie here and slowly wait for death. Hearing this, Yunmu's eyes suddenly lit up. The man laughed happily. Got it. The final spot is mine. Just as he excitedly leapt up, a beam of light struck him instantly. Immediately after, the man's body exploded into a spray of blood. The crowd was horrified. Did someone just enter in that split second? Does that mean there's no chance left for the rest of us? Should we give up, or take one more gamble? Simultaneously, the ring began to change, and the energy of the space crack became extremely unstable. A woman backed away in terror. The survival rate is less than 20. That's too low. I'm not betting. Stay back, you're covered in blood. It's better not to move recklessly. Like a Shira crawling out of hell, Yunmu turned his blood-stained face toward the gate. The crowd felt a surge of terror. That guy can't even stand steady. What is he doing? Is he trying to rush into the crack? Entering now, the survival rate is less than 20. Doing this is either insane or foolish. He cracked his knuckles, then circulated a massive surge of internal power. Since I've made up my mind, I'll bet my life. He leapt upward. The system prompted. Your body is severely damaged. It is recommended to consume 20,000 origin to reshape your body. Intense pain hit instantly, making him let out a scream. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Yunmu fell heavily to the ground. He thought incessantly. The power of the space crack is too strong. I can't hold on with just defense system. Reshape my body fast. He was on the verge of collapse. The excruciating pain made Yunmu roar. I'm being torn apart. A force descended from above and fortunately his body was reshaped just in time. Now fully recovered, Yunmu let out a long sigh. That was close. I almost died. He sat up to observe the surroundings. Is this the world after passing through the crack? Why am I the only one here? Just then a woman suddenly rushed out, throwing a large net over him. Got you. Yunmu screamed in fright. Heavens, what are you doing? What the hell is this? The girl was beyond excited. Got him. The history books were right. Men really do fall from the sky. Quick, let's offer him to the queen. Our protagonist shouted from inside the bag. Is anyone out there? Let me out. He grit his teeth, letting out an annoyed cold snort, completely ignoring her words. Morning sun, great flame art. As soon as the words fell, raging flames shot into the sky, instantly burning through the cloth bag. He leaped out to dodge. Honestly, no sincerity at all. Even if you wanted to bag me, you should have at least switched to a pink one under these circumstances. Yunmu didn't forget to crack a joke. Heavy step with a blur of motion, he appeared behind the strange woman. The other was stunned by Yunmu's speed, but he had no intention of showing mercy, directly channeling his internal power to strike her mask. The woman somersaulted to dodge, unable to help but marvel. The history books were right. Men actually use magic. Yunmu was shocked. Ha, men and women, magic? Immediately after, the opponent threw a punch that almost sent his face flying. Yunmu was knocked back like a ball. It was the first time he had been kicked like this by a woman. Sensing her aura, Yunmu couldn't help but marvel, so strong. Before the force of that kick had even dissipated, the woman lunged at him from the air again. Another heavy punch slammed ruthlessly into Yunmu's face. He fell heavily to the ground, taking significant damage. Yunmu staggered as he crawled up. You bastard, that hurts. This Amazon-like woman's rank was actually above the superhuman Fluxer tier. She looked at Yunmu with contempt. Just as history says, men are pathetically weak. He immediately summoned Li Yun. I don't have time to mess around with you, you brute. Go number one, deal with her. In an instant, Li Yun launched an attack, knocking the woman's face aside. She wiped the blood from her lip. Did something just attack me? Yunmu was surprised. This brute can't see number one. Does she not have flux power? He immediately turned to flee. Forget it, better to avoid her for now. No time to waste on someone like this. Just then a massive shadow loomed over his head. Below stood a woman with an obese build. Who knows how much she'd eaten to grow to such a size? Yunmu couldn't help but panic. Heavens. Yunmu slumped to the ground, staring at the woman before him in terror. What kind of hellhole is this? Looking at her, our protagonist roared in his heart. What kind of strange world is this? The female Kong descended from the sky. It had to be said that in all his years, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying woman. Yunmu couldn't help but look up and scream for help. Number one, protect me. Hearing the call, Li Yun immediately launched an attack, but the opponent seemed to sense it instantly. With a turn and a swing, the giant cleaver in her hand swept across, cutting Li Yun in half. The system then prompted, Li Yun has fallen in battle. Yunmu was stunned. She can see my shadow. The fat woman looked blank. Seems I hit something, the girl cried out in terror. Curly-haired queen, are you all right? Yunmu was secretly shocked. Curly-haired queen, what kind of name is that? Is she the queen? And did she just make that strike based on instinct? Yunmu quietly planned to slip away, thinking they're too strong, better run. Just then, the youngest girl in the squad pointed at him and shouted excitedly, is this a man? A companion beside her warned. Hansi, don't just talk to men. History says men are crude creatures. She crouched down and stroked his head. It's okay, sister. Look, Hejialun. He's very well behaved. Yunmu immediately let out a fierce snarl like a cat afraid of water, scaring the girl into tears. Hejialun warily stroked her sister's head. See, the curly-haired queen spoke. Hansi and Hejialun. She stared coldly at Yunmu. Stop him, don't let him escape. The four women immediately took the order and quickly surrounded Yunmu. The queen swung her sword with a heavy blow. The ground instantly cracked and stone chips flew everywhere. Yunmu dodged narrowly, horrified. Heavens, is she trying to split the sky itself? She clearly has no flux power, yet she's strong enough to reach this level. Too freakish. He circulated his internal power, thinking hard. I have to rely on you. Immediately after, he unleashed a full power strike toward the queen. Please, big boss. The Nether Crow appeared, sounding somewhat irritable. Can't you let me sleep in peace? Upon seeing the curly-haired queen, it couldn't help but marvel. This little chick is built pretty sturdy. The girl was awestruck. Is this a man's magic? So cool. Yunmu shouted. Big boss, I'm being bullied. Hurry and help me beat her up. The Nether Crow was annoyed. You interrupted my rest and you actually want me to help you? Our protagonist smiled shamelessly. Big boss, I'm your subordinate. Of course you have to look out for me. Her hitting me is like slapping your face, isn't it? The Nether Crow thought about it. That makes sense. I'll help you this once. Yunmu acted like a child bullying others with borrowed power. You're dead meat. Watch my big boss take care of you. Following that, the Nether Crow launched a lethal strike toward the queen. Yunmu shouted excitedly, That's it, big boss, crush her. But then, even the Nether Crow froze. The curly-haired queen actually caught the move with her bare hands, making Yunmu's jaw drop. What on earth is this woman's background? Instead, she furrowed her brow, preparing to launch a devastating charge at the Nether Crow and Yunmu, accompanied by a violent explosion. The Nether Crow's aura was actually suppressed. It looked at the woman before it, dazed by the shock, and could only groan inwardly. Heavens! Seeing the Nether Crow vanish, Yunmu shouted tensely, Big boss, why did you leave? Hurry and help me beat her up. The Nether Crow replied in terror. This woman is too fierce. Find your own way out. Our protagonist stood there dumbfounded. Where's your pride as a powerhouse? The Nether Crow added. The power I can release right now can't beat her. You're on your own. That hurt like hell and she's not done. The queen continued her series of attacks on Yunmu, fiercely slamming her cleaver into the ground while roaring. What hellspawn is this? Sensing no one around, the curly-haired queen looked left and right. Strange, where is he? Did I flatten him into meat paste? As soon as the words fell, a pair of hands quickly locked onto the back of her neck. Red Lotus. It turned out that Yunmu, seeing he couldn't count on the Nether Crow, had no choice but to strike personally. As soon as his words fell, a massive fire shot into the sky again. The queen screamed in terror. So hot, she collapsed to the ground. Young hero, quite the skill. My whole body can't move now. That magic must have caused internal injuries. Yunmu thought warily. Is she trying to fool me? The curly-haired queen actually continued shamelessly. I'm about to fall into a deep slumber. Perhaps a prince's kiss could wake me. Come on, don't hold back just because I'm a delicate flower. Thank you, baby. Yunmu rolled his eyes, utterly uninterested. I'm done fighting. I'm leaving. Bye, he cursed inwardly. Is this person crazy? Heijielun immediately stopped him. That won't do. You can't leave yet, he said in surprise. Why didn't you say I won? The other replied. According to our rules, if you defeat the queen, you must marry her. Hearing this, Yunmu's face turned green. Just then, the curly-haired queen jumped up and delivered a heavy punch to his stomach. Hence he cheered excitedly. Amazing, it's the first time I've ever seen someone hurt the queen. Yunmu spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking that's some serious power. The curly-haired queen marveled. This man actually managed to hurt someone as strong as me. He's so handsome, such a strong man. Her eyes revealed an unabashed obsession. He coughed a few times, then stood up and took his stance to continue. The curly-haired queen's figure suddenly blurred. I can't do it. I surrender. Our protagonist immediately summoned Shadow number 3, blocking her movements from above. But it wasn't over. He continued to order, Number 2, flank her. The curly-haired queen grew irritable. Damn it, what are these things? Invisible attacks so annoying. She finally lost her patience and lunged to grab Li Feng. Although she couldn't see him, the queen could catch the target by instinct. She gave a devious smirk. Once certain she had him, she shouted excitedly, Got you. Yunmu looked at Li Feng and cried out in terror, Number 2. Simultaneously, the system prompted that Li Feng had fallen in battle. The curly-haired queen then circulated her internal power and took flight, followed by, sensing the location of Shadow number 3, she determined it was right here. Yunmu froze on the spot, only able to shout a warning to number 3. But it was too late. Number 3 also fell in battle. He grit his teeth in rage. This behemoth is really hard to deal with. Those 4 underlings are still guarding the perimeter. I have to stake everything on this. At this moment he unleashed the morning sun great flame art at the queen, then charged forward himself to take the initiative. Flame dragon roar? The queen was somewhat surprised. His magic was very similar to that of the man who had fallen from the sky before. Yunmu was startled. Could it be Yi Qing? By now, Yi Qing had been beaten black and blue, his face blank with shock. Who would want to marry that bear? You've got to be kidding, the queen frowned. If you don't marry me, I'll throw you in jail, Yunmu shouted. You just said you couldn't move. Our protagonist was furious about this marriage. Anyway, I won't marry a bear. Whoever wants to can have her. But then the curly-haired queen lifted him up like a kitten. She said impatiently, Too much talk. We'll throw you in jail first and decide later. Yunmu kept cursing. Let me go, you stinking woman, let me go. The scene shifted to inside the city. A little girl's urgent voice rang out. Excuse me, coming through, a woman nearby said. Yi Ting has been summoned by the queen again, Yi Ting said as she ran. Yeah, I heard the queen has something very important to discuss with me. The woman looked at Yi Ting with sympathy. After her mother passed away, she had worked hard to become a minister. What an excellent child. Elsewhere, Yunmu was thrown into a jail cell. Stay here obediently and wait for the queen's disposal, the protagonist shouted unwillingly. "Let me out, I still have very important things to do." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Give it up, no matter how much you shout, they won't pay you any mind." It turned out to be Wuya. He continued lazily, "If shouting could get us out, we would have been out a long time ago." He tossed him a key. "This is the key to the chains." Yunmu was stunned. "Why are you two here as well, man? Are you still sulking?" Wuya replied. "Is that even a question? We were defeated by the queen and captured, of course. That woman is too strong. I was knocked out after only 2 hits. The barbarian king was even worse off, taken out in a single move. What about you?" Yunmu recalled. She said I defeated her." Wuya was shocked. "What, you won, and then what happened?" Yunmu's face was dark. "Afterward, she proclaimed that if anyone could defeat her, they would have to marry her." Hearing this, Zon Wuya breathed a secret sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I lost." He began to observe his surroundings, thinking that this place was far too bizarre and that he needed to find a way to gather information. Then Li Yunmu loudly attempted to bribe the guard. "Hey big sister, look over here, I've got something good for you." Li Yunmu handed her an item. It was a 3-tier Christmas gift box filled with 50 tubes of Tom Fury lipstick. "Well, do you want them?" As expected, the female guard revealed a look of curiosity. "What is this?" Zon Wuya watched from the side, dumbstruck. "How on earth do you have that stuff?" Li Yunmu replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Girls obviously love lipstick. How about it? If you just say the word, I'll give all of these to you." The female warden excitedly began to try them on. "So this is lipstick. It's way more convenient than what we usually use. There are so many colors. You have to buy more for me in the future. Buy them, buy them." The protagonist felt a surge of secret pride. As expected, no matter the world, women cannot resist the charm of lipstick. Taking the opportunity to cozy up to her for information, he asked, "Big sister, I can give all of these to you, but can you tell me where we are? Why have I only seen women along the way and not a single man?" The woman quickly began to recount the history of the place. It was called Manhua Nation. There were only women and no men. Even the newborns were all girls. But starting from an unknown point in time, every 150 years, men would fall from the sky. Thus they would always wait there on time to capture the falling men. Li Yunmu couldn't help but be puzzled. "But if you have no men, how do you have babies? Do you have some kind of goddess of childbearing here?" The woman continued. "Oh, let me tell you another rule we have." Li Yunmu listened tensely, afraid of missing a single detail. It seemed this was their core secret. She explained, "In our country, the stronger a person is, the larger their breasts are. Someone like me, who isn't very big, can only guard the dungeon." "I really want to be a royal guard," Li Yunmu joked. "That's not big. How about I give you some breast enhancement products too? I've got everything here." The woman was beyond excited. "I'm starting to look forward to this." Elsewhere, the curly-haired queen was happily picking out fabrics. "Then let's choose this piece to wear for the wedding night." Yi Ting walked in from outside. "Your Majesty, I have arrived." The queen was very pleased. "A little Ting, you've come quickly," the little girl asked with a smile. "Why has your Majesty summoned me?" The queen looked troubled. "Didn't I go to capture men today?" She had taken a fancy to one and wanted to marry him, but the fellow was ungrateful. "You're smart. Help me think of a way to convince him." Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from outside. The curly-haired queen was horrified. What happened outside the palace walls? The curly-haired queen hurried over, her heart filled with resentment that her joyful occasion had been interrupted. She looked toward the source of the explosion. It was the location of the Fuxi divine tree. The queen immediately turned to the little girl and instructed, "Little Ting, something major has happened outside the palace walls. I have to go check it out. I'm leaving the interior of the palace to you." No sooner had the words left her lips than she leapt toward the direction of the explosion. Yi Ting watched the queens retreating back with a complex expression. Meanwhile, the battlefield was a mess of ruins and debris. The woman from before had been beaten so badly she couldn't stand, coughing violently. Standing before her was none other than Smallana. The woman struggled to stand, vowing to protect the divine tree. Smallana raised his foot. "You are indeed stronger than I expected, but I am determined to destroy this tree. Die." Immediately after, he unleashed a vicious kick toward her, intending to deliver a lethal blow. Just then, someone launched a lightning-fast sneak attack from behind Smallana, but his reactions were incredibly swift. He slammed a backhand palm strike behind him. The woman looked at her companion, trembling. Smallana ruthlessly picked up giant boulders and smashed them into her one after another, his strikes exceptionally cruel. Afterward he mocked her. "Impressive indeed. You're exactly like the descriptions in the mysterious records. But no matter how strong you are, in the end, you're just an unawakened woman." Immediately after, he appeared in front of Heijialun in an instant. It turned out she had nimbly dodged his previous strike. Smallana unleashed a holy light aurora at Heijialun. She immediately lunged aside to dodge, a surge of lingering fear in her heart. That was close. Heijialun lipped and landed, unable to help but marvel, "So fast, but I'm not weak either." No sooner had the words been spoken than Heijialun lunged at Smallana again. She unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire kicks as swift as the wind. Smallana was secretly shocked. "A mortal body can actually keep up with my speed. She really is strong. However, I'm not fighting alone." Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yi Cheng quickly appeared. Yi Cheng smugly pointed a finger at Heijialun from a distance, and a void cannon instantly erupted. This strike was impossible for Heijialun to withstand. She spat out a massive spray of blood, her clothes torn. Yi Qing's god's judgment had nearly taken half of He Jielun's life. Small Anna revealed a look of contempt. As expected of a Manhua race captain, your strength is beyond words, but aren't you still going to die by my hand? He Jielun struggled to crawl up, letting out a cold laugh. Captain, I'm just a squad leader and the weakest one at that. No sooner had she spoken than the curly-haired queen appeared silently behind them. Over here, Li Yunmu pulled out another treasure. I also have Lan-X Advanced Genifique Oil. The effects are also excellent, the woman said in surprise. Can I have this one too? Beside them, Zhang Wuya and the other were completely bewildered. They could no longer understand what he was saying. What Advanced Genifique? I've been lost in a fog listening to this. Li Yunmu replied happily. Of course, as long as you tell me more about this place. Just then a figure entered the dungeon area. The woman was somewhat surprised. The voice said, all right, you may leave. Oh, it's that little girl, the woman replied respectfully. Lord Yi Ting, Yi Ting continued. Leave this to me, I have words for this person. Li Yunmu was secretly alert, a brat. The little girl then knelt and introduced herself. I am a minister of this country, my name is Yi Ting. Hearing this, he secretly speculated that it was likely an earthling name. Li Yunmu sat down as well. A minister, then you must be here as a lobbyist. After a pause, Yi Ting asked slowly, do you want to leave this place? I can help you. Li Yunmu stared at the little girl, puzzled. Yi Ting felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. What are you staring at me for? Li Yunmu then said, your breasts are so small, you must be very weak. On what grounds do you think you can help me? Yi Ting was so startled she quickly reached out to cover her chest. How rude, where are you looking, you bastard? I am a civil official. Afterward she handed over a key. I can let you go, but you must agree to my request. Yi Ting then said loudly, I want you to help me defeat the queen and overthrow her rule. Hearing this, Li Yunmu was stunned. He asked in shock to confirm, what did you say? Yi Ting recounted that the queen was cruel and pathologically jealous, enslaving all women who were more beautiful than her. In this country, beauty that did not submit to her was a capital offense. The girls who fell from the sky like you are the same. They are being held somewhere as slaves, suffering endless torture. Which is why only men are kept here. Hearing this and thinking of Ling Shui, he couldn't help but feel worried. Li Yunmu fell into a calculation. No, she's too strong, I can't win at all. Yi Ting hesitated. What if I have a way to make you stronger? The scene shifted to the curly-haired queen. With a dark face, she delivered a heavy punch to Yi Qing. Get out of my way! Yi Qing was made to spit blood on the spot by the blow. Small Anna looked at the queen before him and couldn't help but marvel. Up close, she really is magnificent. To think a human could grow so large, and the destructive power is just as staggering. No sooner had he finished speaking than he appeared behind the queen like a ghost. Immediately after, he fired an attack with incredible speed. On this side, the queen was naturally not to be outdone. Her massive cleaver sweeping across in an instant, the curly-haired queen calmly blocked the attack, leaving Small Anna utterly shocked. What? She actually blocked my sword light? Although he was smiling, his heart had grown wary. With such a massive body, her movements are unexpectedly agile. Before he could think further, the queen impatiently slammed down a heavy blow. He fell completely into a disadvantage, unable to help but spit a mouthful of blood as he cursed resentfully. Damn it, Small Anna found her strength hard to believe. Is the gap between us really this large? He looked toward that giant tree. The target was clearly right before his eyes. On this side, Li Yunmu asked curiously, what do you mean by saying you can make me stronger? Yi Ting explained, 150 years ago among you cross-world travelers, someone left behind 3 energy stones. They can boost the user's strength to the war saint rank for a short time. With those, overthrowing the queen is not impossible. He asked flatly in return, then why don't you take the energy stones and overthrow her yourself? Yi Ting answered, because I can't. Energy stones can only be used by those like you who cultivate flux power. Unless it's a cross-world traveler, the queen cannot be overthrown. Our protagonist then stood up. To tell you the truth, your country's survival has nothing to do with me, but my friends seem to be in dire straits and that makes the situation completely different. He revealed a devious smirk and continued, then I'll cooperate with you to overthrow whatever that what's-her-name queen is. At this moment, Li Yunmu was going crazy with rage. I've really had enough. I just escaped and now I've been discovered again. You damn barbarian, this is all your fault. Behind him, the great barbarian Heavenly King had inexplicably become the scapegoat, jumping in indignation. Why blame me? Li Yunmu immediately snapped back. If you hadn't been hungry and gone to steal people's food, would we have been discovered? They were still arguing even at a time like this. No sooner had he landed than he slipped. God, I missed my step. Seeing Li Yunmu fall, both of them were startled. It turned out he had fallen directly into the swimming pool below. When Li Yunmu just crawled up from the poolside, he hadn't yet come to his senses. Where is this? Where did I fall into? Before his eyes was a group of beauties wrapped in bath towels. He realized immediately, this is heaven. The battle on Yi Qing's side was gradually reaching a stalemate, and he thought through gritted teeth, this won't do, the two of us alone can't hurt her at all. Small Anna also felt a sense of powerlessness. Is this the power of the Manhua race queen? Even though I suppressed my rank, my combat experience is still at the war saint level. How is the gap still this big? The record stated the queen of this world was strong, but this was absurdly strong. The curly-haired queen charged forward in a thunderous rage. What are you dallying there for? Below, Yi Qing grabbed her leg firmly. Got you. She immediately unleashed her ultimate move, Red Lotus, knowing full well, you stinking man, you want to use that magic from earlier again. The curly-haired queen swung a giant rock to knock him back, saying, it's no use, it's small on his turn. He then activated a holy light. Radiance, a blinding light, flashed before the queen. She was dazzled and couldn't open her eyes, as if hit by a flashbang. She cursed in her heart, damn it, I can't see. By the time the dust settled, there was no one left before her. Those two had escaped again. During the retreat, Smallana kept muttering incessantly, the humans of this world are strong beyond imagination. Good thing I cooperated with you. I could never complete the plan alone. Yi Qing looked ahead anxiously and asked, how much further to the rendezvous point? According to the map, it should be just ahead. Seeing two figures appear, Yi Qing asked warily, are you two the descendants of the Yi family? This is too slow. Yi Qing assessed the little girl. The contact is actually a brat, the little girl reminded him to be polite. According to seniority, I am older than you. Smallana guessed her identity. You must be the inside agent the Yi family left in this world. Yi Ting admitted, that's right, it's me. By the way, did a red-haired youth come with you? That guy seems quite unusual, called Li Yunmu or something. Smallana was shocked to hear this news. How is that possible? That guy isn't dead yet. The crack's energy wasn't nearly enough. How did he get through? Yi Ting replied flatly, how should I know? But he indeed survived, and he's even caused quite a stir, catching the queen's eye. Seeing how injured you are you really not even as strong as that Li Yunmu? How are you going to destroy the Fuxi divine tree and let our Yi family monopolize the Fuxi fruits? Yi Qing took up the topic. That's why we came to find you for a joint operation. Wasn't this the strategy decided 150 years ago? The little girl refused. Sorry, I am a civil official and not good at fighting, but don't worry. My plan has already begun. Yi Ting recounted that several hundred years ago, the first batch of cross-world travelers arrived in Manhua Nation through a space crack. They discovered that although the women here couldn't use flux power, they possessed immense strength. Despite having no men, they could pass this down from generation to generation. After curious investigation, the travelers learned that this world had a divine tree that the people here called Fuxi. There was a magical fruit on the Fuxi tree that, when eaten, could break through human limits. The women here possessed staggering strength precisely because they consumed this fruit. Every spring when the Fuxi bloomed, the women would go to pick the stamens. After grinding the stamens and consuming them with water, the women would have a certain chance of becoming pregnant. Upon learning the truth, the travelers proposed a trade to the queen. They used items from their original world to trade for Fuxi fruits with the queen. The queen was very interested in those little gadgets they brought, so she agreed to the trade. After returning to Earth, one of them discovered that eating the fruit allowed them to surpass the highest known limit of fluxers, which is to say, surpassing the War Saint rank. This left several of them beyond excited, and they hurriedly recorded the entire experience of this journey into a log. This record was classified as top secret by the Fluxer Guild and hidden in the Remnant Text Pavilion, never disclosed to the world. Thus, every 150 years, new cross-world travelers would come to Manhua Nation to trade for Fuxi fruits. Until that one time, a youth named Yi Zun appeared among the travelers. He was a member of the Chaoshan sect. Yi Zun was gentle and refined, using his intelligence and talent to greatly promote the development of Manhua Nation. During this period, Yi Zun fell in love with a Manhua Nation woman. Yi Zun requested the queen's permission to stay here and spend the rest of his life with his lover. Grateful for Yi Zun's contributions to the country, the queen agreed to his request. Thus Yi Zun stayed behind and built a happy family, which also gave birth to the country's first outlier. But things were far less simple than they appeared. Everything Yi Zun had done was actually a conspiracy. His efforts to gain the queen's trust and leave descendants were all for the purpose of acting as an inside agent for the Chaoshan sect descendants who would come here again to destroy the Fuxi divine tree and bring all the Fuxi fruits back to the Chaoshan sect for cultivation, thereby achieving the goal of the Chaoshan sect monopolizing the fruits. And I, Yi Ting, am the descendant of Yi Zun. After hearing the story, the two asked, hey, what are you dazing out for? What did you mean when you said the plan had already begun? Yi Ting turned to leave, leaving only one sentence behind. I have my own arrangements. You just wait for my signal. Don't worry, I will definitely make the queen suffer a heavy injury. Maybe. I can even help you settle that Li Yunmu along the way. On the other side, Li Yunmu was desperately evading pursuit. The pursuers should be gone, right? Finally shook them off. Gasping for breath, he questioned the two people before him. This should be the eastern side of the forest the brat mentioned, right? The great barbarian Heavenly King questioned. No way. Are you really going to listen to that brat? We already escaped, why care about all that? Li Yunmu threatened the old barbarian. I only let you out because you said you'd help me get the items. Try running and see what happens. The great barbarian Heavenly King scanned the surroundings and analyzed. You young fellow, really. In a forest this big, looking for that one household is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Wuya intervened calmly in their argument, advising, complaining is useless. If the three of us search separately, our chances will be much better. The three of them immediately dashed off in different directions, deciding to split up. Yunmu speculated that relying solely on the three of them wouldn't be enough, so he called upon the system to revive his shadow souls. The system displayed you have spent 6,000 experience points to revive 3 shadow souls. He assigned shadows number 1, number 2, and number 3 the task of finding the stone room. The 3 shadow souls took their orders and departed, flying into the sky to search for the target according to his instructions. Their eyes scanned the landscape like sensors, refusing to let even the slightest clue escape them. The target area was quickly pinpointed near a massive rock. Yunmu shouted triumphantly, "Found it!" At that moment Yunmu heard the great barbarian Heavenly King's voice. "Hey kid, you can actually block a steel blade with just your pinky? That's the weakest part of the human body." The great barbarian Heavenly King was charging toward the opponent guarding the stone room, exclaiming, "This kid truly has surpassed the physical limits of a human, but I won't lose to you either." As soon as the words were spoken, the great barbarian Heavenly King stomped heavily on the ground, sending a massive rock flying into the air. He roared, "Kid, here I come." Meanwhile, Zhang Wuya used only 2 fingers to parry the opponent's giant longsword, while the great barbarian Heavenly King caught the giant rock in midair. Immediately after, he exerted all his strength to hurl the giant rock at his opponent. The great barbarian Heavenly King had long been annoyed by this guy. Waving that worn-out sword around, it was truly irritating. Earlier, the 3 of them had followed Yunmu to the entrance of a stone cave. The great barbarian Heavenly King asked in confusion, "Is this the stone room the brat mentioned? It looks pretty ordinary." "I'm surprised you could find it." Yunmu placed his hand on the door, sensing that this strange gate seemed to require a specific method to open. From behind him, the great barbarian Heavenly King offered a well-intentioned warning. "I suggest you don't touch things randomly. What if there's a trap?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mechanism popped out from below, startling Yunmu. "This is..." The great barbarian Heavenly King muttered worriedly from the side, "See, you touched it and broke it." Looking at the slot that had popped out, Yunmu speculated, "No, it looks like it's asking us to put something in. There's writing on it. First, a guardian's proof. Second, money is power. Third, why are you strong? What kind of lame joke is this? A riddle?" He thought that lingering here wasn't an option and that they should search separately. But while Yunmu was still pondering, he failed to notice that the stone cave guard had already launched an attack. Yunmu was sent flying back, a look of bewilderment on his face. What the hell? When he saw the attacker clearly, his eyes filled with surprise. Thanks to Zhang Wuya catching the blade with his fingers, Yunmu had narrowingly escaped. He asked Zhang Wuya with concern, "Are you okay?" The other replied, "I can still hold on." The great barbarian Heavenly King couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the strongest rookie from the War God Temple, his strength is indeed terrifying. With that, he swung a heavy punch. "You give me!" A series of heavy punches rained down one after another. The great barbarian Heavenly King roared, "Get out of my way!" The guard was beaten until he collapsed to the ground. The great barbarian Heavenly King grabbed his helmet, wanting to show off, "I want to see exactly who's hiding inside this armor." But the moment the helmet was removed, the great barbarian Heavenly King saw the opponent's face and was struck with terror. He froze on the spot, stammering, "A woman? What?" Taking advantage of the great barbarian Heavenly King's distraction, the guard seized the opportunity to counterattack, returning a punch. The great barbarian Heavenly King was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall behind him. He rubbed his aching head and wailed, "That hurts like hell." Yunmu urgently asked, "Hey, did you see who's inside?" The great barbarian Heavenly King replied, "Don't be scared when I tell you." As the thick smoke cleared, the opponent's figure gradually emerged. The head area of the armor was completely empty, with only a mass of searing flames burning within. The great barbarian Heavenly King added, "It's not human at all." Zhang Wuya didn't hesitate to attack again, but the opponent's shield blocked him firmly, a solid defense he couldn't break through. Zhang Wuya immediately executed a mystic void kick. Simultaneously, Yunmu coordinated by jumping behind the guard's head, unleashing a flurry of kicks to his back. 1, 2, 3, 4, this pile of scrap metal is making my feet hurt. Yunmu returned to Zhang Wuya's side exhausted and said, "This iron guy appeared too suddenly. Could he be the guardian?" Zhang Wuya thought it very likely. Perhaps defeating him would grant the guardian's proof. Moreover, during the clash just now he had felt a flux power reaction from the opponent. Yunmu shouted in surprise, "Flux power? If that's the case, this guy is being controlled by flux power." Zhang Wuya stared irritably at the opponent and replied, "Perhaps. If not, how could empty armor move like a person? What a pain. It won't be easy to take down a guy like this." However, he heard Yunmu say, "Is that so? I think if we just need to defeat him, then things are a lot simpler." The guard wordlessly tightened his grip on his longsword, his heavy footsteps echoing on the ground. He swung his sword in a massive downward cleave, kicking up clouds of dust. Yunmu nimbly dodged to the back and praised, "Quite fast, aren't you?" The opponent's longsword became stuck deep in the ground, but in an instant he pulled it out and lunged at Yunmu. He leaned back to dodge the attack. That was close. He couldn't stay on the defensive forever and began to counterattack. "You hunk of iron, take this." A lightning bolt instantly shot from Yunmu's palm, heading straight for the guard. "Zhang Wuya, I've pinned him down." "Break his shield." Zhang Wuya responded immediately. He chanted a mantra under his breath. The void is held by the soul, perfected in an instant. The winds return and merge, 100 days of spiritual merit. Once attained, always held, the body naturally light. Great harmony overflows, the marrow contains essence. This move directly disabled one of the guard's arms. Yunmu praised him for the clean strike, thinking that surely he must be dead now, but as they saw the guard's body move again, both were stunned. Heavens, he can still move with his arm gone? Zhan Wuya saw through the trick. Because it had no life, it had no concept of fear. As long as it could move, it would continue to attack. A blazing fire ignited in Yunmu's hand. In that case, I'll burn you until nothing is left. Let's see how you move then. Just then, the great barbarian Heavenly King appeared behind the guard. He spoke in a dark tone. Brat, you were the one who ambushed me earlier, weren't you? See if I don't slaughter you. The great barbarian Heavenly King executed a body slam, ruthlessly smashing his opponent into the ground. Watching this scene, the two felt a phantom pain for the opponent. I suddenly feel that it truly doesn't know what fear is. It was quite lucky. The great barbarian Heavenly King's slam looked truly painful. Soon he set his sights on another guard, directly stripping the armor and putting it on himself. He cursed while stripping it. HMPH, I'll dismantle everything and see if you die. This skin of yours, your daddy is requisitioning it. After dealing with everything, he tossed a token to Yunmu. Catch this, Li family brat, found it on this guy. Yunmu recognized it immediately. It had to be the Guardian's proof. He walked to the cave entrance to try it, and the token was inserted. Accompanied by a rumble, the gate slowly opened and a brilliant light shone from within. Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief. Seems we found the right place, only the final riddles are left. He pondered, we've already submitted the Guardian's proof, so what do money is power and why are you strong represent? Do we have to keep fighting? The great barbarian Heavenly King held his head irritably and replied, my head is spinning just listening to this. I don't want to play another riddle game for the rest of my life. Zhan Wuya seemed to have discovered something. He pulled out a flux crystal and asked, shall we try this? Yunmu responded, that's a flux crystal, right? Exactly, Zhan Wuya explained. Flux crystals were cultivation materials just like coins, possessing the attributes of both money and power. He praised Yunmu, saying that although he looked simple, he was actually quite smart. Zhan Wuya felt a bit bashful and said humbly, it's nothing. When Yunmu pressed the flux crystal into the slot, the entire gate burst with light. Correct again. Only one left. Yunmu urged, Brother Wuya, quick, use your brilliant intellect to think. Zhan Wuya expressed helplessly that he had no clue about this last one either. Yunmu racked his brains, thinking there must be some detail. He remembered Yi Ting once saying that because she couldn't do it if someone wasn't a cross-world traveler, they couldn't overthrow the queen's rule. At this thought, Yunmu had the answer. I've got it. Yi Ting said only a cross-world traveler could get it, so the answer must be something that doesn't exist in this world. Something this world lacks but makes us strong. There's only one thing. He punched the gate and shouted, it's flux power. Yunmu was full of confidence in his answer. The gate's mechanism slowly activated, and he excitedly announced the good news. The door is open. The great barbarian Heavenly King couldn't believe his eyes. Heavens, you actually punched it open. Zhan Wuya urged from the side. Let's get inside and find what we came for. Stepping inside, Yunmu remarked, it's too dark in here. The great barbarian Heavenly King immediately rushed toward the table ahead, thinking the item must be there. Zhan Wuya looked down at the wooden box and found writing carved on it. Yunmu read it aloud for the group. To my descendants I have spent my life's energy to craft this object. It shall assist you in completing your great undertaking. Carrying this item increases your chi levels up to the god realm, yet it can also destroy. The writing afterward was blurred. Yunmu asked in confusion, my descendants? Exactly who does that refer to? Zhan Wuya reminded him urgently from the side, what are you looking at? You're completely mesmerized. We've got the item, let's go. Yunmu bid them farewell. Your promise is fulfilled. The matters ahead are very dangerous. I should go on alone, the great barbarian Heavenly King asked displeasurably in return. Why are you cutting me out of the fun now? In the Red Barbarian tribe, once we fought a war together, we're brothers through life and death, I'm telling you. We Red Barbarians value loyalty above all else. Running when there's danger, what kind of brother is that? Zhan Wuya also wanted to follow him. I'll go anywhere. I can't leave the Manhua realm right now anyway, so it's the same everywhere. Hearing them speak like this, Yunmu let out a cold snort. Truly a bunch of fools who don't care if they live or die. Fine, since that's the case, we'll head to Manhua Nation together. Just to be clear, if you die, it's not my fault. In the peaceful Manhua Nation, the people were gossiping. Hey, did you hear? Someone attacked the Fuxi Divine Tree today. How can that be? Who did it? Who else? It must be those cross-world travelers. I always said they weren't trustworthy and should all be executed immediately. Exactly. They seem to be getting more and more powerful. Even Captain Chili was no match for them. Fortunately, the queen arrived just in time, otherwise the divine tree might not have been saved. Daring to attack the divine tree we rely on for survival, the queen will surely punish those cross-world travelers severely. Among the group hiding on the roof eavesdropping, the great barbarian Heavenly King was shocked. The divine tree, we just ran away, we didn't go to chop down their tree. Yunmu responded, it wasn't us, it was probably Yi Qing's doing. Zhan Wuya observed Yunmu's expression and asked curiously, why do you look so preoccupied? Yunmu replied, I feel like there are many things I can't figure out. With Chili also defeated, the battle on the curly-haired queen's side had become an overwhelming dominance. Despite being severely injured, Chili struggled to call out to the queen. The curly-haired queen immediately interrupted her. You're badly hurt, don't speak for now. The medical team has arrived. Is everyone okay? The Fuxi Divine Tree is still intact, you can rest easy and recover. Looking at her fallen subject, she cursed resentfully, "Bastards, to do such a thing to my inept people. Even if I have to search every inch of this land, I will find them. I will make you pay in blood." Meanwhile, on Yunmu's side, Zhan Wuya asked warily, "I say, is it really necessary to go this far?" "Hey, whose girl is this?" Yunmu replied, "It's absolutely necessary. See, no one is paying attention to us now. Relax, we're super beauties now." He and Zhan Wuya had both put on women's clothing while the great barbarian heavenly king behind them was wrapped tightly in a black robe. The great barbarian heavenly king grumbled dissatisfactorily. "The two of you are one thing, but what the hell is this outfit I'm wearing?" Yunmu waved his hand and replied, "Who told you to be built like that? It's already impressive that you can pass for a woman." Yunmu walked up to a woman to inquire, "Sister, do you know where the Crossworld girls were taken? The queen told us to go ask them a few questions." He got a response. "They seem to be at the guest house, just go straight down this road." Yunmu repeated it suspiciously. The guest house. The three followed the directions to the specified building. Looking at the strange architectural style, Yunmu grew even more suspicious. "I say, that house ahead looks like a palace. It doesn't look like a place for prisoners at all." He felt it was very unfair. Heavens, even as prisoners the difference in treatment is too huge. This is clearly a noble palace. Just then a scream came from inside and Yunmu immediately recognized it as Sister Shui's voice. He rushed in and shouted, "Sister Shui!" A painful cry came from within. "Stop, it hurts too much, I can't take it anymore." The three pushed the door open and saw Ling Shui enjoying a massage. They were instantly stunned. She was pleading with the therapist, "Stop, stop, go lighter, I can't take the pressure." Dashang was also surprised to see them. "How are you with the kid from the War God Temple? And who's the black-robed freak behind you also?" Yunmu angrily slammed his wig on the ground and started cursing. "What gives you the right to dress like this? Heavens, you actually have the nerve to ask me. I've been risking my life out there. Why does this man get to enjoy luxury here?" "Why?" Dashang explained. "I'm not quite sure myself. Anyway, we were brought here as soon as we arrived. Tian Shui and Hai Yu are also in the pool in the back, probably because they were mistaken for girls again. This world seems to be very friendly toward cross-world girls." Looking around, Yunmu was amazed. He hadn't expected such a high-end resort in such a backward place. Pomegranate chimed in, "Of course, the conditions here are 100 times better than the queen's bedroom. Even though we're much more backward than your world, we still respect guests from afar." The little girl threw herself into Dashang's arms and acted spoiled. "Right, young master." Yunmu was stunned by the address. "Young master," Dashang introduced her. "Her name is Pomegranate. She's a maid here. She already knows I'm a boy, but don't worry, she promised to keep it a secret. The condition is that I have to tell her stories about our world, and she seems to quite like staying with me." Yunmu began to entice the child. "Hey Pomegranate, I'll trade treasures that don't exist in your world for information. Can you tell me the latest news about this world?" The little girl happily agreed. Through Pomegranate, Yunmu confirmed, "In other words, that Fuxi Divine Tree is the source of all things here." Pomegranate nodded in agreement. Yunmu still had one problem unresolved. "It seems the item we need to take back is the Fuxi fruit. Synthesizing all the current information, there's still a contradiction I can't figure out." A figure appeared in Yunmu's mind. "It's Yi Ting." As soon as Ling Shui heard Yi Ting's name, she remembered that young brat, and her expression turned serious. "We saw her when we first arrived. She not only inquired about every cross-world traveler's identity, but also asked very detailed questions about the distribution of various major powers on Earth. At the time, we thought it was strange. Why would someone from the Nuwa realm need to know so much about Earth?" Yunmu fell into deep thought. While he was pondering, a voice came from behind. "Why are you dressed like that?" Tian Shui and Hai Yu saw Yunmu and the others in drag and felt their worldview collapse, exclaiming how disgusting it was. "You're like a bunch of perverts." Seeing them, Yunmu extended an invitation. "Yi Tian Shui, Hai Yu, we've decided to find a way to get a few fruits and then leave this place immediately. How about it? Want to come along?" Tian Shui immediately warmed up her limbs and agreed. "Sure, this place is nice, but I'm getting a bit bored. Count me in." Pomegranate overheard their conversation and scurried over to ask Dashang, "Young master, are you leaving?" Dashang gently stroked Pomegranate's head and explained that it was unavoidable. He would have to return to his own world sooner or later. Hearing Dashang say this, the little girl knew it was time to say goodbye to them. Afterward, the group set off on their return journey together. "Don't be nervous, we're almost at the city gates." Just then, Yi Tianshui seemed to spot something, her expression tightening as she voiced a warning. "Hey Li Yunmu, look ahead." It turned out the curly-haired queen, the very person they least wanted to encounter, had returned. "Damn it, that bear is back, and at the worst possible time." Li Yunmu whispered instructions to everyone. "Don't make eye contact, just keep your heads down and walk past. Dressed like this you won't notice us." The others successfully passed by the curly-haired queen, leaving only Li Yunmu behind. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, just as he was brushing past her. And preparing to let out a sigh of relief, he heard the woman's sharp command to stop behind him after only a few steps. The curly-haired queen cast a murderous gaze at Li Yunmu, questioning, "Where do you think you're going dressed like that?" Seeing him frozen on the spot, the queen sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered his capture. Li Yunmu decided to hide no longer, turning to face her directly. "I've been spotted, everyone run toward the divine tree, I'll hold the line." Seeing him plan to stay alone against that behemoth, the others quickly executed the order. Li Yunmu unleashed the morning sun great flame art and Prometheus fire to engage the battle. Upon seeing this, the curly-haired queen recognized the moves. Your moves are exactly the same as the guy who attacked the divine tree just now. You really are in league together. The curly-haired queen quickly launched a counterattack, lamenting, "You've truly broken my heart, Dolly." He immediately switched techniques, unleashing snow-drinking cold blade and thunderclap frenzied blade. The two lethal strikes bore down on where the queen stood. The ground beneath her feet shattered instantly, sending dust swirling into the air. But to Li Yunmu's surprise, the curly-haired queen stood proud amidst the debris, her eyes filled with fury. Her defensive power left Li Yunmu secretly shocked. She took a hit from the thunderclap frenzied blade and is completely unharmed. Is this the power of Fuxi? Just then, the curly-haired queen took advantage of the opening to return a heavy punch. This massive heavy blow sent Li Yunmu flying, crashing through an entire building. Li Yunmu's body soared through the air, vanished in the hazy dust. Witnessing this, Da Shang grew frantic, shouting, "Xiao Miu Miu!" He was about to turn back to save him when a vigorous figure blurred past. It was the great barbarian, charging up to help Li Yunmu. "Don't be afraid, brother. Your big brother is here to save you. For us red barbarians, loyalty is everything." With that, the great barbarian swung a red barbarian iron punch. The curly-haired queen became his punching bag, taking countless hits. Finally, a finishing move called life-ending hammer was unleashed, striking with such force that dust billowed everywhere. After that lethal strike, the great barbarian asked in surprise, "Still not dead? When it comes to strength, the red barbarians have never feared anyone." Before he could finish, the curly-haired queen returned a heavy punch to his stomach, sending him flying back defenseless. The great barbarian suffered internal injuries, spitting blood. Seeing this, the queen followed up with another move, blasting him into the sky while roaring, "Fly to the edge of the world for me." She then adopted a contemptuous tone, "I hate these single-celled animals who only know how to use brute force." Suddenly, Zhan Wuya's voice rang out behind her. "This object on my person, a step to increase chi, leads straight to the God realm. Winds return and merge. 100 days of spiritual merit, once attained, always held. The body is naturally light. Great harmony overflows, bones scattered like frozen jade." As he recited the mantra, he extended his fingers and charged toward the queen, expressionless. The two collided violently, erupting with a surge of savage power. Facing the queen's freakish strength, Zhan Wuya's knuckles felt as if they were about to explode, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Before Zhan Wuya could steady himself, the curly-haired queen kicked him away to join the great barbarian, mocking him for overestimating his own strength. After scanning the battlefield, she walked toward the unconscious Li Yunmu, saying, "The first iron law of the Manhua race, anyone who harms the divine tree or damages my people must die. Blame the two who came with you." Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light flashed before her eyes, accompanied by an angry shout, "Mystic force pressure cannon." She turned her head, casting a cold, disdainful gaze. "You damned outliers, have you all grown tired of living?" A man stepped forward, adjusting his tie as he spoke. "It's strange. Even though this guy is just a shadow, he always turns into light, constantly drawing people to follow him. Even people like us have begun to trust him unconsciously. Blind trust. As long as this person is here, we will surely win." Thus, Ling Shui and Da Shang stepped forward to fight. Da Shang added, "How can we let you bully him like this? Even though you've been good to us, I still have to say sorry. We must defeat you here." As he spoke, Zhan Wuya struggled to his feet nearby, coughing violently. Da Shang kicked Zhan Wuya aside. "Wounded personnel, stay to the side. Don't block the path." After the other rolled several times on the ground, Da Shang spoke, "Kid from the War God Temple, when did your relationship get so good while I wasn't around? Xiao Miu Miu is in danger, and you actually ran faster than me. Where was his face as a best friend supposed to go?" Ling Shui, seeing this hooligan-like behavior, found it somewhat absurd. Hey, is that really why you kicked him?" Seeing Da Shang's endless chatter, the curly-haired queen drew her sword and lunged, issuing a silence order. "Talking non-stop, it's so annoying." But he simply stomped his foot heavily, then raised his gun to suppress her assault. In the split second, the queen tilted her head to dodge the bullet. Ling Shui had already been waiting. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, and Da Shang assessed, "The battle is too intense. This queen is truly ruthless." While leisurely watching the fight, Da Shang witnessed an unbelievable scene. Ling Shui had actually been defeated. She fell from the sky, smashing a giant crater into the ground, her mouth stained with blood. Da Shang turned pale with shock, screaming, "Sister Shui!" The curly-haired queen dove down from the heights, warning, "You have no time to worry about others." She charged closer and closer, leaving Da Shang no time to prepare a counterattack. Just as she shouted, "Die!" the ground beneath Da Shang's feet shattered and dust billowed. The queen found her prey had vanished. It turned out Li Yunmu had blocked this lethal strike. At this moment, Li Yunmu was holding a medicine bottle and chanting, "This object on my person, a step to increase chi, leads straight to the God realm." With that, he bit the cap open with his teeth. Simultaneously, Yi Tianshui and Hai Yu were rushing over at high speed. The divine tree was just ahead. Wait, Yi Tianshui noticed that no enemies seemed to be pursuing them. Hai Yu looked back, muttering to herself, "Are we running too fast? Where are the others?" Yi Tianshui didn't know there and remained silent. After Li Yunmu bit open the bottle, he released a mysterious aura. "This object on my person, a step to increase chi, leads straight to the God realm." A golden light enveloped him. The curly-haired queen cried out in shock, "What? Li Yunmu stomped his foot in a show of force, a powerful energy surging in all directions, reigniting his battle intent as he felt power continuously erupting from within his body. He ordered Dashang to take Sister Shui and the others to the divine tree. Dashang was worried about leaving him alone, but Li Yunmu comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, she's dead meat this time." Seeing that look in his eyes again, Dashang immediately agreed, not forgetting to remind him as he left, "All right then, catch up quickly." Li Yunmu looked at the curly-haired queen and provoked her. "Want to go to the divine tree? Sorry, the road is closed." She looked at the tiny creature before her and warned, "Don't blame me. It hurts me more than it hurts you to hit you, but I'm doing this for the sake of this country." With that, she activated Berserk Greatsword Step, delivering a heavy punch to the ground. Li Yunmu was forming hand seals, unleashing a move called Thunderhound. He teleported behind her and shouted, "Thunder Walk!" Lightning like a rabid dog shot from Li Yunmu's hand, biting firmly into her arm, leaving her startled and suspicious. "How did your spells suddenly become so strong?" He continued to form the Goatfire Seal, unleashing Morning Sun Great Flame Art Goatfire Strike. A robust fire goat galloped out, slamming violently into the curly-haired queen. She was sent flying to the ground, screaming, "I'm burning to death." A hint of terror appeared in her eyes. From above, Li Yunmu dove down again, warning, "I'm not finished yet." He rained down dozens of frenzied blades onto her location, sending rock fragments flying afterward. He leisurely commented that this level of power truly rivaled a war saint. It was quite mesmerizing. The curly-haired queen approached slowly, praising, "In just a few days you've actually become this strong. No one has ever been able to wound me like this." Li Yunmu was about to charge when he realized something was wrong. The fat woman from before was gone, replaced by a sexy curly-haired woman with a hot figure. Although her clothes were in tatters, she was exceptionally alluring. She continued, "You have indeed become stronger. I hope you can keep me company and play well." Li Yunmu pointed at her, puzzled. "Wait, who are you?" The curly-haired queen answered proudly. "Who am I? The one who loves you, of course." He immediately questioned, "Is she trying to pull a honey trap on me?" But the curly-haired queen waved her hand. "Why would I lie to you? I've just consumed some fat and gotten a bit thinner. This way I can also use my full power." No sooner had she spoken than she swung her sword at Li Yunmu, using a Berserk Greatsword Strike. Fortunately, he blocked it in time, but the longsword in his hand was still shaken away by the momentum. The curly-haired queen took advantage of the opponent's distraction to prepare a flying kick. He let out a cold snort. He hadn't expected her speed to increase so much after becoming thin. It truly didn't allow for a moment's relaxation. The curly-haired queen's longsword was stuck in the ground. She twisted her wrist to relieve the fatigue, saying, "Come on, this time we'll compete fairly." Li Yunmu mocked, "You've even put down your weapon." "What? Look down on me," she replied coldly. "We people of Manhua Nation duel with bare hands and never take an unfair advantage." Li Yunmu praised. "A beauty's voice even sounds much more pleasant." He suddenly asked, "Hey, does what you said before still count? How about I just marry you and we stop fighting?" The curly-haired queen charged at him, mocking as she fought, "You little slipper. Did you think your psychological warfare would work on me? How despicable." With that, she gave Li Yunmu a heavy blow, sending him into the stone wall where he smashed a large crater. He was severely injured, spitting blood. But that seemingly wasn't enough. She was about to follow up with another move when he used his movement technique to dodge that incredible punch. Li Yunmu took the opportunity to tease, "This babe isn't bad. Are you trying to murder your husband?" Suddenly, Li Zhongmin's voice rang in his head, comparing strength with a pure power-type opponent. "Have you got water in your brain?" He responded, "Then let me try the move you taught me." But Li Zhongmin said, "Brat, there's only a week until the global war starts. You can't improve your strength much in such a short time." He fell into confusion. "How then what should I do, Dad? Think of something." "I'm instructing you, don't worry," I said. "Ever heard of Tai Chi?" Seeing Li Yunmu strike a strange pose, the curly-haired queen rushed over but felt puzzled. "Don't think about running. What kind of strange pose is that?" he told her. "Movement generates yang. When movement reaches its peak, it becomes still. Stillness generates yin. When stillness reaches its peak, movement returns." He then caught the opponent's leg using a Tai Chi lock, leaving her momentarily stunned. She was followed up by a punch to the stomach from Li Yunmu's pushing hands, sending her falling backward onto the ground, wailing. He waved his hand and mocked, "The taste of being hit by your own force isn't pleasant, is it?" Hearing this, the curly-haired queen exploded with rage. She quickly regained her battle stance and roared as she threw a punch. "Are you joking?" He leaned aside to dodge the attack, then hooked her knee with his backhand using a move called Deflect, Parry, and Punch. He then used the momentum to quickly hurl her into the air with high pat on horse. The curly-haired queen staggered to the ground. Li Yunmu performed several health-preserving movements, at times raising his hands and at times pressing down, shifting left and right before revealing a winner's smile and praising, "I didn't expect that old man's boxing style to be quite useful." Seeing the curly-haired queen could still stand, he lamented, "Damn it, why has it suddenly become so hard to even hit her?" She leapt up again to restart the battle, and he couldn't help his sharp tongue again. "Coming again, you really never learn." But just as Li Yunmu prepared to use Tai Chi again, an indescribable feeling hit him. He looked at his own hand and asked himself, "What's going on? My power is disappearing." Li Yunmu was secretly shocked. "My power is gradually vanishing, even my flux energy. Why is this happening?" He pondered. That medicine might boost chi to the god realm, but it could also destroy it. Could those blurred words have referred to this? The queen took the opportunity to press the attack. You're distracted. At this moment his body was somewhat weak, and Li Yunmu could only hurriedly raise his hands to block. A queen then flashed past and mocked, "Hey, where did that momentum from just now go?" Afterward, she delivered a flurry of punches and kicks to Li Yunmu, leaving him with no chance to even strike back. That heavy kick sent him flying, making him have to lament this woman's ability. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange, both your strength and reaction speed have become much weaker. Li Yunmu panted heavily, inwardly complaining, "My body is starting to get stiff. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't even be able to move. These side effects are really going to be the death of me." Immediately, the queen rushed over. He watched with a frown. Out of options, the shadow army mobilized in an instant. The curly-haired queen was struck and sent tumbling. Li Yunmu gave a cold laugh, though it's a bit shameless. "Who told me to have such thick skin? Sorry, this isn't a duel, it's a group fight." By now his shadow army had finished assembling. The queen let out a cold snort. This invisible attack style again. She ran toward Li Yunmu in disgust, muttering, "How annoying." Just as the attack fell, Li Yunmu quickly blocked it. At this moment his movement seemed a bit more agile. The curly-haired queen was thus thrown aside, the scales of victory no longer tipped in her favor. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, his strength seemed to be slowly recovering. The queen unleashed a flying kick at the protagonist, but Li Yun quickly blocked the move. The curly-haired queen was stunned. "I can't kick through." Simultaneously, Li Feng also appeared and threw her aside. She began to calculate. This Tai Chi combined with those little tricks is indeed hard to deal with. Dragging this out is not an option. At this moment the two had the same thought. The longer the battle lines were drawn, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to end it quickly. The curly-haired lady then leaped into the air, preparing to deliver the final strike. She moved gracefully through the shadows. Although she couldn't see them, she dodged them all based on instinct, heading straight for the yellow dragon, but he also seemed very excited. A one-move showdown, just what I want. The protagonist also began to circulate his internal power. Every movement is light and agile, with the spirit gathered within. Do not let it be broken or disconnected. Grind it in one breath, balanced and comfortable on all sides, a spirit gathered and the chi smooth. Just then the curly-haired woman gave a loud shout and charged forward. Both of them struck each other at the same time. Li Yunmu took a heavy blow to the head, blood spraying wildly. Meanwhile the queen took a punch to the stomach, vomiting blood in pain. Thus, under the collision of their profound internal powers, a massive explosion erupted. Li Yunmu lay flat on the ground with his legs in the air. It seemed he had been severely injured in this battle, and the queen on the opposite side was no better off. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a formidable opponent. A familiar voice rang out amidst this tragic scene. "What a show! Li Yunmu, your tactic of killing two birds with one stone left the queen and your enemies both wounded. It was truly satisfying to watch. I didn't expect you to actually have what it takes." Hearing the voice, he forced his eyes open through the pain. It was Yi Ting. At this moment she was calmly surveying the ruins before her. She then reached out and whistled. It seemed everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan. "Come out." As soon as she spoke, two figures quickly charged forward. Yunmu was shocked by the sight. "Yi Ching, Smallana, you?" Yi Ching suddenly launched a fierce kick, slamming it heavily into him. "Beaten to this state and still managing to force your way through an unstable space crack without dying. You've finally fallen into my hands, haven't you?" Smallana couldn't help but be shocked as well. At such a young age, the boy had actually defeated such a powerful queen without them having to lift a finger. "Your cunning is terrifying. It's a good thing we're allies, otherwise it would be too horrific." He stared coldly at the curly-haired queen. "Who knows if this queen is dead or not? To be safe, let's deliver a finishing blow." Smallana circulated his internal power, remarking, "I didn't expect you to suddenly become so beautiful, but for the sake of the great cause you must die." Just then, Hansi suddenly appeared from nowhere and issued a cold command. "Ready, fire!" No sooner had the words left her lips than a feathered arrow pierced straight into Smallana's chest, catching him completely off guard. A rain of arrows swept over where he stood. Though he could dodge, he couldn't evade them all. Seeing his companion wounded, Yi Cheng turned his head in shock. "What's going on?" Above, Hansi also made her appearance. After such a long detour and so much time wasted, the fox had finally fallen into the hunter's trap. Seeing Smallana's pathetic state, Hansi couldn't help but feel satisfied. On this side, Yunmu lay on the ground, gasping painfully for breath, while the queen suddenly stood up, sending a tremor of fear through Smallana's heart. "Well, you can actually still stand. Logically, even someone as strong as a war saint should be unable to get up by now." Yi Ting stepped forward. "That's right, the strength of the queens through the generations is roughly equivalent to the war saint rank in your world. By all accounts, that battle should have indeed left her unconscious. But this great figure before your eyes," she paused, turning toward the curly-haired queen. Yi Ting continued her introduction. "She is the strongest queen in the history of Manhua Nation, Queen Wahan." Suddenly she turned against them again, leaving Smallana frozen on the spot. "Yi Ting, you?" Yi Ching roared in fury. "Yi Ting is a descendant of the Yi family. How dare you betray us?" "Betray the Yi family?" she shouted with a look of contempt. "Shut your mouth." Yi Ting's eyes turned crazed. "The Yi family. The Yi family is exactly what I hate. Even having the surname Yi makes me sick." Following that, Yunmu lay on the ground quietly listening to her story. I could have grown up carefree like any other child, but the Yi family destroyed me, destroyed my home. Yi Zun only married my grandmother because she was weak and submissive. That way he could have absolute control. After I was born, he tore off all his disguises, constantly shouting at and hitting my grandmother, locking her in the house and forbidding her from seeing outsiders. Within a few years, my grandmother died of grief after I lost my mother's protection. Yi Zun became even more crazed with my brainwashing, force-feeding me the Yi family's vile ideals as if they were a faith to be passed down through generations. Just like that, a poor child turned into a demon, continuing to poison the next generation. I couldn't escape this vicious cycle either, suffering through painful brainwashing every day. Any hint of resistance resulted in a brutal beating, but I truly couldn't endure that life any longer, so I made a decision. I killed that demon with my own hands. I will completely sever the Yi family's dark grip after I've finished settling the truth. Above, Hansi shouted loudly, "Archers ready." Her forces were already prepared and waiting. Hansi roared excitedly, "Fire!" In an instant, a rain of arrows swept toward them frantically. Yi Xing hadn't expected to meet such an end, cursing blankly, damn it, damn it." Immediately after, a massive explosion rang out, the ground continuously trembling and collapsing. Yi Xing looked at the ruins before her, remarking with satisfaction that it was finally over. But suddenly, the curly-haired queen's gaze turned cold. No, she seems to have sensed something. Blood was now dripping onto the ground. The arch-villain didn't seem to be dead yet. Yi Xing wasn't dead, but he had been used as a meat shield by Small Anna to block the arrows. His entire body now dyed red with blood. Yi Xing trembled at the betrayal of his ally. You think Yi Xing has lost his value?" Small Anna coldly threw him aside. "You even bragged to me about how perfect your plan was." Yi Xing was now down to his final breath, gasping in agony. At that moment he remembered those mocking voices again. "Did you hear? The young master is a waste? Yeah, he can't compare to his brothers at all. It's the first time I've seen someone awaken such low-level flux power. The sect master must be so ashamed." During his loneliest times, that warm voice had soothed his heart. If you're not satisfied, why not just work hard to get stronger? Before he died, he remembered that innocent face again. "Young master, my name is Lin Jian. I will serve you starting today. I will accompany you in practice and help you grow into the strongest of the new generation." Since Lin Jian's appearance, Yi Xing had been like a fish in water, constantly bringing back good news on the rankings. He would never forget the sight of being surrounded and cheered by the crowd. At that time, the winner was Yi Xing. He had won again. At that moment, Yi Xing couldn't hide his excitement. "Lin Jian, I defeated the strongest rookie of the Chaoshan sect. Now I am the strongest. Father will be proud of me." Back then, Lin Jian had said, "Have you heard? A dark horse named Li Yunmu has emerged among the newcomers. With only ordinary stone strength, he's actually broken through over 20 floors of the Tower of Honor." Yi Xing had been stunned the moment he heard it. Who would have thought that the name Li Yunmu would later take away the person he loved most? He would never forget the day Lin Jian's body was sent back. What lay before him then was a cold corpse covered in a white sheet. Yi Xing's world collapsed and he wailed in despair. 2 lines of hot tears fell continuously as Yi Xing made a silent vow. "Li Yunmu, I will definitely kill you. I will make you join Lin Jian in the grave." Afterward, he sought out Small Anna out of hatred. But the other simply asked with a smile, "You want me to help you? On what grounds?" At the time he said, "Do you know of the newer realm? Our Chaoshan sect has a foolproof plan." Those past events now flashed through Yi Qing's mind like a slow-motion film as blood gushed out continuously. It seemed he was at his limit. As his vision blurred, the last name that appeared in Yi Qing's mind was still Lin Jian. Yi Qing's consciousness began to fade, and in his trance he saw Lin Jian dressed in white reaching out a hand to him from the heavens. "Are you here to pick me up?" He used all his strength to raise his blood-stained hands. "Me, in the end, even the tears of a villain have fallen." Yi Qing couldn't make a sound. "Just a little more and I could have avenged you." After Yi Qing died, Yunmu also struggled to stand up. The curly-haired queen was somewhat surprised. Dali Yi Ting was also stunned. "Li Yunmu, you can still stand." Yunmu gasped for breath. He truly hadn't expected this kind of ending. "If it weren't for this world, perhaps we could have been friends." Yi Qing's tears still slid down his cheeks, and then Yunmu turned toward the curly-haired queen. "Hey wife, even I've been dragged into the mud by you guys. Why not do me a favor?" The last of the 3 spoke while pulling a bottle from his person. "Leave him for me to handle personally, don't interfere." Immediately after, he drank the contents. He bit open the cap. It was the Morning Sun Great Flame Art, the chi-boosting item. Yi Ting screamed in terror. "No, if you use the crystal energy again, your body won't be able to take it." But Yunmu didn't want to hear it. He was currently forcing a breakthrough to the God realm. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, sending a tremor of fear through everyone's hearts. Small Anna was also terrified. Such a strong superhuman fluxer, the flux pressure is too powerful. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yunmu instantly blurred and appeared behind him. He launched a vicious kick, aiming a heavy downward strike at Small Anna's head. After dodging the blow, Small Anna circulated his internal power to unleash a holy light orb. When this move came out, Yunmu acted as if nothing had happened, looking at the attacks with contempt. This level of power is neither painful nor itchy. Small Anna followed up with an even more violent assault. Simultaneously, Yunmu gently raised his hand. He instantly circulated his internal power, a golden light manifesting before him as he stared coldly at his opponent. Murderous intent was already laid bare in his pupils. Yunmu continuously absorbed the power Smallana threw at him, gathering it into a sphere. Once enough energy had been collected, the protagonist blasted it ruthlessly at his opponent. Smallana crashed heavily to the ground. It seemed he was now completely no match for Yunmu. Seeing his pathetic state, Yunmu couldn't help but mock him. To be beaten like this by your own move. You look so pathetic. What's wrong? Aren't you a war saint? Hurry up and show me your war saint majesty. Oh, sorry, I forgot. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. After suppressing your cultivation, you are no longer a war saint. For that disgusting plan of yours. Smallana gasped heavily, wanting to retort but finding himself speechless because Yunmu was right. Yunmu raised his foot. I think it's time to settle the score with you. Painful memories flooded his mind. Before you killed him, you actually made him suffer such inhuman torture. When he died, his eyes were gouged out and his ribs were nearly all broken. At this thought, his attacks became even more frenzied. Smallana was in agony, feeling as if his internal organs were being crushed. A piercing scream rang out, and immediately after, Yunmu pulled a saw from the system. Remembering the forensic doctor's words, his tendons and hamstrings were also severed. Just like that, he was now going to make the other pay back all the pain inflicted on Teacher Bowen. Smallana was terrified, retreating unconsciously. What are you trying to do, you madman? Those legs were an eyesore to Yunmu, and he immediately clamped down on them. When Teacher Bowen's body was sent back, even his left leg was gone. Thinking of this, he coldly and decisively sawed off one of the man's legs, blood spraying wildly. Piercing screams echoed through the sky as Smallana's eyes widened, the excruciating pain pushing him into a living hell. He looked at Yunmu as if looking at a demon crawled out of hell, roaring in terror. Don't come near me. Please get away, you madman. But he would never forget the scene of that day, so how could he let him go? Yunmu asked in a cold voice, when you killed my master, you should have known this day would come. The piercing screams were continuous and his fingertips were already stained with blood. Those eyes were gouged out just like that by Yunmu. Smallana roared, bastard, I will definitely kill you. I am the sect leader of the Holy Heaven sect. My sect and the Fluxer Guild won't let you go. You won't escape. You're dead, he responded coldly. So what? No one knows you suppressed your flux power and disguised yourself to sneak into the space crack. And isn't it perfectly normal for casualties to occur during a space crack expedition? He panted in pain as Yunmu continued to provoke him. No one will know I was the one who killed you. Die. No sooner had the words been spoken than Yunmu kicked him away as if he were some loathsome beast. Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang out. This guy actually wanted to cast us aside and settle the big fish himself. Yunmu was somewhat surprised to see everyone. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to run? Dashang explained after landing that they had encountered Yi Tianshui and the Manhua Nation's personal guards halfway. They had originally thought they'd have to fight. Their captain explained the plan to us, so we came back. You're really something, knowing the plan and not telling me, making us fight for our lives with them. Yunmu was completely in the dark. What plan? Dashang gave a devious smirk. We were used, weren't we? This damn Manhua Nation is really irritating, Yunmu shouted. Manhua Nation, are you kidding me? Using us like this? People will die, you know. On this side, Smallana had one last breath left, his heart filled with resentment. Is this a joke? I'm actually going to die at the hands of a brat. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. He listened quietly to Yunmu's voice to determine his position. Brat, you're finished. This old fox was truly treacherous, having even hidden a secret weapon in his mouth. At this moment, he used all his strength to spit a poison needle toward Yunmu. Ling Shui was quick-eyed and shouted a warning. Li Yunmu, watch out. Our protagonist turned his head in terror, blood instantly splashing across his face. Ling Shui had actually used her own body to block the needle and save Yunmu, who screamed in horror. On this side, Dashang was also startled by Yunmu's shout. Sister Shui, Yunmu held her tightly. Ling Shui was currently gasping in pain and he quickly realized it was a poison needle. Hearing the chaos around him, Smallana burst into a loud laugh. That is a poison needle unique to the Holy Heaven sect. There is no cure. All of you go to hell. Just then a cold voice rang out. Heavenly crippling demon ice. His mouth was instantly sealed shut. Dashang looked over in surprise. The one who had struck was actually Yi Tianshui. On this side, Yunmu was nearly going insane, charging forward in a frantic rage. Yunmu swung his fist to vent his overwhelming hatred. I'll have your dog life, snow-drinking cold blade. This strike was as swift as thunder. Even the rocks were shaken to dust. Smallana trembled in terror, of course. By now the last trace of mercy in Yunmu's heart had vanished. The opponent had repeatedly crossed his bottom line. The protagonist drew his sword from its scabbard, coldly slashing at that loathsome body. Smallana closed his eyes tight, feeling the intense pain. So this is what it feels like to have one's body split in half. Dashang was extremely tense on the side. This won't do, the poison can't be suppressed at all. Yunmu ignored the dead man and hurriedly threw himself toward his companion. Dashang was pacing in a panic. No, this poison is too strong, it's spreading frantically. Yunmu also lost his composure. Damn it, I can't care about that much anymore. Immediately after, he shouted, System. Diagnostic plan. Using the system in full view of everyone, this secret now had nowhere to hide. He reached out and pressed his hand on her as the system prompted. The toxin has spread throughout Ling Shui's body. Even using healing power can only barely sustain her life. Once you stop, she will, but Yunmu quickly interrupted. Stop the nonsense. Continue. Haiyu watched him talking to himself in confusion. Who on earth was this guy talking to? Dashang thought to himself, it's appearing again. I've always felt an energy other than flux power on Xiao Mu Mu. Immediately after, Dashang circulated his internal power and opened his god eye. Behind Yunmu he saw 3 figures. Dashang was puzzled. What on earth has been following him all this time? Simultaneously, Yunmu suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his body. His vision gradually blurred and he was also terrified. Not good, the side effects are acting up again. Seeing him like this at this critical juncture, Dashang was beyond anxious. Hey, Xiao Mu Mu? Dashang's voice rang in his ears. Xiao Mu Mu. His heart was calling out. Sister Shui. A peaceful night descended, moonlight drenching the earth. Yunmu gradually woke up. It seemed he had fainted due to excessive consumption of internal power. No sooner had he awakened than that sharp, sarcastic voice rang in his ear. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Facing Huowan's teasing, Yunmu replied somewhat helplessly. Hey, stop eating. You finally managed to get thin. Why are you turning back already? Wahan responded candidly. If I don't eat, how can I maintain these exquisite curves of mine? Just then, a commotion came from outside, sounding like an enemy attack. Wahan immediately stopped him. Don't be nervous. Come and see what you've brought to this country. Yunmu was stunned by the sight. It was victory and hope. The citizens outside were spontaneously throwing a party and cheering to their heart's content. Although everyone was covered in scars, it was easy to see that every face was brimming with a happy smile. Even Zan Wuya, who was usually as stiff as a wooden block, had been pulled into a dance by Hansi, and the habitually ice-cold Yi Tianshui couldn't help but hide her face and chuckle. Seeing his companions so happy, Yunmu's heart finally settled. Then Yunmu suddenly remembered something important. By the way, where's Sister Shui? How is she? Wahan looked at him, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. The air frozen instantly as she turned to lead the way. Follow me. On the other side, Ling Shui had finally regained consciousness, but her body was connected to the divine tree. When Yunmu arrived and saw Ling Shui before him, he was completely frozen. Wahan explained, despite our best efforts to save her, the toxin still spread. Her bodily functions have been completely destroyed, and now she can only rely on the nutrients of the Fuxi divine tree to continuously combat the poison to maintain her life. She will fall into an endless state of suspended animation. At this moment, Ling Shui's gaze had become hollow and blurred. Wahan looked at Ling Shui and added, once she leaves the divine tree, the toxin in her body will flare up immediately. Yunmu gently stroked her head, his heart aching. Sister Shui, I will definitely find a way to cure the poison. I will definitely take you home. Wait for me. Afterward, Yunmu said dejectedly to Wahan, go back and continue the party. I want to walk by the river alone. Yi Ting sat alone, not joining the victory celebration. She suddenly spoke to herself. We lost. The girl looked into the distance. I never expected I would be the one to personally destroy your century-long plan, did I? From today on, I no longer have to live in your shadow. Just then, Yunmu walked over. Yi Ting, so this is where you were. The protagonist looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but wonder, are you mourning someone? Yi Ting looked at him candidly, hiding nothing. My mother. Hearing this, the young man was taken aback and quickly pressed his hands together. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll be going now. With that, he planned to slip away. But Yi Ting quickly called out to him. Wait a moment. The two then sat down to talk. Yi Ting began, I'm sorry for dragging you into something so dangerous. Yunmu didn't take it to heart. I already had a grudge against them, so this matter actually concerned me too. You don't need to dwell on it. Besides, I sensed long ago that you were hiding something from me. Yi Ting was startled and asked tentatively, when did you know? Yunmu explained. Right when I found out your surname was Yi. After all, everyone else's names here are based on food. Yunmu lay back lazily and continued. Later I heard about Yi Qing's attack on the Fuxi divine tree. At that time, Captain Chili had already been defeated. In the end, it was Queen Wahan who stepped in to save the Fuxi divine tree. It seems that in this world, the only one who can oppose Small Anna is Queen Wahan. Yet at that time, you asked me to help you overthrow the Queen's rule. That was obviously problematic. Yi Ting asked again, then how were you sure I wasn't in league with Yi Qing? Yunmu replied. That energy crystal was actually left by Yi Zun for the Yi family descendants to help him defeat the Queen, right? But you didn't let them get their hands on it. That wasn't hard to guess. I assume you wanted to create the illusion of the Queen being injured to lure the enemy in deep. It just so happened I also had a score to settle with them, so I played along, Yi Ting sighed. Just who is this guy? Truly unfathomable. But it's all in the past now, your grudge is settled, and you've become a hero of the Manhua Nation. Maybe they'll even put up a statue of you. It is we who won. Yunmu's expression turned somber. This great war cost me the mentor I saw as a biological father. And then there's Sister Shui, and you lost your mother and your childhood. Do you really think we won? Hearing this, Yi Ting's heart skipped a beat. She recalled tremblingly, actually I should have hated my mother, but seeing her as she was at the end made me feel terrible. At that time she said, Yi Ting, I'm sorry. From now on, please live for yourself. Yunmu comforted her. In the end, she was also a victim. She would be very happy that you could escape that cycle. Yi Ting quickly wiped away her tears. Did I do the wrong thing? He stood up and said candidly, what if I did, even if I'm honored as a hero of the Manhua Nation? I haven't actually done many right things. Yunmu continued, if I'm not causing trouble, I'm on the way to causing trouble. He looked up at the sky. Precisely because everyone makes mistakes, life needs to find the right direction. That's where hope comes from. At this moment in the young girl's eyes, this young man was radiating an infinite vitality. His entire being exuded an extraordinary aura. The next day, Wahan was full of reluctance. Is Dolly really leaving? It's so sudden. You can take more fuxi fruits with you. This is a special privilege for you. Although he was happy, he resolutely refused. No need. 5 are enough. Today's energy fluctuations are suitable for opening a space crack. If I don't leave now, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Goodbye, I will definitely return. Subsequently, Yi Tianshui opened the box in her hand. All right, prepare to depart. Soon, she threw the object into the distance. Let's go. A space gate opened accordingly, and a beam of light shot straight into the clouds, the radiance brilliant and dazzling. Wahan watched in a daze, murmuring to herself like a dream. Yi Ting smiled brilliantly. Yes, we should also continue our lives. On Dashang's side, however, he was utterly bewildered. Xiao Miu Miu, why did you refuse more fuxi fruits? She even offered to let you take more. What a waste. Yunmu didn't answer directly. Simply looking back at him with a slight smile, he said, I told you, one must be content. On the other side, Wahan stared at the divine tree and Yi Ting asked, what's wrong? Wahan couldn't help but curse with a laugh. That brat. It turns out he took advantage of my distraction to secretly break off a branch and take it with him. The queen was momentarily speechless. Truly full of tricks, however, when chatting with Dashang, he still maintained an air of nobility, asking in return, is that not so? That branch had already been planted by Yunmu in the star realm, where it was currently taking root and growing vibrantly. Meanwhile, the young man on that end reported, President, energy fluctuations have appeared in the space crack. Duke was somewhat surprised. Are they finally coming back? It's been long enough. I thought they'd all been wiped out. Notify the representatives of the other sects that they can come and collect their people. The space teleportation gate fluctuated once more, and the crowd quickly arrived. The participants emerged one after another, starting with Zhan Wuya and Hai Yu. Upon seeing them, everyone outside was overjoyed. You're all okay, that's wonderful. A burst of cheering erupted from the crowd. It's been a few days, it seems you've all grown a lot over there. At this time, the representative of the Holy Heaven sect scanned the surroundings. Yunmu glanced at him and said in a low voice, Representative, what are you looking for? No need to search. I'm the last one, there's no one behind me. The man grabbed his shoulder and asked coldly, What did you say? I said there's no one behind me. Where are the people from the Chaoshan sect? Yunmu shrugged off his hand. I've said it, there's no one behind me, and the result is naturally. After a pause, he spat out 2 words one by one. Dead. As he spoke, a flash of unprecedented ruthlessness crossed his face. The Holy Heaven sect representative was greatly shocked. What? He gripped Yunmu's collar tightly and roared, Brat, tell me clearly, how is this possible? Yunmu didn't hold back his mockery now. I say, Representative, the protagonist flashed an insidiously playful smile and asked in return, The people of the Chaoshan sect are all dead. What does that have to do with your Holy Heaven sect? What are you so anxious about? Hearing this, the man's heart skipped a beat and his throat tightened. Then, realizing he had lost his composure, he shoved Yunmu away. Sorry, I forgot myself. Duke watched the exchange from the side in silence, naturally having a clear grasp of everything that had happened. Duke then announced loudly, This global war has concluded successfully, and you have all performed exceptionally well. I am very gratified to see your generation of young people. Everyone is tired. The guild has prepared vehicles to take you back to rest. Li Yunmu except for you. Hearing this, the protagonist was stunned and looked over. It was clear that Duke held him in especially high regard. Come with me. Yunmu wasn't sure what was happening, but seeing Duke's serious expression, he followed. After entering the office, Yunmu laid out the entire sequence of events. That's how it happened. After hearing the story, Duke gave a playful smile. You were the one who killed the leader of the Holy Heaven sect and the master of the Chaoshan sect, right? Those two got what they deserved. Their ambitions were too great. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have dealt with them sooner or later. The Chaoshan sect is essentially finished, but the remnants of the Holy Heaven sect on other continents are different. With their leader missing, they will definitely send people to investigate thoroughly, and you will fall into a disadvantageous position. Why don't you? After a pause, he made an invitation that left Yunmu stunned. Why don't you join the Knight and inherit your teacher Li Bowen's title of Thunder Knight Dog? We will also provide you with protection. Hearing this, Yunmu stood up in a fury, slamming his hand on the desk. How could you send him alone on such a dangerous mission back then? What on earth were you thinking? Duke stood up solemnly. I admit there was a problem with my manpower arrangements that time. That is why we lost an elite like Night Dog, and why I hope you can inherit his title. After all, you were the student he valued most. The protagonist ground his teeth in secret resentment. This old fox is actually using my teacher to pressure me into joining. Yunmu then spoke up. Then answer my question first. Duke had already guessed what he wanted to ask. You want to know if there are other ways to return to the Manhua realm? Duke replied with a dark face. As long as you join the Knight and accumulate enough merit, I can make an exception and open a space crack for you individually. Unlike others, Yunmu didn't feel happy. Instead, he gritted his teeth, this old fox, shortly after. He turned irritably to leave, throwing back a sentence, I'll consider it. As soon as the words left his lips, he walked away briskly. Duke was currently taking out a piece of paper to write something. After Yunmu left, another person entered. President, you summoned me. Duke handed over a piece of paper. Give this to the Holy Heaven sect. The content on the paper likely wasn't good news. He truly was an old fox. Thinking of Yunmu, Duke murmured insidiously to himself, Li Yunmu, don't blame me. After all, even the finest jade remains just a stone if it isn't meticulously carved. Just as he arrived home, he took a heavy punch to the face, leaving him bruised and swollen. Lingen was both furious and helpless, venting all his fire on him. Damn it, Yunmu didn't resist letting him vent his rage. Lingen almost roared as he asked, why did it turn out like this? Say something, aren't you supposed to be strong? Lingen's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Why was it only my sister? Every time it's you who saves us from the depths of fire. Why couldn't you do it this time? Dashang stepped forward and firmly grabbed his hand. And stop hitting him. Lingen was stunned. Dashang continued, I was also present for what happened this time. If you want to vent, hit me too. Lingen was speechless. Clutching his face in pain, he turned away and burst into tears. Yunmu looked at his companions retreating back with a heavy heart, a wave of bitterness washing over him. And, just then, a hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Are you okay? Naiji advised in a low voice. Don't blame Anna in his eyes, you are omnipotent. Yunmu continued walking with a flat expression, throwing back a sentence. Don't worry, I don't blame him. Yunmu's retreating figure appeared exceptionally lonely at this moment. He said briefly, I'm going back first. Naiji knew he was in extreme pain, perhaps even more than Lingun, but she was powerless to help and could only watch from a distance. In his room, Yunmu's thoughts were in turmoil. I'm still too weak. Facing more powerful forces, I still can't change anything. As soon as he returned, he circulated his internal power to force himself to become stronger, his mind constantly thinking, I must grow to a level where I can oppose them as quickly as possible. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to the people around me again. In an instant, Yunmu's eyes widened, and he let out a resolute shout, Shadow System, activate. Yunmu then began to calculate. 3 shadows training on idle. Combined with my own cultivation results, my cultivation speed will be 4 times that of an ordinary person. But he still wasn't satisfied. No, 4 times is still too slow. I don't have that much time, it must be faster. Since that's the case, I'll condense more shadow spirits. Yunmu grew nearly frantic. If 4 isn't enough, I'll condense 10. If 10 isn't enough, I'll condense 50. He made his decision. If 50 isn't enough, I'll condense 100. Shadow System, condense shadow spirits. Time flew by. A month later, Li Zi was bored to death. I haven't seen Xiao Miu Miu for almost a month, Naiji, standing by the table, responded. Is he still blaming himself for Sister Shui's matter? He's kept himself locked in his room the whole time. I think Sister Shui's situation was a massive blow to him. Li Zi listlessly scrolled through the system. It actually had a big impact on Dashang too. He went to find the Weaver Girl City Lord for special training as soon as he got back. At this rate, forget about Xiao Miu Miu. We won't even be able to catch up to that stinking vixen. Suddenly, Li Zi seemed to see something and let out a sharp cry of surprise, turning to say, Someone has challenged Bai Zerui on the dimensional battlefield. Naiji was also greatly shocked. Who, so confident, daring to challenge the second in command of the Bai family? Li Zi stared at the photo, saying hesitantly, It's Xiao Miu Miu. On this side, Bai Zerui spoke with more than a little surprise. You are the Li Yunmu of the Li clan. You've got guts, daring to challenge me. Although you're an outstanding talent among the younger generation, that doesn't mean you can bridge the gap between ranks, Yunmu replied flatly. I know, I just want to see the results of my 1 month of secluded meditation. Bai Zerui approached him, his tone arrogant. Then I'll teach you a lesson. The crowd outside erupted into a frenzy. Is this Li Yunmu crazy? Bai Zerui is a transcendent fluxer. You have to understand that it's almost impossible to win across the 3 major ranks. Fluxer, Transcendent Fluxer, and Saint. Transcendent Fluxers are further divided into Transcendent Tier, Detached Tier, and Transcendent Third Tier. And Bai Zerui reached the Transcendent Tier long ago. Naiji and Li Zi were naturally watching him closely now, filled with worry. Meanwhile, on Li Yunmu's side, Bai Zerui spoke. Since you insist on fighting, then I won't be polite, Yunmu replied flatly. Ready anytime. With that, the opponent circulated his internal power and charged at Yunmu, unleashing a move. Bai family's secret ultimate technique. Waning Wind, Severing Shadow, Waning Moon. After reciting a string of move names, Bai Zerui slammed a heavy punch into the ground. Yunmu calmly leaned aside to dodge, not forgetting to add a comment. Is the legendary Waning Wind, Severing Shadow really this slow? In the blink of an eye, he had teleported in front of Bai Zerui. Startling the other and catching him off guard, Yunmu asked with a frown, You wouldn't happen to be holding back, would you? Bai Zerui's heart jolted, thinking to himself, when did this kid get so close? He immediately flew backward to pull away, saying angrily, Brat, don't be too arrogant. That was just a probe. Next I won't show any mercy. Yunmu frowned. Then hurry up, don't waste my time. Bai Zerui was completely enraged. Watch closely, brat. This move will become the nightmare of your life. With murderous intent laid bare in his eyes, he roared, It's over. The move Bai Zerui unleashed was precisely the afterimage profound wind kick. The power so great it caused the ground to crumble and explode. Bai Zerui looked at the ruins before him beyond smug. Now this is a killing move, but contrary to his expectations, Yunmu remained perfectly composed. He cast a sidelong glance, his face full of disdain. This is the level of your killing move, how disappointing. The protagonist circulated his internal power. Let's end this quickly. You're still too weak. No sooner had Li Yunmu's voice faded than a brilliant light flashed, leaving Bai Zerui dumbstruck. It was our protagonist's familiar move. The morning sun great flame art, a massive surge of flames erupted like a fountain swirling around him. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they watched the match. What? This kid actually took down a transcendent fluxer so easily? Just how high has Lee Yunmu's strength reached? Before him, Bai Zuri felt like an ant that could be crushed at will. Yunmu was secretly satisfied. Not only had his speed and defense improved, but the temperature of his flames had also increased by several levels. The Fuxi fruits truly lived up to their reputation, however. Recalling the Star Realm 10 days ago, Yunmu was leaning against the tree branch he had personally planted, happily tasting the fruit. He looked at the fruit in his hand, asking himself if he should eat it, as there were only 2 left. Immediately, Yunmu couldn't resist and began to chew greedily. Whatever, I need to get stronger. Eat. After wolfing it down, he stuck out his tongue in disgust. The fruit tasted terrible. Just as he leapt up to leave, a violent change occurred beneath his feet, right where that mass of energy was now swirling around him. The protagonist was startled. What? He couldn't help but shout in terror as the surrounding flux power was being completely sucked dry. At that moment, the system popped up a warning. The power of the Star Realm is being drained in large quantities. Please replenish it immediately, otherwise the Star Realm will suffer irreversible damage. Yunmu was in a total panic. Fuxi fruit, are you playing me? In the end, he had no choice but to use his assets. Clenching his fists around that stone, he shouted, "Suck, give it your all, I've got money." Back in reality, he sighed secretly. Whatever it costs, it's worth it to have grown this much stronger. The scene shifted to another shop. As the door opened, a voice rang out. "Welcome to the Purple Micro Pavilion," Rian spoke up. "Oh, it's little Mew. How are you doing?" Yunmu said with a dark face. "How many flux crystals do you have in the shop? Give them all to me." She was surprised. "Didn't you just take them all a few days ago? How did you run out again?" "The previous ones are all used up. I'm taking some more for backup." Rian then pushed the items over. "There's this much. Use them sparingly." Simultaneously, his system lit up. Someone was requesting a connection. It was Dashang. He looked at Yunmu happily. "Xiao Mew Mew, you finally come out of seclusion." As soon as he saw him, Yunmu got straight to the point. "Are there results from what I asked you to check before?" He recounted that the Weaver Girl War Saint had returned to the Manhua realm for some reason. If she had known, she wouldn't have let them pass and participate in the global war. But the Weaver Girl War Saint contacted the Poison Saint. Hearing this, Yunmu grew a bit tense. Dashang continued, "Only if we can get that specific toxin from the Holy Heaven Sect Sacred Expert can the other party help us develop an antidote." Yunmu fell into deep thought. "The Poison Saint?" Dashang replied, "Yes." Despite having the chance to promote to War Saint, he focused his core cultivation on toxins. "I'm afraid he's the only one on the entire continent who can neutralize the Holy Heaven's poison. But to ask the Poison Saint for help, I'm afraid," Yunmu said with a dark face. "I know there's no such thing as a free lunch, but as long as I can save Sister Shui, I have to try no matter what." Tangan walked over with his hands in his pockets, casually greeting him. "You're here early, Lee Yunmu." He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Senior Tang, is there something you wanted to see me about?" He explained as they walked. The rookie trials for the War God Temple were about to begin. Lucky Wind Academy wanted to send their newly promoted elites to participate. After hearing this, Yunmu offered some forced encouragement. "Good luck. I wish them success." Tang Un looked him in the eye and said meaningfully, "By tradition, a leader is needed to take them to the trials. This leader was originally expected to be Teacher Li Bowen," he continued. "I hope you can complete this task in Teacher Li's stead." Yunmu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. But he quickly stood up and refused. "Sorry, I don't have time to look after kids." Instead, Tangan sat down calmly, having a heart-to-heart. These students were also the last class Teacher Li taught. If you take on this task, the teacher would surely be very happy. Hearing this, Yunmu stopped in his tracks immediately. He straightened his back to leave, reminding him, "Send me the assembly point. I might go, but don't get your hopes too high." Watching Yunmu's back, he replied, "I believe you'll go." The scene shifted to Lucky Wind Academy, where many people were gathered, and Lu asked the person beside her worriedly, "Jia, do you think Senior Lee Yunmu will really come?" Jia looked up at the sky and replied flatly, "Senior Lee Yunmu is the #1 of the new generation. How could he possibly be our leader?" Beside them, Shen Chen, who was practicing his sword swings, interrupted irritably. "#1 of the new generation sounds like hype to me." And Lu cursed in a rage, but fortunately she was pulled back by Ah Ran. "Damn that Shen Chen, how dare you speak ill of my idol? Xinren, don't hold me back, I'm going to tear him apart." Nearby, Wu Jia looked up from his book to warn, "Stop arguing, it looks like someone's coming." They all looked up quickly. Yunmu was already looking down from above, flapping his wings in the air while muttering, "Seems some people don't welcome me." And Lu said in disbelief, "Xinren, pinch me quick, this isn't a dream, is it?" After being pinched by her companion, she cried out, "That hurts, it really is, Senior." Yunmu landed quickly, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. "Such beautiful wings of wind, they really suit Senior." He walked over calmly and asked, "Are you this year's elite squad?" Shen Chen replied, "That's right, I'm their captain, Shen Chen." Yunmu raised an eyebrow provocatively. "Being this weak counts as elite? Lucky Wind Academy really is getting worse every year." Shen Chen froze upon hearing this. "What?" He pointed at Yunmu and shouted angrily, "What are you acting so high and mighty for? If you've got the guts, let's fight." Jia stepped forward to dissuade him. "Don't be impulsive, compared to Senior we really are." He turned his face and said coldly, A fight? Fine, it's time to teach you all a lesson. A moment later, the scene shifted to the arena. Shen Chen stared ahead and said angrily, "Number one of the new generation, today I'm going to show you what's what." He quickly unleashed his technique, rushing toward Yunmu like a bolt of electricity. Yunmu merely commented flatly, "Hades' flux power, no wonder, but you're too hurried in drawing your blade. It looks imposing, but it's riddled with openings." Shen Chen had already leapt high into the air, preparing to launch a lethal strike. Yunmu mocked, "Even my pet understands combat better than you." His shadow quickly rushed out from behind him, slashing toward Shen Chen. The strike Shen Chen aimed at Yunmu felt as if it were blocked by an invisible force. Shen Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Looking closely, he discovered a masked animal. He was surprised to find it was a crow. Yunmu said indifferently, "See, I told you, even my crow can easily catch this strike of yours." Shen Chen shouted unwillingly, "Shut up." Just like that, Shen Chen was blown away by Yunmu's crow, his greatsword falling to the ground. The protagonist gave a flat, mocking smile. "Can't even hold your sword steady. Calling you weak is an overstatement." He picked up his sword again, gritting his teeth. "Damn it." Shen Chen launched an attack quickly. He roared in frustration, "I'm not finished yet." A violent explosion erupted in the center of the arena, sending stone chips flying, and Lu said worriedly, "Shen Chen has lost his mind." Out of the dust, Yunmu walked out calmly and said in a low voice, "I said." He looked at the fellow lying unconscious on the ground and questioned, "Did you really intend to kill me just now?" Yunmu's gaze turned cold as he evaluated. "Your determination is enough, but your strength is far from it." Despite being beaten until he was bleeding, Shen Chen struggled to say, "Do I not even have the qualification to make you strike personally right now? One day I will definitely make you use your real skills to fight me." Seeing the battle end, the others ran over worriedly. "Are you okay?" "Fine." Yunmu simply turned around with a smile, saying meaningfully, "I'm starting to like you a little." The protagonist turned to face them and introduced himself. "Though you already know, I'll introduce myself anyway. My name is Li Yunmu, and starting today I am your leader. I will lead you to win the trials." His tone became serious as he warned, "There will be countless dangers in the trials. You might even lose your lives at any moment. So those who want to quit, do it now." Yunmu looked back at them flatly and said, "Those who want to follow, be prepared." The scene shifted to 3 days later, where a vehicle was traveling through the desert. The people inside lamented, "The first test of the War God Temple is too hard. You have to get a ground dragon heart to pass." "Senior, are the ironclad ground dragons strong?" He replied, "Not strong, they're just gold crystal rank elite monsters." And Lu freaked out, "What do you mean gold crystal? We're only at black crystal rank. How can we win?" Yunmu replied flatly as usual, "As long as you learn to cooperate, it doesn't matter even if the opponent's flux power is a rank higher than yours." Just then, an ironclad ground dragon rushed out ahead to block the way. Jia stammered, "Senior, there's a squad fighting an ironclad ground dragon ahead. Should we go over and help?" He said coldly. "That's their prey, don't steal it. Let's head deeper into the desert." Jia had no choice but to comply. They quickly went deep into the desert. By now everyone was very confused. "What's going on? There's clearly nothing here." Strange, the map clearly said that ironclad ground dragons are concentrated deep in the desert. Shen Chen couldn't stay calm, kicking a nearby tree and cursing, "In this godforsaken place you can't even see the shadow of an ironclad ground dragon. The ground dragons on the perimeter must have been cleared out by other teams. Are we not even going to complete the first test?" Seeing this, Yunmu spoke up to warn, "Hey, watch your step." Suddenly the ground vibrated and Jia couldn't stand steady. Everyone asked worriedly, "What's happening? An earthquake?" Yunmu's gaze became terrified. He shouted, "Get away from there!" At that moment a sand pillar shot into the sky and everyone shouted in terror. "Shen Chen." Jia looked at the massive creature before him and stammered, This is." The protagonist looked at the newly appeared monster and said, "Ironclad Ground Dragon King." The ironclad Ground Dragon King launched an attack quickly. Yunmu ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and Lu asked while dodging an attack, "Senior, Shen Chen was knocked away by the ground dragon. What do we do?" In that split second of distraction, it opened its massive mouth and rushed toward her, and Lu's eyes widened as Ran screamed a warning, "No, Lulu, watch out." Just then, a black shadow rushed over, blocking the way in front of Lu. It was Zinran. She took off her glasses and shouted, "Go to hell." The eyes behind the glasses turned incandescent, emitting intense energy. The ironclad Ground Dragon King felt sharp pain after making eye contact, and Lu's voice rang out. It stopped. Yunmu walked over from behind and evaluated. "An interesting control type." Zinran shouted, "Zhao Jia, hurry and help me." The fellow pulled out several long whips from somewhere and rushed over with an unreliable expression. "All right, don't rush me." Jia successfully used the long whips to save two companions. No sooner had he landed than the ironclad Ground Dragon King locked onto him. The goofy Jia asked himself, "Why is it coming for me?" Thus a chase began. He ran while shouting, "Senior, help." Yunmu smiled. "You're a team, you have to trust your teammates." Jia shouted, "Trust my foot, people are going to die." Wu Jia shouted, "Zhao Jia, run toward me." Wu Jia narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze on the monster. He analyzed the monster in its frantic pursuit. Ground dragon joints. The nerve is located at the thigh beneath the fifth stone plate. I just need to catch the moment it lifts its leg. Seeing the opening, Wu Jia hurled the short blade in his hand at the ironclad Ground Dragon King. Now it was hit in its weak spot, wailing in pain. Everyone cheered excitedly. Heavens, Wu-Jia is so cool, it's done. Yunmu gave an insidious smirk. Smug already, brats really are brats. Jia realized it still had the strength to stand up and said tremulously, is it not dead yet? Wu-Jia warned worriedly. Not good, this guy is about to use a flux skill. Get away. But by then it was too late. The ironclad ground dragon king activated its flux skill, and a cluster of stone spikes burst through the ground, piercing upward. It was the move Earth Stone Piercing. They shouted in terror. Crap, it's too late. Suddenly a black shadow rushed out from behind, drawing Yunmu's attention. He crossed his arms and muttered, this guy is too slow. Shen Chen suddenly rushed in front of them and exclaimed, what's with the waiting for death faces? Seeing it was him, everyone shouted his name happily. Shen Chen. Just like that he rushed down with his greatsword, kicking up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Shen Chen had a slight smile on his lips. He stood in front of the whole squad, handsomely declaring, the strongest tank has arrived. Wu-Jia teased speechlessly, what took you so long? Did you come by snail? Shen Chen raised his middle finger and replied irritably, shut your mouth, I just saved your life. He then plunged his sword into the ground and stared at the ironclad ground dragon king, saying, good. Shen Chen called out, full squad assembled, follow my lead, prepare to counterattack, let's show it what we've got. Seeing this, it rushed at the group in a rage. He immediately raised his shield to act as the tank and issued commands, I'll take the damage. Shen Chen gave the order, Zhao Jia attack its horns. He immediately used his long whips to entangle the dragon's horns. He continued to roar. Zhang Wu-Jia, find an opening to attack its weak point again. Beside them was Xinran, who was using her control skill. Shen Chen instructed, Wei Xinran, keep up the control and create an opening for our counterattack. Finally, for Enlu, who was supporting the team, Shen Chen's division of labor was clear. Enlu, you're responsible for applying Guardian's Blessing. She immediately responded, understood. Yunmu observed this group of kids and smiled as he evaluated. How surprising. Although none of them are individually very strong, their coordination is remarkably high. It seems they aren't called an elite squad for nothing. Under everyone's seamless cooperation, the ironclad ground dragon king crashed to the ground. Everyone cheered. We did it, senior. We defeated a gold crystal ranked dimensional beast, Yunmu thought to himself with satisfaction. This group is really good. Wu-Jia walked toward the ironclad ground dragon king's corpse and said, according to the books, the heart should be around here. Shen Chen, use your blade to cut this open. He quickly used his blade to dissect the corpse. All right. The flesh was sliced open and Shen Chen asked, how is it? Do you see it? Wu-Jia replied, I see it, but there's a huge heart beating violently inside and there's a rainbow-colored glow right in the middle. He asked in confusion. What's with this light? At that moment the ironclad ground dragon king's eyes snapped open and Wu-Jia shouted the alarm. Not good, this guy isn't dead yet. It's about to evolve. No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive explosion erupted. The others outside looked over in terror and asked what happened. Wu-Jia and Shen Chen were quickly blown back and he shouted, the ground dragon king has leveled up, everyone run. Suddenly a small hole cracked open in the ground, drawing Shen Chen's attention. He quickly lunged with a kick to knock his teammate away. Wu-Jia was completely bewildered by Shen Chen's move. He quickly used his feet to steady himself and cursed, what is he doing? When he realized the situation ahead, Wu-Jia's eyes stabbed wide. In the frame, Shen Chen's body was impaled by an earth spike, blood flowing incessantly. And Lu screamed in panic, Shen Chen? The others were also stunned as they witnessed this. They looked at the ironclad ground dragon king as it rushed over with murderous intent, saying in fear, this guy has come back to life. Suddenly it opened its massive mouth and roared. Wu-Jia realized things were taking a turn for the worse. It was calling for its pack. He quickly regrouped with the others and laid out a plan for Enlu. Enlu will hold off these ground dragons. You go save Shen Chen now. Jia suddenly noticed someone was missing and turned to ask Enlu, only for the group to discover in horror that she had already climbed onto a high spike at some point, inching her way upward. Enlu climbed desperately, cursing as she went. You idiot Shen Chen, you just have to play the hero, don't you? Though Shen Chen was heavily injured, he saw her climbing up and shouted, what are you doing up here, run? Enlu roared back at him, shut up, I'm a healer-type fluxer. My mission is to make sure every single one of us gets back safely. Just as Enlu reached upward to climb further, the ironclad ground dragon king lunged at them frantically. Shen Chen shouted in desperation for Enlu to watch out. She stared in terror at the beast, its razor-sharp horns already inches away. Enlu closed her eyes in defiance, but just as the monster was a step away from them, its head was instantly severed. She stared blankly at the scene before her. Li Yunmu had finally decided to join the fray. He spoke flatly. You've done well enough. Li Yunmu's eyes turned cold as he commanded, leave the rest to me. Enlu gazed at her savior in a daze, whispering softly, Senior. Li Yunmu looked away calmly, chanting under his breath, Morning sun, great flame art. As soon as the words fell, flames erupted instantly, shattering the stone pillar. Shen Chen fell along with the debris, but Li Yunmu was quick-handed and caught him by the leg. Our protagonist hovered in midair, asking nonchalantly, still alive? Shen Chen struggled to reply, don't worry about me, go save them. Li Yunmu reassured him, don't worry, I'm here. He was certain his companions would be fine. Below, the Zhe Feng squad was completely surrounded, and Wei Xinran murmured to herself, now we're in deep trouble. Zhao Jia said with a smile, I'm really happy I got to be on a team with you guys. Wu Jia was utterly speechless. Please, are you seriously starting on your last words already? The ironclad ground dragon king roared and charged at them, and the group decided to fight to the death even if it meant taking the monster with them. Suddenly, the monster's mouth was stuffed full of raging fire. Wei Xinren froze. What happened? Jia was also puzzled. Did it eat something bad? Moments later, that ironclad ground dragon exploded with a thunderous bang. Wu Jia blocked the shockwave, exclaiming, "What a powerful fire-type technique!" Then a sharp strike flashed past, directly taking the head of the monster behind them. Wu Jia murmured, "Looks like we aren't dying today." Xinren asked worriedly, "Is it okay for the senior to intervene? He is the leader after all." Li Yunmu flourished his sword. "It's fine. A leader exists precisely to deal with the unexpected. Leave this place to me. You go protect Shen Chen." The newly evolved ironclad ground dragon king stared furiously at Li Yunmu. He quickly used his movement technique to dodge the spikes charging straight ahead. Wu Jia shouted, "Zhao Jia, what are you dazing out for?" Jia stared at Li Yunmu with a look of pure adoration, then said, "Senior is so cool." He watched as Li Yunmu gradually closed in on the ironclad ground dragon king, asking himself, in a year's time, will we really be able to become this strong? The monster roared angrily at Li Yunmu, opening its massive mouth to reveal rows of sharp fangs and glowing eyes. Li Yunmu calmly slashed a wound across its body before landing. He frowned, thinking to himself, as expected of a dragon king, its defense is staggering. A standard frenzied blade strike is completely ineffective. He then charged again, thinking, in that case, let's try this move. Li Yunmu stepped forward and said, "Time's up." Then he actually charged directly into the ground dragon king's mouth, leaving the monster stunned. Outside, Jia clutched his head and screamed in terror. Senior was swallowed. Wu Jia frowned and gestured for him to wait. The Dragon King seemed to be suffering from an internal attack. The monster roared in agony, its eyes filled with despair. In an instant, its body was shredded into pieces. Jia watched in amazement as the senior walked out. Li Yunmu emerged from the rain of blood, playing with the monster's heart in his hand, and explained, "This guy only has a tough hide." Shen Chen had blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to say, "And Lu, don't waste your flux power, save it to help," before he could finish, and Lu roared at him, "Shut up, snap out of it for me." She sobbed, "Captain, hang in there, we can't do this without you." Just then, Li Yunmu approached with a bright red heart, drawing everyone's attention. He asked in confusion, "What are you crying for?" He held up the heart, looking down at the fallen Shen Chen. The group urged, "Senior, please save Shen Chen." Suddenly, a red light erupted from within Shen Chen's body, causing Li Yunmu to hesitate slightly. "My flux power can only barely stop the bleeding, it can't patch this giant hole." He frowned and whispered, "System, analyze treatment options." The system quickly responded, "Target is severely injured, standard procedures are ineffective, requires top-tier medicinal ingredients like holy water of life to rebuild the cardiac meridians." Li Yunmu held up the heart in his hand. "Will this work?" System evaluation. "There may be a rejection reaction, but it is feasible." Li Yunmu commanded, and Lu sternly, "You move aside first," and Lu stared at him blankly. He hoisted the wounded boy up, making the junior's hearts race with fear. "Senior, be gentle, he's an injured person." Li Yunmu retorted coldly. "What, has he already given up on the will to live?" Shen Chen was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. The group was frantic with worry. "He's spitting blood again." Li Yunmu gripped the heart tight, his gaze hardening. "Grin and bear it, this is going to hurt." With that, he used all his strength to shove the heart into Shen Chen's wound. Shen Chen was sent flying by the massive impact. The protagonist's eyes turned deep as he commanded, "System, reshape his body." System order received, consuming 30,000 origin and 10,000 experience. Beginning repair. In midair, Li Yunmu injected golden spiritual power into Shen Chen's body. Shen Chen's body was once again lifted into the air by golden light, leaving Lu dumbstruck. "What power is this?" "A healing-type flux skill." The other students were also filled with wonder. "I've never seen a flux skill like this in the books." The wound began to absorb energy and heal rapidly, and the group marveled in unison. "The wound is closing." As the intense light faded, the system prompted that the repair was complete. Shen Chen slowly opened his eyes to see his companions gathered around him. "Shen Chen, you're finally awake." He sat up and touched his body, a look of bewilderment on his face. "What happened?" "I'm still alive," and Lu explained. "Don't worry, it was the senior who saved you." Shen Chen looked at Li Yunmu in disbelief, and Lu slapped him earnestly, correcting him loudly. "Call him senior, he saved your life, show some respect." The unhealed Shen Chen could only scream in pain. "It hurts," and Lu, "I'm still an injured person." Li Yunmu ignored them. Staring at the silver needle in his hand, which was decorated with wings and a gemstone, he commanded the system to scan it and learned that the object contained chemical components capable of stimulating the potential of dimensional beasts and increasing their evolution rate. He judged silently, the Dragon King's evolution just now was no accident. The conclusion was that this was man-made. Li Yunmu fell into deep thought. There were only a few of them here just now. And Lu suddenly ran over and interrupted his thoughts. "Senior," she pushed Shen Chen in front of Li Yunmu. "Shen Chen has something to say to you." Shen Chen turned his head away awkwardly. "Don't push me, I can walk myself." He scratched his nose shyly, stammering. Li Yunmu looked at his bashful manner, feeling a bit displeased. Shen Chen's face turned slightly red, and after holding it in for a long time, he finally spat out 2 words, "Thank you." This attitude made Li Yunmu feel a bit strange. Shen Chen then reverted to his true nature, pointing at Li Yunmu and shouting, "Don't think just because you saved me. I'll be grateful to you. I will definitely repay this favor." And Lu chimed in from behind, "Just be honest for once." Shen Chen was fuming. Li Yunmu, however, revealed a slight smile. This squad exceeded my expectations. Their cohesion is incredibly strong. Being their leader isn't so bad. Suddenly, a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes ahead and Lu was skipping around teasing Shen Chen. Come and catch me, dummy. Shen Chen looked helpless, but behind the laughter and joy, danger lurked everywhere. In the shadows, a pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at them. There was a traitor in the squad. The group arrived at the material submission point. Someone was surprised. The leader has to submit a heart too, someone else explained. Those are the rules. If you didn't see them clearly, that's just your bad luck. And Lu stood at the end of the long line shouting, Shen Chen, don't run off, get in line here. Shen Chen muttered nearby, we're here. Shen Chen finally joined the line and Lu asked expectantly, guess what the second test will be? I'm so nervous, a teammate comforted her. What are you afraid of? With Senior here, there won't be any problems. Li Yunmu listened to the conversation and fell into thought. A potion that can cause a gold star evolution is definitely not something a black star member could produce, and they wouldn't be able to defeat a red star monster either. If I weren't here, this would have been a dead end. His expression grew increasingly solemn. This matter is likely targeted at me. Just who is it? Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Excuse me, young man in the hat. That person spread his hands and asked shamelessly, do you have any extra ground dragon hearts in your hand? Could you sell one to me? He pointed at a dejected-looking youth in the distance. Our team only has that boy left who hasn't passed the test. Just consider it an act of pity. Li Yunmu narrowed his eyes and looked over. It was a thin, weak boy wearing thick glasses named Nzi. The man laughed awkwardly. The boy insisted on participating in the trials. Name your price. Without a word, Li Yunmu handed the heart over. Take it. His teammates watched in stunned silence. Shen Chen jumped in anger. Are you stupid? The second test is an indiscriminate assessment. The leader has to submit a heart too. What are you going to do now? He didn't care in the slightest. The reception desk shouted impatiently. Next, the staff member recognized him as the leader of the Zhe Feng squad. Please submit your ground dragon heart. Li Yunmu replied calmly. Sorry, I have no heart to submit. With that, he pulled out his phone and displayed an image with a red band, dual swords, and a peculiar emblem. Will this work? The staff member froze, rubbing his eyes. What? After observing it closely, he responded respectfully, of course you can, please come right in. The Zhe Feng squad was utterly bewildered and Lu ran up and asked in a low voice, Senior, what was that? Li Yunmu said nonchalantly. It's nothing, just an invitation. Entering the venue, there were whispers everywhere. He looked around thinking to himself, more people passed the first test than I expected. Suddenly, someone shouted Li Yunmu's name. A young girl came flying at him, her legs wrapping tightly around him and her arms hugging him close. I finally found you. Li Yunmu's lower back was nearly thrown out and he cried out, You dummy, my back, take it easy. He set Naiji down and asked, How did you get here too? Naiji said happily. Grandfather sent me to lead the guild's direct disciples for training. Just then a broadcast rang out. The massive doors slowly swung open. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first stage of the assessment. Next we move to the second stage. From within the thick smoke, a cool and tough-looking woman wearing a camisole with her hands in her pockets walked out. She was the examiner for the second stage. Li Yunmu, however, was staring at certain places. Naiji turned her head in displeasure. The examiner announced from the stage, Welcome to the second round of selection for the War God Temple, the test of belief. I am Ta Ming, your examiner for this stage. She directly condensed a red blood aura. Enough talk, let's begin. Mental phantasm. A golden light enveloped everyone like a flame. Everyone looked at Ta Ming in confusion. She signaled for them not to panic. The energy will transform into your inner obsessions. Only those with strong resolve can go far. Ta Ming flew down. Like me, condense the energy in your hand and transform it into the object of your belief. In an instant, what everyone desired appeared in their hands. Shen Chen held a rectangular shield, while Lu held a light short skirt. She gripped 2 loops of thin blue rope in her hands. As long as you can withstand my attack and your manifested object remains unbroken, you pass. Just then a disdainful voice rang out. I thought it would be hard, but it's actually this simple. I'll go first. The man was hulking and carried a giant sword. The crowd whispered. That's the leader from Lingbo City. He's already at the red star rank, isn't he? His manifested object is a giant sword. He'll surely pass with ease. Ta Ming turned to look at him. Very well. With that, she swung her long rope. Then we'll start with you. With just a single strike, the Lingbo City leader's giant sword shattered into powder. The crowd gasped and his companions hurried forward to check on him. Captain, are you okay? He collapsed to the ground and the examiner announced, Manifested object shattered. Eliminated, and Lu was dumbstruck. What, even a red star couldn't block it? Wu Jie explained in a deep voice. No, this stage doesn't look at strength. It looks at whether the belief in your heart is strong enough. Ta Ming lectured with a stern expression that those who were arrogant simply because their rank was high would never make it through. Next, in the next second, the examiner's long rope shattered and Lu's beautiful dress. A princess dress? You think you're playing a game? Eliminated. Jiajia's long whip was also completely unable to withstand it. Also a whip, but far too weak. Eliminated. Then the long whip swung toward Wu Jia's manifested object, but his book remained unscathed. I've seen many who hold knowledge as their belief. Your persistence is barely adequate. Pass. Next was Shen Chen. He used all his strength to raise his shield to block the rope, luckily passing. A tough shield, not bad. Finally, it was Zinran's turn. She reached out with both hands to push away the stuffed doll in front of her, and in the end she passed as well because the doll was completely unaffected by the rope. A stuffed doll? Her belief is actually this resilient. Good. Li Yunmu observed for a while, silently noting every detail in his heart. This woman was indeed not simple. And Lu and Zhao Jiajia were both eliminated. Shen Chen and Wu Jia passing was within expectations, but his gaze was locked on the back of Xinren, who was currently kneeling and tightly clutching her doll. Wei Xinren looked plain and ordinary, yet her belief was so powerful. Suddenly, a wave of shouting drew the protagonist's attention. Everyone look at that person, Taming was heartedly praising while swinging her long rope with all her might. Truly spectacular. She looked at NZ behind the mist and dust, somewhat surprised. I've been an examiner for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone with a golden, glowing young girl standing behind them. The female examiner couldn't help but marvel. Such powerful belief. NZ adjusted his round glasses. The goal I pursue is different from yours. Beside him, Naiji looked bewildered. NZ's manifested object was actually that person. These words and actions left Li Yunmu lost in thought. NZ. Taming quickly switched targets. You're the last one, Li Yunmu. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the protagonist. You're the one I've been most interested in during this test. The #1 rookie, even Elder Qin Feng, has nothing but praise for you. I want to see exactly how much you're worth. At that moment, before a manifestation even appeared in Yunmu's hand, Taming's long rope swept toward him. This long rope, imbued with terrifying power, lashed out at the protagonist in the next second. His companions shouted anxiously. This is bad. The senior hasn't even summoned the reality of his manifested belief yet. Senior, get out of the way. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion erupted where Li Yunmu stood, with stone fragments flying everywhere. Jiajia and Enlu were frantic with worry, shouting for their senior in unison, only to find that after the smoke cleared, a hand wrapped in golden light was death grips on the turquoise rope. The female examiner hadn't expected this scene either, her face turning pale as she heard the voice from the other side. I say, big sister, did I do something to offend you? Li Yunmu stood beside his manifested belief, exposing Taming's plan on the spot. The force you used to attack me was obviously much harsher than for the others. Everyone looked at the protagonist's manifested belief, which radiated a dazzling golden light, and marveled one after another. What kind of belief is this formed from? It's too cool. So the intensity just now was actually the examiner going easy on the others? And Z looked at the strong arm gripping the rope, only then realizing that Li Yunmu had actually come as well. Taming kept one hand in her pocket while retracting the rope with the other, turning her head to change the subject. All right, the squad you're leading counts as passing. Tomorrow's third round is the final match to select the winners. Everyone go back and rest. Although she was smiling on the surface, she was extremely unhappy in her heart. I used 80% of my power and couldn't even wound him. What a terrifying fellow. The scene shifts to room 409. Inside the room, a dark shadow stood before a communicator, the voice on the other end speaking in a low tone. Sorry, the mission failed. The ground dragon's evolution caused no damage to Li Yunmu at all. He turned to look out the window where the protagonist was sitting on a stone bench below. Don't be in a hurry. I'll find an opportunity to strike during the third round. The other side immediately stopped him. No need. Striking inside the War God Temple is unsafe and risks exposure. A mysterious voice rang out, and then the dark shadow aimed his sights at the young man sitting on the stone bench. That man is precisely our target. Yunmu was still pondering those fragmented memories of his acquaintance Nz. It seemed that incident had completely changed him, immersed in thought. For Nz, the War God Temple is indeed a good choice. There are many cultivation resources there that can't be bought with money alone. Suddenly, a group of people appeared beside him, every face filled with worry. What's wrong, senior? Why the long face? Yunmu turned around and said softly, Oh, it's you guys. His teammates didn't speak, simply listening quietly. He lowered his head, his tone heavy. Everyone, sorry, I think I'm going to have to break my word. Yunmu's words made the atmosphere even more oppressive. He recalled his original firm promise. My name is Li Yunmu, and I will lead you to win the trials. Back in reality, he said in a deep voice, only 3 people can win this selection. I originally thought I could take the 3 of you through the tests and enter the War God Temple together. Li Yunmu leaned over and explained calmly, but a friend of mine has also come to participate, and the War God Temple is very important to him. No matter what, I must help him win. I don't mind disclosing my plan. In the upcoming match, I will even help him to oppose you. Yunmu's expression was dejected to the extreme. I am no longer worthy to serve as the leader of the Zhe Feng squad. He looked at everyone in the team and proposed the only solution. I will go back to the Zhe Feng courtyard to explain the situation. Before the match starts tomorrow, I will find a new leader for you. Just then, Shen Chen, who had been sitting by the side all along, cleared his throat and broke the awkward atmosphere. So annoying, he crossed his arms, and although his tone was blunt, he actually wanted to support Yunmu and stop making things difficult. This competition is too boring, I've had enough. And Lu's eyes widened and she asked in surprise, Shen Chen, what are you thinking? We've come this far and you say you're not competing just like that? Shen Chen admitted, I will participate in the third round, but I won't fight for a promotion slot. Then Shen Chen leaned back against the stone bench and turned to look at him to show his support. Do what you want to do, go help that guy take back his chance to win. He frowned and signaled. As for a new leader, don't even mention it. This squad has only one leader, and that can only be the Lee Yunmu I've acknowledged. Lee Yunmu looked at him with touched eyes. Wu Jia also chimed in from the side. Exactly. Anyway, Jia and Unlu have already been eliminated. Our squad doesn't want to split up. Jia raised both hands to the sky and added, we'll just consider it as coming to broaden our horizons. Anyway, it's only been a year since we started school and our level is just what it is. And Lu playfully put one hand behind her back while leaning her other hand on her thigh, bending down and saying softly, Senior, go help your friend win. She smiled as brilliantly as a flower. We'll all be cheering for you. Feeling everyone's sincere friendship, the protagonist also broke into a smile. The next day, Taming stood beside a giant gate radiating terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. She lightly stroked her hair and announced, Welcome to the third round of testing. Next, you will step through this spatial gate. Behind the gate is a path leading straight to the mountaintop. You only need to climb upward. After 3 hours, the 3 people who have gone the furthest will be the winners. The female examiner's expression became sinister. As for rules, there is only one, and that is that there are no rules. So squad leaders, take care to protect your members. She said this, but she might not have been thinking it. Good luck to everyone. Yunmu stepped forward and simultaneously Taming's voice rang out again. The test begins. He closed his eyes tight and stepped across this strange gate. The crowd followed through one after another, arriving in a completely unfamiliar snow-covered world. Everyone was stunned. It was snow. Yunmu looked into the distance, appearing somewhat surprised. This place is. His gaze fell upon a towering peak covered in ice and snow, a snowy mountain. He reached out to lightly touch the falling snowflakes, thinking this must be some kind of secret realm. The air contained extremely strong mystic power, enough to make one's body stiff. Yunmu was surprised to find a snowflake slicing across his cheek, leaving a scratch on his handsome face. Even every snowflake is this sharp. To be able to find a secret realm like this, the War God Temple, is indeed not simple. He turned around and looked at Nzi's back. Not knowing what other dangers lay ahead, he decided to settle the Zhe Feng squad members first before going after Nzi. In the blizzard, footsteps were heavy. Everyone's feet felt like they were sinking into the ground. Just like that, some people were frozen into ice blocks. The survivors were in a panic. Captain, we can't hold out much longer like this. Let's find the leader first. That idiot leader is completely unreliable. He probably got separated from the team. Nzi grit his teeth and struggled to persevere. Anyway, he was halfway there, just a bit more. His teammate suddenly remembered and asked, By the way, I haven't asked what rank you are. Black crystal or silver crystal, gold crystal. As soon as the words were spoken, the man was taken aback. You just said you're gold crystal? This guy was named Liang. He turned his head, his pupils suddenly turning a berserk red. Then that's just great. With that, without a word, the man gathered terrifying spiritual power in his hand and directly grabbed Nzi by the throat, shouting triumphantly, Now I'm saved. Nzi was strangled so hard he couldn't breathe, his eyes gradually rolling back, and he asked with difficulty, What are you doing? He was terrified. His power was being drained away. Liang hoisted Nzi up and smiled with satisfaction. Do you feel your mystic energy disappearing? This is my family's inherited technique. I can absorb others' mystic power. He let out a mocking sneer from the corner of his mouth. As long as I can drain all your gold crystal energy, I'm sure to win. Golden spiritual power danced around Nzi. He could only death grip the hand choking him, screaming for help with all his might. Liang refused to let go, laughing loudly, certain that calling out in such a remote place was useless. After a while he let go, cleanly throwing Nzi onto the ground. Don't worry, I'll keep going with your share. Seeing Nzi's weakened state, he laughed mockingly, leaving him here to freeze into a popsicle. Nzi struggled to reach out toward Liang's retreating back, cursing under his breath. Bastard! Not long after, a figure appeared in the distance, desperately dragging a body across the snow. Only then did Nzi half open his eyes, his face blank. Who is it? He saw the red hair and the familiar figure, immediately recognizing him. Nzi was being dragged, stammering out, Xiao Miu Miu. He roared loudly to maintain his self-respect. Why are you here? Put me down. We aren't on the same team. I don't need your help. Why are you acting like a hero? Every word Nzi spoke made his heart ache. Do you think the whole world revolves around you? I stopped being that child who only hid behind you long ago. I'm no longer that crybaby who only relies on you. Yunmu continued to drag Nzi along while reaching out a hand to shield himself from the blizzard. Your hatred for me, I completely understand. To tell the truth, I hate myself too. Sister Shui is your sister, but in my heart, I also see her as my own sister. He couldn't bear to leave Nzi alone, and so he couldn't abandon you either. If you die like this, the protagonist roared like a madman. When I find Sister Shui, how am I supposed to explain to her? Hearing this, Nzi was deeply moved, his lips unable to stop trembling. He allowed himself to be dragged along, murmuring to himself, Instead of saying I hate you, it's more that I hate myself for being useless. Even that punch I gave you back then was just anger at my own incompetence. Nzi was in self-torment. Why am I so weak? Why didn't I work hard back then? Why do I only hide behind others whenever something happens? I must work hard, he kept muttering beside the long tracks he left in the snow. I want to learn to compete. I don't want to be that coward who only relies on others anymore. Yunmu dragged him silently, and Nzi covered his face and spoke his wish. I don't want to lose anyone else, so I want to get stronger. I want to protect my sister, protect Dashang, protect Xiao Chang, and of course you. Yunmu's cheeks were flushed red from the harsh weather as he replied, I know, dummy. He didn't need to look to know that the fragile NZ was definitely crying like a baby again, and could only offer a threat. Stop crying, your tears will freeze. The further they went toward the snowy mountaintop, the deeper Yunmu's feet sank. He dragged Ling En with one hand and shielded himself from the howling cold wind with the other, letting out a weary breath and saying, the blizzard is getting stronger. After walking for another distance, a familiar figure appeared ahead. It was Ling An's captain. He walked while looking at the finish line right before his eyes, shouting excitedly, almost there, I'm first, I'm going to win. Just then the protagonist accelerated and charged up, shouting, hey, get out of the way! As soon as Liang saw him, he immediately recognized Li Yunmu. When he saw the pathetic figure being dragged through the snow by him, he couldn't help but be startled. It's Ling En. Seeing this, the leader looked at Yunmu's back and sneered, it seems the young master of the Ling family has found a new backer. Hey Li Yunmu, don't worry about that dead weight. How about we cooperate? The protagonist paused for a moment, and the man continued to entice. How much money does that loser give you? As long as you ensure I take first place, I'll give you double. Before he could finish his sentence, Liang's head went flying. Yunmu continued to walk upward, grumbling irritably. So noisy. The snowy mountaintop was right before them, the mountain path getting steeper and the snow getting thicker. Ling En, having constantly rubbed against the snow, finally couldn't hold on any longer and said, Xiao Miu Miu, put me down. I've reached my limit. Yunmu's footsteps also became sluggish. He looked at the snow beneath his feet and thought to himself, even my body is starting to get stiff. It seems that reaching the finish line with two people relying on just my own mystic power is impossible. Then he reached into his space and pulled something out. In that case, this is the only way. After a while, another group of people climbed to the mountaintop, some complaining incessantly, while a few others were cheering each other on to persevere. Almost there, I can't do it, I can't walk anymore. Don't give up, we finally got here by basking in the glow of the Jing family brothers, a man in black strongly agreed. Exactly, if I hadn't followed them, I would have frozen to death long ago. Just as they stepped onto the foot of the mountain, Yunmu, who was sitting above, shouted loudly, hey everyone, behind me is a forbidden zone, he told them seriously. Sorry, this road is closed. As soon as Shen Chen saw him, he immediately recognized Li Yunmu, while the man in black nearby roared angrily, Li Yunmu, what do you mean? The protagonist calmly pointed at Ling En lying behind him and told them that fellow who passed out is the first place for this test, so your finish line ends right here. Hearing this, everyone below began to clamor with dissatisfaction. He's first. On what grounds? Yunmu stared coldly at the crowd below and asserted triumphantly. On what grounds? On the grounds that I, Li Yunmu, said so. Now that man in black was even more unhappy, jumping and shouting, Ha, who do you think you are? Then he stomped violently on the snow and shouted, everyone attacked together. In an instant, 4 idiots took to the air, lunging toward the protagonist. They were still full of confidence. Even if he's the #1 rookie, so what? We have strength in numbers, can't we handle just one of him? The Jing brothers didn't move, simply observing from the side, and the younger Shen excitedly said, a bunch of impatient fools indeed. Yunmu saw this from above and only sighed helplessly, then unleashed Morning Sun, Great Flame, Art, Red Lotus. In that blizzard, the 4 fellows were instantly consumed by raging fire. Seeing this, the Shen younger brother excitedly threw a punch and shouted, incinerated to ash in the blink of an eye. The flames gradually died down. Seeing those 2 brothers still standing there, Yunmu asked, hey, what do you 2 plan to do? He stared at them with eyes full of murderous intent and asked in a deep voice, do you want to follow in their footsteps or stop here? Shen Chen stepped forward several paces, showing off with full confidence. You don't think that the 2 of us are as easy to deal as those pieces of trash, do you? The 2 of us together are quite powerful. Hearing this, Yunmu rested his hands on his legs and said with great interest, oh, that confident? He was curious, then proceeded to provoke the 2 brothers. Why don't you try and see? Yunmu sat there expressionless, calmly waiting for a response. The 2 brothers fell into silence upon hearing his words, their eyes staring at him coldly. However, a hint of unease rose in Yunmu's heart. Those 2 were indeed different. They had likely reached the rank of transcendent fluxers. Fighting them would drain his internal power, and if later arrivals were to reap the spoils of his exhaustion, he calculated silently in his heart, it would be better to use an empty fort strategy. Kill with a borrowed knife. The younger Shen brother suddenly laughed cheerfully, then stepped forward to reply, it seems there's no other way, it has to be like this. Hearing this, Yunmu frowned in anger, his icy eyes staring straight at them, thinking it failed. At this time he remained seated without moving, simply observing the younger brother as he approached step by step. Seeing his arrogant posture, a thought suddenly flashed through Yunmu's mind. It seems I'll just have to give it my all. By now the younger Shen was in front of him, but he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he pulled out another no-entry marker and thrust it decisively into the snow before him. The younger Shen turned back excitedly and shouted, brother, come over quickly, I've saved a spot for you. Then he turned and asked Yunmu with confusion, hey Yunmu, you only want 1 spot, right? Yunmu replied vaguely, that's right. The younger Shen answered excitedly, good, and the 2 of us will just take 2nd and 3rd. Yunmu agreed without hesitation, secretly rejoicing in his heart. The plan succeeded. The scene shifts to the area below where a squad of 4 is approaching the mountaintop. One of them said, "I abandoned my own squad specifically to lead people up the mountain. The reward was agreed upon in advance," another replied with a firm tone. "Don't worry, I won't let your squad die in vain. Once I enter the War God Temple, I'll give you double the reward." Just then, the Shen brothers happened to encounter this group and immediately shouted, "Brothers down the mountain!" The younger Shen looked down at them coldly and announced loudly, "Sorry, your trip ends here, there are no spots left." The leader of that group roared in fury upon hearing this. "What do you mean no spots left? What kind of trick are the 3 of you pulling? Get out of the way for me." The younger Shen pointed at Yunmu without hesitation and replied flatly, "Sorry, can't do it. Who told that person over there to occupy the pit? I can't help it either, so my brother and I can only take second and third. Everyone, please go back." Naturally, the other party was unwilling to give up and immediately flew into a rage, snapping, "Stop the nonsense, everyone charge." The younger Shen rubbed the back of his head helplessly, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good advice is hard to give to the stubborn. No sooner had his voice fallen than his eyes suddenly lit up, his face full of fury. The younger Shen didn't hesitate, instantly charging toward the crowd with swords in both hands. As soon as he drew near, he decisively knocked the opponents down one by one, then leapt up, his long sword pointing coldly at a man beside him. Immediately after, the younger Shen thrust his sword down, a one-hit kill. A piercing scream echoed in the biting cold wind. He said nothing, simply walking silently toward the remaining man. The man stood frozen on the spot, shouting in terror, "What is wrong with this guy?" Seeing the younger Shen's fierce appearance and eyes full of murderous intent, the leader couldn't help but marvel that he was practically a demon. Yunmu observed the situation quietly, secretly relieved. Good thing I didn't fight these 2 brothers directly. The group behind them was numerous. If it really came to a fight, I might not have had the energy to protect NZ. His heart also lightened considerably, now that these 2 fellows occupied the 2nd and 3rd spots. They happened to serve as my free bodyguards. No one can shake my advantage. Just as he was thinking this, the younger Shen had already cleanly dealt with his opponents. At that moment, Yunmu rejoiced in his heart. It looks like we won. Although Lingun still lay motionless on the snow thanks to this gold medal teammate, victory still belonged to him. Shortly after, the scene shifts to the War God Temple. The noise outside was constant. "Another bowl, I want one too." Yunmu stared blankly at the food flying around him and suddenly spoke up. "So I said." He was very dissatisfied with everything before him, questioning with confusion, "Why are all these people staying in my house?" Hearing this, and Lu excitedly raised her beer mug and shouted, "To celebrate Senior Lingen taking first place in the selection trials. Cheers everyone, Senior really is amazing." Lingen waved his hand and replied bashfully, No, it was all thanks to Xiao Miu Miu." Zhongmin walked over, patted his shoulder and said softly, "Since Unzi is already part of the War God Temple, how about let the former head instructor of the War God Temple personally cook a meal for you?" After hearing this, Yunmu muttered with contempt, "Don't even think about it, this old man will cook you to death." However, Lingen happily accepted the invitation. "Really? Of course, no problem." Our protagonist sipped his beer slowly while curling his lip in mockery. "It's truly rare. You, old man, have actually managed to stay here without running off. It seems you've learned to behave." Zhongmin was nearly dead from rage after hearing this, immediately rushing forward to teach him a lesson. "You still dare to speak? If you hadn't been out making trouble everywhere, would I have had to stay here? It's all your fault, kid. Give me back my freedom." Yunmu screamed in pain. "It's going to break, it's going to break." After a long time, he sat back in the corner, rubbing his shoulder and complaining, "The dead old man only knows how to take his anger out on me." Ruyan walked over slowly to advise him, "Don't look at him like that. He's actually been very worried about you." Yunmu frowned and retorted, "Have you ever seen a father who creates so much trouble for his own son?" She continued to mediate, "You know your father's personality. He simply can't sit still." Ruyan paused for a moment and said softly, "But in order not to cause you trouble, he stays in the War God Temple every day, never stepping out even once." She continued, "Looking at him like that every day, even I feel bored for him." Ruyan went on to say, "When you're not around, your father asks for news about you every day, afraid of missing any slightest movement. Perhaps the person who worries about you most in this world is this old man." Yunmu fell silent after hearing this, his eyes staring coldly into the void. Shortly after, the scene shifts to the teleportation square. Yunmu's squad members were all present. Ruyan spoke up, "Xiao Miu, be careful outside. Come back and see me and your father whenever you have time." The protagonist gave an acknowledgement. "Okay," then he added in a low voice, "I'll leave Mom and Dad in your care while I'm away." Ruyan agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry and take good care of yourself too." The time for departure arrived and the urging calls rang out. Wei Xin activated the teleportation array, decisively pulling down the lever. In an instant, a massive blue light pillar shot into the sky, appearing as if it had torn through space. Zhongmin watched the fading light, his expression lonely. "I don't know when the next meeting will be. Stinking kid, keep it up." Lingen smiled slightly and left a word of instruction. "Xiao Miu Miu, wait for me. I will definitely get stronger as quickly as possible and stand by your side. In the blink of an eye the teleportation channel opened, bringing them to a gloomy and quiet forest. Just as they landed, Yunmu quickly scanned the surroundings and cried out, "Senior, we've arrived in a completely strange place." He immediately realized this was not the Zhe Feng courtyard, so he hurriedly told everyone, "We seem to have been teleported into some forest. Has something gone wrong with the teleportation array?" Then he made a decisive deduction. "No, I think someone deliberately lured us here. Someone must have modified the teleportation parameters." Suddenly, the enemy lurking above revealed themselves. "You're right, as expected of Li Yunmu. You judged the situation in an instant. I originally wanted to catch you off guard while you were in a panic." The priest appeared, adding with a sinister smile, "It seems I underestimated you." Yunmu recognized the people from the Holy Heaven sect at a glance. With his hands in his pockets he countered calmly, "The dignified Holy Heaven sect went to all this trouble to bring me here. What exactly do you want?" He roared sternly, "Stop playing dumb with that." The priest glared at him in anger, stating that they were obviously there to avenge their sect leader. Yunmu showed no fear, giving a contemptuous smile to provoke them. "Revenge with just this group of yours? I'm afraid you can't even get close to my—" Before he could finish his sentence, his spiritual sense suddenly alerted him, and he scanned behind him rapidly. Under extreme vigilance, Yunmu launched a sudden counterattack, catching the person off guard and sending them stumbling back. The others shouted for their senior in worry. He frowned tensely, secretly speculating in his heart. That traitor, a blurred dark shadow, appeared before Yunmu, looming in and out of the thick smoke. Yunmu knelt on one knee, and after thinking calmly he quickly exposed the other party. "So the mole was you?" Without hesitation, the person used a dagger to cut off their brown hair, admitting frankly, "That's right, you really aren't simple." Then the person said decisively, "I thought the upgraded ironclad ground dragon king would deal with you. I didn't expect that beast to be so easily killed by you, so I had to change my strategy." The person reached out to brush the stray hairs on their forehead and continued, "Although it took some effort, the commission is finally complete." And Lu stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide with horror. She stammered out, "How can this be? The mastermind was actually Xinren?" The other party showed no remorse, even mocking her with a cold laugh. "I've played the good girl act long enough." Shen Chen still couldn't believe any of it, roaring out of control, "Wei Xinren, what kind of nonsense are you talking? I order you to rejoin the squad immediately." She glanced at him with contempt and replied flatly, "Rejoin the squad? Sorry, Captain. I'm tired of playing these childish games." Xinren turned to leave without looking back, waving a farewell. "Go find someone willing to play with you, bye-bye." Just then, and Lu ran forward to try and stop her. "Xinren, wait a minute, aren't we best friends?" However, what greeted her was an icy gaze. Xinren launched a sudden attack without mercy, giving Lu a massive shock. Fortunately, Shen Chen appeared in time, swinging his sword to block the strike, and Lu slumped to the ground, not yet recovered, her mouth constantly murmuring Xinren's name. Xinren frowned, threatening in an icy tone. "Get lost." Shen Chen's expression was serious as he questioned again. "Wei Xinren, are you serious?" She ignored his words, not even bothering to answer. She walked coldly past the priest and asked, "The commission is complete, where are my things?" He replied, "Don't worry, don't be in a rush, they'll be given to you." Yunmu spoke up at this time. "Hey, you almost killed your friend just now." Xinren replied coldly, "I don't need friends." And Lu burst into tears upon hearing this, looking at her with tear-filled eyes and calling out softly. But Xinren didn't care at all, turning away decisively as if there had never been a shred of friendship. The priest held a cigarette between his fingers and laughed mockingly. "What a great show. Men, kill them." The subordinates moved at his command, charging fiercely toward Yunmu's squad. Shen Chen hurriedly reminded them, "Zhe Feng squad, prepare for battle, void severing strike." Amidst the chaotic fight, he suddenly discovered that the power of his moves had diminished. Jia was the same, the two saying in low voices back to back, "Captain, I can't condense my internal power." Shen Chen turned pale with shock. "What?" Seeing this, the priest offered a kind explanation. "That's right, this is the territory of the Red Barbarian continent, where a powerhouse once fell. His resentment has corroded this place. Any fluxer who comes here cannot use their internal power freely. In fact, the deeper they fall, the harder it becomes to use internal power. So," he raised an eyebrow, his face full of smugness and arrogance, then continued, "Even if your rank is high, it's useless here." The priest shouted with certainty, "You're dead meat, get them." However, no sooner had he spoken than two of his subordinates were instantly sent flying back. The priest's eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed, "What?" Naiji stepped forward without hesitation. "Oh my, I thought it was some big deal." She flexed her knuckles and said coldly, "After all that, it turns out we just need to use physical techniques." Finally, Yunmu added a cold finishing touch. "If you want to compare physical techniques, you found the wrong person." The others completely ignored these words, charging forward fiercely for a sneak attack. "Die," Yunmu said calmly in a low voice to the girl beside him. "Here we go." Naiji took her stance to prepare for the counterattack, answering confidently, "I won't hide behind you anymore. This time I will fight side by side with you." She suddenly let out a loud shout. 8 extremes crumble. She struck rapidly, instantly sending those two flying. The opponents had no chance to react. The remaining people grew cowardly upon seeing this, turning instead to surround Yunmu. "That woman knows ancient boxing, leave her for last. Deal with the remaining one first." His gaze was sharp, fixed intently on every move of his opponents. The protagonist decisively flexed his ankles and took his offensive stance. then moved forward with a high-speed teleport without a word, cleanly knocking one down. Another person, seeing the situation, wanted to take the opportunity for a sneak attack. A good chance. With his keen perception, Yunmu had already sensed it, turning decisively and reaching out to lock onto the opponent's wrist with a death grip. Before the person could react, they were instantly countered by Yunmu. The speed of the movement terrified the opponent. Yunmu showed no mercy, slamming him violently to the ground and roaring cleanly. Tiger crouch. Immediately after, he blasted a heavy palm strike, ending the battle smoothly. The onlookers were all dumbstruck and filled with horror, and Lu marveled. "Both of you are so amazing," Jia added. "It's impossible to tell you're only one grade higher than us." Afterward, Yunmu and Naiji high-fived in celebration, exchanging a word of praise. "Great job." At this time the priest spoke up. "Is it not too early to celebrate? I miscalculated. I didn't expect your physical techniques to be so strong." He looked at the two and continued, "But even if you're both martial arts experts, so what? There are only two of you. Even if you can fight, you'll get tired eventually." Yunmu and Naiji didn't rush to respond, simply listening quietly. He revealed a devious and sinister smile, speaking one word at a time. The priest then let out a loud shout, "Come out!" Immediately after, a large number of subordinates appeared instantly, the count staggering. Yunmu remained calm and offered a polite greeting, marveling, "Wow, the Holy Heaven sect really thinks highly of me. To deal with a small character like me, they actually deployed so many people." Despite his words, he had already secretly channeled mysterious magic, and a bizarre black smoke instantly filled the surroundings. Those dark shadows quickly gathered into form, lining up behind Yunmu to await orders. He snapped his fingers coldly. "I have quite a few people too." The number of dark shadows continued to increase, scaring everyone into screaming, "There are too many of these things. What exactly are they doing? Is this the night parade of 100 ghosts?" Seeing this, the priest secretly speculated, could it be a summoning-type technique? Impossible. His internal power should be very low. Opposite him, Yunmu was limbering up, saying leisurely, "Let's start with this many. Anyway, internal power is limited in this place, so let's make it a quick finish." He then issued a serious command. "Shadow Army, hear my command." His face was like frost as he made a throat-slitting gesture and ordered, "Kill every last one of them." His voice was cold and majestic, leaving no room for mercy. In an instant, the Shadow Army swarmed toward the Holy Heaven sect members like a tidal wave. One of the shadow spirits leaped into the air, delivering a massive downward strike, while other shadows hoisted enemies up and hurled them ruthlessly into the distance. The battle was a display of absolute dominance. A golden shadow spirit slammed its fist into the ground, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Seeing this, an armed thug leapt behind it and shouted, "Hey big guy!" He brandished his sword and roared, "Die!" However, reality was far from what he desired. Tendrils of black aura reconnected through rapid self-healing capabilities. Watching the members of the Shadow Army slowly recover before his eyes, he let out a helpless sigh. Subsequently, the shadow spirit slammed a heavy palm onto the swordsman, instantly crushing him flat. Seeing this, the crowd scattered in terror, screaming shrilly, "Run, what are you waiting for? They're a bunch of monsters." Yunmu's Shadow Army did not let them go, pursuing them like clinging shadows. One unlucky cultist screamed for help from the priest, "Lord, save me!" But in a mere instant a dark shadow flashed past, appearing behind him and cleanly harvesting his life. After executing this coward who tried to flee, the priest stared wide-eyed, threatening the others. "Anyone who retreats dies." Seeing this, the crowd was left with no choice but to grit their teeth. Two cultists turned and lunged at a shadow, roaring, "Brothers, it's death either way. Let's go down fighting." Watching the chaotic battle before him, the priest revealed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "Summoning these ghost things must consume a massive amount of flux power." He calculated with satisfaction that using the lives of these cultists to drain that kid's flux power was a worthy trade. The scene shifted. After a long while, a wounded man collapsed on the ground, screaming in terror as a shadow approached step by step. However, the cold-hearted Li Yan had already teleported over, delivering a heavy punch to finish him off. He closed his eyes, letting out a cry for help in despair, "Help me." But after waiting a moment with no movement, he cautiously opened his eyes. At this moment, Li Yan's fist stopped only a few centimeters from the tip of his nose. The man muttered in confusion, "It stopped?" Suddenly, the shadow before his eyes gradually dissipated under his gaze. Yunmu also noticed something was wrong and was startled. The system immediately popped up a notification. "Warning, your origin account balance is insufficient." The protagonist stared at the long string of zeros on the screen, scratching his head in agitation. "No way, it all spent that fast, you guys are way too greedy." The members of the Zhe Feng squad were watching him go crazy with suspicious looks on their faces. "Who is the senior talking to? Why does he suddenly look like he's gone bankrupt?" He covered his face with his hand, thinking, "Damn it, I got a bit carried away just now and completely failed to notice the consumption of origin. It's exactly like last time." The scene switched to Yunmu gasping for breath in a pure white space, drenched in sweat. He muttered to himself, "The speed is still too slow, although the shadows can cultivate on idle. This level is far from enough. I must become stronger." He roared into the void, "System, how many more shadow spirits can I condense right now?" The system immediately responded, "With your current origin, you can condense a large number of shadow spirits. But with your current physical endurance, you can only control a maximum of 4 shadows at the same time," the system added. Once you exceed this number, your body will suffer damage, the protagonist asked somewhat irritably. It's not possible. Suddenly, as if possessed by human personality, the system proposed, if you want to forcibly control more shadow spirits, I have a way. Hearing this, Yunmu's eyes widened in surprise, and he instantly focused his full attention. He held his breath and listened to the system's plan. The system spoke slowly. Have you ever heard the saying, money can make even the devil push a grindstone? Yunmu quickly replied. Of course I have, but what does that have to do with me wanting more shadows? The system further explained. Your own flux power is insufficient to support the simultaneous control of multiple shadows. But as long as you are willing to pay Origin, we can facilitate the transfer of flux power that exceeds your own limit for you. As for the billing method, before it could finish, Yunmu shouted excitedly, why didn't you say there was such a good deal earlier? Give me 10 first. No, give me 20 shadows. Immediately after, a long string of data code jumped across the system interface. At this moment he appeared determined to win because he was so rich he only had money left. Yunmu muttered with full confidence. I can't speak for anything else, but as for Origin, I have as much as I want. This time, I'm really going to take off. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The protagonist looked at the row of zeros on the system interface, his jaw dropping in shock. Yunmu's entire face distorted in surprise, instantly losing all color as he fell into extreme horror. What on earth is going on? He shouted at the system. You bastard, you swindler, how dare you wipe out my account? The system, however, maintained its flat tone. This is the result of your normal consumption. Yunmu continued to roar like a wild man. Who are you fooling? I clearly had so much in my account, how could it all be gone? The system explained. Because the billing method for transferred flux power increases exponentially. Once the number of shadows is too large, the consumption of Origin reaches astronomical prices. Hearing this, Yunmu was stunned on the spot, only managing to spit out a single word after a long pause. He bit his lip in secret hatred. Damn it, I really did play it a bit too large. All that money gone just like that. Sister Ruyan is definitely going to scold me again. The protagonist watched with a dazed expression as the shadows disappeared one by one. When Yunmu reappeared, the priest smiled smugly. As expected, even if you are exceptionally gifted, your flux power eventually runs out. It seems it's time to reveal my trump card. Behind him, several people pushed forward a heavy weapon. The priest's measured voice rang out again. To be honest, Lee Yunmu, I truly admire you. If you hadn't killed our sect leader, I would have even wanted to invite you to join the Holy Heaven sect. He waved his hand and laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, you must die here today. The people behind him quickly aimed the energy cannon at him. Yunmu, however, gave a confident smile. An energy cannon? You think you can kill me with something like that? The priest shouted. Then let's test it. Men, fire! The protagonist turned and ordered the Zhe Feng squad. Everyone follow my command, get ready. Just as the whole team looked at him with confusion, he suddenly spun around and shouted a single word, run. The priest and the Holy Heaven cultists were left speechless on the spot, utterly dumbfounded. As Yunmu ran, he laughed mischievously and said, I have 0 flux power left. To go head-to-head with an energy cannon now, wouldn't that be a brain cramp? I'm not that stupid. Oka stood to the side and inquired, Lord Priest, what do we do now? The priest's voice darkly issued the command, pursue them. He bit his teeth in rage, his eyes full of murderous intent. I will tear Lee Yunmu into 10,000 pieces. The scene shifted to the forest where everyone was fleeing for their lives. Roars echoed from behind. Stop! The pursuers shouted while firing. You can't escape. Jia was terrified by the hail of bullets behind her. Damn it, they actually brought guns. Yunmu shouted. Shen Chen, your physical techniques are a bit weak. Take the lead and run toward the perimeter. You'll be able to recover part of your flux power there. Lu Naiji and I will head into the depths of the forest to split their forces and weaken their numerical advantage. He then gave a loud shout. Move! Everyone quickly scattered and fled. Oka reported anxiously. Lord Priest, they've split up. The priest cursed angrily. Damn it, Oka, take some men to chase those brats. I'll go after Lee Yunmu. The scene cut back to the depths of the dense forest, where the priest's threatening voice echoed in all directions. Yunmu, the depths of the cursed land are just ahead. Aren't you seeking your own death by running in there? The protagonist and Lu Naiji were hiding behind an ancient tree. Yunmu said with satisfaction, that priest really took the bait and chased us. Naiji, however, looked worried. Will those kids in the Zhe Feng squad be okay? He responded confidently. Of course. At that moment, Naiji seemed to notice something. Yunmu had a ruthless expression as he continued. Who do you think raised those kids? Meanwhile, and Lu was gasping for breath and wailing, I can't run anymore. Shen Chen said irritably, even if you can't run you have to. Suddenly, Wu Jia shouted a warning, Shen Chen, watch your step. Everyone skidded to a halt, stunned by the sight before them. Ahead lay a patch of muddy, foul-smelling black soil. The Zhe Feng squad cried out in despair. The perimeter of the cursed land is a swamp, we're out of road. The whole team fell into a panic, unsure why such a massive swamp would be here. Suddenly a burst of wild laughter rang out from behind. The two turned to look only to see the opponent gloating, can't run anymore, can you? Heaven is truly helping me. Oka arrived with his subordinates. Seeing they had nowhere to run, he was overjoyed. I didn't expect you to flee to the edge of the cursed land, you almost slipped away. This man was the vice representative and a fluxer of the Holy Heaven sect, he continued. But in this perimeter area where flux power can be used, won't you die even faster? Oka, give the order, men, do it the old-fashioned way. The Zhe Feng squad immediately took a defensive stance. He stepped forward arrogantly, promising rewards. Whoever brings in the most heads will be heavily rewarded upon our return. Just then, Shen Chen saw an opening and suddenly leapt up to launch a surprise attack. One subordinate shouted in terror, "Lord, watch your back!" Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted in the forest, sending dust flying. Wu Jie asked anxiously, "Did it work?" Amidst the smoke and dust, Shen Chen revealed his figure, looking terrified. Oka had grabbed his sword and sneered, "I told you," he laughed sinisterly and mocked. "Trying to pull a sneak attack at such a young age, that's not very good." The Holy Heaven cultists reacted with lightning speed, raising their guns to aim at Shen Chen, prepared to fire. Just as their crosshairs locked on, Shen Chen shouted, "Xiao Jia!" Jia immediately leapt high into the air and charged into the crowd, responding, "Coming!" Jia's long whip swept across like a swimming dragon, instantly knocking the guns out of the cultists' hands. Oka smiled gloomily. "Is the Zhe Feng squad's plan to suppress me first, then take the opportunity to deal with my subordinates? Stop daydreaming. How could a bunch of brats like you possibly hurt me?" Shen Chen, however, did not hesitate to interrupt him. "Of course we can," Jia from below flicked the long whip toward Shen Chen and reminded him, "Shen Chen, catch." Wu Jie shielded Enlu from behind and said, "Enlu, it's up to you." Oka suddenly realized this was her support skill. He immediately turned to his subordinates and roared, "All units, defend!" Wu Jie's expression was solemn as he held several thin silver needles in his hand, chanting silently, "Pure heart, no thoughts, absolute focus, the divine pill forms of itself." Subsequently, he handsomely hurled those needles toward Oka's troops. Immediately after, amidst bursts of despairing screams, many people were wounded by the erupting rain of needles. Wu Jie cast his spell in a low voice, shouting, "Burst!" In an instant, those needles caused a violent explosion within Oka's ranks. Jia and Enlu happily high-fived. Success! They hadn't expected that under Enlu's buff the power would actually be so staggering. However, Shen Chen continued to observe with a serious expression, remaining silent. Movement came again from the swirling dust as Oka walked out, his head covered in blood, roaring excitedly, "Interesting, truly interesting, then I'll play along with you properly." Shen Chen grit his teeth and warned, "This guy isn't dead yet, fall back," but it was too late. Jia was sent flying by a single punch. Everyone shouted in anxiety. Wu Jie and Jia flicked their whips in a furious counterattack, cursing, "You bastard." A sharp light flashed in Oka's eyes as he launched a heavy strike, instantly causing the ground to crack and crumble. Shen Chen called out his companions' names powerlessly. Oka stood there, patting the dust off his body, then turned his head to reveal a bizarre, sinister smile, announcing, "Done, your turn." Shen Chen stepped in front of Enlu and instructed, "Enlu, stay behind me." Oka revealed a gruesome smile. "Hiding anywhere is useless, you're all going to die." He stepped forward and gripped Shen Chen's chin, but Shen Chen showed no fear, declaring firmly, "I won't let you have your way. If you want to touch my teammates, you'll have to step over my corpse." Hearing this, Oka burst into a loud laugh. "You still want to protect others?" Immediately after, he delivered a heavy punch straight to Shen Chen's face, provoking him, "Do you even have what it takes?" Shen Chen was horrified. So fast. Immediately after, another heavy kick swept across his stomach. Oka mocked as he delivered the beating. "You, the captain, have to hold on. Your teammates are all watching you." He threw a series of heavy punches to Shen Chen's face, mocking, "If you die, there will be no one to protect your companions." With that, he threw another punch. Oka slightly bowed his body, coldly spitting out the word justice. He used a move called Holy Fist, slamming it heavily onto Shen Chen. Shen Chen screamed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This strike left him in a daze. Simultaneously, that person's voice rang in his ear. "HMPH." And Lu, hiding in the back, held her head and wailed, shrilly calling Shen Chen's name. Wu Jie lay on the ground, his face covered in blood as he cursed angrily. "Ha, you bastard." Oka continued to brutally beat Shen Chen. "Oh, still got some breath in you?" Suddenly, he stopped his movements as if sensing something. He looked at the motionless Shen Chen and evaluated. No heartbeat. Did he die standing up? Subsequently, Oka turned his gaze toward Enlu. He was like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, closing in step by step. "All right, your turn. Don't cry. You'll be seeing him soon." And Lu's eyes were full of tears as she called Shen Chen's name in despair. She wailed loudly, screaming, "Help!" Along with this cry for help, Shen Chen, whose heart had just stopped, actually had a reaction. Oka was excitedly swinging his fist toward Enlu. Enlu's face was covered in tears, but she could only wait for death powerlessly. Just then, Shen Chen, who had been standing stiffly behind, suddenly lunged toward him, preparing to throw a punch. He roared in fury, "I told you, don't touch my companions." Oka looked back in horror, shouting with a dark expression. "What?" Shen Chen's fist was enveloped in a golden chi resembling a one-horned rhino. This punch landed head-on, directly causing Oka to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Now Oka's face was covered in blood, his lips mangled. The force of that punch just now was absurdly strong, causing Oka's whole body to twitch, his eyes rolling back as he groaned. Shen Chen's eyes had now lost consciousness as he slowly raised his hand. Immediately after, another heavy punch fell, sending stone fragments flying, and Lu shouted while crying, "Shen Chen, stop, he's already dead." But at this moment, Shen Chen had long since lost his mind. Roaring frantically, she screamed in terror, "Shen Chen, don't be like this, stop." Suddenly his body froze. He murmured the word, "Stop." In the split second he regained the last bit of his sanity, Shen Chen let out a long roar toward the sky, then slowly collapsed to the ground with his hands covered in blood. It was a long while before Shen Chen opened his eyes seeing this, and Lu cried with joy, "Shen Chen, you're awake." Jia, standing to the side, also let out a sigh of relief. "You almost scared us to death." The wound-covered Shen Chen didn't forget to tease Lu. "What are you crying for? Am I not fine?" She sobbed and said, "I thought you were going to die. I thought I was going to lose another friend." "You scared me to death." He revealed a brilliant smile to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. Before I find Wei Xinren I won't die easily." Shen Chen looked at his companions with a solemn expression and reiterated, "I once said that every member of the Zhe Veng squad is indispensable, therefore I have crawled back from hell." But just after saying these touching words he took a heavy blow to the head, leaving him with a look of utter confusion. Shen Chen held his head and questioned Lu with a look of bewilderment. "That hurts. Why did you hit me all of a sudden?" And Lu's face turned red as she called him a big idiot, leaving him speechless. She turned her face and whispered a reminder, "Don't be so reckless next time." It was worrying to death. Shen Chen asked in surprise, "What did you say?" And Lu hurriedly denied it, saying it was nothing. Wu Jia fell into deep thought on the side. That power just now. He silently stared at Shen Chen and thought to himself, that was definitely not power belonging to Shen Chen himself. That appearance was practically like entering the berserk state of an ironclad ground dragon. Wu Jia narrowed his eyes and pondered, could it have been? Then the scene shifted to the priest's side. A subordinate shouted, "Lord Priest, I found something over here." He immediately went forward to check. The subordinate reported that it seemed to be the footprints they left behind. Hearing this, the priest ordered, "Quick, pursue them." Suddenly he picked up a small stone and fell into thought. The priest stood up and ordered his men to pursue in the direction of the footprints. He explained to his subordinates that the tracks had been left intentionally. Li Yunmu, that old fox, would never leave such obvious footprints unless there were hidden tracks nearby that had been covered up. Confident that this direction was correct, the priest led the charge. Meanwhile, in another area, two people were fleeing for their lives. Lu Naiji asked uneasily if it was really okay for Li Yunmu to leave such obvious footprints. He replied with a confident smile, "Don't worry, they won't catch up." Yunmu explained that a devious person like the priest always tries to be too clever for his own good. Seeing such obvious footprints, he would definitely chase in the opposite direction. He laughed as he ran, saying that being too clever would only cost the man his life. A fitting end for someone like him. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yunmu tripped over a branch and slammed into the ground. Furious, he yanked up a flower and cursed, "Bastard who plants flowers in the middle of the road, what if some other kid trips on this?" Suddenly, a small bear appeared, startling Yunmu. A flower was actually growing out of the bear's tail. The little bear's eyes began to well up with tears as if it were about to cry. While he was wondering what species this was, the cub let out a loud wail. The crying echoed through the entire forest. He covered his ears and roared in frustration, "Too loud. What's wrong? Why did it suddenly start crying?" Lu Naiji shouted at him, "Put that flower down. This kind of bear absolutely forbids anyone from touching its flower. If you let it keep crying, it will surely draw." Before she could finish, a heavy weight crashed to the ground behind them, sending dust swirling into the sky. Yunmu glanced back warily, his heart pounding. Then a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, accompanied by a series of hair-raising growls. Standing before them was a colossal brown bear. Yunmu froze on the spot, crying out inwardly, "A bear this big?" His face turned pale as he asked, "Hey Lu Naiji, you're the smart one, let me ask you something." She asked in confusion, "What?" He gave a forced laugh and asked, "Can we actually win against this thing with just our fists?" Lu Naiji's face froze instantly. She stared fixedly ahead without a word. Meanwhile, the giant bear roared in fury, its teeth bared and its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Without another word, the bear lunged. Lu Naiji screamed, "How could we possibly win against that?" Seeing a heavy punch smash into a tree trunk, a subordinate hurried over to advise, "Lord Priest, please calm your anger." The priest tightened his lips. "Does my face look like I can calm down? That bastard Li Yunmu dared to play me. I will tear him into 10,000 pieces." The man looked back and saw dust billowing in a clearing, quickly reporting, "My lord, there's movement over there." He immediately ordered, "After them." No sooner had the words left his lips than a group of subordinates shot into the air. Meanwhile, the monster's paw slammed heavily onto the ground. This elite bear's pupils were crimson, revealing razor-sharp fangs, sending Yunmu's group fleeing for their lives. Lu Naiji urged loudly as she ran, "Li Yunmu, think of something of the 36 stratagems. Running is the best, but if we don't have another move, we won't be able to outrun it." In the moment of crisis, Yunmu stepped on a pile of withered wood, letting out a crisp snap. His pupils constricted. He thought it was all over. The elite bear instantly locked onto its target. Before them was a deep, wide pit. The bear watched as Yunmu and Lu Naiji fell in, pausing for a moment before letting out a roar. The two let out a piercing scream as they plummeted. After a while, a groan echoed in the darkness. Yunmu frowned, looking around with bleary eyes in a total daze. "Where is this?" Lu Naiji sat up in pain, rubbing her head. "Did we fall into some kind of trap?" She frowned as she noticed Yunmu's cheeks were flushed red and he was averting his gaze, unable to look at her. Sensing a strange atmosphere, she asked, What's wrong with you? Why that expression?" Only when she looked down did she realize she was sitting on Yunmu's lower body. Her face instantly turned as red as a boiling furnace. She immediately let out a startled cry and scrambled backward, looking utterly innocent. Yunmu hunched over and walked forward, muttering, That bear is still guarding the entrance. It's safe here for now, let's hide further inside. Together, they ventured deep into the cave where massive crystals hung above, their sharp points aimed at the ground. He looked around, not expecting such a cavern to exist beneath this cursed land. Below lay a mysterious river, its surface covered in dense bubbles. The two young people sat by the water, the rocks behind them emitting a faint glow. He began muttering again, this place might contain some kind of magical power. The air suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold, causing Lu Naiji to sneeze and her nose to run. Like a gentleman, Yunmu took off his coat and considerately draped it over her back. Lu Naiji sat with her hands hugging her knees, obediently accepting the care. She suddenly turned and asked, "Hey, you gave me your clothes, what if you freeze?" He shook his head gently. "I'm fine, this bit of cold can't hurt me." Lu Naiji lowered her head, puffing out her cheeks and thinking, what is this? Is this idiot trying to say he'd die if he didn't care for me? Not wanting to see Yunmu freeze, she pulled open the other half of the coat and draped it over his shoulder. "Let's do it this way then. That way neither of us has to be cold." Yunmu moved a bit closer to her, making the atmosphere even more cramped. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl beside him. Lu Naiji maintained her cute expression, simply avoiding his gaze. It seemed Yunmu was falling for this girl. His cheeks were flushed red as he stared intently at her. Being stared at with such a look for the first time, she was a bit flustered, her head shaking like a rattle as she asked irritably, "What are you looking at?" Yunmu turned his head away awkwardly and stammered, "No, nothing." The river's surface reflected the figures of the two young people as they sheltered there in the quiet. He whispered, "How much longer do you want to stay here?" After a while, once she had fallen into a deep sleep, Yunmu shook her awake. "Hey Lu Naiji, wake up, I've found something." She rubbed her eyes half awake. What good could possibly be in this dump? Lu Naiji stared blankly at him. He was soaking wet with several fish still biting him. "What were you doing?" Yunmu pointed to the nearby stream, holding out a still flopping fish to the girl. "Catching fish, want some?" she replied with a look of terror. No sooner had she spoken than Yunmu walked behind her and pushed her toward the water, saying, "But that's not important. Hurry and come into the water with me. I've made a major discovery." She let out a passive cry. Wait a second, beneath the clear deep water, the two dove together toward another gate. She was surprised. She hadn't expected this lake to lead elsewhere. Finally they found the exit. The two surfaced, gasping for fresh air. Lu Naiji looked around. This place was indeed unusual. She saw a giant circle filled with intersecting lines and several crosses with a green orb suspended in the center. Yunmu took off his shirt, wringing it out as he walked toward the orb. "Is that an energy pool in the middle? Let's go take a look." Lu Naiji followed cautiously behind. "There seems to be a massive amount of energy being released. For safety's sake, we'd better not get too close." She gently touched a cross planted there, lost in thought. These crosses were suppression artifacts. Someone had placed them here to seal whatever was in the energy pool. With so many here, it meant Lu Naiji sensed the murderous intent in the surroundings and said one word at a time, "Whatever is being suppressed is extremely dangerous." He didn't care at all, picking his nose as he said dismissively, "Tisk, if you're scared, just stay here. I'm going alone." She stomped her feet in frustration behind him. Ignoring my words again, though still dripping wet, the girl hurriedly ran to catch up with him. As they gradually approached the orb, they stopped before a mysterious black button. Yunmu carefully observed every symbol on it and said, "I think I've seen this mark somewhere." Suddenly, a yellow stream of water sprayed out from the sphere. He muttered, "I remember." Yunmu pulled out a cauldron of the same color, engraved with several ancient characters. Lu Naiji's eyes lit up upon seeing it. "This thing looks just like it." Yunmu recalled the words of an acquaintance. The old man at Wangwin Pavilion said there was another half to this thing, so perhaps. He quickly aimed the mouth of the cauldron at the circle, and sure enough, a click was heard. Just as expected, this thing was being used to suppress something. The girl shouted, "It's a perfect fit." Yunmu remained fully focused. Now he only needed to give it a turn. He made a move, and the contact point immediately rotated to the red mark where the two objects met. In an instant, a surge of green energy erupted from the sphere. Yunmu exerted all his strength, using his other hand to firmly press down on the treasure, attempting to control that terrifying power. A second later, all the green spiritual power was sucked into the cauldron. He raised the treasure excitedly, shouting, "They've really merged into one." Yunmu rubbed it against his face like a child. "My precious cauldron is finally complete." Lu Naiji narrowed her eyes at the distance, bringing him back to reality. "Hey Li Yunmu," she stammered as she realized something was wrong behind the white smoke, warning, "There seems to be something over there." In an instant, a long sword manifested, its tip surrounded by a pile of skulls. Yunmu showed no fear, slowly walking toward the scattered remains. "There really is treasure. Why are there so many bones? There's hardly anywhere to step." As he reached out to grab the hilt, Lu Naiji suddenly screamed to stop him, "Don't touch it. Stay away from that thing." As the words left her lips, one of Yunmu's fingers had already touched the hilt. She clutched her chest, a bad premonition in her heart. "This blade is too bizarre. From the aura it's emitting, I can feel." Lu Naiji stared fixedly at the mysterious sword, feeling an unprecedented terror. Yunmu listened to her advice and turned away. "We know nothing about this blade, it's better to be cautious." Suddenly a man walked over, staring at the two and asking, "Who are you?" Holding two pieces of paper, he asked with a frown, "Where did the void treasure used to suppress evil go?" He immediately recognized the man as being from the Holy Heaven sect. The man looked down at the casual photo of Yunmu and recognized him instantly. "Aren't you too?" he cried out. "Heavens, it really is Lee Yunmu," she whispered worriedly. "We've been spotted." The man quickly drew his long sword, his voice filled with murderous intent. "It seems the heavens have been kind to me. As long as I capture you, I can reach the peak of my life. Prepare yourselves." Yunmu, however, nonchalantly clapped his hands and rotated his wrists as if he didn't care about the opponent at all. Too weak. The man fell to the ground, his face covered in blood and tears. With one hand in his pocket, Yunmu turned to leave calmly. "Since the Holy Heaven sect is interested in this blade, I can't just ignore it," Lu Naiji asked uneasily. "Are you really going to do this?" Yunmu reached for the long blade again, replying, "They even used a divine artifact for this sword. I want to see exactly how sinister it is." The moment he gripped the hilt, a dazzling surge of red spiritual power erupted, forcing Yunmu to raise his other hand to block it. "I can't hold this power." Yunmu fell heavily to the ground as if he were about to die, only moving his hand in midair to show he was still alive. The girl was dumbstruck, screaming Lee Yunmu's name. He sat up, clutching his head and sticking out his tongue. "I thought I was a goner. The moment I touched it, it felt like all the strength in my body was being sucked dry." Lu Naiji gesticulated behind him, shouting, "I told you so, you idiot." Yunmu gave up, getting up to leave. "Forget it." She was surprised. "You've actually learned your lesson this time." Yunmu continued to toy with the treasure floating in the air. "This evil blade didn't choose me. I've got no other options. Besides, it's not like I got nothing out of this. Having two holy artifacts in my hands is a great haul." The two quickly found the hole they had fallen through. Relying on his strong physique, he climbed up first and then gallantly extended a hand. "Give me your hand." Afterward, Yunmu observed the surroundings with his hands in his pockets. "That strange giant bear is finally gone." Lu Naiji patted the dust off her clothes. "What do we do next?" the partners discussed as they walked. "We need to get out of this forest quickly. I wonder how Shen Chen and the others are doing." They didn't notice a fireball watching them from above. Moments later, the fireball dropped, accurately striking the spot where the two were standing. However, the aim was slightly off, blasting the two forward instead. Yunmu crouched down, one hand pressing into the ground to resist the shockwave. The mastermind looked down from the heights. Seeing him unharmed, he couldn't help but praise. "Not bad, you bastard." The priest smiled deviously. "I've really had a hard time finding you," Yunmu replied, caught between laughter and tears. "You really are like a ghost that won't leave. What, does it feel terrible to be outsmarted by your own cleverness? Is your self-esteem taking a hit, you idiot?" These words completely enraged the opponent, who widened his eyes and cursed. "You brat," the man gave a stern order. "Attack." Lu Naiji was utterly speechless at the youth. "You idiot, why did you have to provoke and enrage him on purpose?" he muttered as he ran. "How was I supposed to know he was so petty?" But the fireballs were as fast as they were running. Seeing the fireball approaching, she warned loudly, "Lee Yunmu, watch out." The clever Yunmu hunched over and leapt aside to dodge, then narrowed his eyes as the fireball crashed into a cliff. That was close, almost got finished. But then he discovered the priest and his accomplices standing arrogantly on the high branches. "Give up, you won't escape this time. If you kneel and say something nice to me now, maybe I'll leave you an intact corpse." He cracked his knuckles, his tone full of absolute confidence. "What a pity, you missed such a good chance just now. You won't get another." With a cigarette in his mouth, the priest was shocked by the words. "Huh?" The priest looked down with contempt. "Death is at your door, yet you still have the nerve to talk big." Just then, the footsteps of that giant bear shook the land again. Yunmu pointed behind him. The massive shadow of the monster appeared with a terrifying aura. "This guy is my capital." The bear was covered in wounds, growling through gritted teeth. A subordinate turned to report, "Lord Priest, it's that secret bear." Yunmu, standing by the cave entrance, helped the bear put out the fires while flattering it. "Big brother, that must have hurt, right? Your fur is all scorched." The giant bear rolled its eyes to confront him, letting out a roar. Yunmu cleverly pointed at the group of people and explained, "They're the ones who hit you. These people are rotten to the core. They even said they'd steal your flour." Hearing this, the bear went insane, its eyes spitting fire as its roar echoed through the entire mountain forest. The two fellows were paralyzed with fear as they watched the shadow approach. The monster bear charged head-on at the villains as if it wanted to swallow every single one of them alive. Behind them, the priest's voice gave the order, "Fire, kill this bear." Meanwhile, Yunmu gracefully put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "It's done, let's go." The scene shifted to a location in the forest where a youth leaned against a door, saying coldly, "Yo, the kid is back." The vice leader was losing his patience. The man walked over, waved off the joke, and told him to stop talking and open the door. He quickly opened the door, hunched over, and whispered for the person to enter. Inside were rows of test tubes imprisoning thousands of people. The scene was utterly horrific. As Zinran was walking, a red hand suddenly lunged at her, startling her. Opposite her was a body controlled by machinery, constantly pleading, "Kill me." Zinran tightened her lips, but the man only made a shushing gesture, "Shish." Inside there was a man with a mouth full of blood, gasping for breath. A masked doctor held two instruments, saying with a frown, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Just then, the two walked in, and the guide spoke. "Vice Leader, the girl from the Wei family has been brought here." Stepping into the room filled with a foul stench, she had to cover her nose and mouth with her hand. A piercing scream rang out, and the doctor looked on with a face full of excitement. "Little Zinran, you've arrived. Please, come in." He made an incision on the corpse before him and said to her, "The person you wanted me to bring has arrived. Now regarding what you promised me." The corpse only had time to let out a single piercing scream before its entire body went limp. The man slowly pulled off his blood-stained gloves and sighed. Another failure. Vivisection is truly not easy. Little Zinran, don't worry, I will naturally fulfill my promise to you. He removed his mask, blood still clinging to the corners of his eyes. I am a man of my word, but I have other matters that require your attention. Go back and wait for my word first. Zinran stood with her legs apart, confronting him. Are you playing me? We agreed that as long as I lured Li Yunmu here, you would release them. The man gently slipped a finger into the strap of his mask. I've already said it. His eyes widened until they were perfectly round, as if he intended to kill her, his tone dripping with threat. Go back and wait for my word first. Held in a passive position, Zinran had no choice but to glare at him with eyes full of pure hatred. She turned and left in a rage, while he let out a contemptuous cold snort. The man twirled the mask in his hand, looking at the remains of the experimental subject from just now. It seemed his gaze had become more terrifying than ever before. He was going to need even more experimental subjects. As Zinran passed the rows of experimental tubes again, she frowned deeply, her heart involuntarily thinking of her kin, her parents and Xiao Chang. Years ago, Zinran had witnessed them being snatched away with her own eyes. Bastards, let them go, the man noticed her as she lay powerless on the ground. Wei Zinran, a combat genius the likes of which the Wei family hasn't seen in over a decade. He approached, his tone sounding exceptionally gentle. Let's make a deal. Back in reality, Zinran's lips trembled slightly. At this moment her gaze was unusually sharp as she murmured to herself, I can definitely do this. No one is going to stop me. The two young people walked for a long time before reaching a small village. We've walked all day. Finally, we see signs of other people. The residents in the village ahead looked like red barbarians. He muttered, we might have been teleported to the red barbarian continent by the Holy Heaven sect. With that, Yunmu reached out to greet a burly man carrying wood ahead. Hey brother over there. The young man, oblivious to their intentions, immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Outsiders have arrived. The crowd immediately swarmed over like moths to a flame, asking, where are the outsiders? In an instant the two were heavily surrounded by a group of villagers. Breaking into a cold sweat, Yunmu asked nervously, B brothers, is there a problem? The leader gave the order. Boys, bring them in. Yunmu let out a grave shish. Want to start something? To his surprise, a moment later, the group actually raised wine glasses as if they were holding a party. It turned out to be a false alarm, and the two were treated with lavish hospitality. The villagers all sized them up. Good heavens. They look so strange, another person chimed in. How can a kid say guests look strange? Guests are just ugly. Bart scooped up a large pile of food and stuffed it into Yunmu's mouth. Here friend, eat more. Look at you all malnourished, don't be shy with me. Just treat this place like your own home. The village chief walked over and gave him a punch. Bart, stop messing around. If you feed them like that, the guests will burst. The guests aren't sick, their body structure is just naturally like that. He patted Yunmu's shoulder while Yunmu's face had already turned pale with shock. Forgive the embarrassment, this fellow is just too enthusiastic. We red barbarians simply love making friends. Yunmu blinked mischievously, but his head was shaking like a rattle. It's fine. By the way, village chief, where's the nearest intercontinental teleportation array? He pointed ahead. That? You just need to head south. Suddenly, someone else came running in, panting. Chief, it's bad, the mountain bandits are back. Hearing this news, the two were stunned for a few seconds. The village chief flew into a rage, veins bulging. Damn it, those bastards are back again. Boys, grab your gear, we're fighting them to the death this time. Bart, you stay here and protect the guests. Seeing the crowd depart, Yunmu couldn't help but ask, do you have bandits here often? He shook his head. No, this group of bandits only appeared 2 months ago, Bart explained indignantly. At that time, villagers suddenly began to go missing, and everyone searched desperately for them. Later they appeared and said they were the ones who had captured the missing people, and if we wanted them to live we had to hand over all the village's savings. Bart said through gritted teeth, my sister was among those who went missing back then. Suddenly seeing Yunmu about to leave, he asked blankly, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Yunmu replied enigmatically, the chief still has some things he hasn't told us. The villagers were currently working together for a fight to the death. This guy is the bandit leader. He stood tall among the villagers' weapons, still holding his longsword. The leader let out a contemptuous cold laugh. With just you lot? In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by his cold voice, everyone get the hell out of my way. The village chief was sent flying backward, his shoes even flying into the air. The leader put one hand in his pocket while holding his blade to the chief's throat. Old man, are you planning to resist to the end? The village chief answered resolutely. Even if we die, we will never surrender. He immediately raised his longsword high. Then I'll send you on your way. The village chief was trapped in a desperate situation, able only to watch helplessly. Yunmu's face darkened as he whispered frenzied blade, then lunged forward, decapitating the leader with a single strike. He fell backward, staring in terror at the still dripping longsword, exclaiming, too strong. Yunmu casually rested the longsword on his shoulder. Did I give you permission to touch him? The lackeys in the distance saw their leader decapitated and shouted boss in terror. At this moment Yunmu walked slowly toward them expressionless and asked sternly, who gave you permission to lay a hand on the village chief? One of the subordinates turned his head, his face unable to hide his fear. Vice leader, what do we do? The man replied without hesitation, run? He then fled in panic, not forgetting to urge as he left, run, this guy is a monster. Yunmu decisively stomped his foot to exert force, instantly activating heavy step. He followed up in a split second, cleanly taking down the two subordinates who were bringing up the rear. Yunmu didn't stop, charging straight ahead to block the vice leader's path. Seeing there was no escape, the man fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Yunmu spoke coldly, holding the tip of his sword to the man's throat without hesitation, and interrogated him sternly. "Where are the villagers you captured?" The vice leader broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly confessed. "Hero, spare my life, I'll talk. We captured the villagers, but they've already been sold. I truly don't know where they were taken." Hearing this, the village chief was somewhat dazed, murmuring, "What? If that were the case, wouldn't the only clue be severed?" The man beside him bit his teeth, asking himself in disbelief, "Where on earth are you?" Yunmu's face was dark, staring at him with fierce eyes. "Is this all you're worth?" the vice leader screamed in terror. "Hero, that's truly all there is? Oh right, there's also the person who contacted us," he recalled cautiously. "A few months ago that person came to our mountain stronghold and asked us to help him find some people. Men, women, young and old, anyone was fine, and he paid 1,000 gold coins per person." The vice leader tried his best to describe the man. Although he was wrapped tightly, he was very small and much thinner than a red barbarian. Hearing this, his expression suddenly tightened as he pondered, was it done by an external organization? "Their goal is," at this moment, the village chief suddenly stepped forward. "Many thanks to you, I'll handle the rest." Seeing this, Yunmu replied respectfully, "Don't mention it. Actually, we had some things we wanted to ask as well." He asked in surprise, "You have a request for me?" He replied leisurely, "You haven't told me the location of the intercontinental teleportation array yet." The village chief immediately understood, pointing ahead and saying, "You mean that? If you just keep heading south, you'll reach the largest town in our red barbarian continent." Under the chief's guidance, Yunmu arrived in Mantian City in an instant. As soon as he appeared, he was swarmed by an enthusiastic crowd. "Come on, brother, let me buy you a drink." "Here, little girl, have a piece of watermelon. New here, aren't you? I'll show you around." Suddenly, a booming voice rang out from the distance. Move aside, they already have someone to receive them." Hearing this familiar voice, Yunmu and Naiji were stunned. They immediately recognized it was the Zhe Feng squad. It was Shen Chen and the others. Afterward, the two went with everyone to a hotel. On the way, Shen Chen took the opportunity to explain, "We only realized we'd been sent to the red barbarian continent after we escaped the ambush. The only intercontinental teleportation array on the red barbarian continent is in Mantian City, so we decided to wait for you here." Walking into the hotel lobby, Naiji hurriedly went to the counter to greet the staff. "Hello, I'd like to book 6 intercontinental teleportation tickets to the central continent." Jia slumped into a chair and shouted cheerfully, "Yay, we can finally go home." Yunmu looked around, secretly marveling. "The decor here is so luxurious, it's completely different from outside." Naiji suddenly screamed over here, "What, that expensive?" He then walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Not enough money? How much are we short? If it really doesn't work, I'll trade some materials for cash." He pointed at the bill, reading in a low voice, "Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 6 billion. At this moment, Yunmu's brow was furrowed as he shouted in shock, "Why don't you just go out and rob people?" The receptionist replied calmly, "The guest is quite a joker. Robbing people isn't nearly as fast at making money as this." Immediately after, he nonchalantly pulled out a pile of materials and asked, "Damn it, see how much these things can get me." The receptionist replied, "One moment please, let me see." After an inspection, she reported, "Sir, these can be exchanged for 151.83 million flux crystals." Yunmu was stunned, blurting out, "That much?" He pondered secretly. "These things would be worth 30 million at most in the central continent." The receptionist pointed at the screen and explained, "That's right. Specialty products from the central continent are very valuable here in our red barbarian continent because the only way to transport between the two continents is through the intercontinental teleportation array, which has very high costs." After listening, Yunmu revealed a sinister smile and asked further, "Then materials from the red barbarian continent must also sell for a lot in the central continent, right?" The receptionist replied, "Indeed." Yunmu took an excited deep breath, then announced to everyone, "We're not going back yet." Hearing this, Naiji asked angrily, "Li Yunmu, what kind of madness are you in now?" Yunmu was glowing with energy, eyes closed and smiling brilliantly as he replied, "I smell money." The scene shifts to the vice leader's office. A male subordinate knelt on the ground reporting the situation in a low voice. After listening, the man asked in disbelief, "The holy artifact was taken by Li Yunmu?" The subordinate immediately became terrified, panicking as he begged for mercy. "Vice leader, please spare me, I will definitely get the holy artifact back." The man said coldly, "You don't need to worry about recovering the holy artifact, I just happen to be short on experimental materials here." The male subordinate understood instantly, and in his relief he hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord, I'll go capture a few for you right away." The vice leader revealed a sinister cold laugh and said meaningfully, "Don't go to all that trouble, you'll do just fine." Hearing this, the subordinate's face changed instantly. The smile on his lips vanished as well. He coldly ordered the subordinate to be dragged away, ignoring his piercing pleas. "Vice leader, spare my life, vice leader." The priest stood to the side and reported cautiously, "Vice leader, Li Yunmu appeared in Mantian City 2 days ago. Please give me 2 squads," he continued firmly. I will definitely kill him and reclaim the divine artifact, the vice leader flatly refused. There's no need, I'll send Wei Xinren to handle it. The message has already been sent to her, the priest still tried to persuade him. But I have many informants in Mantian City, I'm sure I can find him faster. The vice leader propped his hands on the back of his chair. He said in an icy voice, I don't like repeating myself. He stood up abruptly, snatched the cigarette from the other's mouth and threatened, put away your little schemes, don't ruin my great plans. In the next second the vice leader turned and left coldly, not forgetting to threaten as he departed, otherwise your whole family can join me on the operating table. In another scene, in the foggy forest of the Red Barbarian continent, two men were hunting, one of them spoke in confusion. Strange. This place usually has a beast every 3 steps and a monster every 5. Why is there nothing today? The short-haired man immediately suggested, how about we go a bit deeper? The other person countered without hesitation, you dare to go deeper? Have you forgotten about that incident? That buried past was mentioned once again. 2 years ago, over a dozen red crystal rank experts headed to the southern foggy forest to crusade against the butterfly succubus. Dozens of days later the people returned, but having said this he paused for a moment and continued, some had gone mad and some even took their own lives. After hearing this, the short-haired man said in a low, fearful voice, I remember now, let's head back then. The man in purple sighed helplessly. Let's come back and check in a few days. Elsewhere, Yunmu was eliminating large numbers of giant fierce beasts, one in each hand. He exclaimed excitedly, Profit, I've made a huge profit. I wonder how Shen Chen and the others are doing outside. Yunmu quickly collected their corpses into the Star Realm teleportation portal. He was overjoyed. When he returned to the central continent, he'd definitely make a fortune. While he was working away, another giant monster suddenly launched an attack. It stopped abruptly, and when it saw its companions' corpses scattered everywhere, it trembled in fear and let out a low growl. Seeing it, Yunmu looked excited, a sinister smile on his lips and eyes shining. The monster was scared into a frantic escape, letting out a piercing cry for help. Yunmu and Naiji chased with all their might, shouting excitedly, even if you scream your head off, no one is coming to save you. At this moment he completely failed to notice a wooden sign on the ground with bright red writing, Caution, butterfly succubus is extremely dangerous. The monster wept as it fled. Yunmu was closing in from behind. He shouted, Stop! And the ground beneath his feet suddenly softened as if it were melting. In the next second he stumbled and plummeted. The giant beast was now only a blurred afterimage. He was in free fall, not yet recovered. How did this place suddenly turn into an abyss? Above, Naiji screamed Li Yunmu's name in terror, but received no response. He fell into the bottomless abyss just like that. In an instant her body underwent a mutation, her face becoming blurred and indiscernible. It turned out Naiji had been possessed by the butterfly succubus. She revealed a sinister smile, murmuring, Is he dead? Soon after, the fake Naiji turned and left with a leisurely expression as if nothing had happened. At that moment a blurred dark shadow suddenly appeared behind her, charging upward at high speed. It was Yunmu, who had successfully escaped at the critical moment by relying on his spirit wings. Yunmu let out a tisk, somewhat puzzled. Tisk, how did the ground suddenly vanish? He hovered in the air, looking down at Naiji and wondering suspiciously, could that fellow also use illusions? In the blink of an eye, Yunmu landed lightly and continued to mutter, A monster that can use illusions should be quite valuable. He hurriedly turned to ask Lu Naiji, Did you see where that monster ran? The fake Naiji hesitated slightly, pointing in a direction and replying, It ran that way. Yunmu didn't suspect her, quickly chasing in that direction. Quick, we can't let it get away. She then revealed her true face, eyes flashing with purple light and her face contorted with rage. Elsewhere, the real Naiji was in a state of terror, her face stiff as she failed to understand what had happened. As she walked, she observed the surrounding forest, asking herself, Strange. I was just chasing that flux beast with Li Yunmu, how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Having said this, she suddenly stopped, her gaze locked on a certain spot. She seemed to see a staggering figure in the nearby bushes. Naiji's eyes widened in terror as if she had discovered something unbelievable. With one look, she recognized him instantly, crying out, Li Yunmu. Appearing before Naiji was indeed him, covered in wounds. He staggered toward her, and seeing this, Naiji asked worriedly, How did you get so badly hurt? Yunmu replied in a low voice, The beast from earlier did this, but don't worry, I know where it ran. Without thinking twice, Naiji rushed off in pursuit. However, at that moment, the Yunmu behind her revealed a devious and inscrutable smile. After a while, the two finally drew near the creature's cub. Yunmu proposed, That thing is very sharp, you go in first and I'll cut off its retreat. Naiji lunged forward to attack without hesitation. But the Yunmu behind her finally revealed his sinister true face. It was an impostor. Just as he was about to swing his sword for a backstab, Naiji seemed to have been prepared all along. She stopped abruptly, chanting a mantra under her breath as she pivoted and lowered her center of gravity. Striking with her elbow, she unleashed an Iron Mountain Lean, followed by a decisive palm strike that blasted the impostor. Caught off guard by the sudden counter, the man bared his teeth in agony as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Staring at the fake on the ground, Naiji barked, "So you've finally shown your true colors?" She coldly exposed him. "You're a fake Lee Yunmu," the man asked in confusion. "How did you find out?" Naiji mocked him. "Please use your brain next time. That beast was only gold crystal rank and clumsy to boot. Even a full power strike from it couldn't possibly wound Lee Yunmu." The figure on the ground let out a cold laugh, gradually dissipating into the dust and smoke. "I was careless this time, but it doesn't matter." Before vanishing completely, he left her with a confident look and a final word. "None of you are getting away anyway." She quickly realized the truth, thinking to herself, "Is it an illusion? I have to find Lee Yunmu immediately. He must be in trouble on his end too." The scene shifts back to Yunmu's location where he is currently being pinned firmly against a tree trunk by Naiji. Lee Yunmu cried out in shock, "Lu Naiji, what are you doing?" The fake Naiji leaned in close, her voice sultry as she claimed her body was burning for some reason. She struck a provocative pose, shamelessly flaunting her graceful figure before closing in to tease him without hesitation. "Lee Yunmu, help me." The protagonist was scared out of his wits by the sight, letting out a panicked shout as she pressed closer. His agitation grew. "Lu Naiji, what's wrong with you? Calm down." Then Naiji stared at him with eyes flashing with purple light, purring his name. Lee Yunmu succumbed instantly, his body jolting. With his eyes dyed purple, he was unable to resist as the fake Naiji leaned in for a kiss. Suddenly a thunderous roar snapped him back to reality. "Stop right now." It was the real Naiji. She stomped the ground to launch herself from a distance, charging in aggressively and slamming a punch into the imposter. She cursed, "How dare you do such things using my face, you fake!" Naiji continued to swear at the gradually dissipating phantom. "Damned imposter, you've really ticked me off." Meanwhile, Yunmu stood there with his mouth agape, utterly bewildered. "One Lu Naiji is hitting another. Lu Naiji?" She immediately walked over and slapped him on the head, explaining it was an illusion. She then added solemnly that this creature's illusions can affect sight and sound, but it cannot maintain its form once struck. The fake Naiji's head suddenly transformed into a cloud of eerie green smoke rising into the air. The mist gradually coalesced into a human shape, accompanied by a voice, "Tisk, I wanted to let you die in a dream of pleasure, but you just had to be difficult." As the words fell, a woman's head appeared, followed by her body becoming whole. The butterfly succubus hovered in the air, her twin wings flapping incessantly, an excited expression on her face. "Brutally killing prey with my own hands is also a pleasure." Yunmu looked up from below, mocking her appearance. "Is that a goose?" She furiously released countless butterflies and long ribbons to attack him, retorting, "I am a butterfly, you brat." The ribbons instantly wrapped around Yunmu several times. Just as his body was about to be completely encased, he spoke up smugly, "Bugs again? Looks like I'll have to use fire." Instantly, the morning sun great flame art was activated. A massive surge of flames shot into the sky, incinerating everything in its path. As the fire gradually died down, the woman charged straight at Yunmu. She swung her ribbons, smashing heavily into the spot where he stood. The ground was shattered to pieces, but Yunmu had already leapt away in time to dodge. She followed up with her shattering strike, sending countless ribbons of varying sizes flying toward him. He unleashed his heavy step again, his body weaving through the assault with agility, dodging with ease. Just as the succubus landed in front of Yunmu, he kindly reminded her, "Hey goose, don't forget I'm not alone." Naiji had appeared behind the woman at some point. She stared at the succubus with a cold gaze, chanting a mantra. "Gather chi in the dantian, unleash the lower seal palm." A split second later, a heavy palm strike slammed into the succubus's back. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying like a broken puppet into the ancient tree ahead. Yunmu walked forward smugly to mock her. "Is that all you've got? Where did your illusions go?" However, she merely revealed a sinister smile and let out a chilling laugh. Then while Yunmu was still on guard, she began to jeer at him. "Humans truly are stupid. What makes you think I wasn't using an illusion?" As she spoke, the succubus's form turned to smoke, reforming behind Yunmu. She flew above him, wearing a look of pure delight, raising her weapon to deliver a lethal blow. Witnessing this from behind, Naiji reached out in terror and screamed, "Lee Yunmu?" Just as the weapon was about to crush him, he shifted his steps slightly and summoned Li Yun from behind. The shadow's appearance blocked the attack, causing the succubus to scream in shock. "What?" Li Yun's palm instantly swept across. Her head was severed from her lower body, accompanied by Yunmu's mockery. "And you actually thought you could sneak up on me?" The succubus's body gradually turned back into green smoke. She stared at Yunmu with sinister eyes, marveling, "Tisk, this guy is really strong." She then transformed into a surge of silk and lunged forward, heading straight for Naiji. Transforming into two hideous ghost visages, she asked, "But is she as strong as you?" Sensing her intent, Yunmu screamed Naiji's name in terror. A second later, one of the ghost faces slammed into Naiji, who agilely leapt into the air. But another ghost face had already circled behind her unnoticed. Just as Yunmu shouted a warning, Naiji turned her head in shock to find the giant maw already stretched wider than a human. Yunmu and Li Yun charged forward together, screaming Naiji's name. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. The ghost head had already swallowed her. At that moment, the woman transformed back into her butterfly human form. She offered reassurances, "Don't be in such a hurry, your little girlfriend isn't dead yet." But as she spoke, a sinister expression crossed her face and she burst into a loud laugh. Countless clones instantly appeared behind her. She looked back triumphantly and announced, "I've turned her into my likeness as well." Then the butterfly succubus asked provocatively, "Can you tell which one is your girlfriend?" Seeing the panic and hesitation on Yunmu's face, the woman grew even more smug. "Are you afraid to act? Scared of hurting your little girlfriend?" Immediately after, she charged forward with her butterfly army, declaring, "Then you can wait for death." She unleashed her butterfly dance, shooting countless green ribbons at Yunmu. He quickly used his techniques to resist, utilizing his shadow army for defense before charging head-on at the succubus. Yunmu swung his sword to block her surprise attack. A second later, the woman teleported behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder. "If you want to live, stop caring about whether she lives or dies." These words filled him with utter disgust. "Get your filthy hands off me." Hearing this, the succubus delivered a vicious kick to his back, sending him flying as she asked, "Why are you acting so noble?" Yunmu was heavily struck down, the ground cracking and triggering a violent tremor. He quickly rolled and sat up, covered in dust, his mystic energy nearly exhausted. He calculated silently, "This can't go on." Just then, the pendant on Yunmu's chest suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. The butterfly army took the opportunity to pounce on him. "Die!" At the critical moment, Yunmu suddenly heard a noise. He was startled, perceiving a cloud of green smoke quietly taking shape in the void. Then a hand appeared, instantly striking and sending several butterfly clones flying. As the succubus's silk was gathered into a vortex, she stared at the scene in terror. "What is this?" This feeling is. A second later, the phantom queen Linglong emerged from the silk vortex, standing before Li Yunmu. Seeing her, Yunmu breathed a massive sigh of relief, wiping away his sweat and secretly rejoicing, "My daughter is back." Meanwhile, the woman's mouth dropped open in shock. How could such a supreme being obey his summons? Realizing things were going south, she took flight with her butterfly army, thinking to escape before the phantom could see through her illusions. Unfortunately, Linglong had already seen through her movements. She snapped her eyes open. Her pupils flashed with light, staring straight at the butterfly swarm. Instantly, cracks appeared in the succubus's illusions and clones, which then shattered into countless fragments. Watching her illusory realm collapse, she panicked completely. "How is this possible? She broke my illusion so easily. Is this the power of the Supreme?" In her desperation, she suddenly noticed Naiji falling from above. She grabbed her last lifesaver, calculating sinisterly, "I still have one final trump card. As long as I have her, they can't do anything to me." The succubus dove down, reaching out to grab the unconscious Naiji suspended in midair. Just as her hand was about to touch the pink shoes, a voice suddenly rang out, "She belongs to me." An invisible hand clamped firmly onto the succubus's throat. The butterfly succubus stared in terror at the phantom choking her. It turned out Linglong had acted. A rescue operation unfolded in an instant. Choked until she couldn't breathe, tears streamed from her eyes. "Please have mercy on me." Her eyes were wide with fear. Listening to the succubus's shrill pleas, "I am willing to offer my source essence blood and serve you forever." Before she could finish, a splash of crimson dyed the sky and the succubus's arms went limp. The aura of life vanished instantly. Linglong flew happily out of the smoke, reverting to her tiny form and diving into Yunmu's arms, calling out, "Papa." Yunmu stroked her cheek and praised her. "As expected of my daughter, you're amazing." Linglong stood in the palm of Yunmu's hand, calling out in a childish voice, "Mama, Mama." He repeated the word in surprise. She was referring to Naiji, who lay unconscious on the ground. Yunmu felt a bit awkward. "Little one, don't just call people that." Just then she woke up, rubbing the back of her neck and complaining, "My head hurts so much." "What happened?" "She's awake." He hurriedly pulled out the pendant. "Get back into the scale quickly, we can't let her find you." Naiji felt lightheaded and dizzy. "Wasn't I swallowed by a goose?" "Where's the goose?" He turned around, hiding his hands behind his back. "I've already taken care of that thing." Suddenly she gathered her spiritual power and attacked again. Prancing horsepalm crane step echoes rang through the forest. Naiji cursed as she fought. "Still trying to lie to me. How could Yunmu possibly break through those illusions? Take this, you damn goose monster. Show your true form," he pleaded in pain. "Stop hitting me, it's really me." It took a long time for her to believe him. Then she asked worriedly, "Yunmu, are you okay?" By now, Yunmu had been beaten into a daze. The two hadn't walked far when they suddenly heard a strange noise. Yunmu quickly grabbed her hand and hid. "Quick, hide, someone's coming." A truck slowly drove by in the distance. A person was tied to the back of the vehicle and the leader shouted for them to speed up. He sat in the truck, laughing wildly. "Run faster." They had placed a corpse in the truck bed, threatening the girl that if she didn't work hard, she'd end up just like the man on the truck. Three men sat leisurely, muttering smugly to themselves. "Who would have thought we'd catch a little girl who knows illusions in these woods? Thank goodness for the vice leader's medicine, or we would have fallen for the butterfly succubus's tricks too." At this moment the young couple was hiding in a tree observing. "It's the Holy Heaven sect. Follow them." The leader grew increasingly arrogant. "Move it, brothers, be quick about it." Yunmu frowned and Naiji looked terrified. How could such beings exist in a place like this? After a while they stopped the truck and tossed a corpse into a deep pit. The bottom of the pit was already piled with people. The sight was incredibly tragic. There were so many bodies they formed a mountain like a living hell on earth. He immediately saw a bearded fellow stepping on a member of the Holy Heaven sect. Then his gaze fell upon the pile of corpses where there were many bodies of red barbarians. Yunmu's face turned grim, veins bulging on his forehead. He remembered Bart's words about the villagers gradually disappearing. An image of himself pointing a sword at the mountain bandits flashed through Yunmu's mind. He recalled what the man had said. Judging by that person's build, they're definitely not a red barbarian. Yunmu secretly concluded that all of this was connected to the Holy Heaven sect, but what was their purpose? The truck carrying the people now stopped in front of the pit. A subordinate grabbed the girl's hair and dragged her over, asking, "How is it? Beautiful scenery, isn't it? These are all your kin," he whispered behind the victim. "Once we've had our fun, we'll send you down to join them," the girl cried out powerlessly. Yunmu could no longer hold back and leapt down from the tree. "Holy Heaven sect, is this place a gathering spot for perverts?" The man looked at his dashing figure but didn't recognize him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on Holy Heaven sect forbidden ground?" Yunmu frowned and threatened. "Who I am isn't important. You only need to answer my questions, otherwise you'll die a very miserable death." The fat man burst into a loud laugh. "You're killing me, who do you think you are?" Another man stood with his hands on his hips looking disdainful. "Even Li Yunmu wouldn't dare talk to our boss like that." The leader ceremoniously smoothed his hair, his tone arrogant. "Truly a boy who doesn't know his place. If I don't teach you a proper lesson today, it'll be my fault." As soon as the words left his lips, he swung a punch at Yunmu, intending to KO him. "Go to hell." However, the man was shocked by Yunmu's incredible dodging speed. What? In the next second, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. Yunmu grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it backward, making the leader scream in agony. The two lackeys hurried forward to help, only to see a figure flash past behind them. With a grim expression, Naiji instantly knocked out the two lackeys. They fell to the ground face first before they could even react. Yunmu sat down unhurriedly beside the leader, threatening him in a cold voice. "Unless you want your other hand broken too." His stern expression scared the man out of his wits. "Here, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." Yunmu began his interrogation. "What's the deal with those corpses?" the man answered tremblingly. "I really don't know for sure. I only heard that the vice leader is conducting experiments." Yunmu caught the word experiments and pressed further. "Where is your experimental base? Where is the vice leader?" The leader propped himself up with one hand, struggling to raise his head as he answered anxiously, "Big brother, I truly don't know the rest." This answer clearly didn't satisfy Yunmu. He stood up and walked away. What a waste of time. He picked up a sharp short blade and walked toward the captured girl. He decisively swung the blade. In an instant, the ropes on the girl were cut. He and Naiji turned and walked away coldly, dropping the blade as he spoke. "The rest is up to you. Deal with them however you like." Moved to tears, the girl whispered, "Thank you." She picked up the short blade from the ground, scaring the leader until his face was full of terror. What are you trying to do?" His eyes rolled back as he kept muttering, "Don't come over." A second later, a thick scent of blood filled the air. As they walked, Naiji looked back and asked Yunmu what kind of scheme the Holy Heaven sect was up to this time, catching so many people. He let out a cold snort. In any case, it certainly wasn't anything good, and since they had lost a body disposal squad, they were bound to launch an investigation. Naiji suggested, "Then I'll tell Shen Chen and the others to head back to Mantian City quickly. It's not safe now." No sooner had the words left her lips than a world-shaking explosion suddenly rang out from deep within the forest. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, Li Yunmu scooped Naiji up into his arms and leapt high into the air. Below, several cannons continued to track and aim at the two of them. With the beauty in his arms, Yunmu looked down at the weapons. Trouble really did come looking for him. As he hovered in midair with Naiji, a telescope in the distance locked onto his handsome face. Immediately after, several shells shot straight toward the pair. "You think you can hurt me with this scrap metal?" He threaded through the cannon fire in an instant. However, Yunmu suddenly paused, murmuring in a low voice, "My body." It was only then that the protagonist realized his body was unable to move. Right at that moment, two cannons were preparing to fire two massive fireballs. With a thunderous boom, a horrific explosion erupted where Yunmu was hovering, and smoke instantly enveloped them. Yunmu did not back down. Enduring the pain, he held Naiji tight with one hand while unleashing the flame of Prometheus with the other. The two cannons were instantly cleaved in half. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the morning sun great flame art for protection. Yunmu shouted provocatively, "Hey, it's time you came out. You can't deal with me using these pieces of junk." A petite figure emerged from the bushes. "I have to hand it to you. You truly are Li Yunmu." Yunmu stared fixedly at the newcomer. It was her again. Zinran also raised her head to meet his gaze. Yunmu stared coldly at Wei Zinran, noting that his wings had already developed some cracks. After landing, Yunmu tilted his chin up. "What, did they send you to kill me?" She retorted directly, "Of course not. My mission is only to retrieve the holy artifact." A cold smile played across the corner of Yunmu's mouth. "Are you talking about this? The item is right here in my badge. If you have the ability, come and take it." An eerie black aura began to rise from beneath Yunmu's feet. He set Naiji down and spread his arms, summoning his second shadow behind him. "Then let's see if you have what it takes." In response, Zinran swiftly drew a longsword from her sleeve. She held the weapon across her chest, her tone resolute. "Then let's find out." Zinran charged forward bravely, facing his power of belief head-on. Confronting a whistling surge of purple spiritual energy, she instantly bent backward to dodge. Using the momentum, Zinran swung her sword in a wide sweep, sending a blade aura straight toward Yunmu's shadow. To his surprise, the first shadow actually took the hit. She flew through the shadow's body, and with a flash of her blade, the first shadow's head instantly vanished. Sensing things were taking a turn for the worse, Yunmu thought, her combat techniques are skilled, and combined with mental attacks, she compensates for her lower cultivation level. But such intense mental attacks should carry a heavy consumption, shouldn't they? He remained with his hands in his pockets staring coldly at the petite woman before him. Why was Wei Xinren able to use this kind of power? Her eyes widened as she began to manipulate the spiritual energy in the area. Yunmu and Naiji felt their bodies stiffen again, unable to move. Without hesitation, she raised her longsword and slashed toward them. A moment later, several drops of blood dripped down the blade, accompanied by a heavy coughing fit. At the critical moment, the Shadow's hand had caught Xinren's sharp blade, but she didn't give up. Instead, she exerted force to pierce through the Shadow's palm, the tip of the sword reaching straight for Yunmu. Looking at the exhausted Xinren, whose breathing was ragged and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth, Yunmu spoke. Launching continuous mental attacks must put a massive strain on your body. Yunmu asked sternly, is the Holy Heaven Sect's artifact truly worth trading your life for? Yunmu remained safely behind the Shadow's shield. Xinren couldn't help but gasp for air. She remembered the photo in the locket of a family of 3 playing happily together. The vice leader had stared at the photo in deep thought for a long time before issuing the order, find a way to get the holy artifact back from Li Yunmu. He suddenly clenched his fist and threatened in a low voice, otherwise don't even think about returning to reality. The fire of battle flared in Xinren's eyes once more. She drew her sword from its scabbard and shouted, it's none of your business. Xinren swung a furious blow, slicing Yunmu's second shadow in half. Who asked you to meddle? Yunmu controlled his longsword with one hand while shielding Naiji with the other, instructing Naiji, you don't need to act, leave the rest to me. With that, he launched a massive heavy attack. The moment Yunmu struck, Xinren leaped into the air. Facing Yunmu's airtight offensive, she was forced to use both swords to desperately block. Yunmu's longsword carved an arc through the air as if trying to capture that dark shadow. Finally, their blades slammed together with a heavy crash. The corner of Yunmu's mouth twitched slightly as he praised, not bad. Despite her injuries, Xinren gritted her teeth and fought to the death, even employing her pupil arts. She responded coldly, I have your guidance to thank for that. Yunmu's body trembled slightly, his face clouding with difficulty. Another mental attack. Not long after, Xinren spat out another mouthful of blood. Yunmu let out a cold laugh. So a move that requires burning your life force as the price really does produce a backlash, doesn't it? With a violent swing of his sword, he sent the weapon in Xinren's hand flying into the air. Xinren fell backward. With a grim expression, Yunmu swung his weapon and roared, it's over. Frenzied blade, pure water. A strike instantly pierced through his opponent, and he sidestepped past Xinren's body. As the battle concluded, Xinren lay on the ground coughing violently, surrounded by dust and smoke. She struggled to sit up and asked in a weak voice, why didn't you kill me? Stowing his treasure away, Yunmu explained, if I killed you, those fellows in the Zhe Feng squad certainly wouldn't let me off. His next words might have been enough to change her mind. Those idiots are still waiting for you to go back. Hearing this, Xinren's eyes widened in shock. But she still couldn't face the internal conflict. I no longer have anything to do with them. Yunmu casually tossed an object in front of Xinren. That's right, which is why I said they're a bunch of fools. Take this back to complete your mission. With that, the two turned to leave, leaving her with the great tripod holy artifact. Yunmu added, I don't know what you're risking your life for, but you must have your reasons. Xinren bit her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably as she stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Senior Da Shang has been helping you look into the Holy Heaven Sect's poison needles, hasn't he? Xinren made up her mind to stand on the side of justice. I'll get that for you. As for this holy artifact, when everything is over, I promise I'll return it to you. Yunmu looked back and declined. No need, just get home safely, don't make them wait too long. I'll reclaim the holy artifact with my own hands. With his plan successful, Yunmu rejoiced secretly. Didn't expect that, did you? Yunmu had long ago planted Ling Long inside the tripod as a backup measure. I've also sent you a special little gift. The hatred in his heart grew deeper. When the time came, he would settle the old and new scores together. The scene shifted to Mantian City. As the two walked down the street, they overheard the chatter of passers-by. The bounty is so high. It seems this guy is no simple character. Seeing Yunmu sneak into the crowd, Naiji asked curiously, Hey, where are you going? He waved his hand deviously, his greed plain to see. I've got money on the mind. It looks like there's a bounty to collect. Maybe I can make a killing. It's a crime to let easy money slip away. After a great deal of effort, Yunmu finally squeezed into the crowd to watch the excitement. A man announced, Look closely, everyone, this is the wanted poster in my hand. Anyone who captures this man can go to the palace to claim the reward. Yunmu froze for a few seconds. The bounty was actually as high as 1 billion. But when he saw the incredibly ugly portrait on the wanted poster, his face turned green. What on earth is this supposed to be? Showing no fear, Yunmu instead pointed at the portrait and joked, Naiji, look, this name on the wanted poster sounds so familiar. Should we just go ahead and capture him? No sooner had the words left his lips than his hands were clamped into handcuffs. The other party quickly locked Yunmu down and dragged him forward, gloating, You brat, aren't you the person on the wanted poster? I didn't expect you to be so easy to catch. Yunmu picked up the wanted poster to compare it with his own face and barked, What the hell? Open your dog eyes and look closely. How does this look like me? Are you kidding? The people around were whispering. It was no longer a question of whether it looked like him. It looks too much like him. Upon closer inspection, they're practically identical. The matter was settled. Yunmu felt as if he were about to collapse. They really do look the same. In that moment I truly began to doubt my own appearance. The man dragged him along without a word. All right, come with me. However, what remained in his hand was only an empty pair of handcuffs. The person was gone, leaving the man stunned like a wooden block. It turned out Naiji had been quick-eyed and quick-handed, snatching the person away. She complained as she ran, "I'm truly at my limit. Why does this kind of thing happen every single day?" The man muttered to the handcuffs, "As expected of a $10 billion beast of a man to have broken out of my handcuffs in an instant." A bystander shouted a reminder, "Those handcuffs of yours are meant for red barbarians. They're too big for him." Before long, the Mantian city officials began searching for traces of the two. Where did they run? How did they disappear? A young boy pointed ahead, shouting excitedly, "Look, balloons!" It turned out Naiji and Yunmu had put on bear costumes to sell balloons on the street. She looked at the depressed Yunmu and suggested, "We definitely can't stay in the square, let's find somewhere else." Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had gotten far away. Naiji still couldn't figure it out. Where to? There are wanted posters all over the city. Yunmu walked toward the palace in his costume. "Let's go ask them exactly what they mean by this." Yunmu stomped his feet in rage, feeling as if smoke were about to come out of the top of his head. "They actually drew me so ugly. I almost got mistaken for some random passerby." Naiji was also completely speechless. "Is that what you're angry about?" A man with a scar on his face muttered while looking at the wanted poster. "This Lee Yunmu is a prominent figure in the central continent. How could he be involved in our disappearance cases?" Another person chimed in. "I didn't believe it at first either, but the governor has already seen it." Inside the palace meeting room, reports and tips were piled high on the table. The two hesitated after reading them. Could it be that someone is intentionally framing him? Even so, we can only find the person himself and ask clearly to be sure. Suddenly, two big bears burst through the door. Yunmu questioned in a muffled voice from inside the costume, "Who's in charge here?" The two were shocked. "Who are you?" Yunmu slammed the table, sending the reports flying, and asked in return, "Who am I?" The two young people slowly took off their outer costumes and arrogantly propped their feet up on the table. "Aren't you the ones looking for me?" The guards in the palace immediately recognized Lee Yunmu and shouted to seize them. The governor hurried to raise his hand and stop the counselor. He looked at the governor in surprise. The governor said to Yunmu, "Since you have graced us with your presence, I'll get straight to the point." Yunmu listened leisurely. "Someone reported that you've been capturing our citizens for human sacrifice and refinement, practicing forbidden arts." The governor pressed his hands together and asked sternly, "Is this true?" The scene shifted to the sinister room of those thugs where the petite Zinran was curled up in a corner, with a group photo of the Zhe Feng squad beside her. Everyone in the photo was smiling brilliantly. A subordinate looked at the girl with her head bowed and shouted, "Hey, Wei family girl." Hearing the summons, she raised her head. "The vice leader wants to see you." Meanwhile, at the palace, Yunmu leaned back in his chair and scoffed, "To say I'm connected to the disappearance cases? That is the most ridiculous joke in the world." The man opposite crossed his hands and began to negotiate. "We won't make things difficult for you. As long as you cooperate with the investigation to prove your innocence, you may leave." Facing the searing spiritual power igniting beside him, he asked arrogantly in return, "And what if I say no?" He threatened in a low voice. "Then we'll just have to offend you." He then issued the order to search and seize. Guards, a group of soldiers, instantly surrounded the two. He slowly stood up and gave a meaningful instruction. "Take these two distinguished guests down to rest and be sure to treat them politely." A subordinate reached out to grab Naiji. "Miss, please come with us." She took a few steps back and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Yunmu rested his hands behind his head, his gaze icy. "Big guy." A single sentence from him caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. "Let go of her." The subordinate looked back in terror. Breathless under the weight of this aura, everyone broke into a cold sweat and no one dared to move. How can there be the pressure of a transcendent fluxer? If we really fight, I'm dead for sure. Suddenly a blurred dark shadow appeared from behind, accompanied by a familiar voice. "I say, I just got back from a visit and there isn't even anyone to welcome me. I watched for a long time and it turns out everyone is here." A subordinate immediately recognized the newcomer. "Young master." He ignored the minor lackeys and walked straight toward the inner room, sensing a powerful aura from afar. "I was wondering who it was." Yunmu frowned as he looked at his old acquaintance. "I knew you were a high-level member of the barbarians. I didn't expect you to be able to come and go so freely in the palace. Long time no see." The two bumped fists in a silent understanding, and Dashang excitedly shouted a few friendly words. The young master patted the two and said in surprise, "What's with all this grand posturing? Come to my room for a few drinks and we'll chat while we drink. The wine I have is top-notch." He also asked in a low voice, "What's with those clothes you're wearing?" Yunmu, still holding on to his anger, gave a long, irritable reply. Two reckless subordinates were still running their mouths. "Please wait, young master. This man is heavily involved in the disappearance cases. Letting him go like this might not sit well with the public." Hearing this, he looked displeased and gave the man a fierce glare. "Are you saying my brother is involved in this?" His next words were clearly intended to bail Yunmu out. "Is that so, brother? You know what I mean. Play along." Yunmu replied, "Nothing like that happened." The young master gave a grand wave of his hand. "All right, you heard him. He said he didn't do it. Let's go. Time for a drink." The counselor was dumbstruck. "What? This is far too much of a farce." Governor Liu clearly wasn't willing to let it go. "Young master, this is a matter of great importance. If you insist on this, I'll have no choice but to include you." Firmly defending his brother, he threatened Uncle Lou right now. "As governor, you're really not going to give anyone face, are you? Don't forget." The young master turned back, emphasizing each word to the other. "I am the young master of the Red Barbarians, the future ruler of the Red Barbarian tribe. If you want to lay a hand on me, you are welcome to try." He rested a hand on Yunmu's shoulder. "This man you see as a killer is destined to become a great figure. He wouldn't deign to do such petty underhanded things." The young master's next words were blunt. "Those who can't find clues themselves and only capture people based on anonymous reports are the real fools." Yunmu watched this internal conflict unfold, secretly delighted. Yunmu finally spoke up. "All right, I didn't come here today just to cause trouble. Don't you want leads on the case?" Yunmu left them in suspense. "I do have some, and they are very critical leads." Zinran walked forward with staggering steps, exerting effort to push open the double doors. The vice leader stood by the window, nodding in satisfaction. "Little Zinran is here. Where are the things I wanted?" He stroked his chin, his tone seductive. Zinran slammed the item onto the table. "This is the holy artifact Li Yunmu snatched away." The vice leader hadn't expected the holy artifact to be fully repaired already. It was truly an unexpected harvest. She frowned and asked anxiously, "Where is my family? How could that guy possibly release people so easily?" The vice leader squinted at the girl. "Don't worry, I will certainly return your family to you, though they might be a little different than they were before." Zinran was suddenly startled. "What do you mean by that?" He got straight to the point. "You should have seen the Blood Corpse army I created by now, haven't you?" She bit her lip, remembering those Blood Corpse experimental subjects in the glass jars. The vice leader added leisurely, "There is a difficult problem right now." An image flashed through Zinran's mind, an experimental subject in a test tube struggling in agony, constantly pleading for death. He made a small request. "I don't remember which number bottle they were kept in. Why don't you go find them yourself? If you still can't tell them apart." The vice leader's words caused Zinran to freeze for a few seconds, as if she had already anticipated what kind of conditions he would set. Zinran's eyes widened, unable to believe he would push her so far. Her heart felt as if it had plummeted into an abyss, and she collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Before her, the vice leader manifested multiple clones, letting out a series of sinister laughs. What an interesting reaction. So this is what a person looks like when their spirit completely breaks. Her eyes remained wide and hollow. In the next second, as her body could no longer bear the massive blow, Zinran slumped over dejectedly. She propped herself up with one hand while the other death gripped her chest, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. With his hands in his pockets, he teasingly revealed a secret. "I'll tell you something interesting. Even inside the bottles, they were constantly begging me to spare you." The vice leader leaned down and whispered in Zinran's ear. "Especially that little brat. How old is he this year? 7 or 8? His agonized screams were the most beautiful notes I've ever heard." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Zinran trapped in an abyss of despair. "Now you're free. I promised them I wouldn't touch you. After all, your family put on a great show for me. You really should thank them." Her heart was pierced with pain. Zinran clenched her fist against her chest, her heart appearing as if it had gone silent and dead in that moment. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled the atrocity she had committed for him. "I betrayed my companions and even attacked my teacher, and yet..." She death-gripped her collar, sinking into endless self-reproach. "In the end, I couldn't even save my own family." At this moment, Zinran completely broke. "Someone like me might as well just die." Her other hand clawed deep into the ground, her fury reaching a breaking point. Zinran suddenly snapped her head up and used her most skilled technique, soul seizure. No longer able to endure it, she lunged at the vice leader's back in an instant, drawing a longsword hidden in her sleeve. In the next second, a layer of eerie black mist shrouded the sky, and purple light fragments scattered like shards. On the other side of the palace, someone slammed their hand onto the table. The young master's face was grim as he growled through gritted teeth. "Are you saying the Holy Heaven sect did all of this? That the number of victims is far higher than we anticipated?" Yunmu confirmed. "That's right. The corpses in that pit definitely number more than just a few dozen." Hearing this, he ground his teeth, the fires of vengeance burning fiercely. "Damn it, the Holy Heaven sect again, to dare commit such a horrific atrocity against my clansmen." The young master no longer hesitated, declaring war immediately. "I announce that the Red Barbarian tribe is officially entering a state of total war against the Holy Heaven sect." Hearing this, his subordinate stood up abruptly, slamming the table. The young master looked at the man. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Young master, do you know what it means to declare war on a top-tier power of the Holy Heaven continent? Please reconsider." He frowned at the group of stubborn counselors. But even with the opposition, the war was already inevitable. The opponent argued that a single corpse pit was not enough to prove the Holy Heaven sect was the mastermind, and the consequences of a rash war would be unthinkable. Yunmu stood silently to the side, listening to the man's defense. Even if Li Yunmu were a star-rank major general, his words alone could not serve as ironclad evidence. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the distance, accompanied by a shout, "We believe him!" Everyone in the palace turned toward the door in unison. A subordinate instantly recognized the elderly man leading the way and cried out in surprise, "Barbarian sage, what are you doing here?" He calmly gestured to the granddaughter behind him. "Come out, don't be afraid, we're here." It turned out she was one of the survivors Yunmu had just rescued from the corpse pit. The girl spoke the truth without hesitation. "Lord Governor, I can testify. The missing clansmen were all taken by the Holy Heaven sect." The young master was greatly shocked. "You can testify?" She nodded firmly. "Yes." Behind them, Naiji also recognized her as the girl she had saved from the corpse pool. The girl began her account. "I was captured by the Holy Heaven sect while hunting in the forest. In their transport vehicle I saw with my own eyes countless clansmen dying tragic deaths." These words made the young master even more furious. The survivor calmly continued, "I even overheard them discussing secrets within the Holy Heaven sect. They are capturing our clansmen for experiments." Hearing this, everyone present raised their fists, passionately expressing their resolve for a fight to the death. "Young master, Lord Governor, declare war. There are no cowards in our barbarian tribe. We must make those beasts who slaughtered our compatriots pay the price." The young master turned to question the man before him. "Governor, are you still going to stop us?" Governor Lu Death gripped the report on the table and said in a deep voice, "Brat, do you think I'm a coward who fears death? Since the evidence is conclusive, I hereby announce that the Red Barbarian Tribe," he gave a grand wave of his hand sending the report flying through the air, and heroically declared, "officially declares war on the Holy Heaven sect." Everyone let out a roar of fury, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Governor Lu looked at the young master and Yunmu, reminding them, "Don't celebrate too early. We still have no idea where the Holy Heaven sect's secret experimental base in the Red Barbarian continent is located." "The time has come," Yunmu interrupted. "Don't worry, I know where it is." He wore an air of absolute confidence. Linglong had already locked onto their position. Meanwhile, in the palace lounge, the Zhe Feng squad was sitting on the sofa discussing, "Senior, let's go too. Maybe we can even find Xinren." Yunmu leaned against the back of his chair, closing his eyes as he declined. "Let the Red Barbarian people handle the Holy Heaven sect side. Once I bring you back to the Zhe Feng courtyard, I will personally visit their headquarters." And Lu waved her hands hurriedly. "That won't do, we want to go too." Suddenly, a strange noise made Shen Chen alert. "Who's there?" He rushed over and pushed open the door, freezing instantly. The people in the room pressed, "Shen Chen, who is it?" When he recognized the team member before him, he stammered out her name. "It's Wei Xinren." Everyone in the room was shocked. "What? Xinren is back?" Just then, she seemed to have exhausted her last bit of strength and fell forward. Xinren fell onto Shen Chen's broad shoulder. Only then did Shen Chen notice the bloodstains on the clothes on her back, calling her name softly. The other three also ran over anxiously. "Xinren, what's wrong?" Shen Chen carefully helped her to a seat. She slowly opened her eyes, and seeing Yunmu and Naiji, her voice was weak to the extreme. "Senior, I'm sorry." Xinren opened her palm, revealing the golden poison needle lying within. "I promised you, I got it." Her consciousness gradually blurred, but a slight smile touched the corner of her mouth. "I promised you I'd return safely. I broke my word." Yunmu witnessed this scene, a wave of bitterness washing over his heart. The members of the Zhe Feng squad simply couldn't believe this was happening. "No, don't be like this. There must be a way." "Xinren," Shen Chen stepped forward, gently propping up her head. She weakly called out "Captain," then asked, "Can Wei Xinren rejoin the squad?" These words were like a knife to the hearts of everyone present. He could no longer suppress his tears, sobbing out, "Of course you can." Hearing the affirmative answer, Xinren's heart finally eased slightly. Tears slid down her cheeks as she fantasized about everyone sitting together. If it weren't for that evil blade, perhaps everything would have been different. But there are no ifs in life. Her eyelids gradually closed, her vitality fading away. In the next second, a sorrowful atmosphere filled the entire space. Meanwhile, in that cursed forest, a tragic battle was breaking out in full force. Red barbarian warriors charged one after another, shouting cries for vengeance for their compatriots. The cultists at the experimental base deployed massive energy cannons, holding their ground desperately. Their leader roared, "Brothers, we must hold the entrance to the forbidden ground. Once the plan succeeds, no one will be able to oppose our Holy Heaven sect." Accompanied by the blaring of charge bugles, both sides fell into a heated melee. The fury spat from several energy cannons instantly claimed the lives of countless barbarian warriors. Seeing the barbarians charging relentlessly, a base subordinate asked anxiously, "How much longer until it's complete?" Inside the secret room, a group of wooden experimental subjects stood in a circle. That notoriously brutal fellow was at the center. The priest urged, "Vice leader, the Mantian tribe's offensive is too fierce. The brothers won't be able to hold out for long." He let out a cold, sinister laugh. "There's enough time. Once I seize that evil blade, it will be the end for those ants." The priest remained calm, a cigarette in his mouth, as he asked, "Vice leader, is it worth offending the entire Red Barbarian continent for a single blade?" He answered without hesitation, "Of course it's worth it." The vice leader spread his arms, staring greedily at the long blade plunged into the center of the altar, asserting, "This blade is a divine artifact tier item." The priest frowned and asked in surprise, "A divine artifact?" The vice leader replied, "That's right, according to the records. The god of curses once used this blade to slay an old god and seize their divinity. But who could have predicted that after defeating the old god of curses would actually place a curse on his own blade and seal it here? Every god's weapon retains a fragment of the god's will. Even if one can only glimpse a sliver of that realm." The vice leader's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he added, "That would still be a supreme honor." He pulled out the treasure Yunmu had given to Xinren and ordered, "All right, the ritual is ready. I'm going to begin subduing this blade, the vice leader instructed. You stand guard outside the door. Don't let anyone in to disturb me. The cauldron slowly rose into the air. Although this blade would suck away Flux power, it could simultaneously release the power of the curse. Among the several strands of green spiritual energy hanging from above, a crimson aura emanated from the center. As long as I use the holy artifact as a medium to continuously convert the flux power within the blood corpses for my own use, the vice leader's voice echoed through the air as he channeled that power into the blood corpses. As that crimson energy spiraled and coiled around the blade's body, it was his proudest moment. Even if you are a divine artifact, you won't escape my grasp. The long blade frantically sucked in the flux power being transmitted to it. Even the vice leader was startled by that terrifying murderous intent, thinking to himself, as expected of a divine artifact, even after being abandoned for 10 million years, its aura is still so berserk. He was determined as he reached for the long blade. But you still can't escape your fate of being controlled by me. Suddenly, a thunderous boom came from behind, drawing his attention. The vice leader quickened the pace of the refinement. The blood corpses could no longer withstand the curse's power and were beginning to burst. He had to speed up. He ground his teeth, roaring with all his might, "Submit to me obediently." The spiritual energy vortex grew increasingly violent, and just as it seemed only a sliver was left, another explosion came from not far away. A voice rang out calmly through the dust. "Sorry, excuse me for a moment." The vice leader had no choice but to look back. Yunmu stood with one hand in his pocket, looking down at him with a composed air. "I'm here to pick up a few things," he asked with uncertainty. "You're Lee Yunmu?" Yunmu's face turned solemn. "That's right, you're that vice leader something or other, right? Thank you for taking care of my student." The vice leader gave a calm, cold laugh. "Are you here to take revenge for that girl? You're too late." Yunmu was not to be outdone, giving a slight smile. "Not late at all. There's something you probably don't know yet, right?" Yunmu mentioned the treasure without reservation. "I gave that holy artifact to Wei Xinren, and I even prepared a special gift for you inside." These words made the fellow freeze on the spot. Yunmu shouted, "Come out!" Instantly, the treasure cauldron erupted with a green whirlwind, and the Phantom Queen's figure appeared within the aura. With a casual wave of her hand, Linglong swept away large numbers of experimental subjects. The vice leader took the opportunity to death grip the divine blade. Not good. The blood corpses are exploding, the curse power is backfiring, but as long as, before he could finish, his hopes were shattered, and he was violently blown away by a massive force. The power erupting from the divine blade sent blood streaming from his eyes as he vomited a large amount of blood. In the next second, the vice leader collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Yunmu walked slowly toward the long blade stained with the color of blood. "Sacrificing countless lives for a single blade. I can see you really craved it." As the next person to reach for the hilt, he announced, "Then I simply won't let you have your wish." The terrifying power coming from the blade seemed ready to crush Yunmu instantly, but he ground his teeth and held on. Interesting. Even after the Holy Heaven sect drained so much of its energy, it's still this fierce. The system suddenly popped up a warning. Powerful external force detected invading the host. In 1 minute, the host will be unable to withstand it and will face the danger of body explosion, suggesting the host use the Star Realm to share the invading power. Hearing this, Yunmu suddenly remembered and gave a loud command. "Right, I still have the Star Realm." Star Realm power activate. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be occupied by a mysterious blue hue. The Star Realm power was frantically surging toward Yunmu's position. Those weapons also began to emit blue energy waves, and the red spiritual energy in the forest was drawn in alongside them. With one hand on the blade, Yunmu used his other hand to fully absorb these powers, the red light converging throughout the Star Realm. Before long, these energies filled his palm. Sensing the time had come, Yunmu suddenly stomped his feet and aimed his palm filled with spiritual energy at the divine blade, ordering, "Suck it all in." He stood at a distance, controlling the two forces to merge with each other, using this to suppress this 1,000-year evil blade. After a while, the murderous intent on the blade gradually receded. The surroundings were filled with traces of the fierce battle that had just occurred. It turned out this was the blade's original form. Yunmu easily pulled it out and gave it a casual swing. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Success just like that. But contrary to everyone's expectations, a streak of purple essence suddenly shot from the divine blade, striking him directly between the brows. Yunmu's spirit suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and cried out, "A sneak attack." Yunmu quickly closed his eyes to mitigate the damage, but when he opened them again he was even more bewildered. Where is this? Yunmu seemed to have been taken to another galaxy with endless stars and systems before his eyes. At the altar, the Zhe Feng squad and the young master were anxiously searching for Yunmu, calling his name in unison. A moment later, the group finally burst into an underground cavern. Naiji found him death-gripping the hilt and shouted. Yunmu and Lu and two fellow disciples stared blankly at Yunmu's back, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with the senior?" Naiji stayed by his side, explaining awkwardly, "He should be in the process of subduing this blade. Don't touch him for now." Suddenly, a piercing roar made everyone alert. The vice leader, covered in blood, struggled to stand. How could my body become like this? The cursed power has corroded my flesh. One side of his body actually manifested a monstrous form, and he roared like a madman. Half of the vice leader's face was covered in bulging veins as he searched for Yunmu's figure, roaring frantically, "I'm going to kill you." After locking onto his target, he charged over like a maniac. "I'm going to kill you." Everyone quickly built a defense line in front of him, protecting Li Yunmu. Meanwhile, deep within the starry river, the divine blade at Li Yunmu's side flickered with an eerie purple light, and a planet brimming with murderous intent appeared in the distance. He slowly opened his eyes, staring ahead and asking, "Who is that?" A man with long hair covering his face and indiscernible features appeared beside that planet, his entire body radiating a terrifying pressure. Yunmu ground his teeth and held on, feeling incredibly oppressed. What rank of existence is this? To actually want me to kneel, this pressure is too terrifying. Immediately after, the man spoke a warning. The god of slaughter truly lives up to his reputation. If you hadn't cultivated the power of the source star, you probably wouldn't have lasted until today. Forget it. Living half dead like this has no meaning. You might as well start over. My world-slaying blade demon is awaiting my return. Though 10,000 years may have passed by then and things will have changed, as long as the star realm power reappears, it will be the time of my return. As soon as the words fell, the energy released became even more massive. Subsequently, the planet erupted with a powerful might, heading straight for Yunmu. He felt his body was about to become unstable, and forced himself to look ahead, filled with doubt. Is this the aura inside the evil blade? This power feels so familiar. That power was about to completely consume Yunmu, he murmured to himself. This feels like the power of the star realm. I'm about to be swallowed. Just as his consciousness was blurring, he cursed indignantly. Damn it! Outside, the vice leader death gripped the young master beneath his beastly foot, mocking. You think you can stop me with just you small fry, truly overestimating yourselves. At this moment, the people of the Red Barbarian tribe were all defeated before him, lying scattered on the ground. Then the vice leader turned his gaze toward our protagonist. He roared in a blind rage, "Curse you, Li Yunmu, how dare you ruin my plans and steal my evil blade?" He charged toward Yunmu, a blazing fire of fury in his chest, yet feeling as though there might still be time to reclaim it. From behind, Naiji cried out in terror. "No, stop." The vice leader flickered and appeared behind Yunmu, raising a hideous ghost hand as he snarled with murderous intent. "Once you're dead, the blade will be mine again." Naiji watched the sharp claws close in on Yunmu, her heart racing with frantic desperation. However, just as the ghost hand was about to make contact, the evil blade let out a crisp ring and swung around violently, parrying the strike on its own. The vice leader stared at his trembling hands in utter horror. "What?" Naiji's eyes widened as well, her face filled with disbelief. Yunmu reappeared with a majestic air, running his hand over the blade as he said with delight, "Sorry, but this blade belongs to me now." Our protagonist had successfully subdued the bizarre weapon and now held it firmly in his grasp. The vice leader was stunned, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. A mere transcendent fluxer managed to block my attack. Did he actually comprehend the divine will lingering in the air? He stared at Yunmu with a contorted expression, thinking to himself, "I can't give him room to grow, I must kill him now." With that, he lunged again with his ghost hand. Yunmu reacted instantly, swinging the blade in a swift arc and bringing it behind his back. Then gripping the hilt with both hands, he unleashed a sudden forward thrust. The protagonist caught the villain off guard, slamming the pommel of the blade heavily into the vice leader's gut, hitting him so hard his eyes rolled back and he let out a muffled groan. Without missing a beat, Yunmu stabilized the hilt with one hand and ran the other over the blade's edge. Instantly invoking a surge of violent energy, he followed through with a direct thrust, activating Nether Myriad Thunderstrike. The terrifying power of the lightning sent the vice leader into agonizing convulsions, his screams echoing through the air, yet the villain refused to yield, frantically swinging his ghost hand at Yunmu. Yunmu nimbly leaped into the air. The ghost hand smashed into the ground, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Yunmu landed steadily, dragging the evil blade across the floor and infusing the edge with a brilliant spiritual glow. He gripped the hilt tight, his muscles tensing as he delivered a massive downward slash. The protagonist unleashed nether world destruction, sending two colossal cross-shaped slashes through the vice leader's torso before flickering instantly to the man's rear. Yunmu stood tall with his blade drawn, his expression icy, while the vice leader slowly collapsed, a massive wound trailing behind him. Seeing him hit the ground, Naiji asked with a mix of surprise and hope, "Is it over?" Suddenly, Yunmu spat out a large mouthful of blood. It turned out the vice leader was making a final desperate struggle. He opened his eyes with a gloating, sinister smile. "You fell for it." Wiping the blood from his mouth, Yunmu realized with a cold sneer that the blood the man had splattered was laced with a lethal toxin. A wave of surprise and alarm washed over him. The vice leader struggled to his feet, letting out a manic laugh. "The left side of your body is starting to go numb, isn't it? Did you really think a vice leader of the Holy Heaven sect would be that weak?" He turned his head to glare at Yunmu, who struggled to raise his blade in defiance. He continued, "I've spent my entire life refining poisons and experimenting on countless people." The vice leader closed in on Yunmu, raising his ghost hand as he declared, "The most perfect experimental subject I ever created was myself. Look, even that X-shaped wound from a moment ago is already healing." As the sharp claws drew near, Yunmu could only exert himself to hold the blade up as a shield. Suddenly, the opponent death-gripped the edge of the blade. Blood splattered, startling Yunmu. In the next instant, the man violently wrenched the blade away and delivered a flying kick that sent Yunmu tumbling. "Begone!" Yunmu slammed heavily into a wall, a copper taste filling his mouth as blood surged out again. The vice leader excitedly hoisted the evil blade, his eyes gleaming with greed. "You are mine in the end, an impure vessel paired with this cursed blade, the most perfect combination in the world." At that moment, however, our protagonist endured the pain and spoke in a low, heavy voice. "Shish, if I were you, I'd drop that blade immediately. Have you already forgotten how you turned into this freakish ghost in the first place?" Hearing this, the vice leader subconsciously raised his ghost hand to inspect it. A sinister sneer curled on Yunmu's lips as he slowly spoke the command, "World-slaying seal, sovereign feast." As soon as the words were uttered, a black baleful aura coiling around the evil blade instantly surged up the vice leader's arm. He screamed in terror, "What is this?" In the next second he collapsed in agony. Hurling the evil blade aside, his other hand began to mutate into a hideous ghost hand, causing him excruciating pain. Countless sharp skeletal spikes burst through the skin of his arms and torso. The vice leader wailed piteously as blood flowed uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he snarled with a savage expression, "No, my body is collapsing. I need more flesh and blood to sustain this shell." With that, the vice leader snapped his head around to look at the pile of Holy Heaven sect blood corpses. Having found his desired source of sustenance, the vice leader lunged at the mountain of bodies, tearing and chewing on them frantically. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the protagonist felt his stomach churn and cursed under his breath. "This bastard!" At that moment, Naiji hurried over and handed Yunmu a pill. "Yunmu, take this quickly, it will suppress the spread of the toxin." Yunmu thanked her and swallowed it in one go. As his bodily functions recovered, Yunmu steadied himself and walked forward. Naiji warned him with a worried expression, "Be careful." Yunmu gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry." In the next instant, his murderous intent shot into the sky. A purple light flickered in his eyes as he firmly declared, "It's time to end this." The vice leader sensed the threat and stopped his movements to listen. Yunmu walked over and reclaimed the evil blade, asking coldly, "Is facing death so hard? Why continue to linger on in such a pathetic state?" Hearing this, the creature revealed a cunning smile and countered, "Your biggest mistake was not taking the chance to kill me just now." Yunmu replied with an icy tone, "You won't get another chance." By now, the vice leader's body had completely transformed into a demonic ghost form, becoming massive and hideous. Yunmu mocked him with pure disdain. "You get more disgusting every time you change." Enraged by the word disgusting, the vice leader roared and leaped into the air. He charged frantically at Yunmu, swinging a giant claw down with crushing force. "Feel the power of this perfect body." Yunmu nimbly dodged the strike, though the sheer terror of that force left him in a cold sweat. Despite his massive size, the creature's speed was incredible. In the split second, Yunmu was momentarily stunned. The vice leader had already flickered behind him, teasing, "Where are you looking?" Immediately after, a thunderous explosion erupted as dark, murderous intent filled the air and dust instantly swallowed the surroundings. When the smoke cleared, Yunmu had been pushed back dozens of meters, having quickly summoned his shadow to block that bizarre giant claw. Suddenly, Yunmu froze on the spot, staring ahead in shock. The vice leader's body was regenerating at high speed, and he cried out arrogantly, "I told you, this body is the most perfect." After repairing his wounds, he continued to mock, "Every blood corpse I modified has a 100 fusion rate with my body. They are my inexhaustible source of energy." With that, he reached out and death-gripped the edge of Yunmu's blade. "What do you have to fight me with?" Yunmu struggled to hold the blade in defense. The vice leader violently pushed the evil blade aside and slammed a heavy punch into Yunmu's chest. Yunmu spat out blood once more, his heart sinking into despair. The power gap was too vast, he couldn't face him head-on. With that thought, he quickly retreated and summoned his shadow army to launch a coordinated assault. The shadow army appeared instantly, charging at the vice leader in unison. The vice leader let out a contemptuous sneer, swatting the shadows away while mocking, "You think these ghost things can hurt me?" Taking advantage of the distraction, Yunmu circled behind him with his blade drawn. He slashed toward the creature's left arm, but the sharp-eyed vice leader landed a solid punch right on his face with his right hand. As one of the vice leader's arms fell to the ground, the protagonist was sent flying back. He wiped the blood from his face, thinking in terror, "Is this the strength of a saint? If this continues, I won't last long even with the evil blade in hand." In the midst of his despair, a spark of inspiration hit him. "Wait, the power of the evil blade, it hasn't awakened its full combat potential yet. If I can use the power of the star realm to wake it up just like in my memories." At that moment, the vice leader launched another storm of attacks. The protagonist regained his composure, calculating silently as he parried, "I must buy time to activate it. That's the only way to turn the tide." Under the vice leader's relentless onslaught, Yunmu dodged nimbly, doing everything he could to buy time. The opponent pursued him like a madman, a cruel smile on his face, while Yunmu tried to awaken the evil blade as he moved. Faster, just a little faster. The vice leader also sensed something was off, thinking, "This kid is stalling. What kind of trick is he trying to pull?" He raised his right claw, which was filled with an aura of destruction, and made a cold resolve. "The evil blade is still in his hands. I can't drag this out. No matter what he's planning, I must finish him now." The vice leader unleashed his killing move, Divine Protection, Spear of Punishment. He erupted with a terrifying surge of energy that pierced through Yunmu's body. The protagonist took the hit head-on, blood surging from his mouth. A violent explosion instantly occurred where Yunmu stood, smoke and dust blotting out the sky. The vice leader revealed a gloating, sinister smile. The red barbarians were struck as if by lightning, staring at Yunmu in stunned silence. Naiji's eyes filled with tears as she screamed Lee Yunmu's name in a heart-wrenching wail. The vice leader turned his gaze toward her, declaring triumphantly, "Don't worry, your turn is coming soon." In the next second he lunged toward Naiji, his murderous giant claw leaving her unable to move. "You'll be joining him soon." At that critical moment, the sleeping power within the evil blade suddenly erupted. That staggering force instantly threw back the vice leader's claw, leaving him in total terror. "What?" He leaped back several steps, staring fixedly at Yunmu, who stood with his blade drawn and asked in confusion, "You're not dead?" The protagonist's lips curled into a gloating sneer as he threatened, "It seems my luck is a bit better. Are you prepared to die?" The vice leader forced himself to stay calm, regaining his arrogant expression. "Prepare to die? What nonsense are you talking about?" Before he could finish, Yunmu's icy gaze and sharp aura instantly loomed large in his mind. Not only did his hands begin to tremble, but his heart was also filled with horror. How did this kid's pressure suddenly become so overwhelming? An inexplicable fear enveloped the vice leader, and he asked himself, "Is it because of that evil blade?" He stared at Yunmu, continuing to wonder, has he already completely mastered the blade's power? He then forcibly suppressed his fear, hardening his heart. No, whatever the reason, I must reclaim it. In the split second he was distracted, Yunmu had already flickered past with his blade. The attack was completed in an instant, and he whispered, "This is for you." Only after the words fell did the vice leader realize and snap his head back, so fast, impossibly fast. Countless slashes instantly pierced the vice leader's body as spiritual power boiled around Yunmu. By now the vice leader's body was covered in horrific bloodstains, leaking purple blood. He still maintained his arrogant posture, saying with disdain, "Is this the power the evil blade gave you? It's useless. My body can regenerate infinitely. I'll just wear you down." Before he could finish, Yunmu glanced at him sideways and interrupted coldly, "Infinite regeneration? Look at your body before you speak." Hearing this, the vice leader hurriedly looked down, discovering in horror that his wounds weren't healing at all. How could my perfect body fail? Is this also an ability of the evil blade? Just as he fell into confusion and terror, shrill cries for vengeance began to echo in his mind. "Give me back my life. We don't want to die. I want revenge." The vice leader roared in irritation, "Who are you? Shut up, stop talking." However, the voices only grew more piteous. "I don't want to die. Where is Mama? Go to hell." He suddenly realized with horror that the blood corpse cells within him were frantically turning against him. Curses of "go to hell" rose and fell in waves. Every blood corpse within his body was struggling desperately. The vice leader couldn't accept this reality. Howling powerlessly, "Why are you resisting me? I am your god." Severed limbs of the blood corpses were constantly protruding from his body, and Yunmu's sharp blade was already closing in. He approached step by step, carrying a staggering wave of fury. Yunmu radiated a dazzling light as he mocked, "God, you're nothing but a pile of nauseating trash. Go repent for your sins in hell." Facing the destructive slash of the evil blade, the vice leader let out a scream of despair. No, ultimately he crashed heavily to the ground, utterly defeated. He lay limp on the floor looking at Yunmu, stammering a murmur, "I actually lost. This is impossible." Yunmu delivered a final merciless blow and the vice leader's form instantly vanished. He declared in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. It's all over." After a moment, the protagonist, dragging his blood-covered body, walked toward the others with staggering steps. He held up the evil blade, staring at it with weary eyes. "I didn't expect borrowing your power would have such massive side effects. It seems I'm still too weak." With that his vision blurred, and he slowly closed his eyes amidst the shouts of the crowd. After a while, the protagonist opened his eyes again, seeing everyone's joyful faces first, and Lu said excitedly, "You're awake. I knew the senior would be fine." Yunmu lay in bed looking at the bandages covering his body and asked in confusion, "Are you planning to turn me into a mummy?" Jia and Lu jumped for joy. "The senior is awake. We must have a proper celebration." Just then Naiji suddenly shouted irritably, "You're too loud. All of you get out. He needs peace and quiet." She pushed everyone out, instructing, "Everyone out. He needs to rest now. I'll take care of him." After closing the door, she walked shyly to Yunmu's bedside and asked, "Finally some peace. How are you feeling now?" "Damn it, why so many bandages?" Yunmu complained about the wrappings, then responded gently, "I feel great, don't worry." Immediately after, Yunmu reached out to lightly touch the evil blade beside him, thinking, "I didn't expect my body wouldn't be able to handle the immense power of world slaying." He then fell into deep confusion. Why can't I feel that powerful energy within the evil blade anymore? What's going on? Just then, the white-haired young master kicked the door open and rushed in, shouting, "Brother!" He walked over and slapped Yunmu on the back, saying excitedly, "You're finally awake. You're the savior of our great red barbarian tribe. If you died, we'd really be at a loss." The protagonist looked at him and asked curiously, "How is the situation with the Holy Heaven sect?" He replied proudly, "Need you even ask?" He then recounted with an arrogant air, "We've completely cut ties with them. The cultists remaining in that cursed land have been entirely wiped out. The other members stationed across the red barbarian continent have also been driven out by us." Hearing this, Yunmu lightly stroked the evil blade and pressed further. What was their real goal? Was it truly for this blade? The young master answered without hesitation, "Exactly. According to our intel, the origin of this blade is truly extraordinary. After hearing those terrifying legends, Yunmu couldn't help but criticize. This kind of divine curse sounds really sinister. It's practically like an evil god who only knows how to hide behind the scenes and cause trouble. Suddenly, Naiji's serious voice gave him a jolt. She declared with a solemn expression, "Lee Yunmu, your current situation is likely extremely dangerous." The protagonist looked at her with some doubt. "My situation is dangerous," Naiji nodded firmly. She explained seriously, "Even if a god leaves behind a single word or a trace, it's enough to vastly increase a person's strength. Let alone this weapon in your hand that was once used by a god. If word of this gets out, you will surely become everyone's target." Hearing this, Yunmu stared at the evil blade with a solemn gaze. At that moment, the young master clutched his chest and promised him, "Don't worry, brother. In the Red Barbarian continent, only a few high-ranking officials know about this. You've done us a great service. We will never breathe a word." But he then added with some concern, "However, the Holy Heaven sect, they might not be so easy to deal with. What are we going to do?" Hearing this, the protagonist replied with a composed expression, "It doesn't matter. Let anyone who wants it come and try to take it," he assured his companions with a firm tone. "If I can't even protect my own blade, then I don't deserve to own it." The two felt deeply relieved upon hearing this. The young master praised Yunmu with pride. "What spirit, as expected of my brother. Don't worry, anyone who dares move against you is making an enemy of our entire barbarian tribe." Having settled this, the protagonist turned to the young master. "By the way, I have a favor to ask." A moment later, amidst a torrential downpour, a group of people carrying black umbrellas arrived before a tombstone. Yunmu led the Zhe Feng squad to stand before Xinran's grave. Holding a plush doll in his hand, he gently placed it beside her grave, murmuring with a heavy heart, "I found this for you in the Holy Heaven sect's laboratory. This was very important to you, wasn't it? You've worked hard, Xinran." Yunmu used the black umbrella to shield the doll from the rain while the team members behind him remained silent, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions. After a while, Lu said mournfully, "Xinran, this commemorative medal is awarded to the victims of this incident. Senior secured a spot for you near the memorial monument so you can be reunited with your family." Having said that, she bit her lip in pain, struggling to hold back her tears. The heavy rain continued to fall as the members of the Zhe Feng squad turned and slowly walked away. "Rest in peace, Xinran. We will come to visit you again." No sooner had the words been spoken than the heavy rain abruptly ceased, as if it were Xinran's final gentle response to them. Everyone put away their umbrellas and looked up at the rainbow in the sky. The rain stopped. "That's good." The scene shifted to Mantian City, where a staff member was greeting people politely. "Hello, how can I help you today?" When she saw Yunmu and his group bundled up as if they were members of the mafia, she froze in shock. Behind them, Shen Chen whispered with an embarrassed expression, "Wu Jia, don't let anyone know we're with them." As the staff member prepared to process the transaction, she heard the protagonist say in a low voice, "Keep it down. 6 intercontinental teleportation tickets. We're in a hurry, so please make it quick." Hearing this, she retracted her hand and replied, "Of course, I'll process that for you immediately." A moment later, the protagonist's system prompted 60 million deducted. The staff member smiled as she handed over the tickets. "Here are your tickets." Meanwhile, Yunmu stared at the system panel with a bewildered expression filled with doubt. How was only 60 million deducted? Wasn't it supposed to be 600 million? The staff member explained to him. "Since you are a benefactor of our Red Barbarian continent, you have super VIP status and enjoy a lifetime 90 discount on teleportation." Then, under the protagonist's startled gaze, she shouted, "Mr. Lee Yunmu?" He pointed at the staff member, somewhat annoyed. The other party simply smiled as if she were doing him a favor. "You're very welcome." In an instant, the eyes of everyone nearby converged on him. The crowd began to chant Yunmu's name in unison, nearly scaring the life out of him. In the next second, crazed fans lunged at him like cats spotting meat. "Xiao Miu Miu, I love you, our hero, don't leave." Yunmu fled for his life as if he had seen a ghost, frantically calling for help. Watching the wave of fans and the rising dust, Naiji said helplessly to Lu, "Let's go. We'll wait for him inside the teleportation array." And Lu, still immersed in the shock, remarked on how popular the senior was. Yes, very popular. The 5 members of the Zhe Feng squad had already reached their destination. Only Yunmu was left, still desperately trying to shake off the group of fanatics. Seeing his figure in the distance, Naiji waved and shouted, "Yunmu, hurry up, the teleportation array is about to open. If you don't come now, we're leaving without you." Hearing this, the protagonist shouted with all his might, "Wait for me, damn it, watch this." He stopped running and instead leaped through the air toward the group. The sight of his mid-air traverse left the fans in awe. As soon as Yunmu landed, Naiji switched to mocking mode. Not bad. Behind them, Jia and Lulu even held up signs with a perfect score of 100. He complained while catching his breath, "Would it kill you to wait for me for a second? All right, the teleportation is about to begin." The protagonist led the squad in waving goodbye. "Goodbye, everyone." The fans were filled with reluctance, constantly calling out their idol's name. In the next second, the entire team disappeared into the light. Goodbye, Red Barbarian continent. Soon after, Yunmu and his group reappeared in the inner city of Yushan Fortress. As they walked out of the teleportation array, everyone looked refreshed and high-spirited. "We're finally back." Barbecue roasted chicken. "Here I come." Meanwhile, the crowds along the streets began to murmur, their gazes constantly focusing on him. "Look, that's Lee Yun-mu, he's back too. Quick, report to the sect. He's returned from the Red Barbarian continent." The protagonist naturally heard every word. He gave those people a cold glance, then Yun-mu sternly reminded everyone, "Something is wrong. Everyone stay alert." The entire team was momentarily bewildered. But they did as they were told. Suddenly an unknown fellow sprang out of nowhere to block their path, brandishing a weapon. Then the man shouted passionately, "Lee Yun-mu, I finally found you. I heard you used a divine weapon to slay a Saint Fluxer," he declared with arrogance. "Let me see if you're really as powerful as the rumors say. Fight me." However, the man froze on the spot because Yun-mu simply walked past him with a cold expression, not even giving him a sidelong glance, only uttering a disdainful, "Excuse me." This action caused the man's veins to bulge with rage. The Fluxer pointed at Yun-mu's back and roared, "Lee Yun-mu, by refusing my challenge, you're looking down on the Black Tiger City's Tigerhead rankings." Yun-mu simply waved his hand nonchalantly and replied coldly, "So what? Plenty of people want to challenge me." The protagonist left him with one final sentence, "Get in line and wait." The man's face turned pale with fury. Gritting his teeth, he was about to lunge forward when his two subordinates held him back firmly. "Yun-mu, stop right there. I'm going to cleave you in two." The green-clad subordinate hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Senior brother, don't be impulsive. This is the inner city of Yushin Fortress. Private dueling between Fluxers is strictly forbidden. We were only trying to probe Yun-mu's strength just now. Let's just follow him." For a long time, no matter where the protagonist went, he remained the center of attention. Every so often, someone from the crowd would push forward and shout, "Lee Yun-mu, accept my challenge." Things weren't much better on Naiji's side. Several frenzied girls even lost control and screamed, "Yun-mu, please just fight me once." Seeing that he remained silent, the crowd became exceptionally indignant, hurling insults. "Fight us, Lee Yun-mu, you coward." Witnessing this, and Lu spoke up helplessly, "There are too many people following us." Jia replied, "These people are always watching from a distance. We can't shake them off. This can't go on." Just then, a youth on the path ahead spoke up calmly with a suggestion. "Exactly. If I were you, I'd have found someone to fight a long time ago." Hearing this, Yun-mu walked over curiously and asked with confusion, "Why would you suggest I fight?" Ruakan pointed at the crowd and explained flatly, "Everyone is very curious about your strength right now, but they're too embarrassed to step out themselves, so they send people to probe you. Instead of refusing those challenges, it's better to pick someone to fight and establish your authority." Yun-mu found himself in agreement. He leaned his hand lightly on the back of the other's chair and replied, "That makes sense. By the way, you are?" Yun-mu asked with suspicion. "Aren't you curious about my strength as well?" Ruakan was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered and revealed a sinister smile. "Of course I am." Yun-mu held the token in his hand and continued, "Since I need to show off my muscle, I should find someone who actually dares to fight, right?" Ruakan responded decisively. "Exactly, you definitely need to find someone who dares to fight." In the next second, Yun-mu snapped his fingers and tossed the token high into the air. "Let's go to the Void Arena." In an instant, the two appeared inside the arena. Ruakan and Yun-mu stood in opposition, both radiating a powerful aura, neither willing to back down. In the inner city square, their figures suddenly appeared on the large screens, drawing gasps from the crowd. The Azure Dragon Major General, Lee Yun-mu, was about to challenge one of the 10 elites of Yushin Fortress. Ruakan, this Lee Yun-mu had become famous recently. Word was he nearly destroyed the Holy Heaven sect's nest. There were also rumors that he had obtained a divine weapon, and some said he only defeated the Saint Fluxer because of it. Was it true? Back in the arena, Yun-mu drew his Qingxie blade without hesitation. Seeing this, Ruakan revealed a look of disdain. "Oh, is this the rumored divine weapon?" "Tisk tisk, it doesn't look like much." Seeing his attitude, the protagonist provoked him back without holding back. "Then let's find out." Ruakan instantly erupted with spiritual pressure, his left hand shrouded in black aura and his right hand rising with golden flames as he declared decisively, "I am no longer the man I was back then. Prepare to experience my new killing move." As soon as the words fell, Ruakan threw a palm strike and his spiritual power instantly transformed into a beam of light that blasted toward Yun-mu. Yun-mu was agile, skillfully using his flux wings to soar into the sky, dodging the attack at the last possible second. However, that surge of energy actually curved around to continue the pursuit. Yun-mu was a bit startled by this, thinking to himself, it has auto-tracking. At this moment, far from being afraid, he turned back with an interested cold laugh and evaluated. "You really have grown much stronger." In the time it took to speak, the two were already close enough to touch. Ruakan swung his fist to block the protagonist's retreat. Yun-mu was caught between two massive waves of pressure. On one side was the raging golden flame, and on the other was Ruashan's surging murderous intent. With that thought, he death-gripped the hilt of his longsword and murmured in a low voice, "You have indeed grown stronger, but I am stronger still." With that, Yun-mu delivered a decisive slash, cleaving through the pressure on both sides. He successfully turned the tide. Ruakan was instantly thrown back, gasping in terror. "What kind of technique is this?" Yun-mu looked at him with a playful gaze and replied disdainfully, "What technique? It's pure power." Unwilling to accept defeat, Ruakan erupted with even stronger spiritual power from beneath his feet, roaring in fury, "Impossible! I've already entered the transcendent Fluxer realm. How could my move be broken with a single strike?" Simultaneously, his power began to take shape and he activated the black dragon flame, manifesting a majestic, illusory dragon. Ruakan roared 3 times in anger. "I don't believe it." Then he let the dragon's shadow envelop his entire body. He charged at Yunmu with ferocious momentum, showing no mercy. Yunmu stood his ground, making no move to dodge. Instead, he observed with a cold gaze. I didn't expect him to be able to materialize the attacks of nether flux power, and with such staggering power at that. I hadn't planned on using this blade. With that, Yunmu immediately took an offensive stance. But it seems you've earned the right to see it. The two faced each other. In contrast to his opponent's explosive madness, the protagonist revealed a smile so eerie it was bone-chilling. In the next second, the air became exceptionally heavy as the two surging currents of spiritual energy began to clash violently. Yunmu shouted sternly, "Curse power, break!" As soon as the words fell, the black curse aura surrounding him instantly coiled tightly around the black dragon flame. In a mere instant, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the curse, the black dragon flame shattered with a thunderous bang. Ruakan stared blankly at the scattered remnants of the black dragon flame, murmuring to himself, "How can this be?" Taking advantage of Ruashan's distraction, Yunmu instantly held the Qingxie blade to his throat and announced, "It's over, you lose." Meanwhile, the crowd watching from outside the city was struck with horror after witnessing the battle. What on earth is that power? That blade is terrifying. This Li Yunmu is a monster. Facing defeat, Ruakan roared unwillingly, "I don't accept this." Again, black dragon flame. But there was no response. Looking at the dissipating black dragon flame in his hand, his eyes turned red with heartache. "What did you do, my beloved black dragon?" Seeing this, Yunmu offered a gentle reassurance. "Don't worry. Once the curse power dissipates, you'll be able to use your killing move again." Hearing this, Ruakan asked with confusion, "That's good. By the way, what was that curse power you just mentioned? It sounds incredibly sinister." He didn't mind explaining. "This blade was once cursed by a god. Anyone who covets it will suffer divine punishment." The scene shifted to a dark room. A hidden faction was quietly observing Yunmu. The person sitting in the main seat spoke. "A curse? No wonder those old fogies from the Holy Heaven sect failed." The scene shifted again to a major sect. The sect leader was solemnly issuing a secret order from above. "Pass down the order. No sect is allowed to covet the divine weapon. Simply send people to monitor its movements." The Fluxers responded in unison, "As you command, sect leader." Elsewhere, in the office of the Fluxer Association president, Tude leaned back in his chair and burst into a hearty laugh. "This brat is truly something else. He even knows how to use divine might to intimidate. Clever. As long as the divine weapon doesn't fall into the hands of the major powers, it's a good thing." He wore a look of self-satisfaction, then added with a disdainful tone, "Li Yunmu, let me see how many more surprises you can bring me." Meanwhile, the protagonist was currently letting out 2 loud sneezes because so many people were talking about him. Just then, Dashang suddenly appeared behind him, calling Yunmu's name in a low voice. He asked, "Why did you ask to meet at such a remote cliff?" The other party quickly replied, "To take you to see the poison saint, of course." After a long time, the two entered a forest. Along the way, the protagonist recounted his experiences in the Red Barbarian continent. The final curse power of the evil blade had prevented the opponent from reviving, which was how he successfully killed him. "After that, I was unconscious for several days." Hearing this, Dashang squeezed through a mountain crevice while pressing further. "So that's the whole story of how you got the divine weapon," he replied quickly. "Exactly. Why are you suddenly so interested in that blade?" Dashang fell into thought. "Xiao Miu Miu, even though you have many enemies and they're all major sects like the Morning Sun sect and the Holy Heaven sect, even if they joined forces, the threat wouldn't compare to this blade." When Yunmu was greeted by a sudden spider, he couldn't help but shiver, but still replied, "Are you talking about that curse? I only said those things in the arena to fool those old foxes so they'd stop bothering me." Dashang looked back at him sideways and stated his theory. "No, I don't mean that. It's the fact that the process of you obtaining this blade was too smooth, as if it were actively seeking you out. Although the god of curses has long since fallen, he must have left a backup plan for himself." He pointed a finger forward as if implying something and continued, "His target is likely you." Yunmu stepped forward filled with doubt. "What do you mean? Does the god of curses want to seize my body for rebirth?" Dashang pushed open the door to the secret room and replied casually, "Who knows, it's not an impossibility." At that, he turned his face to stare fixedly at Yunmu. "Or perhaps maybe you are the god of curses yourself." Yunmu became more and more confused. What do you mean? I don't understand a word you're saying." Dashang walked down the stairs leisurely and replied, "Never mind, just a joke, let's keep moving." Suddenly, they saw a frog preserved in a glass jar, but there wasn't just one. Yunmu looked around and marveled. "This place really is strange and gloomy. The poison saint is indeed an eccentric," Dashang replied flatly. "Anyone who can take a single thing to the extreme is bound to be a bit of a recluse." Just then, a violent explosion came from the room ahead. He shouted in shock, "Whoa, it blew up. Could there be an ambush?" Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, leaving him stunned. "Ouch, that hurts." The voice came from a young girl who was covered in the aftereffects of the explosion, her clothes in tatters. She rubbed her head and talked to herself. "Failed again. It seems the ratio is still wrong." After composing herself, the girl looked up at the two and let out a scream. "Mommy, why are there people here? Are you here to kill me?" Dashang hurried to explain. The Weaver War Saint sent us. Is the Poison Saint here? Hearing this, her expression changed instantly. She quickly asked in return, "You're Shao Na's disciple?" The Shao Na she referred to was the female war saint you often speak of. Then the girl stood up and continued, "I often hear that girl mention you. She's quite proud of you." She sneezed and struck a cute yet confident pose to introduce herself. "I am the person you're looking for, the Poison Saint Mu Jin." Hearing this, Dashang shouted in a frenzy of joy, "That's wonderful. Regarding the poison needle we mentioned, we've already obtained it. Please hurry and concoct the antidote." Meanwhile, Yunmu was privately sizing her name up. "This is the Poison Saint, causing such a world-shaking explosion. She doesn't seem reliable at all." Mu Jin walked over tremulously and replied, "Sorry, I can't concoct the antidote for you right now." Yunmu froze for a moment upon hearing this, subconsciously letting out an "A." Immediately after, she suddenly began scratching her head and ears, screaming in a frantic outburst, "I just concocted a new poison and tried it on myself, but I haven't made the antidote yet. Now I only have half an hour left to live. I have to hurry and brew the antidote." Yunmu thought to himself with a look of dissatisfaction, "This woman is far too unreliable. I'm truly speechless." Mu Jin hurriedly threw herself into her work, muttering, "I must recalculate the proportions. 8 grams of non-toxic chi waste." She began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Our protagonist stood by, dumbstruck, asking himself, "Am I really going to be okay?" Just then, a roar filled with fury suddenly came from behind, successfully drawing their attention. "Poison Saint, I've finally found you." A man dressed in orange appeared, panting as he continued, "Didn't expect this, did you? Back then, you poisoned our entire sect to death. I am the sole survivor. I've gone through countless hardships to finally find you. This time, you're dead meat." He dashed past the two without hesitation, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Dashang instinctively looked over and made an instant judgment. "So fast. This person is at least a transcendent fluxer." The man charged at Mu Jin, reaching out to draw his sword and strike. However, Mu Jin ignored him completely, focusing all her attention on concocting the antidote. 4 grams of polar poison urine. Suddenly, a massive surge of toxic liquid erupted from Mu Jin's body. The venom converged into a fierce giant python that lunged at the man, catching him off guard. "What on earth is that?" The giant python then let out a piercing hiss. In that instant, the python flickered past at high speed, and a toxic mist completely swallowed the man in orange. His body rapidly dissolved under the corrosion of the strange liquid, finally leaving behind only a skeleton. Witnessing this, Yunmu exclaimed in horror, "Corroded away completely? That's far too ruthless." Dashang was equally stunned. "Is this the lethal poison that only the Poison Saint can concoct?" He secretly speculated in his heart that although this woman didn't look like much, she was actually very capable. It seemed she was just playing the fool. Thinking of this, Yunmu slowly walked forward and called out softly, "Hey Lady Poison Saint." No sooner had the words left his lips than Mu Jin was startled, instinctively splashing a large pool of solution from her hand onto Yunmu's face. Yunmu instantly foamed at the mouth and fell backward. Mu Jin stood to the side at a loss, saying awkwardly, "I'm sorry, when I'm concocting medicine, don't talk to me from behind, I scare easily." Dashang watched from the side, unable to help but think, "This guy really is an absolute idiot." Before long, Mu Jin successfully concocted the antidote and took it along with Yunmu. When she took the poison needle Dashang handed her, she was instantly thrilled. "Is this the life-ending needle that ranks in the top 10 of the poison list?" Mu Jin couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Seeing this, Yunmu hurriedly shouted, "Lady Poison Saint, you just finished detoxifying yourself. Don't make things hard for yourself." She patted her chest and replied confidently, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You two keep an eye out for me. Don't let anyone disturb me." Yunmu was filled with doubt. "Is it really okay?" Seeing Mu Jin suddenly fall flat on her face, Yunmu was scared half to death by her clumsiness and immediately shouted, "Poison Saint." After a while, Mu Jin soon emerged with 2 bottles of green liquid. Announcing that the concoction was complete, she walked out and looked at the two, asking nonchalantly, "Which of you two wants to test the medicine?" The 2 brothers were so scared they fled in panic, shouting in unison, "No thanks." The Poison Saint looked at them blankly. Her eyes filled with dissatisfaction, then turned her gaze to a small pig in a cage. "Raising a pig for 1,000 days, using it for 1 moment, it's time for you, my treasure, to contribute." The little pig was scared out of its wits, pleading desperately for mercy. "Mom, don't do this. Even you can't use this poison recklessly. If something happens to me, my brothers and sisters will all starve to death." Mu Jin ignored it completely, letting out a delighted chuckle. "Life-ending needle, today I will definitely break you." The 2 men watched from the corner, moved to tears. Just then, the little pig's voice grew weaker and weaker. The atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent, with only the sound of Mu Jin's low sobbing. She slumped on the ground, gently stroking the head of the unfortunate piglet, sobbing sorrowfully, "It failed, my piggy number 337. Don't worry, baby, Mom will avenge you. When your 7th day comes, Mom will definitely cook your favorite meal." She lightly took off her outer garment, leaving Yunmu in great shock. It seemed that using other things as a substitute for the 6 soul toxin really wouldn't work. "Now I have to go, even if I don't want to." The Poison Saint tidied her hair and proposed with a serious expression, "You two come with me." Yunmu asked in confusion, "Where to?" Mu Jin looked back and replied without hesitation, "To harvest an essential ingredient for the antidote." Shortly after, the 3 arrived at a certain forest. At this moment they were hiding apprehensively behind a tree trunk. The Poison Saint immediately assigned tasks. The two of you are responsible for drawing the enemy's attention. Whether you use moves or weapons is up to you. There's only one thing to note, Dashang interrupted blankly. Wait a second, who are our enemies? What are their characteristics? Before he could finish his question, she impatiently kicked the two of them out. Yunmu and Dashang were kicked quite a distance. Muzin hid behind the bushes, waving a branch in her hand as she announced the start of the operation. I'll leave this side to you. Oh right, whatever you do, do not fly into the sky. Hearing this, Yunmu roared in anger. What the hell? What do you mean we can't fly? Just then he suddenly went quiet, his eyes seeming to perceive something unusual. A flash of intense light suddenly shot out from the ground. Yunmu instantly leapt backward, shouting a warning. Quick, get out of the way. The surrounding dust cleared, revealing a strange object with smooth skin. He cried out in surprise. What on earth is this thing? Dashang observed calmly from the side. He quickly recognized the patterns in that bone-chilling cold air. Could it be a six-soul python? As soon as the words were spoken, the python roared upward, fiercely baring its fangs in threat. Seeing frost energy condensing in its mouth and pointing straight at the protagonist, Dashang warned in panic. Yunmu, watch out, this thing contains extremely powerful cold poison. Once the toxin invades your body, your blood will freeze and you'll die within half an hour. While facing countless sharp ice crystals, Yunmu asked seriously. Cold-based, he then added with interest. Just as it happens, my great flame art specifically counters cold energy. With that, Yunmu rapidly released his flame heaven art, incinerating the python's ice crystals completely. It was suddenly struck by the counterattack, its entire body surrounded by flames as it opened its mouth wide to roar in anger. It then lunged toward the protagonist without hesitation, baring its sharp canine teeth. Our protagonist's expression became increasingly solemn as he shouted for help. Dashang, he immediately responded. Coming immediately after, Dashang rapidly activated his special spirit eyes to search for the six-soul python's weakness. Finally, he decisively pulled the trigger, firing 2 bullets with precision. One blinded its eye while the other pierced the hide and went straight for the heart. Seeing this, Yunmu joined the fray, leaping into the air. He gripped the hilt tightly and announced, since it's a snake, I'll cut it into 7 segments. With that, Yunmu struck decisively, decapitating the python in an instant. After handling it, the two high-fived to celebrate their victory. He praised sincerely. Nice shot, Dashang replied modestly. It was all right. Not long after, Yunmu suddenly sensed something unusual again. How is there still a strange noise? Another one. The two froze on the spot, searching around until Dashang suddenly remembered. I remember now. 6-soul pythons are pack animals. As he spoke, countless giant pythons surrounded the two from all directions. At that moment, one of the snakes suddenly swept its tail toward Yunmu. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, raising his sword to block. Using the momentum, he skidded backward, the soles of his shoes rubbing against the ground and emitting trails of smoke. Our protagonist frowned in anger, drenched in sweat as he complained irritably. I really don't get it. He asked himself in panic, where did all these snakes come from in this forest? Currently appearing before Yunmu were swarms of snake monsters. They stared at him with greedy eyes, and one of them hissed fiercely, opening its large mouth to spray a barrage of sharp ice crystals straight at the protagonist. Yunmu reacted swiftly, leaping high into the air to dodge, causing the snake to miss its mark. He charged straight in front of them, roaring in fury, You're nothing but a bunch of beasts, don't underestimate humans too much. With that, his figure flashed gracefully as he decisively sliced a bloody gash across the 6-soul python, causing it to let out a piteous scream of pain. Dashang wasn't idle either. Holding a handgun in each hand and firing continuously, neatly dealing with the enemies, he suddenly shouted, Xiao Mu Mu. Then, remembering Mu Jin's words, he hurriedly warned, Didn't the poison saint warn us never to fly into the sky? Yunmu couldn't be bothered with much, retorting bluntly, Ignore her, that idiot doesn't know what she's talking about. The miserable state we were in just now was all thanks to her. While he was distracted, a 6-soul python took the opportunity to counterattack. It suddenly lashed its tail, slamming our protagonist hard onto the ground. Dashang turned his head in horror to check. Xiao Mu Mu. He stood up while cursing, his mouth incessantly swearing at these beasts for actually playing at sneak attacks from behind. He suddenly propped a hand on his knee and said, Kill one and another appears. It's annoying as hell, let's finish this all at once. He then leapt up suddenly, eyes flashing with lightning as his fury instantly erupted. Yunmu shouted the move name, World Slaying. Dashang saw this and tried to stop him in a panic. Wait a second. In another scene, a low voice suddenly rang out, Intruder detected by forest surveillance. This was followed by the image of Yunmu displayed on a phone screen with a mysterious person staring at the screen. The person muttered in anger, Someone dares to trespass on my territory, truly seeking trouble. With that, he grabbed his coat and left without hesitation, giving a firm instruction, Go deal with it. Meanwhile, Mu Jin appeared in a dark cavern. The poison saint let out an excited laugh, talking to herself. I finally found it. It wasn't in vain that I let those 2 kids draw the fire. Facing the fierce black snake before her, she showed no fear, instead leisurely saying to it, 6-soul python king, I've come to borrow something from you. Hearing this, it immediately opened its mouth wide, straightening its body to let out a threatening roar. Its eyes flashed with an eerie and lethal red light. The Python King lunged at Muzin with determination. She watched it calmly without a trace of fear on her face, even remarking, Truly an energetic child, but it's bedtime, otherwise Mom will get angry. With that, she quickly pressed her hands together, releasing an intense surge of murderous intent. Muzin unhesitatingly spread her palm, which was covered in thick poison. She gave a soft shout. Scorpion heart, she decisively charged forward, her hand scratching a long bloody gash across its body, leaving the venom behind. Take a rest. The sick soul python king instantly let out a series of piteous wails due to the intense pain. Although the amount of poison wasn't large, it spread extremely fast, instantly numbing its entire body and causing it to lose control. Witnessing this, the poison saint mocked gloatingly. As a poison-type beast king, you've never experienced the feeling of numbness after being poisoned, have you? Pity that when it comes to using poison, you're only the snake king here, while I am the king of this world. Following this domineering declaration, the giant python collapsed. Muzin soon reverted to her original clumsy self. After taking just a few steps, her foot suddenly slipped, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward, landing face first. The poison saint sat up, covered in abrasions, sobbing in grievance. It hurt so much I slipped and ruined my face. I want to go home. To be defeated by such an idiot is truly too humiliating. That was exactly what the sick-soul Python King was thinking right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunmu, having entered the world-slaying state, clenched his fists. He delivered a series of heavy punches to the giant snake, each one containing terrifyingly immense power. Accompanied by a loud shout, a violent explosion occurred in midair with blood mist filling the area. The remaining giant snakes were also drawn over. Then two massive black hands appeared in the dense smoke as if trying to tear everything apart. Another one of Yunmu's shadow warriors appeared, letting out a cold snort. Da Shang, standing in the back witnessing all this, couldn't help but marvel. Tisk, the strength of these shadow warriors is truly beyond imagination. Is this a summoning-type technique? Meanwhile, those giant snakes were still constantly resisting. He observed with full focus, asking himself, but why can't I see any flow of flux energy in these summoned creatures? Da Shang then closed his eyes in acceptance. Forget it, the master of these summons isn't simple anyway. Xiao Miu Miu is already able to fully control world slaying. Above, our protagonist stood with his hands in his pockets, watching his group of cute shadows contend with the giant snakes with a composed expression. Suddenly, a piercing hiss rang in his ears. The giant snake's mouth with its sharp canine teeth had already lunged before him. Yunmu instantly swung his sword to rising flames, knocking the giant snake away as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" After making the move, he suddenly clenched his fist, his eyes becoming hesitant. Although the world-slaying state looked very cool, a flash of red light crossed Yunmu's eyes as he muttered to himself, but the burden on my body is truly too great. If it weren't for the Fuxy Fruit's support, I wouldn't dare use this move at all. Just then, another giant snake appeared behind our protagonist, opening its mouth to bite down. He immediately glanced sideways, deciding to settle it quickly. Yunmu spun around suddenly, delivering another heavy slash imbued with flames. He carved a trail through the air, leaving a series of burning fireballs that incinerated the severed limbs of the snakes as he shouted, "Turn to ash for me, burn them all up." Da Shang looked up at this spectacular scene, laughing and marveling. Whoa, this sight is truly grand. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared in midair accompanied by a low voice, "Hey kid." A man charged over, delivering a heavy downward cleave toward Yunmu, saying, "What are you trying to do to my pets?" This forced our protagonist to hurriedly lean back to dodge, crying out, "Whoa, that was close." He then used his hand to prop himself up as he skidded a long distance. The man also landed on the ground. A bloody gash appeared on Yunmu's face. It seemed he had been grazed by the blade aura just now. He gracefully reached out to wipe the blood away, looking at the other party and asking, "I say, uncle, who are you? It's dangerous to go around swinging such a big blade." Appearing before the protagonist was a middle-aged man carrying a large blade on his shoulder and looking this way with a frown. He spoke, "You dare to play the master in my house? This is my territory. You should state your name first." Hearing this, Yunmu asked in confusion, "Your territory? According to what you're saying, you're the one who raised these snakes?" He replied candidly. "That's right." Yunmu immediately retorted, "Hey, your snakes are very impolite." Our protagonist explained that they had been dumped here by that idiot poison saint and had suddenly been attacked by the snakes before they could even do anything. After listening, the man pressed, "Poison saint, you mean Mu Jin?" Yunmu replied without any defense. "Yeah, do you know her, uncle? Then that makes things easy." The man's name was Li Qingqing, and upon hearing your words he immediately lunged forward with his blade. "Since you're connected to that woman, no one leaves here today." The earlier midair collision between the two had triggered a massive explosion, leaving a thick haze that obscured the ground below. Da Shang looked up anxiously and shouted, "Xiao Miu Miu?" Just then, Yunmu was sent flying out of the smoke, tumbling toward him as he replied, "I'm fine." He turned and roared a question at Qingqing, "Damn it, what the hell? What's with the sneak attack?" "I thought you were a reasonable guy, uncle." He landed and stood his ground, shouting back, "You lackey of the poison saint, give me back my daughter's life." Qingqing glared at him with resentment, his eyes and tone brimming with pure hatred. Hearing these grievances, a terrifying image of Mu Jin holding a test tube of poison flashed through Yunmu's mind, and he couldn't help but wonder, good heavens, what on earth did that poison saint do to this man's daughter? Qingqing immediately swung his massive blade and charged, roaring, "Die!" Our protagonist quickly raised his weapon to parry. The immense force of the impact made both men tremble. Yunmu grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. "This guy!" Simultaneously, he swung his blade to shove him back, rebuking, "What does your daughter's grudge have to do with me? If you want revenge, go find the poison saint." Qingqing landed and looked over, asking, "It has nothing to do with you?" He swung his great blade again, blue sparks of lightning manifesting as he spoke with resolute conviction. All of the Poison Saint's lapdogs deserve to die. With that, the massive longsword, carrying a surge of powerful energy, pointed straight at Yunmu, who was suspended in midair. In the blink of an eye, it was inches away. Yunmu frowned and muttered to himself, "The speed is too high, I can't dodge in time. I have to defend." Having made his decision, our protagonist raised his blade to block, and a bolt of golden lightning erupted from the point of contact, instantly neutralizing the attack and leaving him momentarily stunned. A flash of shock crossed Yunmu's eyes as he asked himself, I blocked that so easily?" Just then, Dashang shouted a warning from below the battlefield. "Xiao Miu Miu, it's a young art, look above your head." At the warning, our protagonist immediately looked up, his eyes widening and pupils constricting as blood vessels burst in his eyes, his voice filled with hesitation. That's a massive formation had appeared in the sky, with countless great blades slowly manifesting within it. While Yunmu remained rooted to the spot before him, Chinking reached out to form a seal, flux power condensing in his hand as he announced, "The setup is complete. Myriad Tribulation Blade Array. Open." No sooner had the words left his lips than dozens of great blades shot down from the formation, aimed directly at our protagonist. He swung his blade repeatedly, attempting to deflect the incoming barrage. Just as he was focused on the front, a great blade appeared directly above Yunmu's head. Simultaneously, another blade manifested right before his face, causing our protagonist to frown and mutter, "Damn, no dodging this time." A violent explosion immediately erupted in the air, and the smoke from the collision billowed in all directions. Chinking stood there impassively, then pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and taking a slow drag. He took a deep pull of smoke and retracted his longsword. Chinkang's deep voice rang out just as the Poison Saint made her appearance. "So you've finally come?" The moment Mujin arrived, she demanded. "Hey, you eccentric old man, why does your serpent mother have so little toxin?" He pulled out a tube of poison and replied, "To guard against a certain wicked woman who wants to steal things. I come to collect it every 10 days. Seeing this, the Poison Saint asked, "Do you really hate me that much?" Chinking threw away his cigarette butt without hesitation and replied, "To this extent, I'll hate you for the rest of my life." He roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. "If it weren't for you, how could my little angel Tianshan have ever left me?" Chinking recalled his daughter in her pink dress. She had been so lively, cute, and innocent. Back then, the little girl had asked him, "Daddy, do I look pretty in this dress?" On her birthday, Tianshan didn't make a wish for herself, but instead wished for her father to always be healthy. But one day, Tianshan contracted a rare and lethal poison. Chinking called upon the Poison Saint for treatment, and she injected the girl with something. Shortly after Tianshan passed away, Chinking walked in agony to his daughter's bedside, sorrowfully calling out her name. Back in reality, his expression shifted to one of blame. "Tianshan died because of you." Chinking charged forward, controlling his longsword with resolute intent. "I'm going to make you join that child in the afterlife." Below, Dashang watched with concern. "Oh no, the Poison Saint is at a disadvantage, we have to help her." Explosions and ripples from the clashes continued to echo through the sky. Yunmu pulled out a cyan cauldron and said with a slight smile, "Don't panic, I have a way." The two combatants plummeted into the dense forest as they fought. Chinking shouted, "So many years have passed and you're still as good as ever at hiding. Prepare to pay with your life." But in the blink of an eye, the Poison Saint appeared behind him, purple flux power condensing in her hand as she shouted,